Young Master Madam had no choice but to abandon you back then. With the bond between mother and child, how could she have borne it otherwise? At that time your family was viciously targeted in a hostile takeover. Tens of billions in assets were devoured overnight by a pack of wolves in human skin, and your father died of a cerebral hemorrhage brought on by rage. Madam was forced to humble herself and marry into the Jiang family in the provincial capital, swallowing every grievance just to preserve some strength. After 10 years of relentless effort, Madam now controls several tens of billions in Jiang family assets. She only hopes you can forgive her. Whatever wealth she has amassed ultimately belongs to you. In the supermarket, Xia Fan was picking out mooncakes when this man suddenly appeared and began to speak. Though his face remained expressionless, waves surged within his heart. Back then she threw me aside to go enjoy a life of comfort in the provincial capital. From 14 up till now I have endured humiliation and hardship without end, and she never once asked after me. Which nerve misfired in her now that she suddenly wants to reclaim this son of hers? Ridiculous. With that he chose 2 boxes of mooncakes and turned to leave. Young master, if Madam had taken you with her back, then the Jiang family would never have allowed her through their gate. Behind him the voice rose with a sharp, desperate edge. Xia Fan's steps faltered for an instant. Then he continued toward the cashier, paid, and left. He left behind a man standing there utterly at a loss. 10 years ago the Xia family had been a first-tier clan in Tianzhou City. After being marked by a colossal predator from out of town and struggling through several rounds of confrontation, they still collapsed in the end. Shui Tian, who had once received great kindness from the Xia family, resolutely brought Xia Fan into his home. 3 years ago, as he lay gravely ill, he betrothed his daughter Shui Yaji to Xia Fan. Though Xia Fan was mocked by others as a homeless dog, at least his food and clothing had been secure for years. Yet not long after his marriage, Shui Tian succumbed to his illness, and Xia Fan's situation deteriorated even further. No matter who it was, they regarded him as useless and subjected him to every kind of humiliation. Another mid-autumn festival arrived. Carrying 2 boxes of mooncakes, Xia Fan came to the Shui family's old residence. The Shui clan could be considered a second-tier family headed by the patriarch Shui Zheng, who had 2 sons and 1 daughter. With the eldest son Shui Tian having died in his prime, the branch descended from him had become weak, while the other 2 branches flaunted their power arrogantly. Several high-end cars were parked at the old residence's gate, BMWs, Mercedes Autos, and among them a single domestic car looked pitifully shabby. It was Shui Yaji's car. She had just climbed out, and glancing at those luxury vehicles, the beauty of her face was immediately tinged with helplessness. She possessed ambition of her own and also wanted to drive a fine car, but reality was rather cruel. Xia Fan hurried over, his face full of a hopeful smile. Yaji, I'm here. Shui Yaji gave him a cold glance. I didn't ask you to come. Why are you here? Are you here to embarrass me yet again? When her father had first brought Xia Fan into their home, Shui Yaji had gotten along with him reasonably well. She had never imagined that in his final moments her father would betroth her to Xia Fan. To this day, Shui Yaji still could not understand why her father had done such a thing. He had even carefully instructed her to treat Xia Fan, while saying he was no ordinary man confined to a small pond. Whenever she thought of that, Shui Yaji simply found it laughable. This man failed at everything he attempted, practically a living waste. As a Livian son-in-law living off his wife's family, he was the butt of countless jokes, dragging her down with him. Just thinking of it made her furious. Xia Fan spoke softly. It is mid-autumn after all. The Shui family gathers for reunion, and I count as one of you. It would be wrong not to come. I bought 2 boxes of good salted egg yolk mooncakes. The old master will surely enjoy them. From the side a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Well, what kind of street-stall goods are these? 2 boxes, what, 200 yuan at most? A slick young man of about 24 or 25 stepped out of a Porsche, his hands laden with dazzling gifts. Smugly he declared, my 2 boxes of mooncakes are this year's limited edition from the old brand Zuanbingju. Tear off a single corner of the packaging, and it's worth more than both of yours put together. And this? He lifted a delicate wooden box about the size of a bowling ball, his face brimming with mystery. Do you know what this is, Xia Fan? Even if we sold you, we couldn't afford this treasure. Ha. Trash is trash. You dare bring cheap mooncakes to our Shui family's old residence. What are you exactly? Then, deliberately brushing past, he rammed into Xia Fan's shoulder, sending the 2 boxes of mooncakes tumbling to the ground. Leaving a trail of brazen laughter, he strode through the gate. Xia Fan remained silent, lowering his head to pick up the cracked paper boxes. Seeing his gentle, conflict-averse demeanor, Shui Yaji was nearly driven to tears of rage. Xia Fan, can you at least act like a man? No wonder everyone calls you a cowardly waste. I truly think you're beyond saving. Why did my father marry me to you? Just so you could scrounge a living off the Shui family. I really regret it. You disappoint me so utterly. Shui Yaji simply kicked the mooncake boxes aside and swung around, striding into the residence. Watching her slender yet furious back, Xia Fan sighed softly. I only don't want to make things harder for you. He crouched down again to gather the mooncake boxes she had kicked apart. Inside the mooncakes were all broken, even the egg yolks squeezed out. Xiao Fan lightly pinched off a piece and popped it into his mouth, then smiled. Delicious. People coming and going all laughed at him without exception. Not far away inside a Bentley, the man who had spoken to Xiao Fan in the supermarket quietly filmed everything and sent the footage out. Hundreds of kilometers away in a palace-style villa worth hundreds of millions, a noble lady, seated on a sofa, watched the video, tears welling in her eyes. Damnable Shui family. My son, I will never let you suffer again. Whatever you have lost, I will compensate 100-fold. Xiao Fan still stepped into the Shui family courtyard. Naturally, no one stopped him, though waves of derisive laughter rose once more. He did not mind in the least. Had Shui Tian not extended a hand back, then he would not know where he might have ended up. Such a favor was immense, and he had to uphold proper courtesy to the utmost of his ability. Although it was the Mid-Autumn Festival beyond the reunion, the Shui family had also prepared many gifts for the old patriarch. In the spacious, luxurious hall, 5 full tables had been set. Besides direct family members, quite a few relatives had come to gather as well, creating a lively scene. Shui Guihe laughed loudly. Guess what I saw when I came in just now, eh? That way Xiao Fan showed up carrying 2 boxes of cheap mooncakes. I think he's purely here to freeload food and drink. Sister Yaji, honestly, knowing your husband is so shameless you still let him come. Laughter burst out around them. Shui Yaji's ears flushed with anger. She snapped, Shui Guihe, don't slander me. I already told him not to come. It's fine. Shui Guihe suddenly shifted his tone. If he wants to come, let him. If he freeloads food and drink, it doesn't matter. Big families keeping a dog is normal enough. A pang of pain struck Shui Yaji's heart, and she scolded again. Shui Guihe, say that one more time. A stern voice rang out not far away. What is all this commotion? The old patriarch, Shui Zheng, had arrived. After asking what had happened, a glint of cold light flashed through his eyes. What Guihe said is not entirely wrong. This is hatred for iron that refuses to become steel. Yaji, when will your husband finally resemble a proper man? The old master's words left Shui Yaji speechless and made her even more exasperated with Xiao Fan. Every time he appeared, he caused her to lose face. Not far away, Xiao Fan heard it all. His face wouldn't. Grandfather, don't be upset over such trifles. Look, I bought you a treasure, top-grade ambergris. This little lump alone cost more than 400,000, but as long as it makes you happy, I'd gladly sell a kidney. Ambergris calms the mind, steadies the spirit, and sharpens the intellect. Perfect for you to enjoy while practicing calligraphy or sipping tea. It feels marvelous. Shui Guihe opened the wooden box. Inside was a lump about the size of a child's fist along with a small incense burner. He broke off a tiny piece, placed it in the burner, and lit it. Before long, a strange fragrance wafted out. Shui Zheng inhaled, his face full of contentment as he repeatedly praised his grandson. Shui Guihe grew even more pleased with himself, suddenly turning to point at Xiao Fan. You waste dare to come in here. A cowardly waste who can only buy cheap mooncakes could never dream of receiving grandfather's care in his lifetime. Cousin, you actually let him buy unregulated products for grandfather to eat. Aren't you afraid they'll upset his stomach? Shui Yaji turned and saw Xiao Fan, and in a fit of agitation exclaimed, Xiao Fan, how long are you going to make me lose face? Get out. But Xiao Fan's expression had grown grave. He walked up to Shui Guihe, picked up the ambergris, and sniffed it. Shui Guihe immediately snatched it back. What are you doing? Trying to steal it. Xiao Fan said slowly. Ambergris is gray-white, simple, and weighty. When burned, its aroma is clear and gentle. Its main component, ambrian, carries a mild anesthetic effect that helps people drift comfortably into sleep. But I wonder, have any of you noticed? This fragrance is rather pungent. After inhaling it a few times, one feels distinctly more alert. Many around them unconsciously drew deeper breaths and nodded. That is because the central nervous system is being stimulated, producing tension. Most ambergris on the market today is chemically synthesized. I am certain this piece is as well, not only inferior but adulterated with stimulants. Synthetic fake ambergris has considerable irritant properties and is especially harmful to the elderly. Prolonged inhalation easily leads to various neurological disorders. Xiao Fan's voice sharpened as he pointed at Shui Guihe. If buying cheap mooncakes makes me a waste, then what does it make you to purchase counterfeit inferior goods? Even if grandfather ate my mooncakes, nothing serious would happen. But if he breathes in your ambergris too often, it is equivalent to chronic poisoning. You keep calling me a cowardly waste. What does that make you? Xiao Fan's tirade was powerful and unyielding, and everyone turned their gaze on Shui Guihe, faces filled with doubt. I. Shui Gai's face turned ashen. Old Master Shui gave a cold snort and said, Go and call Dr. Chong. The Shui family counted as a prominent household and had their own family physician. A man in his 50s arrived quickly. After listening to a brief explanation, he immediately picked up the piece of ambergris to examine it. The more he sniffed, the more tightly his brows knitted. Sweat broke out across Shui Gai's forehead, a guilty conscience gnawing at him like a thief. Xia Fan said mildly, "By the way, the cost of this synthetic chemical substitute is at most 30 or 40 yuan. I wonder how much you paid for it. Is it several times the price of my 2 boxes of mooncakes? If it's more, then all that extra is just the stupidity tax you paid." Shui Guiha glared viciously at Xia Fan and rasped, "Mind your own damn business." Beside them, Shui Yaji was actually surprised and delighted, suddenly recalling that Xia Fan had studied chemistry at university, and it was rare to see him display such ability. At the very least, he had struck back fiercely once. For a moment, she did not find him quite so distasteful. Shui Gai's father, Shui Qian, also looked extremely grim. If his son had really bought fake ambergris regardless of whether he had been duped or not, this was something that could harm people. The old master might very well erupt in thunderous rage. Dr. Chong spoke up, "This piece of ambergris is indeed. You must be completely honest. Not a single thing may be concealed." Shuizheng suddenly barked harshly, startling Dr. Chong so much that he shivered and looked up in some astonishment. The old master's face was eerie and razor-sharp. Xia Fan felt a jolt in his heart. Dr. Chang's mind turned quickly, and he continued, "It is indeed genuine. Why would son-in-law Xia call it fake? This is pure, naturally formed ambergris, free of contamination, extremely rare. From its color and its fragrance alone, one can tell it is absolutely a treasure. And with a piece this large, its value is extraordinary. At least 500,000, I would say." Dr. Chong looked towards Shui Guiha with open admiration. Young Master Shui's filial devotion to the old master is truly touching. Shui Guiha was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Pointing at Xia Fan, he shouted, "Did you hear that? Even Dr. Chong says this is genuine ambergris. How dare you boldly claim in front of everyone that it's fake, and try to frame me? Do you think it's that easy?" Then Shui Guiha turned toward old Master Shui with a pained expression and said, "Grandfather, I went to such lengths to find this fine ambergris for you, yet Xia Fan smeared me like this. He's gone too far. Even as a mere Livian son-in-law, he dares to fling filth at me." Everyone began to berate him. "Xia Fan, you useless good for nothing, how dare you? You really don't know your place. Guiha is the old master's most cherished grandson, and you dare to frame him. A coward is not frightening. What's terrifying is a vicious coward who can't stand to see others doing well. Shui Yaji, the husband you chose, is truly despicable." Xia Fan had intended to explain, but seeing the expressions on Shui Zheng and Dr. Chang's faces, along with Shui Guiha's arrogance and rampant pride, he could only sigh softly and shut his mouth. Shui Yaji could no longer bear the curses and mockery from all the relatives. It felt as though countless knives were cutting into her. She grabbed a cup of tea and flung it hard into Xia Fan's face. "Xia Fan, it's not enough for you to be a coward. You even have to slander my cousin. What are you really planning?" Xia Fan looked at her, not even wiping away the tea on his face, and said softly, "I'm sorry for making you suffer again." Shui Yaji was momentarily speechless, an unexpected unease rising in her heart. She was no fool. Of course, she knew that the old master was biased toward his beloved grandson Shui Guiha. No matter what he did wrong, he would never be embarrassed in front of others. Only a nobody like the Livian son-in-law, even if he was in the right, would still be bullied if he offended others. And this man was even willing to swallow his grievances for her sake. After all, it was a day of celebration. With that cup of water Shui Yaji had flung, the matter was temporarily laid to rest. Yet the way everyone looked at Xia Fan now held even more mockery. From then on, they had fresh material with which to ridicule him. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, Shui Yaji walked over to Xia Fan. "You know that after my father passed away, my status in the Shui family plummeted, and my situation has been extremely difficult. What I did just now was out of helplessness. If you're angry at me, you can throw water on me in return." Xia Fan smiled and said, "You are my wife. I won't vent my anger on you, and you shouldn't take it to heart. Why are you so good to me? To be honest, I never wanted to marry you. If I could divorce you, I would even leave." Shui Yaji spoke harshly. Xia Fan suddenly asked, "If I could make you the most powerful person in the Shui family, so that no one would dare say a single word of refusal to you, would you still want to divorce me?" Shui Yaji replied, "Xia Fan, you look ridiculous talking in your sleep like this. If you really had that kind of ability, start by making yourself strong first." Suddenly, everyone turned to look toward the door. A group of people walked in. The man in the lead carried a briefcase, while the others each held a large leather bag, bulging and heavy. Xia Fan was taken aback. The leading man was the very same person who in the supermarket had begged him to accept his mother's tens of billions fortune. What was he doing here? The man raised his voice to the slightly bewildered old Master Shui and said, "Mr. Shui, at Madam's order, we have come to offer a number of gifts to express our gratitude to the Shui family for having taken care of her kin. Please accept this humble token of appreciation." With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so people behind him came forward one after another. The first man unzipped his leather bag and completely emptied its contents. In an instant nearly everyone present cried out in shock. The old master's eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. What spilled out were all banknotes, bright red 100 yuan bills bundled in thick stacks. That single large bag alone held at least 1 million yuan. The second, the third, the fourth. Every bag spilled out the same red 100 yuan notes, and before long they piled up into a small hill. This was a genuine mountain of money. Xue Qian and his son Xue Guihe could not help but walk over. With a thud, they knelt down, grabbing fistfuls of notes and examining them carefully. It's real. All of it is real. The entire Xue family was in an uproar. People rushed forward, some grabbing, some hugging, some even lying on the pile to take photos. The scene was enough to prove that money could drive people mad. Even Shui Yaji could not resist walking over, picking up 2 bundles of cash and turning them over again and again. The man watched these money-crazed people with a trace of mockery, as though he were looking at a pack of dogs. He said blandly, "In total there are 20 million yuan. Please accept it, old master." The Xue family was a second-rate clan, mainly running a home decoration company. In the past, business had been easier, but with competition now fiercer and fiercer, an annual profit of 500,000 was already heaven's favor. This unexpected fortune would take them at least 4 or 5 years to earn on their own. Old Master Xue was extremely excited. "Sir, I wonder whom our Xue family has taken care of that this madam should be so generous." The man merely smiled without answering. From the small briefcase he carried, he took out an exquisite box. He walked forward, placed it on the table before Old Master Xue, and opened it. Inside lay a grayish-white, irregular, yet lustrous lump from which wafted an intoxicating fragrance. He emptied the residue from the incense burner, pinched off a small piece from the lump, lit it, and placed it inside. Before long, everyone took a deep breath. What a wonderful scent! So comfortable to inhale, my whole body instantly relaxes. This seems like the real ambergris. You don't realize the difference until you compare them. The one Gueha burned earlier was just like synthetic fragrance. Exactly, that scent made your head feel strung up on a wire, but this one opens every nerve, leaving you utterly at ease. The man spoke slowly, each word laden with hidden meaning. "This is genuine ambergris worth 1 million. Please enjoy it well, old master." With that he turned to leave. Old Master Xue Xuezhang called loudly after his retreating back. "You still haven't told us who this madam is, and who it is we supposedly took care of." Everyone stared at him with eager eyes. The man gave no reply at all. He only cast a deep look at Xiao Fan, who stood to one side. In that look, Xiao Fan understood. The Xue family's years of kindness in taking care of the young master had been repaid by madam on your behalf. From now on you may act as you wish, bowing to no one, and needing to explain yourself to no one. The members of the Xue family were filled with curiosity as they held a large pile of cash. Strange, who is so generous as to give away 20 million? Have we ever taken care of any great deity? Could it be Xiao Fan? He has been living with the Xue family since he was 15, and even became a son-in-law, so it could be said that we took care of him. Impossible. He is just a useless broke man. How could he have so much money? Yes, if he had someone backing him, would he be so destitute now? Xue Gueha waved the money in front of Xiao Fan with a smug expression filled with mockery. I don't know who has received our Xue family's kindness, but to repay us with 20 million all at once. You consume our resources, and yet can't even act as a loyal dog, let alone give us a penny in return. Bang! He slammed the cash onto Xiao Fan. Xue Yaji bit her lip hard and shouted, "Xue Gueha, Xiao Fan, could you please leave? I can't bear the embarrassment any longer." Xiao Fan nodded calmly, bowed slightly to Xuezhang, and turned to leave. Various taunts were still heard behind him. Not long after stepping outside, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly approached him. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man hurriedly stepped out and bowed respectfully to Xiao Fan, saying, "Young master, I haven't introduced myself. I am Zhongyang. Madam wishes to see you and hopes you can agree." Xiao Fan glanced into the car and said, "She doesn't seem to be here." "Young master, it's a video call," Zhongyang said respectfully. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Fan still got into the car. The interior was luxurious, and a display screen hung before him showing a regal-looking middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Fan, waiting eagerly. Upon seeing her son, her eyes turned red, and she hastily spoke comforting words while Xiao Fan responded with a blank expression. "Son, I know you have suffered over the years. Your mother will compensate you well. I will give you 10 billion. You can invest as you wish in Tianzhou City. If you make a profit, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me. Consider it a way to toughen yourself up. A fan, promise your mother you'll use the money to develop yourself. I believe my son won't let me down. Let me put it this way, do you really want those who look down on you to continue looking down on you? Do you want to harm the Xiao family and remain arrogant forever?" In the afternoon, Xiao Fan returned to a somewhat dilapidated villa, which was not quite home. As soon as he returned, his mother-in-law Chun Lizhu sarcastically remarked, "So you're back. I thought you went to the old house this morning, and after being humiliated would be too despondent and jump off a building." Xiao Fan remained silent, and changed his shoes. Chen Lizhu suddenly roared. Damn Xia Fan, I truly wish you would just die. If you died, my daughter wouldn't have to suffer your burden. She can't even get a divorce from you now. Xia Fan was taken aback. Chen Lizhu sneered again. Are you happy? You can continue to live off our Shui family. My daughter has truly suffered because of you. I asked the old man to let her divorce you, but he refused, saying it would ruin the family's reputation and lead to ridicule. Yaji is his own granddaughter. For the sake of so-called family reputation, he won't let her divorce a useless man. It's enough to drive me mad. Saying this, she pounded her chest in frustration. Enough, Mom. Stop talking. Even if Grandpa agrees to let me divorce, I want. Shui Yaji slowly walked down the stairs, speaking firmly and resolutely. Chen Lizhu turned her head and shouted, Daughter, are you crazy? Why not divorce? Do you want to tie yourself to this useless man for a lifetime? Didn't you say that if you got the chance you would divorce him? Your father made mistakes that shouldn't have to burden you forever. Shui Yaji gazed deeply at Xia Fan, who was standing by the shoe cabinet, her tone growing more resolute. Even if Dad wants me to marry him, it's purely to give him a support in the Shui family. After all, it's been 3 years, and we grew up together. I think about it, and I do have some feelings for him. It's just that he lacks ambition. But he has always been honest, much better than those fickle men. In this world, many men are ungrateful, but Xia Fan has always been consistent with me. 7 years as partners, 3 years of marriage. Who in this world has such a deep connection? Thinking about the divorce, I still feel a bit lost. As she spoke, Shui Yatsi's eyes shimmered with tears. She took a deep breath and turned to walk back upstairs. Xia Fan, come up. Oh, I have something to say to you. Xia Fan immediately followed, while behind him his mother-in-law continued to curse. Damn thing, did you use some kind of drug on my daughter? You useless man, you are completely unworthy of her. No one noticed that tears glimmered in Xia Fan's eyes. It wasn't because of the humiliation, but because of Shui Yatsi's words. She truly does care about me. Xia Fan and Shui Yaji had always slept in separate rooms in adjacent rooms. Unless Shui Yaji allowed it, he would never enter her room. Upon entering, he noticed that his wife's room was a bit messy, and without a word, he began to tidy up. Shui Yaji sat cross-legged on the bed, watching his diligent figure with a gentle sigh. Xia Fan, Grandpa said he wants you to work as a salesman in the company to hone your skills, but you know Shui Guiha is the manager of the sales department. I think this is his scheme to take revenge on you. You can choose not to go, but I will go. Xia Fan straightened his back and smiled gently at her, saying, when Dad was alive, you were the sales department manager. After he passed, you became the HR supervisor. I know you have always been unwilling, but just right, I will go and take back your position. Shui Yaji chuckled. Xia Fan, you think too highly of yourself. I just hope you can have some achievements and take this as a way to toughen yourself up. If you decide to go and can endure the inevitable humiliation from Shui Guiha, I will use my connections to try to get you some projects. Although they are small projects, if you complete them, others will look up to you. At that time, I will have face. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Xia Fan nodded decisively. I will make you the sales manager again. You. Shui Yaji grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Xia Fan, you are adorably foolish. In the following days, the commercial market in Tianzhou City experienced a major upheaval. The renowned Zhang family from the provincial capital, with a capital of 10 billion, forcefully entered Tianzhou, continuously buying and buying. They fully acquired the third-ranked giant company in the city's real estate industry. They fully acquired 2 5-star hotels and accompanying entertainment facilities. They fully acquired the 4th-ranked Yanming Lake tourist resort. The name Unparalleled Group, and the owner of Unparalleled Group is elusive. No one knows who he is, only that he calls the shots for all the Jiang family's industries in Tianzhou City. Indeed, Xia Fan accepted his mother's gift. He wanted to take revenge and make a comeback. He also wanted Shui Yaji to no longer be laughed at because of him, to let her be proud of her husband. The Shui family's prosperous home decoration company is located on a remote old street flanked by weathered old buildings that have endured the ravages of time. Its main business is to provide various customized furniture targeting hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues as its clients. It once thrived, but quickly fell into decline after Shui Tianying passed away at an early age. In such a family business, nepotism is inevitable, with Shui Qian's family and numerous relatives taking advantage. Although the building hasn't collapsed, it exudes a sense of decay. Xia Fan stood under the shabby sign, looked up with a calm gaze, and walked inside. Although it wasn't as prosperous as before, there were still quite a few people. The moment they saw Xia Fan enter, they immediately began to whisper to each other. The good-for-nothing has arrived. Haha, does he really think he can come to work here without being laughed at? Does he have a choice? This is an order from the old man. It's practically throwing him to Shui Gui to be tormented. He's so bold, daring to slander Gui, he on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Just wait. He'll be in for a rough time. There will be plenty of laughs at the company from now on. Ha. It's quite amusing to have a waste of space around. Most of the people in the company are relatives of the Shui family, like Shui Yaji, who is now the HR supervisor. However, the so-called those who handle affairs are not doing things that humans do is especially true in this nepotistic environment, where she is almost a punching bag. Xiaofan had been here before and knew where the business department was. He walked steadily, seemingly oblivious to the mocking gazes and taunting remarks, strolling leisurely to the office door of the business department. The door was ajar, and it was quiet inside. Just as Xiaofan was about to push the door open, he looked up and realized something was wrong, sneering coldly. He grabbed a broom from the fire escape, aimed it at the gap in the door, and gave it a hard poke. He hit something, and it instantly fell inside. A loud bang was heard from the other side of the door, followed by a clear cry of pain from Shui Guihe, and then another crash. Damn! How could this water basin fall by itself and fly so far? My head. Xiaofan chuckled quietly, swiftly retreating into the fire escape. Soon someone in the office opened the door, poked their head out, and looked around in confusion. Strange, no one is here. Xiaofan stifled his laughter, pretending he had just come upstairs, and walked out, suddenly exclaiming in surprise, "What happened here? There's so much water on the floor, and a water basin fell. Is this cleaning? Manager Shui, why do you look like a drenched chicken? And it seems like there's a bump on your head." Shui Guihe was drenched. Previously, they had tried to play a childish prank on Xiaofan, placing a water-filled basin on the doorframe. When he pushed the door open, he naturally fell for it. He didn't expect to be discovered. Xiaofan just poked it with the broom handle, and it perfectly splashed the entire basin of water onto his superior's head. The aluminum basin was quite heavy, clearly leaving a bump. "Xiaofan, was it you who did this?" "Shui Guihe," he shouted fiercely. "Manager Shui, I just came to report to you, and don't understand what you're talking about. So what exactly happened?" Xiaofan remained calm, and composed, his face serene, making it impossible for Shui Guihe to detect any hint of wrongdoing. He gritted his teeth, feeling like he had shot himself in the foot, and could only eat the bitter fruit in silence. Suddenly he laughed, pointing fiercely at Xiaofan's nose. "Waste. You think that by saying my dragon's saliva is a substandard product you can please the old man? Dream on. I am his favorite grandson. What are you? A worthless son-in-law, even worse than the Shui family's dogs. Even if I make a mistake, the old man will stand by my side. Why did he bring you under me? It's just to let me deal with you. Don't get too proud, you'll be in for some suffering." The next morning, Xiaofan practically became a janitor, even cleaning the toilets, with many people pointing and laughing at him. He remained unfazed, with plans brewing in his heart. "The Shui family has given me kindness that I have already repaid. The humiliation I have suffered over the years you all have yet to repay. This afternoon, there will be a business meeting attended by all middle and senior management and the entire business department. The meeting will be chaired by General Manager Shui Zheng. You all know the major events that have happened in the past few days. The prominent Zhang family from the provincial capital has suddenly entered Tianzhou, injecting hundreds of billions in funding to establish a remarkable group akin to a giant crocodile, continuously acquiring large companies. 2 5-star hotels were acquired simultaneously and are undergoing immediate renovations, which presents a very good opportunity for Dingshang. Even if we can secure 1% of the business volume, the Shui family can return to its peak." The old man was gesticulating excitedly. "The battle has already begun. Renovation and home decoration companies across the city and even outside are eyeing this business with envy. Dingsheng must act immediately. The purpose of today's meeting is to brainstorm ideas. Who has connections or methods to secure a piece of business? Even if it's just 1%, it would make you a hero at Dingsheng." A pair of bright eyes were fixed intently on those present. However, disappointment quickly washed over him as everyone kept their heads down. Bang! The old man slammed the table. "A bunch of useless drunks. You're all experts at eating, drinking, and having fun, but when it comes to serious matters, you all turn into turtles. Quickly come up with a solution." Everyone began chattering, but their suggestions were all off-topic, making Shui Zheng increasingly disappointed. He turned to Shui Guihe. "You are the manager of the business department and must take the lead. Why don't you speak up?" Shui Guihe, he opened his mouth, wanting to find out who the decision-maker was, flattering them with all sorts of sweet words, throwing in some beauty for good measure, and securing a good kickback, believing that he could definitely do it. "Grandpa, give me 500,000, and I will guarantee to secure the decision-maker." Shui Zheng scoffed. "Are you asking to enjoy yourself? In the end, you'd just be crying that the other party is unresponsive. You've spent all your money and still can't move them. You probably won't have enough, and will keep asking me for more, right? You, Shui Guihe. This is ridiculous." Shui Zheng slammed the table again. "Shui Guihe, you are the leader among these useless drunks. As the manager of the business department, if you don't plan for the company's development, what do you do every day? Business is getting worse and worse." Shui Qian, the vice president, quickly came to his son's aid. "Dad, don't scold Guihe too much. In fact, he has been working hard. He's been trying to gather intelligence these past few days. Look, he's so anxious that the corners of his mouth are blistering. Stop wasting words. Your son has been spoiled by you. He does nothing except personnel. He shouldn't be a manager anymore. Originally, Shui Zheng was quite indulgent towards this grandson, but seeing the company's development becoming increasingly difficult and the group unable to come up with any good ideas, he could not help but become furious. Shui Gui, he was scolded to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Suddenly, he saw Xia Fan sitting quietly in the corner and immediately decided to divert the blame. Grandpa, please don't scold anymore. I think Xia Fan might have some ideas. Just now everyone was discussing, and he was in deep thought. Look, he seems to have a plan. Everyone turned their attention to the person in the corner. Xia Fan was initially a bit stunned, then he smiled brightly. Shui Gui, he wore a sinister expression. Grandpa, you see, everyone sees it. That waste is even laughing, and laughing means he has some ability. Come on, Xia Fan, tell us how you plan to get business from the remarkable group. Maybe you have some connections inside, and after all there's the word fan in it, haha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Shui Zheng cracked a smile. Only one person did not laugh, Shui Yaji. She was also there, and everyone's laughter felt like knives cutting into her heart. Seeing Xia Fan being laughed at by everyone, she suddenly thought, was it a mistake to support him as a salesperson? Would he become a joke no matter where he went? Shui Yaji lowered her head, her face full of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xia Fan slowly stood up, pressing his hands on the table, and actually said, I can find a way, or perhaps I can succeed. Everyone was taken aback, and then they erupted into thunderous laughter. Shui Gui and Lubu Kaji were banging the table in disbelief. What? Did I hear that right? This useless fool really thinks he can secure a deal with the Buffon Group. Indeed, he's clueless, thinking that running a business is that easy. Shui Zheng scolded. Xia Fan, I had you join the company as a salesman to toughen you up, not to let you talk nonsense. What qualifications do you have to secure this deal? Do you even know that the Buffon Group is under the Jiang family in the provincial capital, flourishing like never before? Do you really think someone like you can negotiate with them? Shui Yaji couldn't help but interject. Xia Fan, can you please stop being so ignorant? Gauge your own capabilities and refrain from making such unreliable statements. Xia Fan remained unfazed, looking at the mocking faces around him, finally locking eyes with Shui Gui. He said indifferently, let me give it a try, there's nothing to lose. What if it actually works out? Shui Gui replied. If you succeed, I'll livestream myself eating shit. Xia Fan responded. No need for that, but just crawling around the conference table saying you're a dog that only barks would suffice. Suddenly the entire room fell silent. No one expected Xia Fan would dare to say such a thing. Anger flashed across Shui Zheng's face. Shui Yaji gritted her teeth and stood up, striding towards Xia Fan. How dare you say such insulting words to Manager Shui? That's too much. Apologize immediately, she urged, glaring at him with narrowed eyes. Although it was a mere facade, having been married for 3 years, there was a bit of understanding between them. Xia Fan understood her meaning. Apologize, seek reconciliation, and avoid complications. Xia Fan smiled brightly. Manager Shui, I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you don't want to bet, then let's forget it. Shui Yaji inhaled sharply, suddenly wanting to beat this guy up. Shui Gui suddenly smirked ominously. Good, it seems our family's son-in-law is growing some ambition. Then let's make a bet, let's elevate the stakes. If you can't secure the deal, not only will you have to crawl around the conference table like a dog barking, but you'll also have to carry me on your back. I've never ridden a person like a dog before, how about that? Of course, if you secure the deal, I'll do the same. Xia Fan expressed his enthusiasm. Fine. In the end, it was Shui Zheng who decided, allowing Shui Gui to take Xia Fan to negotiate with the responsible party over there. Wasn't this just a perfect opportunity for a showdown? After the meeting, Xia Fan was walking down the corridor when Shui Yaji suddenly pulled him into the fire escape. She was gritting her teeth. Xia Fan, do you want to drive me insane? What makes you think you have the capability to secure a deal with the Buffon Group? That could easily be worth millions, and don't even mention someone like you. A novice, even seasoned salesman wouldn't dare to guarantee that. You just enjoy letting Shui Gui ride on your back, treating you like a dog, right? Xia Fan looked at her intently. I just want to slap him across the face once, make him lose face. One step at a time, making it so he can't sit in that sales manager position and even willingly give it back to you. Shui Yaji sneered repeatedly. When did this useless husband of mine become so courageous? Even Liang Jingru can't rival that. Xia Fan replied. Hearing you call me husband makes me very happy. You. Shui Yaji raised her hand to hit him, but was caught by Xia Fan, who also grabbed her other wrist, gently pressing her hands on either side of her pant seams. Shui Yaji struggled vigorously, her soft chest swaying, incredibly alluring. Xia Fan inhaled the fragrant air deeply and said slowly, Yaji, don't rush. Trust me, I will surprise you. After saying that, he released her and turned to walk out. Shui Yaji was stunned for a moment, murmuring to herself, this guy feels a bit different. Where is his confidence coming from? The 2 large hotels acquired by the Buffon Group are named the White Swan and the Royal International, both long-standing five-star establishments in Tianzhou City. Due to their age, they were somewhat outdated, so after Xia Fan acquired them, he immediately invested heavily in upgrades and renovations. I must say Xue Gui has some tricks up his sleeve. Through various twists and turns, he managed to connect Xia Fan with a deputy general manager named Xiao Qijiang from the White Swan, who, while not directly responsible for home decoration business, could still facilitate connections. Useless, you haven't made any progress, have you? Come drink with me tonight, with Deputy General Manager Xiao. I want you to see what a capable person looks like. Then within 2 days, you, this shameless fool, will have to perform like a dog in front of everyone, ha ha ha. This afternoon in the office, Xue Gui announced this news to everyone. He smugly stared at Xia Fan, looking down from a high point. The people around looked at Xia Fan with either scorn or pity, yet he remained calm and composed. That night, Xia Fan drove, carrying the manager, who had humiliated him, to Jinzhuan KTV. Jinzhuan is considered one of the top entertainment venues in Tianzhou City, where all the indulgences are fully displayed. In a luxuriously decorated medium-sized private room, Xia Fan quietly sat in a corner of the sofa, watching 3 men indulge in pleasure not far away. Xue Gui, Xiao Qijiang, and his deputy Guomingdao were surrounded by beautiful women flaunting their extravagant appearances. They were drinking foreign wine and rolling dice, having a great time. Suddenly, Xiao Qijiang glanced over at Xia Fan, smiled, and loudly said, "Manager Xue, why haven't you arranged a couple of beauties for your assistant to join us?" Xue Gui laughed heartily, glancing at Xia Fan with a face full of mockery. Xiao, he doesn't deserve to join in the fun. He's more suited to pour drinks and pick songs. He then shouted at Xia Fan, "What are you standing there for? I didn't invite you to just sit around. Can't you see our glasses are empty? Hurry up and pour drinks and ask what songs Xiao and assistant will want, and get the songs ready. Since we're not calling any princesses tonight, you'll take on that role." With that, he burst into laughter, making everyone else laugh along with him. Xia Fan remained stoic as he stood up to pour drinks for them. Xiao Qijiang looked at him and chuckled. "Manager Xue, your assistant seems really honest, like a wooden doll. Isn't he easy to command?" Xue Gui waved his hand, feeling a bit helpless. "Not at all easy to command. He's not just like what, he's practically an idiot. He's a dog raised by our Xue family, but 10 years ago his family was quite renowned in Tianzhou City." "Oh, 10 years ago?" Xiao Qijiang showed interest. "I'm quite familiar with the famous families from 10 years ago. Which family is he a descendant of?" Xue Gui slapped his thigh. "The Xia family. Back in the day, they were considered a top family in Tianzhou City, but unfortunately fell afoul of a powerful figure, leading to their downfall. He was once the young master of the Xia family, Xia Fan, but now he's our son-in-law. What a pity, living worse than a dog. He's practically useless. If it weren't for our family supporting him, he'd have been long gone by now." Xiao Qijiang laughed heartily. "So this is the young master of the Xia family, the famous useless person of Tianzhou City. After the family fell, he knows nothing, and if he hadn't latched onto your Xue family's leg, he'd probably be starving to death. I was wondering why he looks increasingly like a useless person. Turns out he truly is a waste of a young master." He laughed even louder. Guomingdao gestured to Xia Fan with a finger. "Come here, young master Xia, give me a smoke. Even though he's a useless fool, he was a young master back in the day. Giving me a smoke is quite amusing." Xia Fan approached him with a hint of killing intent. However, when faced with him, he finally suppressed all murderous intent, remaining stoic as he lit a cigarette for him. Guomingdao took a comfortable puff and exhaled a cloud of smoke into his face. Then, turning his head with a smile towards Xue Gui, he said, "Manager Xue, you've trained this useless young master to be quite obedient. But why bring him here? I feel it's a bit of a disgrace to you." Seeing his inability to speak and his shoulders too weak to carry anything, a mix of foolishness and absurdity showed on his face. This remark made the 2 men burst into laughter. Xue Gui waved his hand. "There's no helping it. My grandfather forced him to work under me as an assistant for this business deal. Don't be fooled by his foolish appearance. He can really boast and make a big deal out of nothing." "Oh, I'm all ears," Xiao Qijiang said with curiosity. Xue Gui then recounted the bet he had with. After speaking, he couldn't help but laugh. He slapped the table. "2 big shots. Can this kid who talks nonsense really secure a deal with the Gui group? So, I simply brought him here to see how I deal with you, Mr. Xiao, and how you give me the contracts. He must also see what true prowess looks like, not the empty boasts he makes." Xiao Qijiang and Guomingdao were also amused, pointing at Xia Fan, declaring him a true talent. Guomingdao remarked, "Manager Xue, once you secure the deal, this kid will have to learn to crawl like a dog under your command. I want to be there to see the spectacle. He'll take a video and post it to my social media, revealing his useless identity. Maybe it will earn countless likes, ha ha ha." Xue Gui laughed heartily and nodded. "Of course, as long as Mr. Xiao and assistant Guo are willing to give me a hand, I can secure the contract, even if it's just a few floors. I can show you both the spectacle." Xiao Qijiang looked at Xia Fan with disdain. "You really don't know your place. How many connections do you think you have to take business from our uncommon group? It's not like you own the place. Shui Guiha chimed in sarcastically. During our meeting, we were pondering the difference between the uncommon group and one called Xia Fan. Perhaps it really is your family. So when he said those words, it was quite shocking. Xiao Qijiang spat. With his cowardly demeanor, there's no way our uncommon group would ever do business with him. If he could manage to get even a bit of business from our hotel, I'd kneel and call him dad. Huh? Shui Guiha laughed even harder. Xia Fan, did you hear that? Just wait to grovel like a dog in front of everyone. You worthless piece of trash. After being the son-in-law of the Shui family for so many years, do you think you can still turn your life around? I could crush you for a lifetime. Xia Fan smiled, turned, and walked back to the sofa. Shui Guiha pointed at him and said to Xiao Qijiang and Guomengda, doesn't he look like a little dog wagging its tail seeking pity? He probably regrets it now, not daring to challenge me anymore. But it's too late. This kid has offended me, Shui Guiha, and he will pay a heavy price. Next, Xia Fan was completely ignored. The three men continued indulging in pleasure, enjoying the company of beautiful women dancing wildly. In this regard, Shui Guiha indeed had some skills, making both Xiao Qijiang and Guomengda feel extremely comfortable. Both promised to try their best to secure business for him after returning at least 5 floors. Xiao Qijiang, patting Shui Guiha on the shoulder, was clearly quite tipsy. Don't worry, bro. I'm the vice president of the White Swan Hotel, and I have the capability. I can easily secure 1/9 of the business for the renovation of our 45-story building. If you want to secure more, I can introduce a few important figures to you. If you can get them on board, 10 or 20 floors are possible. Shui Guiha nodded happily. They were unaware that on the other end of the sofa, the quietly observant Xia Fan had already recorded a video on his phone. Additionally, he sent it to someone on WeChat providing instructions. After the KTV revelry, Shui Guiha took Xiao Qijiang and Guomengda along with some beautiful women into a nearby hotel, leaving Xia Fan to pay the bill before heading back. Xia Fan returned home nearly at 1 in the morning. After finishing his shower, he saw his wife sitting in a chair. She was wearing a light blue spaghetti strap nightgown, which perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. The neckline was slightly low, hinting at a charming allure. Xia Fan recalled the indecent scenes he had witnessed at the KTV. He was not interested in those women who sold their bodies, but he couldn't help but feel stimulated. Therefore, seeing Shui Yaji, who exuded such a seductive aura like a lotus emerging from water, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Shui Yaji looked at him calmly and asked, "You're back?" Xia Fan nodded, not bothering to mention that it was a pointless remark. Shui Yaji continued, "Is there nothing you want to tell me?" Xia Fan pulled a chair to sit beside her and recounted everything that had happened tonight. "So, I think you're too foolish, Xia Fan." Shui Yaji was somewhat angry after hearing it. "What skills do you have to secure a deal with the White Swan? I just hope you can behave quietly in the business department, or I'll try my best to get you a contract and gradually help you regain your face. And what about you? You haven't even regained your face, and your dignity has already been trampled to a shameful level. And it's all because of your own doing. How should I say this to you? Can't you remember a lesson and stop being so foolish?" Xia Fan looked at her and said, "Yaji, don't worry, I won't let you down." "Not let me down. Xia Fan, you've nearly made me lose all hope." Shui Yaji extended a finger, nearly poking him in the nose. "What ability do you have to compete with Shui Guiha? He knows people from all walks of life. While his connections may not be deep, he spends money and uses his wits to cultivate them. With the support of the old man in the company, you dare to gamble against him. In just a few days, you will be made to crawl on your hands and knees in front of everyone, just like a dog. Just thinking about it makes me feel shame and anger." Shui Yaji grew more agitated, suddenly standing up and pacing angrily in the small room. Then she gritted her teeth. "No matter what, I will never allow you to suffer such humiliation. That would be like pouring a bucket of dog blood on my face. If you lose to Shui Guiha and he really forces you to crawl like a dog, I will argue with him. If he doesn't agree, the old man will still support him. At worst, I'll resign from my HR position and take you away immediately. No matter what, you are still my husband, Shui Yaji. Even if someone has to ride you, it can only be me. I will never tolerate their humiliation." As she finished her sentence, her voice cracked. She bit her lip hard, her eyes misty, as she stared at Xia Fan. "When will you ever learn your lesson? When will I no longer be ashamed of you? When will you act like a husband? Xia Fan, please don't let me down. If this continues, I will truly lose all hope." As she spoke, she suddenly turned and marched towards the door, pulling it open with great force. Xia Fan suddenly called out, and then he found himself on all fours, collapsing on the ground. Shui Yaji turned her head, astonished and amused. "What are you doing?" Xia Fan smiled at her and said, "Don't you want to ride me?" Shui Yaji, irritated, replied, "What's wrong with you? Do you really enjoy being ridden by others? Is that really what you enjoy, being humiliated?" Xia Fan shook his head seriously. "No, first of all, I only like you riding me. Secondly, I don't feel it's humiliation, just a couple's playfulness. If you want to ride me, I can carry you and spin around the room for a bit to make you happy." Shui Yaji raised her hand helplessly and slapped it on her own face. She then walked over and forcefully pinched Xia Fan's waist. He grimaced in pain and cried out. Shui Yaji turned to leave saying, "You fool, even acknowledging you is foolish." "Yaji," Xia Fan called out to her once more, his voice firm. "From now on I will not let you suffer any grievances or be embarrassed because of me. I will become a man you can rely on." Shui Yaji paused again, turning to look at him. She saw Xia Fan standing up smiling at her. At that moment Shui Yaji felt an inexplicable tug at her heartstrings, suddenly realizing that this man seemed different somehow. She scoffed, "I hope you're not just talking nonsense." Bang! She slammed the door shut. Xia Fan stared at the door for a long time, then sighed. He rolled up his shirt to see the bruised skin on his waist, and shook his head with a sigh. Although it hurt like hell, why did he still feel a sweetness from being twisted? The next morning in the small conference room of Dingxin Company, the personnel from the business department were mostly present along with the elder. It was not like last time when the entire management team gathered. This was a small business meeting where Shui Guiha would report on the achievements. Shui Guiha, with a mouth like it had been greased, proudly recounted what happened at the KTV last night. Then he pounded his chest with assurance. "Grandpa, don't worry, I've made a deal with General Xiao, who promised to give me at least 5 floors of residential decoration. It will only go up, not down." General Xiao said that as long as I show enough sincerity, he can introduce even higher-level managers. At that time I'll be able to secure even more business. He continued, "A 5-star hotel, the Unparalleled Group, wants to use super standard specifications for decoration. 50 rooms per floor, calculating an average of 100,000 per room. How much would that be? 50 million per floor. For 5 floors, that's 250 million. For 10 floors, that's 500 million. We've struck it rich at Dingsheng," he exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Shuizheng's face beamed with a smile, watching his grandson with pride. He clapped his hands, saying, "Good Guiha, you did very well. We the Shui family have successors. If you can secure the residential decoration for more than 10 floors of the White Swan Hotel, I'll make you the business director. In the future, if you develop well, this position will be yours sooner or later." Shui Guiha, even more gleeful, rubbed his hands together. "Speaking of which, I feel a bit embarrassed. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the children. Last night, I spent more than 200,000 on business, but Grandpa, you only gave me 300,000. To secure even higher business, this amount is far from enough." Sitting quietly nearby, Xia Fan curled his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. More than 200,000. Although that KTV was expensive, they didn't drink particularly pricey alcohol. The most was just hiring a few women. All in all, it shouldn't exceed 50 or 60,000. Even if they gave them a red envelope, the two of them together shouldn't exceed 100,000. In other words, Manager Shui just swallowed at least 100,000 in one go. "I believe everyone present is well aware, but no one would say it." The elder nodded. "All right, I'll give you another 300,000. You get me the residential decoration for 10 floors, and your commission will be substantial." Shui Guiha was still not satisfied, and through soft persuasion managed to get 500,000. Then he looked at Xia Fan with a smug face filled with malice. "Now that we've finished discussing the important matters, let me tell you a joke that will surely make you laugh." He recounted how Xiao and Guo mocked Xia Fan last night, embellishing the tale. Sure enough, everyone present burst into laughter. Even Shui Zheng showed a mocking smile. He looked at Xia Fan and shook his head. "You worthless fool, you embarrassed yourself in front of the CEO. Even he knows you're a useless son-in-law from the Xia family. It seems I shouldn't have let you work under Guiha. It tarnishes the Shui family's reputation." Shui Guiha quickly added, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Everyone knows that this young master from the Xia family is our useless son-in-law. No matter how embarrassing it gets, it won't be a big deal. I can take him out as a clown to amuse everyone, making business even easier." The elder smiled. It seems it's not entirely a bad thing, as long as General Xiao is happy." Shui Guiha laughed heartily, then his expression turned sinister. He stood up, pointing at Xia Fan, speaking slowly. "No matter what, I at least secured 5 floors worth of contracts. What about you, Xia Fan? Don't tell me you couldn't manage even a single room or bathroom. I really can't understand why you were so arrogant to bet with me back then. You could just lie on the ground and learn to crawl like a dog, barking while I ride on your back for a joyride." Laughter and mockery erupted around. Xia Fan remained unperturbed, placing one hand on the table, lightly tapping. "Manager Shui, we haven't even started. I'm still pondering whether what you did last night was wrong. Drinking and playing with women and getting business this way, does that count as bribery? While it's not entirely wrong as long as the goal is achieved, but if the Unparalleled Group finds out, they will definitely fire Xiao and Guo, and perhaps even call the police. You might even drag us into it, and then it would be all for nothing." Though his voice was soft, it was piercingly clear to everyone's ears. Laughter ceased abruptly, and everyone stared dumbfounded at Xia Fan. Bang! Shui Guiha suddenly slammed the table. "Xia Fan, you're very bold to say such things. This is absolutely impossible. General Xiao holds substantial weight. Who would dare touch him? What you're saying is truly malicious. Are you jealous of me? Grandpa, look at what he's saying, it doesn't sound like something a member of the Shui family would say. Shui Zheng remained silent with a gloomy face. Others began to criticize. Xia Fan, what you said is excessive. Manager Shui worked hard for the company's business all night, drinking so much do you think he wanted to? This is a significant contribution to the company. Yet you vilify it uttering such disgraceful words. Are you even human? This is practically cursing our Ding Sheng from securing business. Your intentions are malicious. Xiao Fan slowly replied. What's the rush? I'm merely stating the pros and cons. Relying on drinking, playing, and bribery with money and women is not reliable. It can change drastically at any moment. What's most important is the company's solid quality. I believe the unparalleled group will value the quality of residential decoration more than relationships. Shui Guihe laughed heartily, pointing angrily at him. Kid, just you wait. I will definitely safely secure at least 5 floors. It's a done deal. There won't be any changes. General Xiao is too high-ranking and influential to fall into a trap over such trivial matters. I know you think you've lost for sure, and now you regret it, trying to scare us with these words. Useless. Just wait to obediently be my dog. The elder spoke. Xiao Fan, you're being unreasonable. For your first offense, I'll deduct 3 months' salary. Don't let me hear this again. Suddenly the applause fell silent. Especially Shui Guihe, whose hands remained frozen in midair, poised to clap, but not yet doing so. After a moment of struggle, he lowered his hands and said, I am Shui Guihe. What is it that you want? Several police officers sneered coldly and strode towards him. Then they pulled out a piece of paper and unfolded it before him. This is a notice for assistance in investigation. Shui Guihe, we are from the economic investigation team. Please accompany us back to the station. We need your cooperation for an investigation. Shui Gai's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the chair. What? What could I possibly cooperate with? I don't know anything. I haven't committed any crime. The lead officer slowly replied. Xiao Qijiang, the deputy general manager of the Baiswan Hotel under the Unparalleled Group, and his assistant Guomingdao are suspected of accepting bribes and improper hospitality. We have solid evidence now. Last night you were at the Golden Diamond KTV with them, weren't you? Everyone was dumbfounded, even Shui Zheng, who cast a strange glance towards Xiao Fan. This kid, how could he say it so accurately? Just after mentioning that Xiao Qijiang might be in trouble, it really happened. How coincidental. Xiao Fan smiled while Shui Guihe turned pale, trembling. He shouted in panic, I didn't bribe anyone. Last night. It was just a normal gathering with friends. You can't arrest me. I'm innocent. The lead officer raised 2 fingers and waved them forward. 2 subordinates immediately stepped in, grabbing Shui Guihe by the arms and lifting him up like a chick. The leader stared at him coldly. Shui Guihe, please cooperate and come with us. Any resistance will lead to handcuffs. He touched the handcuffs at his waist, and Shui Guihe looked helplessly at the elder. Shui Zheng's face was extremely grim. It was the first time in his life he had seen police come to his company to arrest someone. And that someone was his beloved grandson. He spoke in a conciliatory tone. Officer, I need to discuss this with you. The officer immediately interrupted. It doesn't matter who you know. This is an official report from a senior executive of the Unparalleled Group. You should know how powerful they are. They have connections with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Even the highest-ranking officials must greet them with smiles. It's best not to make things difficult for us. Hurry up and leave. The elder looked dejectedly at Shui Guihe and said, just go with them. Don't worry, I will get you out as soon as possible. Shui Guihe could only struggle to stand up, allowing the 2 officers to escort him away. Just as they reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head sharply to shout at Xiao Fan. It's all your fault, you crow's mouth. You caused this. Xiao Fan, mark my words, I will never let you off the hook. His face was full of resentment, and he even wanted to rush over to hit him. The officer was no longer polite. He pulled out the handcuffs and grabbed Shui Guihe's hands, twisting them behind his back. Shui Guihe cried out in pain, and his wrists were quickly cuffed as he was pushed out. From outside, his screams could still be heard. Grandpa, you must save me. I don't want to go to jail. If I do, my life will be ruined. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and everyone was speechless, exchanging glances in shock. Bang! Shui Zheng suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily, this is ridiculous. What kind of trivial matter is this that the police come and arrest someone? The door was pushed open again, and Shui Qian walked in, his face full of panic. Dad, what happened? Guihe has been arrested by the police for bribery. Shui Zheng shook his head and said solemnly, it's not a big deal. I will contact a friend immediately to get Guihe released quickly. He took out his phone and dialed a number while everyone watched him nervously. After a few sentences of conversation, Shui Zheng's face grew more and more severe. After about 2 minutes, he hung up the phone and his expression became even darker and more terrifying. Shui Qian was even more anxious. Dad, what's the situation? Guihe is our business department manager. If he gets arrested by the police, good news won't leave the house, but bad news will travel 1,000 miles. If outsiders find out, where will the Shui family put their face? Dad, you must hurry. Shui Jing slammed the table again and glared fiercely at Shui Qian, saying sternly, "Don't whine like a woman, I don't know." This left Shui Qian dumbfounded. Shui Jing furrowed his brows tightly. This is a bit troublesome. The high-level executives of the Unparalleled Group discovered Xiao Qijiang's bribery and reported it directly to the department head. That friend might not be able to help me. They could face severe consequences. Shui Qian's hands and feet turned cold. Dad, please don't. Guihe is your only grandson. If anything happens to him, our family will be half ruined. Shui Jing's face was ashen and he remained silent. The others began to whisper among themselves when suddenly someone pointed at Xia Fan and scolded, "Xia Fan, it's your crow's mouth. If you hadn't said those words, Guihe wouldn't have been arrested." How cruel. To curse Guihe with such words. This was just a normal situation. How could it lead to Guy's arrest and severe consequences? Perhaps he was unhappy that Manager Shui could secure such a large order from President Xiao and reported him to the Unparalleled Group, causing President Xiao to be arrested and Manager Shui to be implicated. How could this kid be so malicious? We've raised him for over 10 years, and this is how he repays us. This is too cruel for a wolf cub. Listening to these malicious words, Xia Fan felt the cruelty of human nature once again. Shui Qian strode towards him. "You little brat, so it was you who harmed my son. How could you have such a cruel heart? My son merely made a bet with you. He was hoping you could secure that big order for the company to develop further. He used some unconventional methods ahead of you, yet you retaliated against him and reported him to the Unparalleled Group. You're too cruel. He'll beat this ungrateful wolf to death." He charged up to Xia Fan and swung a fist towards his face. Xia Fan sneered, quickly dodging and standing up. At the same time, he subtly tripped with his right foot, perfectly catching Shui Qian's right foot. With his unsteady center of gravity, Shui Qian suddenly fell forward. He crashed onto the chair, falling to the ground with a loud cry. The surrounding people were speechless. Shui Jing slammed the table and shouted, "Xia Fan, you have some nerve. What are you doing?" Everyone glared at Xia Fan with anger. Xia Fan stared back at him. "Grandpa, should I just sit here and let Uncle Qian come and hit me? I can't dodge right. Is it that no matter how you arrange insult or slander me, I must stand here and endure it without saying a word? Otherwise, would that be considered rebellious?" His voice was not loud, but like last time, it carried a strong, penetrating force faintly laced with a killing intent. Instantly, it stunned everyone, including Shui Jing, into silence. Xia Fan continued, articulating each word. "Well then, let me tell you, I refuse to comply. In your eyes, I am just a useless person, but I will not let myself be manipulated. You people with your feudal superstitions say I have a crow's mouth, saying whatever I say will come true. I won't care. You all say I reported Manager Shui to the Unparalleled Group, leading them to find the police and arrest him, but please provide real evidence. Otherwise, even a clay bodhisattva has its limits. I will sue you for defamation." He walked towards the door, continuing as he walked. "As for the promise to secure the order, I will do my best. Even if this matter interferes, I believe I have the ability to accomplish it without resorting to these underhanded methods, and without taking a single cent from you." As he reached the door, a slender beauty stood outside, staring at him intently. It was Shui Yaji. She also received the news and hurried over to check the situation, clearly having heard the commotion inside. Xia Fan smiled gently at her and said, "Don't worry, it's nothing. I can handle it." After saying that, he walked past her. Shui Yaji turned to look at his back, her emotions extremely complicated. Behind her, Shui Qian's deep voice of grievance echoed. "Shui Yaji, look at your useless husband. His audacity grows bolder. He has no skills yet acts so arrogantly. This matter is far from over. My son being taken by the police is definitely related to him, and I won't let him off." Xia Fan returned to the office, continuing his work without discussing business, trying hard to understand the company's home decoration business situation. People came and went in the office, everyone nervously casting disdainful and hateful glances at Xia Fan. Xia Fan is indeed a jinx. He has only been at the company for a few days, and he has already caused Manager Shui to be taken by the police. He's not a jinx, he's a disaster. It must be him who has done something behind the scenes, reporting to the Buffon Group, leading them to call the police and take Manager Shui away. Otherwise, how could something that has never happened before occur right after he arrives? This guy is too despicable. He won't last long in the company. I think he won't last long anywhere, not even in the Shui family. The old master definitely won't let him run rampant. Xia Fan remained oblivious, working diligently and packing up to leave the company after work. He saw his wife's domestic Great Wall car still parked in the open-air parking lot and just stood there waiting. After a while, Shui Yaji walked out, her mind heavy with thoughts. Upon seeing Xia Fan, she rolled her eyes at him, got into the car without a word, and then glanced at him outside. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and get in." Xia Fan chuckled and climbed into the passenger seat. After starting the car, Shui Yaji had a serious expression on her face. Tell me, did you inform the Bufan group, leading them to arrest Xiao Qijiang and Shui Guiha? Xiaofan's face remained calm. Why would he inform them or report anything? He directly commanded his subordinates to act. So no matter how many people suspected him before, he remained unfazed. Now he replied lightly, I did not. Really not. Shui Yaji turned her head to glare at him. Xiaofan quickly said, watch the road, why would I? He truly did not inform anyone. Shui Yaji sighed, feeling very frustrated. Grandpa called me into his office and scolded me severely, even suggesting that he might want you out of the Shui family. He is very angry with you. Shui Qian is even more furious, saying he wants to find someone to beat you up. Xiaofan smiled faintly. It's no surprise that they don't consider me a part of the Shui family. But what your grandpa said aligns with what your mother wants. If she knew, she would definitely force you to divorce me and drive me away. Shui Yaji glared at him again. Do you really want to leave the Shui family? Yes, Xiaofan replied. Shui Yaji fell silent, her hands gripping the steering wheel, tightening, her knuckles turning white. Xiaofan continued, but I don't want to leave you. You are the only thing I care about in the Shui family. If possible, I would want you to leave the Shui family and join the Xiao family. Join the Xiao family? Then please tell me, where is your Xiao family? How many tiles and bricks do you have? Though laced with sarcasm, there was a hint of lightness in her tone. It seemed to carry a smile, unlike her earlier solemnity, and her grip on the steering wheel loosened. Xiaofan was very serious. There will be tiles, and there will be bricks. I will provide you with everything you desire. I will give you the best car, the best house, and grant you unparalleled glory. Shui Yaji burst into laughter, but quickly put on a serious face. Xiaofan, you really have no shame. After being with you for nearly 10 years, and being your wife for 3, how did I not know your face is thicker than a city wall? And you've even turned into a poet. Xiaofan smiled faintly and fell silent. Shui Yaji then wore a worried expression. To be honest, I was quite happy when I heard that Shui Guiha was arrested and Shui Qian collapsed in his chair. It was a relief. But no matter how happy I am, I can't escape a more awkward situation. Perhaps bringing you to Dingsheng was I don't mean to divorce you, but just. Xiaofan interrupted her. I understand your meaning, but I actually want leave, and I will continue working at Dingsheng. I will fulfill my promise to you, and let you return as the manager of the business department. Shui Yaji laughed again. Xiaofan, your thinking is too simple. Is it really that easy? Do you think that just because the police arrested Shui Guiha, I can become the manager? The Shui family has no shortage of people coveting that position, and Shui Guiha will return soon. The old master certainly has his own plans. He cannot just watch his beloved grandson fall into a prison cage. Xiaofan, however, seemed not to have heard. I not only want to make you the manager, I want to make you the general manager. I know you are very ambitious. If your father had not passed away early, he would have definitely become the general manager, and you can be seen as fulfilling his dying wish. So I will definitely help you, but whatever you want I will achieve. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will pluck them for you one by one. This statement was powerful. Shui Yaji looked somewhat dazed. Xiaofan, what have you become? These words were originally quite funny, so why do I feel that when they come from your mouth they are so serious and truly possible to realize? Back at home, Chun Lizhu was guarding the door with a fierce expression. As soon as the door opened, she dashed in like an arrow, raising her hand to slap Xiaofan's face. Xiaofan quickly dodged, and with a loud smack, Chun Liz's slap hit the door frame beside him, causing her to grimace in pain. She was even angrier, pointing at Xiaofan fiercely. You little brat, useless fool, you dare to dodge when I hit you. Stand there, or I will beat you to death. Like a mother tiger, she lunged at Xiaofan. Shui Yaji hurriedly jumped in front of her mother, blocking her and shouting, what's wrong with you? Instantly, Chun Lizhu cried out in despair. Daughter, you say I am going crazy. Am I going crazy for scolding this useless fool? Don't think I don't know what happened today. Everyone knows it was Xiaofan who caused Guiha to be arrested by the police. So despicable. Since he can't compete with Guiha openly, he resorts to such vile tactics to inform on him. Now it's over. Guiha might be taken in and not released. Oh, our family. We are facing a disaster. Though we are not as good as before, we still get some dividends every year, and in the future we can share some of the family assets. But if the old master gets angry and drives us out of the Shui family, we will have nothing. You must know Guiha is his beloved grandson, the heir of the Shui family. This damned son-in-law is framing the heir, which is pushing our family into the fire pit. Don't stop me, or I will beat him to death. The next scene resembled an eagle catching a chick, with Shui Yaji playing the role of the protective hen. She turned to the chick and shouted, Xiaofan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and hide in the room, don't come out. Xiaofan nodded and quickly ran upstairs, feeling rather relaxed. Chun Lizhu shouted loudly at his retreating figure, Xiaofan, if you are still a man, just get lost and divorce my daughter. You, a good for-nothing who has achieved nothing and likes to conspire against others, will eventually meet a miserable end. Don't drag my daughter down with you. Staying in the bedroom, Xiaofan was not idle. He opened his laptop and continued to work. After a while, a slender figure, both charming yet somewhat dejected, pushed the door open and entered. Shui Yaji opened the door and walked in, glancing around. Still pondering these things after work. You're quite diligent, aren't you? But Xiaofan, a basic understanding is enough. There's no need to delve too deeply. The main thing is still to find connections and pathways. That's how society works. Even if the product quality is good, without connections and backdoor deals, it's still very difficult to survive. Shui Yaji felt somewhat helpless. After all, she had been a manager in the business department, so she understood the pathways. Xiaofan smiled. What you say is true, but for me, as long as I thoroughly grasp the home decoration business, I will have more confidence in speaking with the responsible parties. I believe that Bufan Group also wants to handle the home decoration of these two hotels exceptionally well. Shui Yaji seemed a bit helpless. I think your brain is overheating. Do you really want to take on the home decoration business of two large hotels? Do you have any idea how much that is? Xiaofan appeared very familiar with it. The Bai Swan Hotel has a total of 45 floors with 50 rooms on each floor to be renovated. The Royal International Hotel has 40 floors with 45 rooms on each floor. Their budget, as far as I know, is 400 million, averaging about 100,000 per room. Shui Yaji widened her eyes. So you really want to take on this 400 million home decoration business? Xiaofan grinned. Why not? I truly admire you. Sometimes I really want to slap you. Shui Yaji gritted her teeth. You are too unrealistic. With a business volume of 400 million, just being able to secure 1% would be impressive. If you could secure 1/10, I would say that's a fantasy, yet you want to take it all. Have you fainted from hunger? Hurry and eat. She opened the lunchbox she was holding on the table. 2 dishes and a soup along with a portion of white rice. For now, don't go down to eat, lest my mother gets upset again. When she's angry and starts cursing, you should be more understanding given her status as an elder. Try to avoid her when entering and leaving. Consider it a request from me. You don't need to beg me, it's what I should do. I won't confront Mom. He to know it all depends on you. Shui Yaji responded with a sound and turned to leave. Then eat well, but I still advise you. First, don't aim too high. The 400 million business of Bufan Group is very hard to secure. There are many companies in Tianzhou City that are even more impressive than ours. Second, just studying this is useless. You should think about how to find connections, even though the hope is equally slim. She walked to the door with a disapproving expression, gripping the doorknob, her face heavy. There was little opportunity to begin with, and now there's been bribery. With such a mistake, I doubt Bufan Group will let this slide. Just as she was about to turn the knob, a knock sounded from outside. Xiaofan, you bastard, hurry up and open the door. I have something to tell you. Shui Yaji, feeling helpless, opened the door. Mom, can you be a bit quieter? Stop being so noisy. As Xiaofan doesn't want this either. Chen Lizhu peered inside and sneered. Oh, my daughter, you seem to care for this kid, bringing him food. In my opinion, it would be better to let him starve. A person like him is a waste of resources. Then she pointed sharply at Xiaofan. I can give you a chance to stay in our house for now, but you must agree to do one. If you refuse, no matter what, you will be thrown out tonight. I won't let you harm my daughter anymore. Xiaofan, while chewing on rice, asked lightly, Mom, what is it? Chen Lizhu spoke vehemently. Just as she finished speaking before Xiaofan could respond, Shui Yaji was livid. No, I absolutely won't let Xiaofan do that. Even if he agrees, I won't agree. That's too excessive. Her beautiful face twisted with anger. Chen Lizhu glared at her, seething. Daughter, have you really fallen for this kid's charm? This is the only solution, the old man said. If Xiaofan is willing to do this, let him stay, and no one will blame him. This is also a form of exoneration, and he would be considered a meritorious servant, receiving an additional 300 yuan in base salary each month. The bonuses previously mentioned won't be deducted. She stared hard at Xiaofan. You must agree, or you're out right now. Xiaofan sneered repeatedly. A Shui Zheng was indeed clever to come up with such a terrible idea. Shui Yaji stomped her foot. It's Shui Gui who made the mess. Why should Xiaofan clean it up? Why should Xiaofan take the fall for this bastard? It's not like Xiaofan was the one to bribe. It has nothing to do with him. He was just a lackey. How can he be made to take the blame? Bufan Group is cracking down very hard. Xiao and Gua are certainly doomed, and they will dig up their old accounts, and a strict handling will at least send them to jail for 3 to 5 years. Shui Gui won't be that unfortunate, but aside from various requests, he also gave Xiao and Gua 5,000 and 2,000 in red envelopes respectively, which is considered a large amount, and he will be sentenced to 1 or 2 years. Shui Zheng, after various negotiations, came up with a solution. Let Xiaofan take the blame, claiming it was all his doing and had nothing to do with Shui Gui. He could be released in exchange for Xiaofan going to jail. Shui Yaji, of course, was unwilling and reacted strongly. Chen Lizhu sneered. Now the whole company believes he tipped off the authorities, causing Gui to go to prison. If he doesn't do this, he won't just bring us bad luck. He will be hunted down by Shui Qian, beaten half to death, ending up in the hospital for a year or so. It's better to go to jail. The old man just personally called me, saying he would try his best to protect Xiaofan, ensuring he doesn't stay too long, at most a year. It's just right for him to cultivate his heart in there. Perhaps he'll become a bit smarter. Xiaofan found it amusing. It was he who ordered strict punishment for all bribers, yet they were trying to pin the blame on him. He calmly replied, "All right, I'll be the scapegoat." Shui Yaji was taken aback, glaring at him. "I absolutely will not allow this. Xiaofan, you are being too unfair to yourself. I believe you didn't harm Shui Gui, it's just his bad luck. Why should you take the fall? You will end up serving a year." Xiaofan smiled. "I won't be inside for long before I'm out. I believe you, my foot." Shui Yaji was not pleased. "Who do you think you are that you can escape once locked up?" Chen Lizhu said sarcastically, "Xiaofan, although you are useless, I still admire your sense of responsibility. I will take good care of Yaji." Xiaofan could tell there was definitely a hidden venom in this woman's words. Taking advantage of his imprisonment to persuade his daughter to divorce him, how ruthless a woman's heart can be. Originally Shui Yaji would never agree, but helplessly Xiaofan nodded, and his mother urged him on. "If he doesn't do this, we don't know how we will live." Seeing the determined look in Xiaofan's eyes, Shui Yaji acquiesced. Once her mother left, she looked at Xiaofan, tears brimming. "Do you know how dangerous this is? Once you go in, who knows when you'll be out? By the time you come out, who knows what kind of world it will be?" Xiaofan stepped forward, boldly, gently placing his hands on her fragrant shoulders, looking at her resolutely. "Yaji, don't be sad. I won't get into trouble, and we'll be out soon. I don't care about you anymore. Do whatever you..." Shui Yaji turned her head forcefully and walked out the door. The next day, when Xiaofan returned to the company, everyone knew what would happen, pretending to be sincere, saying they had misunderstood, that he had a noble heart, sacrificing himself for others. Behind the enthusiastic words lay deep sarcasm. Shueqian also came over and said, "Xiaofan, don't worry, as long as you take the blame for my son after you go, and I, along with the old man, will find ways to get you out quickly. We won't let you suffer too much." Hearing this, just like Chen Lizhu, it sounded sarcastic, making it hard to believe. Xiaofan thought to himself, "If you don't do anything to make me serve more time, I'll be grateful." Shueqian drove him to the detention center, wearing a proud and sinister smile all the way. The detention center is different from the police station's holding cell, as the latter can only impose administrative detention for a maximum of 30 days. The detention center mainly houses those awaiting sentencing, some of whom may spend 2 to 3 years inside. The Shui family still holds some influence, having made all the necessary arrangements. Not long after Xiaofan entered, Shui Guiha was released. He wore a forced smile and patted Xiaofan on the shoulder. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. I didn't expect you would actually be willing to take my place in prison. You truly are a qualified son-in-law of the Shui family." Shueqian didn't say anything more to Xiaofan, his expression strange, as he took his son and left. Xiaofan was brought into the holding cell, which was quite spacious, accommodating at least 25 or 6 people, a mix of individuals. Seeing Xiaofan enter, they all revealed malicious expressions. Among them, a small-time thug with dyed yellow hair and various tattoos on his arms whistled. "I hear that the one who just came in is the famous young master of the Xia family from Tianzhou City, who later became the son-in-law of the Shui family. So is it true that you're so great, coming in as a scapegoat to take the blame? I have to say I admire you as a... People say you're a complete waste, and as a coward you've plummeted to new lows." Everyone laughed heartily, while Xiaofan calmly found a spot to sit down. The small-time thug raised his hand and beckoned as 4 or 5 others slowly surrounded him. "Kid, do you know whose territory this is? I, Yang Laosan, have been here for almost a year. The legendary jail bully is me. Anyone who comes here, the dragon curls up for me, the tiger lays down for me. From now on, I'll protect you. Protecting you is quite the hassle. You have to pay me $500 in protection fees every week. If you don't have money on you, find a way to tell your family. They have to send it over within 3 days, and we can settle it monthly." Xiaofan chuckled, surprised that small-time thugs are now so bold as to collect protection fees in a detention center. Yang Laosan glared. "You're not convinced, are you? If you're not, I don't mind giving you a beating. I've fought many people, but I've never beaten a rich young master. Although you may be a fallen noble, there should still be something different about beating you." Xiaofan shook his head. "You can't collect this protection fee. I'll be leaving soon today." Yang Laosan was taken aback at first, then joined the others in laughter filled with mockery. "You're dreaming. You think you can leave today? As for your situation, the previous young master Shui already stated that this matter will be handled strictly. You won't get out in less than 2 or 3 years. Since you're in here, get ready to sit it out cleanly. Thinking you can leave as soon as you come in is the funniest joke I've heard in my life." Xiaofan remained calm. "Could you all please move aside and not disturb my rest? Soon someone will come to take me out. I still have things to do, and it's a good time for a quick nap." Saying this, he lowered his eyelids to rest. The group of thugs exchanged glances, and Yang Laosan sneered. "Kid, it seems you won't give up until you see the coffin. I'll give you a beating to wake you up from your dream and make you pay me protection fees." A fist was aimed right at Xiaofan's face. Just as Xiaofan was about to dodge, a strong hand suddenly reached out from the side, gripping Yang Laosan's wrist. This hand was like a vice, incredibly strong. Young Laosan yelped in surprise, suddenly turning his head, gritting his teeth. Master Wu, are you meddling in my business? Xia Fan looked over. As well, it was a man in his 40s wearing tattered clothes covered in grease, as if he hadn't changed in many years. His hair and beard were unkempt, resembling a beggar. His eyes shone brightly with a terrifying light. He had a robust build and an imposing presence. Xia Fan felt a voice in his heart. This person is not simple. The middle-aged man referred to as Master Wu grinned. Young Laosan, I've actually been here 4 months longer than you, yet I've never yelled like you. Sometimes one shouldn't be too arrogant. Young Laosan forced a smile. Master Wu, do you still think you're the Chang Yu of the past? Back then Young Laosan was nothing in front of you, but your time has passed. The dragon in shallow waters is bullied by the shrimp, and you are in this state now. I can't speak for other places, but in this detention center you can't call the shots. I'm only giving you face because of your past reputation, but don't think you can take liberties. Master Wu. Chang Yu. Xia Fan pondered. Chang Yu remained unfazed, his eyes shining coldly. This little brother is under my protection, you do not provoke him. Young Laosan sneered, staring fiercely at Chang Yu, while several thugs behind him also put on fierce looks. Chang Yu maintained his composure, an aura of authority radiating from him. He was not a paper tiger. Even if the dragon was in shallow waters, and the tiger was bullied in the plains, it couldn't conceal his past glory. Under this inexplicable pressure, Young Laosan still shrank back 2 steps. He reluctantly said, Fine, I'll give Master Wu this face, and for now I won't do anything to this kid. He pointed at Xia Fan's nose. Kid, you're lucky Master Wu is protecting you. But don't think you'll be released in a few days, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. After finishing his sarcastic remark, he turned and sat down elsewhere. Several small-time thugs glared at Xia Fan and swaggered off. Xia Fan looked at Chang Yu, neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you, Master Wu. Chang Yu smiled casually. No need to thank me, it's because I see some resemblance in you. We both fell from high branches and are bullied by a bunch of insignificant people. But I can only protect you for a moment, not for a lifetime. If you want to live peacefully, you must learn to be low-key. Many who just enter here have the same thoughts as you. I was the same, always thinking I could leave soon, and what happened in the end? He spread his hands. It's been a whole year and 7 months, and they still hold me back, trying to make me confess before transferring me to a larger prison. He wore a face full of resentment. Xia Fan said, Master Wu, I've heard your name and sympathize with your situation. But you are you and I am I. I will leave soon. Not far away, Young Laosan heard this and laughed out loud, poking Xia Fan's face from afar. You're simply delusional crazy. You think you can leave just after coming in. Such a mindless fool. Chang Yu looked at him. Kid, you're disappointing me a bit. Perhaps I shouldn't have saved you just now. Holding on to unrealistic ideas will lead to more suffering in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron door creaked open. A spirited middle-aged man walked in, followed by several burly attendants. He approached Xia Fan and bowed respectfully. Young master, I'm sorry for the discomfort. I've come to take you out. It was none other than Zhong Yang. When Xia Fan had arrived earlier, he had already informed him. Xia Fan nodded, stood up, and slowly walked out amidst the shocked gazes of everyone in the vast detention room. As he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Chang Yu. Master Wu, I will find someone to inquire about your situation. I will do my best to help if there are no major issues. After all, you have shown me kindness. With that, he walked out, and Zhong Yang quickly followed. Clang. The iron door closed again. The detention room fell into silence, followed by an outburst of various unbelievable sounds. This kid really went out, didn't he say he would be heavily punished? Earlier I thought he was just reckless, perhaps scared out of his wits to say he would be released soon. How could someone just be let out right after being locked up? I have never encountered such a thing, but unexpectedly, it really happened. That person just now called him young master, but his family has long fallen swallowed up by others 10 years ago. This guy is simply the biggest joke in Tianzhou City for the past decade, reduced to a good-for-nothing son-in-law of a small family. How did he become so impressive now? Among them, the loudest was Young Laosan. Chang Yu remained silent, his expression strange, fluctuating between dark and bright as he fixed his gaze on the tightly shut iron door. He sighed softly, talking to himself. The moment you entered, I sensed you were extraordinary, radiating divine light and calm composure. However, your words made me laugh. Oh, I only extended my help because I discovered we shared similar encounters. I didn't expect to be taken away so quickly. Who exactly are you? Can you really help me? But my situation is too complicated, far beyond your expectations. I should not hold on to any expectations. Besides, I haven't really helped you much. He forced a bitter smile and turned back to sit in the corner. Xia Fan walked out of the detention center, where even the highest-ranking manager came forward, bowing and apologizing profusely. Xia Fan certainly did not take it to heart and responded politely. As he exited the main door and got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he said to Zhong Yang beside him, There was someone named Chang Yuwu who was locked up with me. He was also a prominent figure back in the day. He might be suffering some injustice now. Oh, please help me inquire, and if possible get him released. Zhong Yang did not ask further, and respectfully replied, yes, young master. By the way, that Xiao Qijiang and Guomengda, after realizing that the person they looked down upon that night was actually the young master, kneeled down to beg for mercy, asking to see you and apologize properly. Especially Guomengda, I heard he even asked you for a cigarette. What audacity! He slapped himself repeatedly, hoping the young master would spare him. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said coldly, I will do as I said before. The Buffon group has just been established. It is necessary to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. They stumbled into the gun muzzle. They cannot blame me for being unfeeling. Yes. Zhongyang nodded. Shui Guihe returned to the Dingxing company and sat in his office chair. He comfortably propped his legs on the desk, pointing and gesturing to his subordinates with a smug expression. Who is Shui Guihe? Even if sent to the detention center, he would be treated well with good food and drinks. My father has arranged everything. Oh, it won't be so easy for them to imprison me. Look, I'm barely settled in, and that good for nothing Xiao Fan is already running to put the blame on me. This waste is not completely useless after all, ha. As he spoke, he slapped his thigh, utterly arrogant. His subordinates chimed in. Indeed, that good for nothing Xiao Fan cannot be said to be entirely useless. He's carrying the blame quite securely. He has been eating and drinking at our Shui family for so many years, and now he is finally giving back. With his worthless life, how can he compare to Manager Shui? His leg hair is thicker than his waist. To take this jail term is already a blessing. Shui Guihe slapped his thigh again, feeling a bit frustrated. I am fine, but unfortunately it seems I cannot enjoy the White Swan Hotel's benefits. He pondered, stroking his chin with a sinister smile. However, I don't believe that the following people will not have any loopholes for me to exploit. I will continue to leverage my connections. I must get a bite of the White Swan meat. Everyone applauded. Manager Shui, you are great. You will definitely succeed. Shui Guihe laughed heartily, retracting his legs and standing up. He patted his backside, looking somewhat helpless. It's a pity that this good for nothing Xiao Fan took the blame for me. Who knows how long he will be imprisoned. I bet with him, and it can only end inconclusively. I cannot see him lying on the ground barking like a dog while he carries me around the conference table for a lap. At this moment in the general manager's office sat two people, Shui Zheng and his son Shui Qian. Shui Qian had just finished reporting and then said, Guihe did not want this to happen. He never expected that Xiao Qijiang would suddenly be caught by those above, causing the business they prepared to take over to fall through. This cannot be blamed on Guihe. It can only be said that man proposes and heaven disposes. Shui Zheng nodded. I know you don't need to say much, but we must ensure he works hard to see if he can still secure the business. Xiao Qijiang's sudden arrest may not be due to actual corruption, but because someone behind wants to take him down. In the struggle for power and profit, one cannot avoid it anywhere. Shui Qian smiled. Dad, you can rest assured Guihe knows what to do. He will not give up and will definitely present you with a satisfactory answer. What about Xiao Fan? The Buffon group is set to impose severe punishment. The highest official in this city has made a statement. He will likely be imprisoned for at least 3 years. It is not impossible for us to smoothen relations, but the cost is quite high, at least 300,000 to reduce his sentence to less than a year. Shui Zheng winced at the thought of spending so much money. Forget it, Shui Qian said intentionally, but I promised that kid I would try my best to lessen his punishment, and he only agreed to take the blame for me. Shui Zheng shot him a glare. Do I not know your little schemes? After all, he is just an insignificant good for nothing. Our Shui family has supported him for over 10 years, and now it is time for him to repay us. Don't say 3 years in prison, 10 or 8 years is also expected. Shui Qian hurriedly said, Father is right, absolutely right. It is indeed time for him to repay us. Just then the door opened, and in came Chen Lizhu. She also held a position in Dingxing Company, neither too big nor too small, as the cafeteria manager. This position has some benefits, but is far from that of someone with real power, and she often feels dissatisfied. But there was nothing she could do. After all, her husband passed away early. The moment Chen Lizhu entered, Shui Qian immediately reprimanded, Manager, Chen, who allowed you to come in? Is the general manager's office a place you can enter at will? He looked down at her, exuding an imposing presence. Chen Lizhu felt a lump in her chest. When her husband was alive, he was the vice president of the company, and this person had to respectfully call her sister-in-law upon seeing her. Now that he has become powerful, she can only swallow her anger. Looking at Shui Zheng, she said, Dad, I heard Xiao Fan took the blame for Guihe and got arrested. He is likely to be sentenced to at least 3 years. Is that true? She felt somewhat anxious. Shui Zheng's face darkened as he replied with a grunt, not speaking further. Shui Qian smiled ominously. Manager Chen, didn't you always look down on this son-in-law? What are you eager to have him released? Chen Lizhu quickly shook her head, and then unexpectedly uttered a shame. No, Dad, what I mean is, since Xiao Fan is in prison, my daughter cannot maintain her marriage with him. or she will be laughed at even more. Our Shui family cannot afford a son-in-law who is in prison. I will ask Dad to make the decision to let Yaji divorce him, and then. Regardless, he is still my son-in-law. Now he is taking the blame for Gui and is in prison. No matter how many years he is sentenced, both Yaji and I accept it, but isn't that considered a contribution? So could you perhaps promote Yaji on this account? As for me, even if I cannot be promoted, just give me a raise and some more management authority. How does that sound? If Xia Fan were here, he would despise this mother-in-law. On one hand, taking the blame for him being in prison would lead to ridicule, and a divorce. On the other hand, she wants to take advantage of him, taking the blame for Gui. Shui Zheng and Shui Qian exchanged glances, the latter slowly about to speak, when the door was suddenly. This time Shui Yaji strode in, and coldly said, "Grandpa, uncle, I basically heard what Mom just said, and I strongly disagree, so I have 2 points to raise. First, during Xia Fan's time in prison, I will absolutely not divorce him. Second, I hope you can keep your promise and do your best to reduce his sentence. After all, he did not commit a crime, but was taking the blame for Shui Gui. Please be a person of your word, especially since we are all under the same roof." As she spoke, her voice choked up. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Shui Zheng and Shui Qian, making their expressions somewhat unnatural. Although she did not hear the conversation between these two earlier, Shui Yaji was a smart woman and understood her uncle and grandpa's characters. So she hurried over to get a definite answer and happened to overhear her mother's words. Next, the two women began to argue. Shui Zheng and Shui Qian watched coldly. Outside, the employees were still mocking in various corners. Xia Fan is really too foolish, taking the blame for manager Shui and really thinking it would help reduce his sentence. I think it's impossible. Who knows how much money and connections it would take? Just let him sit there good and proper. After all, he's a useless person, unable to lift a shoulder or throw a punch. His greatest role is just being a scapegoat. He can consider himself quite fortunate, eating off the Shui family's plate for the first 10 years and the public's for the next few. The funniest part is that he just came to our company a few days ago boasting about getting a deal from the Buffon Group, and now he himself is in detention. Do you think he can still secure a big deal in there? Betting and winning, making manager Shui do as the bet says. Oh, come on, don't tease me. Ooh, I'm laughing so hard my belly is about to burst. Suddenly, whether at the door, the front desk, or the corridor, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with shock as they looked outside. They saw a figure slowly walking in hands and pockets, a smile on his face, strolling past them casually. He waved his hand, asking why they weren't working and just chatting as he walked inside. Once he passed, everyone snapped back to reality, staring at his retreating figure, their eyes and jaws nearly dropping. How did he come back? Wasn't he sent by Vice President Shui to turn himself in? Absolutely impossible. Did I just see things? He wouldn't have escaped from prison, would he? The person they saw was Xia Fan. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office, Shui Zheng was finally losing his patience. He slammed the table. Yaji, you disappoint me. Is that useless piece of trash so good in your eyes? You must protect him and still want to be his wife. Shui Qian spoke sarcastically. Yaji, don't be so foolish. Xia Fan is unworthy of you. I remember you seem to have quite a distaste for him. If it weren't for your dad's decision, you wouldn't have married him. I think you should follow your mother's advice and divorce him while he's in prison. Uncle can find you someone better, someone more suitable. Daughter, your grandpa and uncle are right. You must not be foolish. Oh, what's so good about that useless piece of trash to deserve your loyalty? You know he has achieved nothing in recent years, living off the Shui family until now. This kind of person in Tianzhou City, who doesn't laugh at him? Do you still want to disgrace yourself? Shui Yaji seemed not to hear, staring firmly at Shui Zheng. Grandpa, we can't go back on what we promised, especially since that person is also your son-in-law. He sacrificed himself to take the blame for Gui. If you don't at least try to help lessen his sentence, it's really unreasonable. If this leaks, it will be a true joke. How will others see our Shui family? Shui Zheng coldly laughed, remaining silent. Shui Qian sternly said, Yaji, you are still young and don't understand. When it comes to your matters, your grandpa and I will naturally make the decisions. Your mother will also speak for you, but it's better to just divorce. Yes, it's really better to divorce. Chen Liju nodded vigorously. Daughter, if you don't divorce Xia Fan, I won't acknowledge you anymore. Having a criminal as a husband, do you think it's glorious? Shui Yazi's eyes sparkled with tears, speaking each word deliberately. Xia Fan is not a criminal. But he is indeed very foolish enough to trust you, foolish enough to take the blame for Shui Gui, and foolish enough to naively think he would be released soon. I advised him not to do this, but if there were a way to regret it, I would definitely stop him. If he dares to take this blame, I would rather beat him to death at home than let you bully him like this. Just as the words fell, a clear voice suddenly came from behind. Yaji, I will not be bullied. I told you I would be out soon. As for beating me to death, I don't think you have the heart. Everyone turned to look. They saw the door had been opened at some point and a figure came in, none other than Xia Fan, who was thought impossible to appear. Shui Yazi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xia Fan. Then she rushed over wanting to hug him, but felt embarrassed and instead lightly punched his shoulder. She exclaimed, "Xia Fan, how did you come out?" Shui Qian also shouted, "Xia Fan, did you escape from prison? How bold you are." Chen Lizhu was even more vicious. "Xia Fan, let me tell you, if you dare to escape, I will break your legs. You were supposed to take the blame for Gui Hio. Why did you run out?" Although Shui Zheng did not speak, his face was as dark as ink, as if he wanted to bite Xia Fan to death. Xia Fan calmly said, "I was released. The Shao Qijiang case is quite broad, and we are just small fish. The investigation team thinks it's useless to arrest me and let me go. If you don't believe it, you can call to ask." No matter how shocked the three of them were, he pulled Shui Yazi's hand and walked out. As they walked, he said, "Thank you for standing up for me," and getting so emotional that tears almost fell. Shui Yaji quickly denied, "No, I didn't cry for you." Xia Fan turned to smile at her. "Hurry and wipe your tears. It's not good to be seen by others." Shui Yaji instinctively raised her hand to wipe her eyes, then saw Xia Fan's face reveal a mischievous smile and hit his shoulder again. "Xia Fan, you can't be this bad. You really were released." Xia Fan shrugged his shoulders. "Yeah, I also feel a bit confused, and I was planning to clean up and sit quiet. Unexpectedly, someone called me out and asked a few questions, saying I was just a small fry wasting space in the detention center, and threw me out." "They threw you out? That's a great description. I like it." Shui Yaji chuckled. Xia Fan said, "So you have to..." "Xia Fan, you really shouldn't continue at Dingsheng. Neither Grandpa nor Shui Qian sees you as a person at all. They are infuriating. They said they would help lighten your punishment when you take the blame, but they had no such intention." Xia Fan nodded faintly. "I knew that when I agreed to Shui Qian. But it doesn't matter, I still want to stay here. To help you become the manager of the business department again, and ultimately the general manager. That's my promise to you. So you still want to fight for that contract with Bufin Group, and keep the gamble going with Shui Guiha?" Xia Fan shrugged. "Why not? It's such a fun thing. I just want to see Shui Guiha lying on the ground barking like a dog." As he said this, he unknowingly walked into the business department. Suddenly someone walked out stretching as they went. He boldly declared, "Today, everyone in our department gets off work early. I'm treating everyone to dinner and karaoke. Let's relax. And by the way, to wash away my bad luck, I hope I won't be so unlucky in the future." Someone behind immediately said, "Manager Shui, you don't need to wash away your bad luck. I feel like all your bad luck has been taken over by that Wei Xia Fan, who is currently squatting in the cell with him." Others laughed and agreed. Shui Guiha laughed heartily. "Well said, I love how well you speak. That idiot Xia Fan will have to carry my bad luck in the cell for a few years. He still naively thinks we will use connections to lighten his punishment. Dream on. Thinking about him waiting in the cell, He couldn't continue, stretching his arms, which froze in midair. He looked incredulously ahead, then astonished said, How are you here? Didn't you go to jail?" Everyone behind him dropped their jaws. They saw Xia Fan holding Shui Yazi's hand, beaming with a smile, walking leisurely toward them. Xia Fan grinned at them, not answering that ridiculous question. "I came to eat and drink. Shouldn't I have a share too? I'm also part of the business department, just in time for my welcome dinner, celebrating leaving all my bad luck behind in the detention center. But speaking of which, Manager Shui, I don't know if that bad luck of yours has been left behind. Maybe it attracted back." He shook his body vigorously, and immediately Shui Guiha shivered, feeling an ominous aura, as if it really returned to him. He yelled as if he had seen a ghost, "How the hell did you come back?" After that, the entire company became lively. Everyone knew Xia Fan had only been in the detention center for 2 or 3 hours. It was practically a sightseeing trip. Shui Qian also promptly announced the reason via email. Many didn't believe it was that simple, let alone that Xia Fan could be so lucky. Logically, it didn't make much sense. But the fact is, Xia Fan was indeed released. Shui Guiha was also not taken back, which meant nothing happened. Of course, if Xia Fan wanted to play a trick on Shui Guiha and have him arrested again, that would be a matter of minutes. He wasn't in a hurry. He never intended to throw that bastard into the cell. It was too lenient. He wanted to play with him bit by bit, reclaiming the humiliation he had suffered over the years. After work, Xia Fan stood at the company parking lot entrance, watching luxury cars emerge one after another. These people with their salaries basically couldn't afford such high-end cars. Even installments would be a struggle. Xia Fan understood that they were all parasites of Dingxing Company. If it weren't for them, the company would be doing much better. It wouldn't just be a small to medium-sized company with an annual profit of only 4 to 5 million. Unfortunately, his father-in-law passed away young. Otherwise, under his leadership, Dingsheng would now be a top home decoration company in Tianzhou City and even the whole province. Thinking of this made Xia Fan feel a bit melancholic. Then he saw a domestic Great Wall car worth less than 100,000 come out and stop beside him. The driver was Shui Yaji, and sitting in the back was a middle-aged woman with a pale face, Xia Fan's mother-in-law Chen Lizhu. Shui Yaji waved her hand at him. "Get in the car." Chen Lizhu shouted in dissatisfaction. "Why let him in? Let him take the bus back. Ooh, I don't want to be in the same car with this waste catching bad luck." He just came out of the detention center. Who knows if he'll bring back any bad luck. Daughter, hurry up and drive away. Shui Yaji seemed to not have heard, even pushing open the passenger door. Xiaofan hesitated slightly. Why don't you go back? He'll take the bus. Shui Yaji told him. Hurry up and get in the car, don't dawdle, just treat my mom's words as if the wind blew by. Xiaofan shrugged and could only get in, but soon he almost covered his ears. Chen Lizhu shouted behind him, Yaji, what are you saying? This is outrageous. Do you know I was almost driven to death today? Originally your grandfather agreed to let you divorce Xiaofan. Oh, why are you so stubborn? What feelings do you have with him? You only married him because you were forced. Shui Yaji slammed the steering wheel. Mom, have you said enough? Yes, I was forced to marry Xiaofan, but so what? So many years have passed, whether I open my eyes or he closes his, it's still him. He hasn't done anything wrong to me and has taken good care of me all along. Human hearts grow flesh. Anyway, I don't want a divorce. She angrily started the car. Chen Lizhu was stunned, turning her gun towards Xiaofan. My daughter must have been drugged by you to act this way. You should have some self-awareness and propose a divorce to avoid future embarrassment. A fallen young master worse than dog shit. And still trying to piggyback on our Shui family's glory. Are you even a man? Why don't you go back to jail and sit there until you die? Then my daughter will eventually come to her senses and find a man who is a good match for her. She won't be tied to this useless person for life. Xiaofan maintained a calm face. Mom, don't worry, I will ensure Yaji lives a good life with you. Chen Lizhu sneered repeatedly. You, this useless person. If you could earn big money, you would have done it by now. Don't speak so grandly here. Do you think I will believe you? Do you think Yaji will believe you? Not long ago you said you could land a big contract with Bufin Group. Did you get a... Speaking of which, you were lucky. Originally Gueha had landed a big contract, but then that incident happened, and it all went down the drain. Otherwise you'd be crawling on the ground like a dog now. Xiaofan was not angry. Shui Yaji was furious. Mom, have you had enough? We are the true family. Can you stop talking to Shui Gui and the others? I haven't. Chen Lizhu gritted her teeth. I look down on this waste just like they do, utterly useless, occupying a latrine without doing anything. Who is occupying a latrine? Shui Yaji was on the verge of tears. Xiaofan comforted her. All right, don't argue with the elderly. Then he turned back to glance at Chen Lizhu. I will soon secure this business deal. I've been working hard these past few days. I need to thoroughly understand our company's operations, know the quality and style, and determine what kind of quotes we can provide. Only by preparing the tender can I hope to secure business from the Bufin Group. These past few days I've grasped everything. In 2 days there will be a bidding conference. I will attend, and I am confident. Chen Lizhu laughed mockingly. Daughter, did you hear that? He really is a useless good for nothing, even more useless than I thought. How naive to think that just preparing a tender can secure a business deal. Behind the scenes there are countless maneuvers involved, and it's not guaranteed he can succeed. He is so full of confidence, I don't even want to talk to this waste. Suddenly she turned her gaze back to Xiaofan with a cold smile. If you can secure the business from the Baitian E Hotel, even if it's just 1 floor, I will no longer obstruct your relationship with my daughter. If you can't secure even 1 floor, then divorce my daughter. Do you dare? Shui Yaji was furious. Mom, don't bet on this. It's a matter of life. Xiaofan shook his head. Mom, I assure you, I will secure the order, and not just 1 floor, but I won't take this bet with you. As Yaji said, I won't gamble with a matter as serious as marriage. It's disrespectful to marriage. Chen Lizhu was so furious she couldn't speak. Shui Yaji silently glanced at Xiaofan, smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. Chen Lizhu gritted her teeth and spoke again. In any case, Xiaofan, if you can't secure the order, get lost. I will never let you through my door again. Even if we don't divorce, I don't want you living with me. Yaji, don't stop him unless you don't want me as your mother. Shui Yaji bit her lip, hard, remaining silent, her expression making Xiaofan feel a bit heartbroken. His wife didn't believe he could secure the order either. But at this moment it was pointless to say anything. He'll let the facts speak for themselves. The car drove back home. It was past 10 o'clock at night and Xiaofan was still awake, organizing the tender on his computer in his room. Even though for him securing all the orders for Dingsheng could be done with a single word, he was quite interested in this aspect. If he was to do it, he would do it well, not relying solely on power. After all, he wanted to renovate the hotel to his desired style. His phone rang. It was Zhongyang calling, reporting respectfully. Young master, I have gathered information on Chang Yue's situation. It's not easy to handle, but it's not impossible either. He is a big shot in Tianzhou City who was betrayed by an important subordinate 2 years ago. Because all the evidence pointed directly at him, he quickly fell from grace. Luckily he hasn't been sentenced yet. It's been dragging on. The betrayer is also worried if he is sentenced it might cause big trouble, so he left him hanging, waiting for things to settle down before sorting it out slowly. Then Zhongyang roughly described the entanglements involved. Xiaofan felt quite impressed. The subordinate his mother provided was truly capable, meticulous, and able to draw inferences from one instance to another. After the report, Zhongyang added, Young master, there are two ways to resolve this. First, directly use the Jiang family's connections to suppress and facilitate to get Chang Yuwu released, but this will cost a lot of favors. Second, find a middleman to pay him to smooth things over. I've calculated it will cost around 3.5 million. After all, the people who betrayed him had bribed many influential figures at that time. Xia Fan didn't think twice. He'll take the second option. Zhongyang nodded. Yes, young master, I will take care of it now. He will be released by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Also, should we slightly hint that the young master spent around 3 to 4 million to smooth things over to get him released? Xia Fan smiled slightly and said, you decide. 2 days later, in a certain cell of the detention center. Now Chang Yuwu would look up at any sound, and upon seeing something he didn't hope for, he would softly sigh and lower his head. As time passed, his gaze grew dimmer. Yang Laosan watched this and finally mocked him. Master, you really don't take that kid's word seriously, do you? Perhaps the moment he walks out of the detention center he will forget you entirely, leaving you behind in the dust. You helped him a bit, how could he possibly remember you? Even if he remembers, it would be good to send you some good food and drinks, and you expect him to bail you out. How you know your own situation? Now you are in such a dire situation, a giant hand is pressing down on you. Who has the energy to pry that hand open? He is not Tang Xing. Chang Yuwu said flatly. Yang Laosan, don't you think you're talking too much nonsense? Yang Laosan laughed heartily. I'm just trying to advise Master Wu not to hold too much hope to avoid greater disappointment. It's better to sit in jail with. Don't worry, I will take care of you more since you are my senior. Although a plucked phoenix is not as good as a chicken, that's what everyone says, right? Everyone laughed heartily. The iron door opened and 2 police officers walked in. Yang Laosan laughed and shouted, Master Wu, did that kid find someone to bail you out? You've been waiting so eagerly, there might really be a good outcome. It was a clear mockery, but the 2 police officers suddenly stepped forward 2 paces toward Chang Yuwu. One of them pointed at him, get up and come with us. Everyone in the cell was stunned, and Chang Yuwu was also filled with excitement. But he couldn't believe it, thinking it was something else. Even though I've been detained for more than a year, there's still a chance for interrogation. He said in a deep voice, is there anything else you want to ask? Questions have all been asked, and I've already stated everything that needed to be stated. The other shook his head. It's not for interrogation, you can leave now. Congratulations, Chang Yuwu. I don't know whose big leg you are holding that you can pull out something that was almost a sealed case. The people in the cell were even more dumbfounded, especially Yang Laosan, whose eyes were about to pop out. He murmured, I was just joking earlier, can he really be released? Then, that fallen young master of the Xia family has become a good for nothing. How could he have such ability? Not only did he manage to get himself out, but now he is getting Master Wu out too. Chang Yuwu was already in tears, clenching his fists tightly. He looked up at the ceiling and silently vowed, from now on, this life of mine, Chang Yuwu, belongs to you. Finally, he no longer had to stay here enduring this humiliation. This was worse than death. It seemed that holding on to hope was always a good thing. Then he strode out, exuding a fierce aura like a mighty tiger. In a daze, he regained the demeanor of a big shot from years ago. Even the 2 police officers were taken aback, shrinking their necks. After Chang Yuwu left, a group of inmates stared at each other in shock, and someone muttered, the tiger has left the cage. Of course, Xia Fan and Zhongyang would not come to pick him up in person. They arranged for a car to take him to his destination. The driver revealed the general circumstances under which Xia Fan had pulled him out and handed him a bank card. The young master said, you might need some money after you come out. Here are 2 million, take it for now. Chang Yuwu took it without hesitation. Please report back to young Master Xia that I will do anything he asks of me in the future, even if it means facing fire and water. The next morning, Xia Fan walked out of the office holding the bid documents, his demeanor calm and full of confidence. As soon as he left, the office erupted like a boiling pot. Who gave him such confidence to actually attend the bidding meeting? Originally, it should have been Manager Shui who went, but after that incident, it would have been pointless for him to go. Why would he even bother? What a bunch of naive youngsters having a blast. Shui go away, and he strolled out leisurely, chuckling. That kid really went to the bidding meeting. Everyone nodded in agreement. TSK, TSK. Manager Shui shook his head. The bidding meeting was merely a formality. The results were already predetermined. Besides, he just stirred up trouble. What I discarded as trash he treats as treasure. Fine, let him go and see how he embarrasses himself. Xia Fan exited the company, and a slender figure emerged from within, glaring at him fiercely. I'm still not at ease with you, so I've decided to go with you. Well, see how things unfold. This person was Shui Yaji. Xia Fan looked at her and smiled lightly. Great, with you by my side, I feel even more confident. I initially thought I could only secure 1 or 2 floors, but now I might be able to acquire 10 or 20. Shui Yaji raised a finger and lightly poked his forehead. You scoundrel, why do you seem to be getting better at sweet-talking? You're not planning to rely on your silver tongue to persuade the decision-maker, are you? Xia Fan smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Seeing how fond he had become of being enigmatic lately, Shui Yaji felt a bit irritated. But it was undeniable that she seemed to have developed a greater fondness for her mysterious husband. Perhaps it was because of Xia Fan's charming words assuring her that he would help her in various ways. She initially shouldn't have believed him, but his confidence was so compelling. This confidence radiated a masculine charm. While driving, Shui Yaji pondered to herself. Suddenly the car jolted, losing power, as if it were about to break down. Shui Yaji was startled and quickly turned the steering wheel, pulling the car over to the roadside. After fiddling with it for a while, the car remained silent. She angrily thumped the steering wheel. What a lousy car. It hasn't even been 4 years since I bought it, and it's already malfunctioning. What's the deal? Xia Fan remained silent, opened the door, and got out, going to the front of the car to lift the hood. After tinkering for a while, he returned to the passenger seat, calm and composed. Let's go. Shui Yaji looked at him oddly. Can you really drive? Xia Fan nodded. Really can. Shui Yaji restarted the engine, and to her surprise, the car actually moved. I didn't expect you to have a knack for car repairs. Xia Fan smiled modestly. It's a wiring issue. If this kind of car can't handle bumps. If it loses a connection, just reconnecting it will solve the problem. Shui Yaji nodded, but suddenly her expression darkened, as if she was thinking about something. Having grown up together and being married for 3 years, she couldn't say she was fully aware of his thoughts, but they certainly shared a tacit understanding. He softly said, in a few days I'll buy you a car. I remember you like the Infiniti Q60. Oh, I'll get one for you so you won't have to keep driving this old car. Shui Yaji was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? It costs nearly 500,000. Where will you get that much money to buy me a car? Xia Fan smiled at her. You don't need to worry about that. I just wait to drive a nice car. Shui Yaji glared at him. Xia Fan, you absolutely cannot resort to deceit or theft, or else I wouldn't even accept a Rolls Royce from you. Xia Fan nodded. Of course it will be bought legitimately. Shui Yaji pouted. It's not that I look down on you, but do you have that kind of financial power? Just a while back during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you only bought 2 boxes. She stopped there, not wanting to continue, fearing it would hurt someone's pride. As they approached the Baiswan Hotel, she glanced back at him. She saw him wearing a faintly mysterious smile, completely unfazed by what she had just said, relaxed and at ease. For some reason, Shui Yaji felt an impulse to pinch him. On the 4th floor of the Baiswan Hotel, the large banquet hall was crowded. Everyone was there not for a meal, but to attend the bidding meeting. There were about 50 or 60 people from over 20 companies. The bidding meeting was indeed just for show. Everyone had already exhausted every means, scrambling and vying for advantages. Their expressions revealed everything. Some were smug and confident, while others appeared anxious and lack. As soon as Xia Fan and Shui Yaji entered, they attracted considerable attention, and many people whispered, "Why is Shui Yaji here? I heard she is no longer the business manager at Dingsheng Company. She's now just a personnel supervisor who gets bullied all over. How don't you know? A few days ago, Shui Gui and his bribed a vice president at Baiswan, and they both got caught. It took a lot of connections to get them released. He must be too embarrassed to attend now, but the former business manager is here. And the one beside her. Isn't that the once great young master of the Xia family, now a useless son-in-law? That's Xia Fan. I can't believe Shui Yaji has the guts to bring her useless husband here. This is interesting. This Xia Fan's family has fallen. He relies on the Shui family, living off others at such a young age, and 3 years ago, he became a Livian son-in-law. I wonder how much of a joke that made. They say he has achieved nothing to this day, and the Shui family is pushing him aside. He truly is an unconventional talent. Various derogatory remarks, although whispered, still reached the ears of Xia Fan and Shui Yaji. The latter's expression soured significantly, her eyes blazing with anger, wishing she could turn those chattering individuals to ashes. Xia Fan remained calm, suddenly whispering, "The entire Tianzhou city looks down on me. I truly feel sorry for you." Shui Yaji glared at him, blurting out, "So you need to rise up and give them a heavy slap in the face." Xia Fan smiled brightly. "Yaji, you've changed. In the past, when facing such situations, you would only scold me and drive me away to avoid embarrassment. Now you are so positive, it makes me very happy." Shui Yaji. She felt quite strange about herself. Yes, how did I become like this? A young man in his mid-20s approached, clad in designer brands, exuding an extraordinary presence and a look of disdain. Upon approaching, he didn't even glance at Xia Fan, but focused on Shui Yaji, his face filled with joy. "Yaji, I didn't expect you to attend this bidding meeting. It makes me very happy. Have you returned to the business department?" Shui Yaji replied calmly, "No, I'm here accompanying my husband to the bidding meeting." The young man paused for a moment, still not looking at Xia Fan, then smiled, filled with sarcasm. "You accompanied your husband to attend the bidding fee. Are you referring to that useless one with the surname Xia? When did he start working on business for Dingsheng Company? Did he manage to secure a minor position in the business department? You are the deputy general manager Yu Changshao of Yulong Company. I am just an ordinary employee who has just entered the field." I came to this bidding conference because my wife was worried about being unfamiliar, so I accompanied her. What's the problem? Finally, Yu Changxiao looked at him, his eyes swirling with even more intense mockery. He laughed heartily, leaning slightly forward. What? I must be hearing things. The most useless person in the Shui family, Xiao Fan, who has been living off others for over a decade, is representing Dingxing Company at the bidding conference. And he is just some insignificant junior employee. Xiao Fan, what do you think you are capable of to win this bid? How much do you think you can get? This remark attracted the attention of many, drawing them closer. Xiao Fan replied calmly, at least 5 floors, of course, the more I can get the better. He said this in an excessively modest manner. Even if he managed to take over the entire Bai Swan Hotel and the Royal International Hotel's home decoration business, it would be effortless. Yu Changxiao couldn't help but laugh at such words, pointing at Xiao Fan's nose. We rarely interact, but I heard people say you are quite useless, that you are ostracized in the Shui family, and at over 20 you have achieved nothing. Now I am enlightened, the renowned fallen young master of Tianzhou City. Still so confident, thinking you can at least secure 5 floors. His tone was not only filled with sarcasm, but also laughter. Instantly, it ignited a wave of laughter, the surrounding people laughing with wrinkled faces. Shui Yaji clenched her delicate fists, her face burning with anger. She suddenly turned to Xiao Fan, wanting to reprimand him. It was one thing to brag in front of her, but now in front of so many people, did he really think she would tolerate it? However, seeing Xiao Fan's calm expression, she inadvertently relaxed her fists and sighed inwardly. Forget it, such confidence might stem from his recent hard work in studying the business. But being proficient in business alone is not enough. There are many other skills required. So be it, let him hit a wall and wake up. She glared at Yu Changxiao. Deputy General Manager Yu, I know you have some abilities, but I didn't expect your greatest skill would be looking down on others. Be careful not to be slapped in the face. Perhaps my husband really can secure the business for 5 floors. With that, she felt somewhat reckless, deciding to not care anymore and just hold the scene for now. Yu Changxiao sneered, coldly shaking his head with a hint of pity. Yaji, before you got married, I worked hard to pursue you, believing that together we could create a grand vision in Tianzhou City and the surrounding provinces. I didn't expect you to marry this useless man, give up your managerial position, and fall to such depths. Every time I think of it, I feel sorrowful, but you still have time to regret it. As long as you divorce this waste of a husband and come to me, I will take good care of you and allow your ambitions to flourish. I know you are not one to settle for being beneath others. Yu Changxiao's words undoubtedly struck a chord in Shui Yazi's heart. But she sneered, ooh, just as she was about to speak, Xiao Fan interjected. Yu Changxiao, please watch your words. Yaji has a husband and he is standing right in front of you. To speak such words to seduce another's wife is too despicable. I see you can go back now. At this bidding conference you are destined to leave with nothing, not even a bathroom stall. Yu Changxiao was taken aback, then burst out laughing, doubling over. He continued, pointing at Xiao Fan. You useless person sure has a way with words especially amusing. You think I won't get even a bathroom stall? You're naive to the point of stupidity. He took a step closer, leaning in with gritted teeth. Let me tell you, certain outcomes of this bidding conference are already predetermined. For example, I can secure 10 floors. And you, Xiao Fan, I guarantee you won't even get a single brick. After saying that, he withdrew, speaking slowly to Shui Yaji. This worthless man who loves to show off will sooner or later bring you immense trouble. Even if not, he will be a constant source of jokes, just like now. Yaji, I advise you to dump him and come into my embrace. I will be waiting for you. He then flashed a sinister smile at Xiao Fan and turned away. Although he walked away, the surrounding people continued to mock, saying Xiao Fan was overestimating himself by trying to compete with Yu Changxiao, and he would surely end up with a bad outcome. If he could get even a single hair from this bidding conference, it would be a fantasy. Shui Yaji bit her lower lip hard and looked deeply at Xiao Fan. Why not go back and not attend the bidding conference? The more noise you make, the more of a joke it becomes. Xiao Fan shook his head, looking steadily at his wife. At this moment, you shouldn't say such discouraging words. You should firmly ask me, Xiao Fan, do you really have the confidence to secure this business and achieve something to show me? Come on, ask me. He beckoned to Shui Yaji with his finger. The beautiful Shui could only helplessly repeat. Xiao Fan replied emphatically, of course. I guarantee I will secure this business and achieve something to show you, not just for you, but for everyone in the Shui family and for the whole world to see. Let them know that your husband is not a waste. He can definitely make you the happiest and most accomplished woman in the world. Shui Yaji stared at him, suddenly bursting into a laugh, flicking her finger at his forehead. You bad guy, the words you say sound so real, as if you can truly show me endless hope, but thinking seriously, how could it be possible? Regardless, your mysterious confidence is somewhat adorable. A voice came from the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding conference at Bai Swan Hotel is officially starting. According to protocol, all participants will have a 5-minute opportunity to stand on stage and introduce the relevant situation. Of course, the bidding price is a commercial secret. After the introduction, it must be submitted along with the bidding documents to the hotel manager. One by one the bidders went on stage, and it soon became Yu Changxiu's turn. He performed quite well, introducing everything satisfactorily, in just 5 minutes winning bursts of applause. After getting off the stage, Yu Changxiu handed the bidding documents to the hotel manager. He deliberately walked beside Xia Fan, giving him a cold smile. It seems like it's your turn now, but I advise you to leave. Don't embarrass yourself further. As I said earlier, I can at least secure 10 floors. Because a certain manager has already agreed with me, you truly won't get even a single hair. He walked away to the other side. Xia Fan muttered to himself. Wrong, it's you who won't get even a single hair. You should go back to avoid embarrassing yourself later. Yu Changxiu froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Should I call you crazy or foolish? But no matter what, Yaji, I feel sorry for you having such a husband. Saying that, he walked into the crowd. Soon he was surrounded by many people, all of whom were giving him thumbs up. No one paid attention to Xia Fan. Shui Yaji sneered. Xia Fan, you're getting more and more capable. Dare to mock others like this without considering your own weight. It seems I will have to make you kneel on durian shells when we get home. Such threatening words made Xia Fan shiver. He quickly shook his head. I want kneel on durian shells. After a few more people, it was finally Xia Fan's turn to take the stage. He was quite impressive, introducing the home decoration standards of the Dingxing Company in vivid detail, even demonstrating with a miniature projector. However, after his speech, the applause from the audience was sparse, filled with mockery. Yet one person clapped particularly vigorously, shouting loudly, "Why isn't everyone applauding? Mr. Xiao's presentation was truly excellent. He mentioned earlier that he could secure at least 5 floors of business. Given his level of skill, I suppose it's quite possible. Everyone hurry up and cheer." The speaker was Yu Changxiu, and only then did the applause increase slightly. But the laughter increased even more. After all the introductions were over, the selection committee stayed in a room for about 20 minutes before coming out. A woman in her 40s whose figure and appearance remained quite impressive took the stage. She was Dong Wenli, the general manager of the Swan Hotel. After nodding to everyone, she slowly began to speak. As you all know, the Swan Hotel has a total of 45 floors that need renovation, and we will start with 20 floors with the rest remaining operational as usual. Once the renovation of the 20 floors is completed and ready for use, we will commence the second phase of the project. Having just heard the wonderful presentations from everyone, the committee has selected 2 companies that are successful in their bids. One of them is Tycoon Company, which has secured the business for 5 floors. As she finished speaking, she clapped her hands. The people around her joined in the applause, which continued for a while. However, the vast majority of the audience had unsightly expressions, as only 2 home decoration companies had been selected. It was evident that most of them were leaving disappointed. Many people looked towards Yu Changxiu, who couldn't hide his smug grin, beaming with pride. He initially thought he would only secure 10 floors, but unexpectedly it turned into 15. This was a substantial chunk of business, enough to last a long time. Yu Changxiu was indeed quite confident, as he didn't solely rely on connections to win business. Yulong Company had been renowned in Tianzhou City for nearly 20 years, boasting high quality and reliability, which was their greatest asset. Many people had gathered around him, offering various compliments, and even trying to curry favor. Everyone knew that Yulong Company securing these 15 floors would certainly provide some extra profit. Thus, Yu Changxiu had almost transformed into a financial backer. On the other side, Shui Yaji and Xia Fan stood alone, forming a stark contrast to the bustling crowd. Shui Yaji really couldn't bear it any longer, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She grabbed Xia Fan's wrist and dragged him outside. Xia Fan even felt a twinge of pain in his wrist. "What are you doing? The bidding conference isn't over yet." Shui Yaji gritted her teeth. "Not over. Didn't you see that the 20 floors have already been decided? We have no share in this. If we don't leave now, do you want to wait until the end to be mocked by them one by one? Do you want to be ridiculed by Yu Changxiu and have him spit on you? Let's go." By the end of her words, Shui Yazi's voice was tinged with tears. She regretted coming here with Xia Fan. Knowing full well he lacked the ability to win the bid, she foolishly accompanied him, claiming she wanted to help him familiarize himself with the business. "Familiarize my foot." Shui Yaji felt as if countless mocking gazes were fixated on her, hearing countless voices say, "You have a useless husband, you have a useless husband." Xia Fan gently said, "Yaji, don't say that it's not over yet. There will definitely be good news. Don't tell me about good news anymore, Xia Fan, that's enough. I'm foolish for believing you and following your naive whims." Shui Yaji shouted, pulling him forcefully towards the exit. From behind came Dong Wenli's voice. "The company that has secured the business for 15 floors is Dingxing Company. Please have the business representative Xia Fan come to the stage to sign the contract." At that moment, Shui Yaji froze in place. Just before everyone had been ready to applaud, and Yu Changxiu also wore a beaming smile, planning to step onto the stage to receive everyone's attention. Suddenly, this statement was like a bucket of cold water doused over him. After Dong Wenli finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Unknowingly, someone turned to look at the entrance, and soon everyone turned their heads in a clamor. Pairs of eyes shockingly gazed at Shui Yaji and Xia Fan standing at the door. Shui Yaji mumbled, "What's going on? Did I just not hear correctly? The 15 floors of business are from our Dingxing company." Xia Fan smiled at her. "What a silly wife. Our company's foundation is not any worse than Yulong or any company present here. Yes, our profits have declined in recent years, but the construction team consists of seasoned veterans. Why do you lack confidence in yourself?" He pulled Shui Yaji back, even deliberately walking towards that group of people. As they walked, the crowd instinctively parted to let Xia Fan hold Shui Yazi's hand all the way to the end. In that moment, Shui Yaji felt inexplicably excited, even feeling as though she had transformed into a princess being led forward by her prince. The crowds on both sides were her subjects. As Xia Fan passed by Yu Changxiao, he cast him a faint glance. "Vice President, you were supposed to receive 10 floors of business, but..." He didn't continue, leaving the implication hanging. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yu Changxiao that he initially thought Yulong Company was fine as they had a good reputation for the business they undertook, and thus he was willing to give them 10 floors. But since Yu Changxiao had the audacity to take advantage of his wife Shui Yazi with Xia Fan's reverse scale, touch it, and there would be severe consequences. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Yu Changxiao to secure any business, not even a restroom. Xia Fan initially planned to give Dingxing Company 5 floors of business for now, but taking so many at once might raise suspicion. Now it didn't matter. Once Yu Changxiao came back to his senses, he rushed to the stage and shouted loudly, "Why? Didn't we agree that our Yulong Company would at least secure 10 floors? Didn't you say you trust our quality? How come all of a sudden, the 15 floors went to Dingxing Company? This is unfair, way too unfair." Dong Wenli shook her head, filled with regret. "Vice President Yu, I know your company's quality is excellent and your reputation is great, but some people just have no filter. You've lived this long, and don't you know the saying, you can eat food randomly, but you can't speak randomly?" Yu Changxiao stood there stunned. Isn't Xia Fan just a useless person? When did he become so formidable, securing 15 floors in one go? What kind of scheme did he use? It can't be that he got the 15 floors just by relying on quality, right? There must be something fishy going on. Even if there is something fishy, so what? This large business has already been swallowed up by this kid. You can't judge a book by its cover. At first they all scolded him as a waste. Why do I feel like all those who scolded him have turned into waste themselves? Amidst these whispers filled with surprise and shock, Xia Fan signed the contract with Dong Wenli. Shui Yaji was so excited that she almost lost herself, forgetting to notice the respect that the hotel manager showed towards Xia Fan. After the formalities were completed, they exited the Grand Hotel and got into the car. Shui Yaji gripped the steering wheel with both hands, still in disbelief. She took a deep breath and suddenly said, "Xia Fan, pinch me, so I know I'm not dreaming." Xia Fan hesitated and asked, "Where should I pinch you?" Shui Yaji blurted out, "Anywhere is fine." Xia Fan looked at her snow-white thighs exposed by her short skirt. He reached out to pinch her. Rather than pinching, it was more like caressing. After 3 years of marriage, it was the first time he touched his wife's leg, and the sensation was simply exquisite. Shui Yaji glared at him. "Is this a pinch? You're just taking advantage of me, aren't you?" Xia Fan chuckled awkwardly. "You're my wife, so it's only natural to take advantage of you. All right, let me pinch you again then." He reached out, and indeed pinched her fair leg with force. Shui Yaji cried out in pain, and looked down to see a distinct red mark on her pristine skin. Angrily, she grabbed Xia Fan's hand that had pinched her leg, opening her mouth to bite. Xia Fan stood his ground, smiling at her. Shui Yaji let go of his hand, and sighed. "Xia Fan, I truly can't believe you managed to secure the contract for the 15th floor with just a 5-minute pitch. Is there some hidden maneuvering behind this? It wouldn't have been possible otherwise." Xia Fan nodded. "Of course, it's definitely not just those 5 minutes. You know, it's 3 minutes on stage and 10 years of practice off stage. Before this, I had made very thorough preparations. Now the only thing left to ensure is the quality of the project." Seeing him speak so seriously, Shui Yaji felt that this guy was not being truthful, yet she didn't know how to ask further, so she silently drove. In the small conference room of Dingxing Company, Shui Jing's expression was quite grim. He coldly said, "Is there really no hope for the Baiswan Hotel's business?" Sitting beside him were Shui Qian and Shui Guiha, along with several core members and elites from the business department. One by one they shook their heads. Shui Guiha said, "Grandpa, we can't be blamed for this. It was supposed to be a sure thing, but then that incident happened. It's a miracle that I managed to keep it, so forget about that contract. I think we should focus on Royal International. I have connections with the president of Royal. He is the highest authority on this home decoration project, and this time it should work out." Shui Qian nodded. "Guiha is right, but I don't think there's absolutely no hope for Baiswan. We just need to shift our focus to Royal International for now. Baiswan still has hope. We can first renovate the 20th floor, and there are still 25 floors for the second phase of the project. Let's secure the business with Royal International first, then through the people there, we can get back to the Byswan Hotel and clarify things. Perhaps by then we can also grab a piece of the second phase. Shuejing nodded, his expression slightly improving, then shook his head again. Sigh, only 4 or 5 floors, that's better than nothing, I suppose. It's just a pity that things started off poorly, and the Byswan side is temporarily on hold. Someone spoke up. Isn't Xia Fan not attending the Byswan bidding meeting anymore? He might bring a surprise. Another person added, I heard Shui Yaji is accompanying him to give him some courage. Perhaps these two are lucky and might actually secure something. Everyone present except for the old man laughed. It was clear they were joking about the two. Shui Gueha smirked. That idiot almost got me framed and jailed. What ability does he have to secure a contract with Byswan? If he were to secure even a restroom, I would kneel and call him father. This triggered another wave of laughter. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Then a voice came through. Manager Shui, if you want me to call you father, I really can't afford that. You just keep your promise, and that will be fine. The person who entered was Xia Fan, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Shui Gueha immediately stood up, pointing at him. Xia Fan, what are you trying to show off this time? You want me to keep my promise? Fine, show me your results. Aren't you not attending the Byswan bidding meeting anymore? Come tell me, did you secure 1 floor or 2? Maybe you even secured 5 floors. Laughter erupted again around him. Even Shuejing couldn't help but show a hint of amusement. He then angrily scolded, Xia Fan, this is a high-level meeting. What are you barging in here for? Get out. Xia Fan did not leave, but walked step by step, pulling out a stack of papers from his bag and calmly placing them in front of Shuejing. Grandpa, I believe once you see this you won't want me to leave. Shuejing looked at it and immediately widened his eyes. He grabbed the stack of papers and read for over 5 minutes, incredulously shouting, Impossible, how could you have signed a contract with Byswan? Moreover, this is a full 15 floors. As he shouted, a joy he could not conceal appeared on his face. 15 floors. Everyone around exclaimed in surprise. Shui Gueha kicked his chair aside and rushed over, taking a look at the contract, his face equally shocked. He shook his head vigorously, then immediately sneered. Xia Fan, what qualifications do you have to secure these 15 floors? The contract must be fake. Grandpa, you must not believe him. He's been showing off lately, making a fake contract just to win back his reputation and make me grovel on the ground, losing all face in the process. Xia Fan, you really are sly enough to pull off such despicable and shameless acts. Do you think you can deceive everyone? You can't fool even one person. Everyone here can crush you with their intelligence. This was a ridiculous notion, truly a disgrace to the Shui family to come up with such a foolish scheme. If this continues, you will truly be expelled from the Shui family. The old man, who had been filled with joy, seemed to have been doused with cold water upon hearing these words. He tightly held the contract, almost crumpling it. He stared at Xia Fan. Is this contract real or fake? Xia Fan remained unfazed. Grandpa, anyone with a bit of sense would know I wouldn't use a fake contract to bluff people. Oh, it's too easy to be uncovered. You can call the president of Byswan Hotel and ask whom they awarded the 15-floor project to. Shuejing fell silent, and Shui Qian's face turned dark. Xia Fan, what abilities do you have? If we can't do it, how can you? Who are you trying to fool? This contract, in my opinion, must be fake. Xia Fan spoke lazily. Anyone who claims it's fake should call. Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. That's pointless and only makes you look childish. Shuejing quietly looked at his son, and Shui Qian had no choice but to pull out his phone. He didn't look at the phone number on the contract, but flipped through his contacts to call, taking quite a while to get through. Then a respectful voice came through. Director Yang, there's something I want to ask you. Before he could finish, laughter came from the other end. Vice President Shui, congratulations. I didn't expect your company to be so impressive, securing the business for 15 floors of Byswan all at once. Despite the unfortunate incident, you are still so bold. And Xia Fan is your family's son-in-law, right? Didn't they say he was a useless person? How did he become so capable? That's incredible. It seems the day for your Shui family to shine has come. Don't forget me when that happens. By the way, what is it you want? As Director Yang said this, Shui Qian trembled all over. Everyone, including Shuejing, stared wide-eyed in shock. Only Xia Fan remained calm and composed. Shui Qian, after putting down his phone, murmured, Xia Fan really received an order from the 15th floor of the White Swan Hotel. It's truly unbelievable. The previous Director Yang was the head of electricity at White Swan. He wouldn't lie to me, nor could he possibly say such things. Everyone looked at Xia Fan as if he were a deity, including Shuejing. Shui Gueha murmured, this can't possibly be true, it's too unscientific. Xia Fan replied blandly, what you call unscientific is merely your mind being constrained by itself. Manager Shui, open your mind, and you'll find there are many people in this world who are more capable than you. Now that you've lost, shouldn't you crawl on the ground like a dog barking? According to your words, I should sit on your back and enjoy the pleasure of riding you like a horse. Shui Gai's face suddenly turned extremely ugly as he clenched his fists. He looked up at Shui Zheng, revealing a pleading expression. Shui Qian hastily said, Xia Fan, you have no idea what kind of luck you've stumbled upon to get such a big order. However, I think the reason you got this order is not because our company is capable. Oh, otherwise how could you be this impressive without the right ingredients? So, he looked at the old man. I believe Xia Fan should be rewarded for getting the order, but forcing Guiha to do so would be too much. Let's forget about this bet. Oh, everyone should prioritize harmony. Shui Zheng's expression shifted rapidly as he suddenly stood up and sternly said to Shui Guiha, hurry up and apologize to Xia Fan. Let's put this matter to rest. Though Shui Guiha was unwilling, he still slightly bowed to Xia Fan, his voice hoarse. Xia Fan, you're impressive. Do I admit defeat? Xia Fan let out a cold laugh and didn't say anything. He knew it would end this way regardless of Shui Qian or Shui Zheng. They would do their best to protect Shui Guiha. He calmly said, since Grandpa says it's over, then it's over. However, Grandpa. He looked at Shui Zheng. After the contract is signed, we will soon need to bring the construction team to the White Swan. According to past practices, whoever brings in the business is the supervisor, and the construction team can be selected at will. Can I then choose the personnel? The people around him changed their expressions again, especially Shui Guiha. The supervisor's power is quite significant with many opportunities for personal gain. Moreover, for such a large project, simply using some inferior wall panels and flooring could earn hundreds of thousands. That's undoubtedly a lucrative job. Plus, there's face to be kept. To be a supervisor for such a large project, one must at least have the status of a manager, right? Shui Guiha exchanged glances with his father, and Shui Qian understood the implication. He coughed twice and said to Xia Fan, you should leave for now. We need to discuss something. Xia Fan stood there unmoving, a cold expression on his face. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see through this? Shui Zheng coldly glanced at him and said, did you not hear me? I told you to leave. Xia Fan nodded and turned to walk out. As he opened the door, he heard Shui Gai's cold laughter. A mere door-to-door son-in-law relying on luck and our prosperous aura to land this order doesn't know who he really is. Leaving our Shui family, you are nothing. And you want me to crawl on the ground? Just wait, who will be crawling then? This tone was extremely arrogant, and a hint of killing intent crossed Xia Fan's face. He stepped out and slammed the door shut. Shui Guiha immediately shouted, Grandpa, Dad, we absolutely cannot let this kid be the supervisor. If this gets out, what a huge joke it would be for a useless door-to-door son-in-law to be the supervisor for this big project. I believe this kid definitely has ulterior motives. He might want to take control of our Shui family's assets. After all, he is an outsider. We cannot allow him to act recklessly. Otherwise, we won't even know if we are surnamed Shui or Xia. This remark was extremely malicious, but Shui Zheng seemed to agree, deeply frowning and remaining silent. Shui Qian added oil to the fire, saying, Dad, I think Guiha makes a very valid point. Xia Fan has a treacherous heart. He might truly be trying to target the Shui family's assets. We absolutely cannot let him be the supervisor. Giving him a 4 commission would be enough. Shui Guiha said, Dad, you're too generous. A 3 commission is about right. The 15th floor can earn over 2 million. Isn't that enough? Shui Zheng suddenly interjected, nonsense. Instantly, both father and son were startled, thinking the old man had other ideas. He continued, according to the rules, the commission for salespeople is 1/5 to 3. For someone like Xia Fan, as you just mentioned, entirely relying on luck and our prosperous aura, why should he receive such a high percentage? Giving him 2 would be about right. Shui Qian and his son, along with others, applauded and praised the old man for his wisdom. They intentionally ignored one fact. Although the company regulations state that salespeople receive a commission of 1/5 to 3, if they are relatives, they can receive 4 or even 5. In the end, Shui Zheng decisively concluded Xia Fan cannot be the supervisor for this project. Guiha, you still need to take on the heavy responsibility of communicating with the management of the White Swan Hotel, making good connections to secure the first payment. Let me see this contract. Shui Zheng flipped through the contract, his eyes lighting up. Generous indeed, this is excellent. They will pay 50 of the labor cost up front. Upon halfway completion and passing inspection, they will pay 30 and 20 upon final completion. Not bad. I didn't expect Uncommon Group to be so generous. He didn't know that if Xia Fan weren't the mastermind behind Uncommon Group, how could he secure such a good contract? Xia Fan stood calmly in the corridor, able to guess what was being discussed inside, even with his toes, yet he remained unhurried. People passing through the corridor cast strange glances at him. After returning to the company, an extremely happy Shui Yaji couldn't help but reveal this news. Many people didn't believe it, finding it unbelievable. They couldn't believe that this door-to-door son-in-law who had been ridiculed by everyone could land such a large order amounting to 70 to 80 million. But Shui Yaji had a solid reputation and never lied or boasted. Some people still felt they should believe her words, so the entire company buzzed with excitement. Those who had previously passed by Xia Fan once disdainful and never greeting him now nodded and smiled to congratulate him. A phone call came in, and it was Shui Yaji. She cheerfully asked, "Xia Fan, what's the situation now? Have you finished the report? Did those guys seem shocked, unable to believe you actually secured this contract? I can't help but wonder how you plan to slap them in the face with this contract. Even Grandpa's face has been slapped. And what about Shui Gueha? Did he have to crawl on the ground barking like a..." She couldn't help but let out a slightly unrestrained laugh, which sounded incredibly pleasant to Xia Fan's ears. He recounted everything that had happened earlier. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. The joyful tone disappeared, and Shui Yaji spoke through gritted teeth. "Damn it. This father and son are too much. Xia Fan, it seems you might not be able to be the supervisor. Grandpa will definitely support them, so don't hold out too much hope." Xia Fan responded, "I never held any hope for them. It's not surprising for them to act like this." Shui Yaji spoke softly. "It's good that you have prepared yourself mentally. No worries, as long as we can get the commission, that's enough. The company regulations allow relatives to receive 4, and since you landed such a big order, 5 is not a problem." Xia Fan snickered coldly. "Yaji, you still view Grandpa and the Shui father-son duo too kindly. I estimate they will only give us 2 points at most. How could that be possible?" Shui Yaji could not contain her anger. "If they refuse to let you supervise and only offer 2 points, that's too much. I will definitely confront them." Xia Fan smiled. "Don't worry, Yaji, even if they want to do that, they won't succeed. Don't think that just because they have the contract they can do whatever they want with me. They are far from having that qualification." His tone was filled with strong confidence. The door of the conference room opened. Shui Gueha waved to Xia Fan. "Hey, come in, we need to talk to you." Xia Fan returned to the conference room. As he expected, Shui Qian was grinning ominously. "Xia Fan, you have landed such a big contract, and we are sincerely pleased. But here comes the problem. After all, you just joined the company and are not familiar with the business. It's not quite appropriate for you to take on the role of supervisor, as we fear the quality may not meet standards. If by Tycoon holds us accountable, none of us can bear that responsibility. We discussed it for a long time and decided to let Gueha supervise. Of course, your contribution is indispensable. Everyone decided to give you a 2-point commission, which amounts to 1,500,000. Additionally, you will receive the treatment of a gold medal salesperson. Congratulations." Shui Gueha chuckled. "Xia Fan, there's no need to be too excited. These are all well-deserved. After all, you have such good luck. Congratulations. I have gained another capable general under my command, so you must continue to work hard." He even patted Xia Fan on the shoulder. Shui Qian spoke again. "The commission will be dispersed according to Baition's payment speed. Once 50% of the project funds are in place, we'll give you 2 points from this amount. Xia Fan, you've suddenly become a millionaire. You must treat us, haha." Xia Fan looked at Shui Zheng. "Grandpa, is this really the final decision? Not letting me supervise, yet only giving me 2 points. Shui Zheng sneered coldly, casting a contemptuous glance at him, slowly sipping his tea. In his eyes, it seemed Xia Fan did not exist at all. This son-in-law was utterly insignificant to him. Bang! Shui Gueha slammed the table. "Xia Fan, what do you mean? Don't be greedy. If it weren't for our Shui family, you'd be left with nothing. Having landed such a big contract, do you really think it's because of your abilities? They trust you only because they see our Ding Sheng as an old brand, so I say you were just lucky. To offer you 2 points and let you earn over 1 million in one go. Just be satisfied. If you don't want it, you can leave right now." He slammed the contract on the table, looking arrogant. Xia Fan smiled faintly. "I didn't say no. So I wish Manager Shui success in his endeavors. Since that's the case, I suppose there's no longer any need for me here. Grandpa, I'll be leaving now." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Everyone stared at his back, revealing sinister and triumphant smiles. Shui Qian said leisurely, "Dad, this son-in-law seems quite unconvinced." Shui Zheng took another sip of tea, slowly putting down the cup. "What if he's unconvinced? In any case, you all need to do well and cannot afford any mistakes. Gueha, don't think about cutting corners. This is not an ordinary group. If they discover, we'll not only lose our reputation, but also have no place to stand in Tianzhou City. If they sue us, it will be disastrous." Shui Gueha nodded repeatedly. "Grandpa, don't worry, I wouldn't dare to cut corners on this project." Though he said so, he was actually pondering how to cut a bit of corners. For such a large project, skimming a little off the top would yield considerable profit. Thinking this way, he felt delighted. "Xia Fan, oh Xia Fan, you are just making clothes for others. Who told you to be such a useless waste with no abilities? The big bread you brought is still for me to eat." Xia Fan left the conference room and made a phone call. The other party was compliant, agreeing repeatedly. After hanging up, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Not long after the news of Xia Fan landing a major business for the company spread. Alongside it was the news that he only received 2 points and couldn't even supervise. After work, Xia Fan drove with Shui Yaji sitting in the passenger seat, her face filled with clouds. In the back sat Chen Liju, who looked like a thunderstorm raging. Xia Fan, you pig-headed fool. Heaven has given you a good hand, yet you played it so poorly. Why don't you know how to argue your case? For such a big contract, you are also a member of the Shui family, so you could have demanded 5 points. And that supervisor position, why did you foolishly let it go? Obtaining that would have been extremely lucrative. With your pig brain, I really don't know what my late husband was thinking when he made you his son-in-law. Congratulations on becoming the joke of the entire company once again. Alright mom, please can you say a little less? Shui Yaji shouted in frustration, why do you always target Xia Fan? He has worked hard enough. Chen Lizhu exploded. Yaji, I see you are becoming more unreasonable. You used to stand with me and said you wanted to divorce this useless waste. Now you defend him at every turn as if I don't exist, and I suspect you've been possessed by your father's spirit. Shui Yaji was at a loss for words. Just as she was about to retort, Xia Fan gently patted her thigh. Then he said, Mom, don't worry, I have my own ways to gain more benefits. The remaining 3 points and the supervisory role, I won't give them to anyone else. Just watch these next few days, don't be anxious. Chen Lizhu scoffed repeatedly. Fine, I will see how you turn things around. Don't think that just because you have some luck in landing a big contract you can be arrogant. Ultimately, you are just a fallen family member. Even if you have some fortune, you will soon be knocked down and realize you have no real ability. After returning home, Xia Fan cooked, as he had done for the past few years. Remarkably, Shui Yaji walked into the kitchen and helped him. She looked worried. Xia Fan, now that everything is settled and the contract is in their hands, what power do you have to turn things around? Xia Fan turned to glance at her, but looking at your expression, it seems you still hope that I can truly turn things around. Shui Yaji spat, I'm being serious with you, don't be all smiles. Tell me what other way is there to get back those 3 points and the supervisory power? Xia Fan mysteriously replied, the wise have their own plans, but the secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed. My dear, just wait patiently, you will soon see. Shui Yaji stomped her foot, no, you must satisfy my curiosity. If you don't tell me, I won't be polite. She waved the kitchen knife in her hand. Xia Fan declared with righteousness, using coercion is absolutely unreliable. I am someone who responds to gentleness rather than force. Perhaps you can use a soft approach to get me to speak. Shui Yaji looked puzzled. What soft approach? Xia Fan curled his lips into a charming smile, pointing at it. How about you kiss me once? If your kiss moves me, melting my heart, I won't be able to help but tell you. Shui Yazi's face darkened. What do you mean by wanting me to kiss you? Are you intentionally trying to take advantage of me? She continued to wield the kitchen knife, and Xia Fan's eyes lit up. After 3 years of marriage, they had barely held hands, let alone kissed. For him, being able to kiss Shui Yazi's cheek was indeed an inexplicable temptation. After this kiss, the two would undoubtedly become closer, and in the future, any intimate acts would likely fall within her acceptance. The more he thought about it, the more his heart raced, and finally, he leaned in, puckering his lips to kiss that flower-like face. Shui Yaji slightly closed her eyes, lifted her face, gently biting her lower lip, her heart racing like a deer. Even now, she could hardly believe that she would truly accept Xia Fan's kiss. But thinking about it, he is my husband, not kissing would be abnormal. Although he tried to comfort himself, his hands couldn't help but tightly grasp the hem of his clothes. Just as he was about to kiss her, a loud, irritable voice came from the doorway. Xia Fan, what are you doing? If you dare to kiss my daughter, do you believe I will slap you? Chen Lizhu strode in, raising her hand to strike Xia Fan's face. Startled, he quickly stepped back several paces, bumping his backside against the cabinet. Shui Yaji was taken aback. Mom, what are you doing? Get out, get out. In order to avoid trouble, she hurriedly pushed her mother outside. Xia Fan could only smile bitterly, touching his lips, savoring the moment. Although he hadn't kissed her, he had nearly felt that fragrance and warmth just a little bit away. Xia Fan shook his head, not feeling too regretful. After all, Shui Yaji was willing to let him kiss her, indicating that there would be many more opportunities in the future. He hummed a little tune and continued cooking. The next day, Shui Guiha, accompanied by several capable subordinates, arrived at the Swan Hotel. He explained his purpose at the front desk, and after a phone call, the receptionist politely said, Mr. Shui, please wait a moment, the general manager is in a meeting. Shui Guiha led his elite subordinates to the lobby cafe, lounging comfortably with their legs crossed as they sipped coffee. One subordinate began to flatter him, saying, Manager Shui, this is our first time doing home decoration for a 5-star hotel, right? Once it's done, it will become the golden signboard of Dingxin Company. Wherever you go, mentioning this will elevate your status in everyone's eyes. Others chimed in eagerly. Indeed, as Manager Shui's status rises as long as this business is secured, you're just waiting to become the business director. What does being a business director matter? I estimate that within 3 to 5 years, Manager Shui will keep rising, first to deputy general manager, then to general manager. Even being a general manager won't be the last step for Manager Shui. He will lead us to become stronger and establish a home decoration group in Tianzhou City that ranks first in the province, and that would be impressive. Shui Guiha felt flattered by the compliments, full of spirit. Of course, once I complete these 15 floors, I will aim to take over more floors, including Royal International. At that time, Ding Sheng and the Shui family will undoubtedly rank among the top families in Tianzhou City. My father and grandfather will take pride in me in Tianzhou City, who would dare to look down on our Shui family. As he spoke, he grew more and more proud, as if this business was his own accomplishment. The time passed as they flattered and boasted 1 hour, 2 hours. They asked the front desk several times, but the general manager was still in a meeting. They dared not leave and could only wait. Even past noon, with their stomachs rumbling, they still didn't dare to leave. Finally, Shui Guohe stood up excitedly, his face aglow as he went to greet someone, and the others hurriedly followed. A group of well-dressed people exited the elevator with Dong Winley at the forefront. Shui Guohe approached, but was immediately blocked by a few security guards. He shouted, "General Manager Dong, I am Shui Guohe, the business manager of Dingxing Company. Yesterday, we signed a contract for 15 floors with your hotel, and am here to fulfill it to see when we can send in personnel. We guarantee high efficiency and high quality in completing all work." Dong Winley glanced at him indifferently. "I remember that it wasn't you who came to discuss the cooperation with me." Shui Guohe hurriedly replied, "General Manager Dong Xiafan is just a subordinate of mine. I was supposed to be there in person yesterday, but unfortunately fell seriously ill. Now that I'm better, I must come in person to show how much we at Ding Sheng value this business." Dong Winley remained non-committal and continued walking forward. Shui Guohe was dumbfounded, squeezing the contract as he approached, only to be pushed away by the security guards. He anxiously shouted, "General Manager, what is going on? Look at this contract, we signed it." Dong Winley replied coolly, "I only talked to the person who signed it. General Manager, I am the business manager. Xiafan is just my subordinate. As the manager, I must discuss it with you personally." Dong Winley smiled, "I only recognize the person who signed the contract. Being the boss of Ding Sheng is useless." Shui Guohe grew anxious, losing his composure. "General Manager, I have the contract in my hands, and you insist on talking to the person who signed it. Are you trying to breach the contract? This contract has legal effect, you must." Dong Winley scoffed. "Shui Guohe, right. Fine, even if this contract has legal effect, go ahead and sue me. A small Dingxing thinks that the uncommon group will take notice. In any case, I only recognize people, not contracts." She left Shui Guohe standing there, feeling as though a large bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. He and a few subordinates were even kicked out by the security guards, standing helplessly under the blazing sun, unable to hide the chill in their hearts. Shui Guohe wanted to cry, but had no tears. At that moment, his phone rang. He took it out and gasped. It was a call from the old man. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to press the answer button. "Guohe, what happened? I woke up from my afternoon nap, and there's still no movement on your end." Shui Guohe opened his mouth, unsure of how to start, and suddenly felt like crying. "Why are you silent? What's going on? Speak quickly." Shui Zheng became anxious. This business was very important to him. Shui Guohe braced himself and stammered, "Grandpa, I'm still feeling completely bewildered. Why does General Manager Dong insist on negotiating business with the person who signed the contract? I am at least the manager, much more important than Xiafan. He even said that even if you win, it wouldn't matter. She only talks to the person who signed the contract." He spoke through gritted teeth. Did that guy give General Manager Dong some kind of love potion? Why must he be the one to negotiate business? I get it now that General Manager Dong is a woman in her 40s. Xiafan wouldn't go and become her gigolo, would he? He said, laughing maliciously. Shui Zheng's voice turned stern. "You have the audacity to laugh when things haven't been settled. If you ruin this business, not only will you not become the manager, but I will also kick you out of the company. You know how important this order is. Securing it will greatly enhance Ding Sheng and attract more orders." Shui Guohe wore a mournful face. "But Grandpa, I can't help it. That wretched woman Dong Winley keeps insisting that Xiafan go and negotiate with her. Now that we have signed the contract, we might as well sue." "Are you out of your mind?" Shui Zheng interrupted him harshly. "What is uncommon group? It's the Jiang family from the provincial capital, such a significant player. Even if we sue, they would still have to fulfill the contract. After that, Ding Sheng and the entire family will have no place in Tianzhou City." Shui Guohe was drenched in cold sweat. "Then Grandpa, what should we do now?" Shui Zheng coldly said, "To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. You understand this principle." The call ended. Looking at his phone, Shui Guohe gritted his teeth, and then laughed harshly. "Xiafan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I was wondering why such a large hotel would hand over the business on the 15th floor to you. I thought it was due to the company's competence, but it turns out you are just so despicable. It's no wonder you were so confident from the beginning." He waved his hand in frustration and returned to the company with a few subordinates. Upon entering the office, he saw Xiafan typing away at the computer. He immediately shouted, "Xiafan, come to my office." Turning, he headed towards his personal office, and just as he reached the door, he heard someone softly call from behind, "Manager Shui." "Manager Shui." Shui Guohe turned his head, his face stern. "What is it?" He saw his subordinate pointing to another direction, and when he looked over, he almost exploded with rage. Xiao Fan was still sitting there typing away at the computer. He shouted louder, "Xiao Fan, are you deaf? Did you not hear me call you in?" Xiao Fan scratched his ear and continued typing. Shui Gai's face turned pale with anger as he strode over, pointing furiously at Xiao Fan. "Kid, have you grown wings? You think you can ignore me? I am the business manager and you are just my subordinate. I can kick you out at any time. A useless son-in-law thinks he can act tough. Get up right now." Xiao Fan continued typing away at the computer. In the large office, apart from Shui Gai's heavy breathing, it was completely silent. Over a dozen people looked on in disbelief at this scene. A junior salesman who had just joined the Shui family was now ignoring the high and mighty Shui Gai's reprimand, treating him like heir. Where did he get the courage and audacity? Seeing Xiao Fan remain indifferent and the surrounding people looking astonished, Shui Gaiha felt as if he had been slapped twice across the face, his ears ringing. He shouted again, "Xiao Fan, if you keep playing deaf, get out right now. I am announcing that you are fired. Moreover, I will report this to the old man so he can punish you and kick you out of the Shui family." Xiao Fan sneered coldly and abruptly stood up. Startled, Shui Gaiha quickly took a few steps back, crashing into a chair and nearly falling over, looking quite flustered. Some nearby couldn't help but laugh, but Shui Gaiha immediately scanned the room only to see everyone's faces tense, unable to tell who was laughing. Xiao Fan, however, let out a couple of cold laughs and packed his things, heading towards the door. Shui Gaiha looked at his retreating figure, incredulously shouting, "You really dare to leave?" Xiao Fan stretched lazily, paused at the door, and said calmly, "Ill rest at home. Come find me when you've thought things through." Shui Gaiha stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What does it mean to come find you when I've thought things through? While he pondered this sentence, Xiao Fan had already disappeared. After fuming for a while, Shui Gaiha strode out. He wasn't going to stop Xiao Fan, but ran to the general manager's office to vent to Shui Zheng. "Grandfather, Xiao Fan is getting more and more outrageous, completely disregarding me. We must deal with him properly." Shui Zheng gave him a glance, his gaze icy. Shui Gaiha shuddered, as if he had never seen his grandfather look at him with such a cold expression. "Didn't Xiao Fan tell you to think it through, eh? Haven't you figured it out yet?" Shui Gaiha was taken aback. "Grandfather, what? What exactly do I need to think through?" Shui Zheng sneered. "Right now, only he can secure the 15th floor business of the White Swan. Don't you understand?" Shui Gaiha was dumbfounded, but immediately understood. He angrily said, "That kid is so bold, thinking that because we value that business we will definitely be lenient with him. He's thinking too simply." "No, you are thinking too simply." Shui Zheng harshly poked his forehead. "This business originally belonged to Xiao Fan, who we took it from him. Gaiha, you are a smart person. You should know what to do. Get this matter sorted out as soon as possible. Now go." Shui Gaiha walked out, drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he were walking on cotton. He slapped the back of his head and rushed to the HR department, embellishing the earlier incident to Shui Yaji, even threatening, "You quickly get Xiao Fan back to cooperate with me and get the business back on track, or none of you will keep your positions." Shui Yaji responded with an "oh" and continued with her work. She had just put her phone in her pocket after Xiao Fan called to explain the situation. Shui Gaiha continued shouting and making threats to his cousin. Shui Yaji remained indifferent, lazily responding occasionally with an "oh." The HR office was quite large, and 7 or 8 people looked at Shui Gaiha with their mouths agape, making him feel like a clown. He angrily turned and left. That evening after work, Shui Yaji and Shen Lizhu had just returned home when they smelled a delicious fragrance wafting through the house. Looking at the table, there were 5 dishes and a soup, more than enough for their family of 3. Xiao Fan walked out from the kitchen and smiled at Shui Yaji. "I got off work early today and made some good food for us to enjoy together." Before Shui Yaji could speak, Chen Liz's face darkened as she stormed up to Xiao Fan, almost poking his nose with her finger. Xiao Fan frowned and took 2 steps back. Shen Lizhu fired away. "Xiao Fan, you really have a way with words. Leaving work early, do you know what that's called? That's called leaving early. How outrageous. Who gave you the guts to do that? You embarrassed Gaiha in front of so many people. You immediately call him to apologize. Do whatever he asks you to do. If you dare to pull any tricks, you won't be able to stay in this house tonight." Earlier, Shui Gaiha forced Shui Yaji to speak up for him to no avail, so he turned to Chen Lizhu. He also threatened and coaxed, and Chen Lizhu, being short-sighted, was easily persuaded. Since her husband died, she had been under the pressure of Shui Qian and his son, accustomed to being submissive to them. Hearing Shui Gai's words, she naturally hated Xiao Fan. As soon as they got home, she couldn't wait to spew her anger. Shui Yaji couldn't stand it anymore. "Mom, stop scolding Xiao Fan. Don't you think Shui Gaiha is the most outrageous? Yesterday you were shouting that they only gave a 2% commission and didn't even give the supervisor position, yet you scolded Xiao Fan. Now that he is fighting for his rights, why are you still scolding him?" Chen Lizhu shouted, "I don't care how he fights for it, but he can't drag me down, and he certainly can't drag you down. Do you know what Gaiha said? If Xiao Fan doesn't cooperate, both you and I could end up suffering and being kicked out of the company. You also know that Shui Gaiha has this ability and the old man dotes on him." Shui Yaji was about to speak when Xia Fan interrupted. Mom, don't worry. This time, even if grandfather loves him, he won't protect him. Who dares to mess around with a deal worth tens of millions? You don't need to speak up for him. Haven't you suffered enough humiliation over the years? Chen Liju. Xia Fan then turned to Shui Yaji and softly said, come on, let's eat. Think about what you have wanted to buy but have been reluctant to get. Mom too should list out her favorite health products and cosmetics. Yaji, send that list to Shui Guiha and let him come over to chat, and by the way, he can buy these things for you. Chen Liju couldn't help but shout again, Xia Fan, you've really lost your mind. You've offended Guiha and now he wants to drink your blood and eat your flesh, and you want him to buy these things for you. Xia Fan did not even glance at him, instead gently taking Shui Yaji's small hand and guiding her to sit beside the dining table. As he ladled a bowl of ginseng black chicken soup for her, he urged her to ponder the matter carefully. This is a golden opportunity. Shui Guiha has siphoned off millions from the company over the years. Asking him to spend several $100,000 on gifts seems entirely justified. Just send him a message now and squeeze him dry while you can. Shui Yaji shook her head. Xia Fan, you're being hopelessly naive. Shui Guiha is as stingy as a miser, and you've already deeply offended him. It's utterly impossible for him to bring such an extravagant array of gifts to our door. Chen Liju interjected coldly, my daughter is right. You're indulging in pure fantasy, Xia Fan. Call Guiha immediately and beg his forgiveness, or else we'll be driven out of the Shui household, mother and daughter alike. Her voice trembled with fear. Though his current post as logistics department director yields modest perks, it ensures a comfortable, worry-free life. And as the widow of the Shui family's eldest son, she still receives annual dividends, even after her husband's passing. Xia Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily upon Shui Yaji, firm, unyielding, resolute. At last the stunning Shui let out a soft sigh and picked up her phone. Chen Liju leaned in, heart-pounding, daughter. Surely you aren't actually going to send Guiha that message demanding he buy all these things. I'll do exactly as Xia Fan said. After all, we've already burned every bridge with Shui Guiha. What's one more spark on the pyre? Truth be told, I find this strangely exhilarating. That wretched boy has oppressed our family relentlessly since my father's death, stripping us of rights, seizing benefits. I pray Xia Fan can. She trailed off, lifting her eyes to meet the man before her. Chen Liju's face paled into ashen fury. You've been blinded by grease. How could you be so foolish? Guiha is the pillar, we're not even worthy of being his limbs. Resistance is futile. If we provoke Elder Shui, we'll lose everything. Suddenly she pointed an accusing finger at Xia Fan and railed against him as a harbinger of misfortune. Xia Fan replied calmly, mother, don't kneel, so long you forget how to stand. What did you say? Say it again now. Chen Liju roared. Xia Fan said nothing more, calmly spooning a bowl of soup and savoring it. Helplessly Shui Yaji sent the message. On Shui Guiha's end, he nearly dropped his phone upon reading it. Seated beside him on the sofa, Shui Qian frowned. At your age, still lacking composure. How undignified. Shui Guiha recounted the message, his countenance twisted like a wrathful specter. That accursed Xia Fan and Shui Yaji. What audacity, to demand we purchase this and that, delivering it personally. I tallied it up, no less than 100,000 yuan. What he didn't know was that Shui Yaji had already pared down Xia Fan's original list. Had she sent the full version, he might well have collapsed from sheer rage. Shui Qian's face darkened. So, what do you intend to do? Shui Guiha clenched his teeth. That fool Xia Fan is insatiably greedy. Does he truly believe I'll comply? I have countless ways to crush him. If need be, I'll hire thugs to beat him senseless. See if he still refuses. Shui Qian, thundered Shui Guiha. You show no wisdom at all. Don't forget the White Swan Group is under intense scrutiny from dozens of rivals. Delay invites disaster. Xia Fan is obstinate by nature. If you truly resort to violence, he'll likely remain defiant. You'll suffer humiliation, and worse, Elder Shui will see our incompetence. His wrath would be catastrophic. Shui Guiha's brow knotted in black frustration. Father, you mean we must swallow this insult, and actually buy these gifts to plead for mercy? Shui Qian's voice dripped with icy calculation, and what choice do we have? A true gentleman bides his time, 10 years to exact vengeance. Endure this humiliation now. Complete the task first. Only then may you unleash your full fury. Well reasoned, Shui Guiha sneered, rising. I'll act at once. Xia Fan, don't celebrate yet. Soon you'll wish you'd never drawn breath. An hour later, exactly 9 o'clock. Shui Yaji sat cross-legged on the sofa, her snow-white limbs elegant, her gaze anxiously fixed on her phone. Not a single reply had come from Shui Guiha since the message was sent. Chen Liju spat venomously. He'll never agree. He's furious. Tomorrow who knows what punishment awaits us. Xia Fan, if you get me and Yaji cast out of the Shui household, it will be your doing. Even in death, I'll return as a vengeful ghost to bind you eternally. Her words dripped with malice. Meanwhile, Xia Fan held his phone, seemingly idle yet deep in strategic consultation with Zhong Yang on investment matters. The Fanfei Group had launched sweeping acquisitions across multiple industries. Though Zhongyang, a seasoned strategist, oversaw most operations, Xiaofan personally steered key decisions, finding genuine fulfillment in the work. Over these years, he had never been talentless, nor the worthless failure others perceived. Merely ostracized and ridiculed by the Shui clan, his abilities had lain dormant waiting. He chose instead to bide his time, studying, refining, mastering. Now backed by his mother's 100 billion yuan support, and promised further backing, the ancient adage rang true. A scaled dragon is no mere pond fish. It transforms into a celestial beast at the first whisper of wind and cloud. Even Zhongyang spoke of him with profound admiration. Yet as his mother-in-law's accusations and curses echoed around him, Xiaofan seemed utterly deaf. Calmly, he sent Zhongyang his final instruction: for now, bear the burden. I trust you to finalize every strategic deployment. Lay the foundation first, then exact retribution. Yes, he would have his vengeance. The great clans and powerful families who shattered his home would not escape justice. All these years, Xiaofan had never surrendered, not even in silence. Though his blade remained sheathed, its hum vibrated deep within the scabbard, keen and impatient. Xiaofan lifted his gaze, serene and composed. Mother, you must be weary of speaking. Have some water. Shui Guihe will arrive shortly. Chen Lizhu stared at him like a vengeful wraith. Guihe will come. You're dreaming. If he does, I'll crawl across this living room on my hands and knees. Tomorrow at work, he'll unleash a tempest. Elder Shui heeds his every word, and he'll fire both me and Yaji. No great loss. I'm deemed a coward anyway, but Yaji and I. Her hatred curdled thickly, just as the doorbell chimed. Shui Yaji sprang up, stretching her long, shapely legs, astonishment lighting her eyes as she looked at Xiaofan. He smiled faintly. No rush to open the door. Let him wait outside a little longer. Chen Lizhu rushed toward the entrance. Xiaofan sighed softly. Yaji, sit down. It's time we took the... Gazing at Xiaofan, Shui Yaji suddenly sensed a new aura about him. Majestic, commanding, like a coiled dragon or crouching tiger. Without hesitation, she walked over and settled beside him, her warm thigh brushing lightly against his. Dressed in a short skirt, her posture revealed elegant curves. Xiaofan's gaze lingered. Then impulsively his hand reached out. Snap! Shui Yaji slapped it away. From beyond the door came Chen Lizhu's voice, shocked, flustered, yet elated. Guihe, you really came. So late, and with all these gifts. How thoughtful of you. Then Shui Guihe's frigid tone cut through the air. Enough. Take these. Weren't they precisely what you demanded? Where is Xiaofan? I need to speak with him. His final words carried a razor's edge of menace. Chen Lizhu quickly explained. Guihe, you mustn't blame me, and Yaji, we were also cursing that brat, saying he shouldn't be so arrogant. How could he ask you to buy things for him? Setting aside our familial ties, you are his superior. It's outrageous that he would have his manager deliver gifts to you. Rest assured, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson, and as for these gifts, I will accept them for now. As she spoke, Chen Lizhu revealed a greedy glint in her eyes. Most of the items that Shui Guihe had bought were things she had wanted to purchase but couldn't afford. After finishing her sentence, she hurriedly took the items from the person Shui Guihe had brought to carry them. Shui Guihe stormed in, angrily standing before Xiaofan, coldly glaring at him with an air of authority. Xiaofan, have you made enough noise? Count the items you asked me to buy. Oh, it cost me nearly 100,000. You really are asking for a lot, but I'll indulge you just this once. If you don't cooperate, I'll certainly make sure Dong Wenli works with me, and I won't let you off the hook. A finger was nearly poking Xiaofan's forehead. Xiaofan ignored him and picked up his phone to play with it again. Chen Lizhu shouted angrily, Xiaofan, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Guihe asking you a question? Answer him quickly. Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, before a certain someone learns to speak properly, why should I bother with him? Right now he's the one asking me, not the other way around. You better adjust your tone. Oh, I might consider replying if you do. When asking for a favor, one should act like they are asking for a favor. Shui Gai's anger was palpable. You. Xiaofan rolled his eyes. What do you mean you? Aren't you the one who came here with gifts to beg me? If not, take them all back. I don't like looking at your overbearing attitude. However, Shui Guihe, let me give you a warning. This business deal is something the old man is very anxious about. If you cross me and ruin the 15 floors, do you know what kind of punishment you will face? If the old man gets angry, it won't matter that you are his beloved grandson. He might just kick you out. This statement was quite threatening, leaving Shui Guihe speechless, only able to clench his fists, which cracked from the pressure. Suddenly he laughed, a rather eerie laugh. He took 2 steps back and pointed fiercely at Xiaofan. What are you daring to lecture me like this? Don't think that just because you got the 15 floors you're something special. To me, you're still nothing more than a servant. Chen Lizhu was taken aback. Oh, what do you mean by servant? Shui Yaji frowned. That term was not very pleasant. Shui Guihe laughed heartily. You don't know yet. Just think with your toes, and you'll figure out how he got the business. He stared wickedly at Xiaofan, grinning. So how was it with that female boss of the Baitaian? Not bad, right? Although she's in her 40s, she still has her charms. Is she particularly desperate? You have to satisfy her more to secure the 15 floors from her. Xiao Fan's face turned dark. Chen Liz's eyes widened in disgust. She pointed at Xiao Fan. I wondered how you could secure these 15 floors when so many others couldn't. It turns out you resorted to such disgusting tactics. Xiao Fan, I underestimated you. Aren't you ashamed to be with a woman in her 40s? Yaji, how can you still defend him? He's doing something beneath contempt. You should hurry and divorce him. Let him roll out tonight. He must not tarnish my family. Shui Yaji looked at Xiao Fan incredulously. Xiao Fan quickly calmed down, giving his wife a warm smile. Do you think I would do such a thing? How is that impossible? Shui Guiha provoked. With your useless background wanting to achieve something, but what can a good-for-nothing like you do? You can only rely on that aspect to pull in business. Otherwise, how could you, a complete loser, suddenly secure the 15 floors? Just relying on your mediocre skills isn't enough, right? Chen Lizhu shouted and spewed foul language. Xiao Fan remained unfazed, just looking at Shui Yaji. In his eyes, Shui Yaji saw clarity and sincerity. She bit her lip, reached out to touch Xiao Fan's face, and then stood up. She stared at Shui Guiha and coldly said, I don't know how he secured this major business deal, but I believe he would never do such a thing. Shui Guiha, you always love to slander. Please don't be so despicable. Shui Guiha laughed heartily. Cousin, you're wrong to say that. Maybe deep down you think he did that kind of thing, but are just covering for him to save face. Don't say that a worthless person who sells their body doesn't deserve you. Hurry and divorce him, he'll find you someone better than him. Before he could finish, 2 slaps rang out. Xiao Fan suddenly lunged forward, delivering 2 hard slaps. It was heavy, blood streamed from his nose, covering his face, and he stared blankly. Xiao Fan, you dare hit me? Chen Lizhu shouted, have you gone mad? You dare hit Guiha? Xiao Fan replied firmly, why wouldn't I? First, he insulted me repeatedly. Second, he sowed discord between me and Yaji. With these 2 points, slapping him twice is already lenient. Shui Guiha shouted, get him beaten up. He had brought 2 strong subordinates initially there to carry gifts, now acting as thugs. The 2 cursed Xiao Fan for being audacious, daring to hit manager Shui, and rushed at him, throwing punches. Xiao Fan swiftly dodged, using his waist strength to kick them down to the ground. His face revealed a fierce expression as he slowly advanced towards Shui Guiha. Shui Guiha was dumbfounded, retreating repeatedly. Don't come any closer. If you dare hit me again, I will make sure you can't stay in the company or the Shui family. As he spoke, he had retreated to the door. Xiao Fan swiftly opened the door and kicked him hard. Thud! He was kicked out, tumbling to the ground outside. Xiao Fan grabbed the gifts from the shoe cabinet and tossed them out all at once, hitting Shui Guiha and scattering them everywhere. He clapped his hands, calm and collected. Take your things and roll. You can report to the old man about how I hit you. Feel free to embellish the story. Oh, I don't care. However, next time you must make 2 changes. First, double the gifts. Second, when asking for a favor, act like you're asking for a favor. And one more thing. The old man often goes to the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Galaxy Hotel, spending 2,000 to 3,000 per person. When you report to him, don't forget to mention that you annoyed me, and I want the old man to comfort me. Tomorrow night, invite the 3 of us to dinner there. He spoke each word slowly. Then he told the other 2 guys. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. The momentum was overwhelming, leaving the 2 women in the room at a loss for words. After a while, Chen Lizhu screamed, Xiao Fan, are you trying to kill us both? The old man will definitely not let you off. She shouted, nearly crying, while Shui Yaji was both amused and helpless. Xiao Fan ignored his mother-in-law and gently patted his wife's shoulder. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Lizhu shouted, what do you know? This is not good. You want to drive me to my death? What should I do now? Daughter, look at him. Has he been possessed by an evil spirit? Shui Yaji sighed and patted Xiao Fan's shoulder. You go rest upstairs first while comfort my mom. Xiao Fan nodded and went upstairs to take a shower. When he came out, he saw Shui Yaji sitting on a chair looking at him with an incredibly complex gaze. Xiao Fan, you truly do have guts. Asking grandfather to treat us to dinner at the Galaxy Grand Hotel. And Xiao Fan shrugged nonchalantly. And why not? I still remember how when father-in-law was alive, grandfather hosted us for dinner every fortnight. Now those gatherings have ceased entirely, and you and mother have quietly borne that loss with lingering resentment. This is the perfect opportunity to reclaim what was once ours. And Shui Yaji shook her head. In Xiao Fan, things are no longer as they once were. Grandfather's affection for our branch of the family has utterly faded, usurped by Shui Guiha and his faction. Even Aunt Shui Wan's household enjoys far greater favor than ours. We've already. And her voice trailed off and she shook her head again, a sorrowful tremor in her gesture. Xiao Fan flashed her a toothy grin. Rest easy. I've already promised you'll resume your position as business manager, and perhaps even assume command over the entire Shui family. Your father treated me with such kindness. I would never betray his trust, or yours. Shui Yaji blurted out. Is it only because father treated you well? In Xiaofan shook his head. And because you treated me well. In Shui Yaji gave a self-deprecating smile. Did I ever treat you well? In Xiaofan grew solemn. And you did. You've always cared deeply for me. As a child you looked after me, shared every morsel you had. When others mocked me, as an orphan bastard you stood up for me. Yet, as we grew older you buried that kindness deep within your heart. Shyness replaced your openness. Then when father-in-law arranged our marriage you harbored confusion, and perhaps even quiet resentment toward me. But I believe, even the coldest glacier once melted unleashes a torrent of blazing fire. Shui Yaji gazed at him, tears shimmering in her eyes. And suddenly she burst into soft laughter and playfully punched his shoulder. Regardless, exercise restraint. Your approach feels rather forceful, while I fear it may backfire. Shui Guiha will surely twist every word before grandfather, and I worry he'll harbor even deeper animosity toward you. Xiaofan spoke calmly. Grandfather is a wily old fox. He weighs gains and losses with ruthless precision. All men under heaven rush hither and thither for profit. This truth he understands better than anyone. Shui Yaji nodded. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I hope through your efforts a brighter tomorrow truly dawns. I'll retire to my room now. You should rest well too. Tomorrow may bring even more vexing trials. And she turned and strode briskly toward the door. Xiaofan watched her retreating figure in silence. Shui Yaji reached for the doorknob, but paused, hand hovering as if waiting. And she glanced back at him. Is there nothing else you wish to say to me? Not tender softness softened her features. Xiaofan answered honestly, of course there is, but I dare not speak it. I fear you'd strike me for saying it. Shui Yaji giggled. Afraid I'll strike you? What on earth are you afraid of? Even if I did hit you, your hide is thick enough. I couldn't possibly hurt you. And speaking it might finally lift a weight from your heart. Xiaofan pondered briefly, then nodded firmly. Very well, I'll say it. Will you stay tonight? Or shall I join you in your room? Shui Yaji flushed crimson and spat. How audacious you are. Flustered she flung open the door and darted out, slamming it shut behind her, then instantly regretted her haste. She touched her burning cheek and murmured to herself, but isn't it true? After all, I am his wife. 3 years of marriage, yet we've never shared a bed. His request, am I? In good heavens, Shui Yaji, have you lost your senses? How could you even think of such things? Stop these foolish thoughts. And she fled into her room, slammed the door, and locked it, half expecting Xiaofan to burst through at any moment. Humiliated and seething, Shui Guiha stormed out of the residence and drove straight to the ancestral manor. Except during major festivals, the family rarely gathered there. Each branch maintained its own separate abode. Grandfather Shuizheng still resided there, content in solitude, tended daily by servants. He had just settled into bed when Shui Guiha barged in. Grandfather, I'm nearly dead from Xiaofan's beating. You won't believe he dared strike me. Not only did he punch me, he kicked me too. Look at my face, it's swollen like a pig's head. Bolstered by grandfather's indulgence, Shui Guiha marched straight into the master bedroom. Ni's grandmother, Lady Zheng Guangxia, sat beside the bed, and gasped in shock, leaping upright. Clutching her grandson's hand, she cried out in anguish, what? That spineless wretch dared do this to you. Such vicious cruelty. What does he intend? He strikes my grandson. He'll pay with half his life. Lady Zheng was no minor figure. Within the Shui clan she ruled with iron authority and held Xiaofan in utter contempt. Had she not visited her natal home for the Mid-Autumn Festival to honor her 9-year-old parents, Xiaofan would have endured even harsher ridicule. Seeing his grandmother's profound distress, Shui Guiha nearly wept. Grandmother, even if I die from this beating, it matters little. As long as the Shui family secures the Swan Corporation contract, I'll depart this world fulfilled. The real issue is this: I swallowed my pride and complied with Xiaofan's demands, spending nearly 100,000 yuan on gifts for him. Yet he remained unsatisfied. He struck me, and then ejected me from the house. I've never suffered such humiliation. Sniffling and sobbing, he embellished the tale with theatrical exaggeration. Shui Zheng leaned back against the headboard, his face dark, silent, unreadable. Lady Zheng stamped her foot. Who gave that wretched pup such audacity? Does he seek to overthrow heaven itself? A spineless nobody, daring to disfigure my grandson. Old Shui, you must devise a severe punishment for that boy. Make him kneel before my grandson and slap his own face until blood flows. Years ago, Shui Zheng's rise owed much to Lady Zheng's natal family's influence, so he usually heeded her counsel. So, Xiaofan demanded you host them at the Galaxy Grand Hotel tomorrow night. Shui Guiha nodded vigorously. Yes, grandfather. That madman beat me, and now he dares insult you too. What right does he possess to demand your hospitality? I have ample means to crush him. Tomorrow I'll expel Chen Lizhu and Shui Yaji from the company. If Xia Fan fails to secure the contract, they'll have no place left in the firm. Don't you agree, grandmother? Nin Lady Zhang's estimation, her granddaughter Shui Yaji paled beside her beloved grandson. Exactly. Press him relentlessly. Let's see how boldly he stands when cornered. If he refuses to yield, we'll simply break his legs. Then watch him swagger. And empowered by his grandmother's backing, Shui Guohe beamed, a grotesque, ghastly grin spreading across his swollen face. And grandmother, it's settled. And Shui Zheng waved dismissively. And go tell Xia Fan, his wish shall be granted. Tomorrow night at 7 I'll host him at the Galaxy Grand Hotel. Book a private dining room, and you and your father will attend. And Lady Zheng and Shui Guohe stared dumbfounded. And she cried out in disbelief, and, old Shui, what madness possesses you? To invite him, that arrogant upstart, to dine. By doing so you place him upon your shoulders. He'll grow even more insolent, and the Shui family will not tolerate such a shameless son-in-law. And Shui Guohe nodded emphatically yes. And Shui Zheng fixed him with a cold, piercing glance. And, do you truly believe expelling Li Zhu and Yaji will bend Xia Fan to your will? Do you imagine breaking both his legs will compel his surrender? His current ferocity is undeniable, yet you remain certain such tactics will subdue him. And Shui Guohe blinked blankly, Xia Fan's terrifying intensity flashing in his mind, and faltered. And, grandfather, we must at least try. Trying blindly may prove irreversible. And suppose Xia Fan does hold sway over Director Dong. Your actions would only drive him further away. Now leave. I require rest. And Shui Guohe slunk out humiliated and crestfallen. He'd expected his exaggerated account would ignite grandfather's fury and unleash retribution upon Xia Fan. And he never imagined grandfather would actually consent to hosting him at the Galaxy Grand Hotel. The door clicked shut. Lady Zheng's wrath still smoldered. And, old Shui, will you truly bow to a lowly son-in-law? And Shui Zheng replied coolly, and, must we truly cast Yaji and her mother out? With Tiangong we rely heavily upon Gon's branch. Already we've treated them unjustly enough. To exile them. What would the world say? In Chun Li Zhu is no meek woman. Though she presently bows and scrapes, should she suffer absolute rejection, she'll spread slander far and wide. You, long-haired yet short-sighted. And Lady Zheng fell silent for a long moment. And, shall we truly ignore how that wretched boy battered my grandson, leaving him like this, without consequence? And Shui Zheng let out a dry, humorless laugh, and shook his head without reply, turning to sleep. The next day Shui Guohe reluctantly reserved a private dining room at the Galaxy Grand Hotel. And time slipped swiftly. The evening arrived and 6 guests assembled for dinner. The 3 Shui men wore expressions strangely at odds with one another. Zheng Guangxia also wanted to come, but Shui Zheng knew her intentions well and refused her. Among the 6 the most excited was Chun Li Zhu. She was stammering. Old man, I haven't eaten here for many years. Back in the day when my husband was alive, it was wonderful. Oh, our family would sit on this side, enjoying the breathtaking scenery, while eating and drinking. I miss it immensely. As she spoke, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes with exaggerated gestures. Shui Yaji gently patted her shoulder and said, Mom, it's all right. He'll bring you here to eat more often when we have the chance. Chun Li Zhu glared. Eating a meal here is so expensive, how can we afford it? Our combined salaries and annual bonuses can barely afford a few meals here. After all, it's not like when your father was still alive. The 3 men with the surname Shui looked somewhat uncomfortable. Chun Li Zhu was startled and accidentally voiced her inner thoughts. She quickly aimed her gun at Xia Fan. It's all because of your useless husband, who has achieved nothing these past few years. He can't do any work, and I don't even know what he does every day, and we have to support him in the Shui family. I really regret agreeing to your dead old man's request to marry you to him. Just look at him sitting there like a puppet, it makes me so angry. Xia Fan sat by the window, able to see the scenery outside with just a slight turn of his head. It was indeed beautiful. Oh, it took an hour to see the entire Tianzhou city from one rotation. What he saw now was a large mountain by the sea, lush with trees at its waist. Rows of luxurious villa estates, all European-style architecture, opulent and regal. That was the most luxurious residential area in all of Tianzhou city, with each estate worth billions. Although the name sounded rustic, it was still impressively affluent Tianzhou aristocracy. Those who lived there were either rich or noble, and not just any wealthy person. It could be said that anyone who lived there held a status at the pinnacle of the social pyramid in Tianzhou city. Gazing at Tianzhou aristocracy, Xia Fan was momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly he was interrupted by a sharp voice. He turned his head to find his mother-in-law scolding him again, leaving him feeling innocent. What have I done to provoke anyone? Can't I just be a quiet and handsome man? Shui Qian said sarcastically, Sister-in-law, you are mistaken. Xia Fan is quite impressive now. If he weren't impressive, we wouldn't be able to eat here. Saying this, he shot a sinister glance at Xia Fan, his eyes filled with malice. He then glanced back at his son whose face was still bruised and became even angrier. Shui Guihe stared at him with resentment and said, Xia Fan, you look so mesmerized by Tianzhou aristocracy, are you thinking of buying a place? Xia Fan smiled and glanced at Shui Yaji sitting beside him, gently saying, Yaji, I remember you told me you particularly like Tianzhou aristocracy with a view of the vast ocean. It would be quite nice if we could buy a place there. Even Shuizhen couldn't help but laugh coldly. Chen Lizhu and Shui Yaji both felt awkward. Shui Guihe scoffed. Xia Fan, dream on. Do you know how much that villa costs at the very least? You can't even buy it for 100 million, and there are only 18 units all sold out. Where are you going to buy one? Are you going to build one up there yourself? He laughed heartily, accidentally pulling at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, and hated Xia Fan even more. Shuizhen also turned to look at the luxurious Tianzhou aristocracy, his expression filled with longing, then sighed. It truly is a magnificent place. I heard each villa occupies a prime spot, with excellent feng shui. Living there guarantees wealth and prosperity for generations to come. Who among the residents isn't a top-tier celebrity? Shuiqian added, I heard the owner of No. 8 Villa is selling it to raise funds for going public. They've commissioned an auction, which will be held at the Royal International Hotel in 5 days, with a starting price of 12 million. Shuizhen gasped in shock, shaking his head repeatedly, without speaking. Shui Guihe sighed, 12 million. Our entire family barely has that much money combined, right? Shuiqian continued, that's just the starting price. Many people want to buy that piece of prime real estate. I think to win the bid it would take almost 200 million. The 3 men with the surname Shui gasped again. Xia Fan pondered and continued to stare outside. Chen Lizhu sneered, our Shui family can't afford it, so you might as well stop looking. Even if there were 100,000 of you selling wouldn't be enough to buy it, you would just be sensible. Shui Guihe also seized the opportunity to mock. And don't be too harsh on him. Xia Fan is different now. After that incident his wealth has multiplied, or perhaps if he does it a few more times he really could afford that villa, haha. Although unspoken, everyone understood. This kid relying on the presence of many people wasn't afraid of Xia Fan anymore. Shuizhen coughed twice. Alright, stop the rambling, and let's clear things up before the meal. Afan, I admit you do have some talent, not only can you secure that 15th floor business, but you can also make them recognize only you do possess some guts. In truth, it carried a hint of disdain, clearly acknowledging his grandson's words. Xia Fan remained expressionless, munching on peanuts. Chen Lizhu shot him a fierce glare, her face filled with humiliation. Only Shui Yaji smiled, faintly squeezing Xia Fan's hand under the table. Meaning I believe you won't do that kind of thing. Xia Fan smiled back at her. Shuizhen's voice grew serious. What would it take for you to cooperate with us and allow Dingsheng to quickly invest in the business? Xia Fan was straightforward, raising one finger. First, I want 5%. This is not excessive. Everyone knows, no need for me to elaborate. Shui Guihe slammed the table. Xia Fan, after hitting me, you still dare to be so arrogant. Are you pressuring Grandpa? Be careful. Your greed could lead to your downfall. Xia Fan remained silent, just looking at Shuizhen. The old man's face turned ashen, and after a moment he nodded. All right. Xia Fan raised his second finger. Second, I want Yaji to be the supervisor. The expressions of the 3 men across from him changed. Shui Guihe immediately said, no way, she's not even a member of the business department. According to the rules, only business department members can be supervisors. Xia Fan clapped his hands. That's right, but everyone knows she was previously the business manager. Shui Guihe, your current position was originally hers. After my father-in-law passed, she was moved to the HR department as a supervisor. She can be transferred from the business department to HR, and from HR back to the business department, right? I remember there's still no deputy manager. Am not greedy, just let her return to that position. I believe she would be happy to accept, right, Yaji? He turned to look at the woman beside him. Shui Yaji looked at Xia Fan in disbelief. This was truly beyond her expectations. She knew Xia Fan would strive for the supervisor position, but she never imagined he would fight for it on her behalf. For a moment her emotions were inexplicably stirred. She knew that after her father's passing, Shuiqian and his son disregarded appearances. One immediately occupied the vice president position, while the other forced her grandfather to transfer her to HR as a supervisor. He took over the position of business department manager, leading to Shui Yaji being ridiculed by countless people. She had vowed to push Shui Guihe down and reclaim her position. But for over 3 years, no matter how hard she worked, her grandfather seemed unable to see it. Even in the HR department, she was not given any promotions. Shui Yaji understood very well that this was definitely the mischief of Shuiqian and his son, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. Unexpectedly, all of this had been placed in the heart of the husband she once looked down upon, who now fought for her without hesitation. Shui Yaji suddenly recalled what Xia Fan had said, I will definitely make you the manager of the business department, or even the general manager of the company. The 3 men from the Shui family looked increasingly grim. Xia Fan's move was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. For a moment Shui Zheng regretted it deeply. He should not have called this kid back, letting him be a mere pawn under Shui Gui and his subordinates. Unexpectedly, this pawn had risen swiftly, almost overwhelming, and now there were signs of a palace coup. Shui Gui was in a fit of rage. No way, I absolutely won't allow Yaji to return to the business department. She's doing just fine in the HR department, why should she come back? Grandfather Xia Fan is treating me with utter disdain, Shui Zheng said ominously. In that case, let Gui he supervise the work, after all he is more familiar with it. I won't shortchange Yaji either. She has indeed made significant progress over the years. I will make her the deputy manager of the HR department, plus the 5 points I just promised you. That should be sufficient sincerity, right? Xia Fan knew when to stop. He coldly stared at this insignificant person he had once looked down upon. Xia Fan smiled faintly and turned to look. All right, the food is here, let's eat first. It's rare for our family to dine together. This matter is not urgent, so take your time to consider. With that, it was clear he disagreed. Bang! Shui Gui slammed the table. Xia Fan, don't think you can refuse a toast to drink a penalty. Don't assume I can't do anything to you. Shui Qian also spoke in a deep voice. Xia Fan, we have shown enough sincerity. Don't push your luck. Know when to stop. Xia Fan smiled faintly and was about to speak. Suddenly the door was opened. The action of opening the door was somewhat rough. It was not a waiter, but a sturdy man. After opening the door, he stood aside like a door god, appearing respectful. Outside, a tall and thin man in his 40s slowly walked in. He looked well-dressed, but his aura could not be concealed. As soon as he walked in, even the old man changed his expression and quickly stood up. Boss Jean, what brings you here? It's been a long time, and you look even more spirited. The man was taken aback, scanning Shui Zheng up and down. He frowned. Sorry, I seem to have forgotten who you are. You look so... Shui Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the leader of a second-tier family in Tianzhou City. Although not widely known, he had some reputation. Boss Jean's words were indeed dismissive. Even Shui Qian and Shui Gui could not help but feel a bit angry. However, Boss Jean was a formidable character, and Shui Zheng could only force a smile and introduce himself. Boss Jean, whose full name was Jean Kaiken, was the owner of a loan company. In actuality, it was a usury business, inevitably carrying a dark background. 2 years ago, due to funding issues, Shui Zheng borrowed money from him through an old friend. Thanks to personal connections, he secured a low-interest loan, which he repaid on time. With this connection, Shui Zheng knew that Jean Kaiken was not simple. With ample funds and extensive connections, Shui Zheng smiled. Boss Jean, what a coincidence, let's have a meal together. I borrowed money from you 2 years ago, and haven't properly thanked you. Jean Kaiken waved his hand. No need for that, as since we're acquaintances, it should be easy to talk. I have a small request. I'm hosting a distinguished guest tonight, but it seems this place is fully booked. I thought I'd take a chance. Could you move to another place? I don't think Shui Zheng would refuse, would he? Shui Zheng's face immediately fell. This was equivalent to forcing them out. Shui Gui, young and hot-tempered, was infuriated by this remark. He suddenly stood up. Eugene, don't think just because you're a lone boss you can treat us so rudely. After all, we are also a prominent family in Tianzhou City, with some connections and abilities. Don't overstep, otherwise who knows who will be at a disadvantage. The two sturdy men who entered with Jean Kaiken revealed a fierce aura as they slowly advanced. Shui Gui was startled. Don't be reckless in this world. Who doesn't know a few social figures? If you dare to do anything, I can call someone. Shui Zheng immediately pulled him aside and sternly scolded Gui. Don't be so rude. Do you know who Boss Jean is? He's not someone you can compare to those few insignificant people you know. Hurry and apologize, or you'll regret it. Fear was evident on his face. Seeing the situation was dire, Shui Qian immediately reprimanded. Did you hear what your grandfather said? Hurry and apologize to Boss Jean. Shui Gui was also startled. He had never seen the old man so flustered. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and apologize to Jean Kaiken. Jean Kaiken smiled faintly. Shui Zheng, for your sake, I won't make things difficult for the younger generation. Let him watch his words in the future, lest he offends someone and ends up dead in the streets. So do you really want to give up the private room? Shui Zheng felt extremely awkward, as if he had been slapped hard. There was no choice. He knew this guy was formidable, so he could only nod. All right, since Boss Jean has helped me before, moreover, the dishes that haven't been served will also be on the house. Let's go. He stood up, glaring fiercely at Xia Fan, and walked out coldly. Shui Qian and Shui Gui followed suit. If it weren't for this kid insisting that the old man treat them to a meal at the Galaxy Grand Hotel, they wouldn't have lost face and been forced to leave. Chun Lizhu fiercely poked Xia Fan on the forehead. You jinx, look at how much trouble you've caused. You're truly something. If you don't agree to the old man's request later, I won't let you off. The conditions offered by the old man are generous enough. Oh, what more do you want? Shui Yaji also stood up. Xia Fan, let's go. You can't resist the strong. Let's eat somewhere else. Xia Fan remained seated, looking at Jean Kaiken, and calmly said, Boss Jean, there is a principle of first come, first served. We reserved this private room first and still need to discuss matters here. If not, you can check elsewhere to see which private room is available. This one I'm sorry. Although his tone was mild and lacking any hostility, it was very firm. Both those who were leaving and Jin Kaiken were somewhat stunned. Shui Gui turned his head. Xiao Fan, you're so bold. I wouldn't dare offend Boss Jin, but you're actually doing this. Do you really want to die? He wore a face full of schadenfreude. Shuizheng glared at him fiercely. Xiao Fan, don't really think of yourself as someone important. Boss Jin is well known and not someone the Shui family can provoke. Get up now. Xiao Fan remained unmoved. Boss Jin can ask us to vacate the private room, but we also have the right to say no. Boss Jin, if you want to understand the rules, don't say too much. Oh, just leave. Jin Kaiken scoffed with a face full of mockery. Who the hell is this? Even more powerful than the last one. Shuizheng, your family is truly filled with talent. Shuizheng felt he could almost slap Xiao Fan to death. He had to adopt a somewhat flattering tone. Boss Jin, this is our Shui family son-in-law. He usually doesn't go out much, so he doesn't understand the rules. Please forgive him, and I will properly reprimand him. How about this? Give us 10 minutes, and I will persuade him. How does that sound? Jin Kaiken cast a cold glance at Xiao Fan. Fine, Shuizheng, I'll give you 10 minutes for your sake. But no matter what, first, I want this private room reserved for tonight. Second, I want this kid to serve me tea and apologize. Just because he's a rookie doesn't mean he's fearless, right? Then let's give him a hard lesson. He turned to leave, his two subordinates following him. One of them poked his head back in while closing the door and ominously said, remember, our boss is in the know. Free reception room, 10 minutes. Inside the private room, there was a dead silence. However, it wasn't long before everyone except for Shui Yaji began to attack Xiao Fan with veiled hostility. Shui Guiha even struck a pose as if he intended to eliminate Xiao Fan. You useless waste, you can't achieve anything and only bring calamity. You should just die yourself and not harm us. Grandpa treats Jin Kaiken with courtesy. Do you dare offend him? You have 7 minutes left. Immediately go and serve tea to Boss Jin and apologize. Also, your abruptness won't be held against you too much. Agree to accept that 5 and let Yaji be the deputy manager of the HR department. Let's consider this matter resolved. If Boss Jin doesn't let you off, the Shui family will not spare you either. This guy is trying to make a point. Chen Lizhu coldly remarked, Xiao Fan, did you hear that? Let's go apologize to Boss Jin together and then leave. I can't eat anymore. I don't want to have a meal and end up half dead. Hurry. She reached out to push Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan dodged and replied calmly, I'll go find him now. You don't need to follow. He then turned to look at Shui Yaji, grinning slightly. Yaji, the dishes are almost ready. You should eat and drink. Wait for me. Saying this, he turned and walked outside. Shui Yaji watched his back, feeling a mix of fear and trepidation. Xiao Fan remembered to keep a pleasant demeanor when apologizing. It's okay to be humble. Enduring a moment of anger can preserve your life for 100 years, understand. As she spoke, she felt like a wife caring for her husband. Shui Guiha sneered. Yaji, if he can persuade him, even a sow can climb a tree. I just hope Boss Jin doesn't beat him too badly. Shuizheng said solemnly. Xiao Fan, make sure to apologize sincerely and respectfully. We are waiting for good news from you. Xiao Fan opened the door and turned back with a smile. Sorry, I forgot to inform everyone I'm not going to apologize. I'm going to make them arrange a private room quickly and not compete with us. Everyone was dumbfounded. When the door closed, Shui Guiha burst into laughter. That kid is doomed. If he dares to do that, he'll be beaten to death. I said this waste is no longer a waste, but a fool, haha. Shui Yaji quickly followed, but was stopped by Chen Lizhu. Daughter, don't follow him to his death. He's so ignorant of his own capabilities. Let him die. Xiao Fan walked to the third lounge and raised his hand to knock on the door. Of course, it wasn't to seek death. If necessary, he would leverage his true identity to pressure Jin Kaiken. The door opened, revealing 7 or 8 muscular men inside. Each one exuded a fierce aura, their waists bulging with concealed weapons. Jin Kaiken was lounging on a sofa, legs crossed, puffing on a small cigar. Upon seeing Xiao Fan enter, he burst into hearty laughter. Kid, have you been convinced so quickly? Come serve me tea and apologize, or just clean my shoes, and I'll let it go. I have a shoe cleaning cloth ready for you. After you're done, you can scram without any issues. Xiao Fan calmly replied. First, I won't serve tea and apologize. Second, I absolutely won't clean your shoes. Third, I really need the private room today, so please either find another room or another hotel. The men stared blankly at Xiao Fan as if looking at an idiot. Then Boss Jin gave Xiao Fan a thumbs up. Good. Kid, I haven't seen anyone so arrogant in many years. The more arrogant you are, the more excited I become, because the more arrogant someone is, the more satisfying it is to step on them. He raised a finger to wipe his nose, then his face turned ominous. What are you all waiting for? Take him down. I want to see how long he can remain arrogant. A group of muscular men rushed forward like ferocious beasts. Xiao Fan stepped back and was about to speak when the door to the restroom opened. A bearded man strode out, emanating an overwhelming aura. Seeing Xiao Fan retreat, He paused for a moment, then ruthlessly charged forward, kicking one of the thugs. The thug screamed, flying backward and smashing a sturdy chair. The bearded man showed no mercy, taking down the others as well. Jin Kaikan was stunned. Master Wu, what? What's going on? Why are you hitting your own brothers? The bearded man ignored him and turned to look at Xiao Fan. Then with a thud he knelt on one knee. This kneeling shocked everyone. Jin Kaikan's legs went weak, nearly collapsing. He knew just how formidable the bearded man kneeling was. Although he had been inexplicably detained for over a year after his release, he quickly gathered a group of powerful individuals to eliminate everyone who betrayed him. Previously, he was a big shot. Even after being imprisoned for over a year, he returned with a vengeance, becoming even more formidable and ruthless. Jin Kaikan was also considered capable, wanting to recruit this big shot for greater development. But now, watching the admired big shot kneel before the little person he looked down upon, he was terrified to the point of having his guts churn. Master Wu, what? What is going on? The one kneeling before Xiao Fan was none other than Chang Yuwu. Recently, he had been very busy using the 2 million Xiao Fan provided to hire elite assassins from abroad to deal with all who betrayed him, gradually reclaiming his territory. He originally had no time to attend such a banquet, but Jin Kaikan, despite his flaws, had some capability, and he needed such people to run errands. So today he came to attend Jin's banquet. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, he saw his benefactor. After taking out the scoundrels who wanted to offend him, he couldn't help but kneel. Xiao Fan helped Chang Yuwu up, patted his leg, and smiled. No need for such formality. You're older than me, and this kneeling will shorten my life. Chang Yuwu's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears as he sighed deeply. Young Master Xiao, I will always remember your great kindness. You pulling me out of the cage is equivalent to saving my life. Staying there was worse than death. The money you gave me after I got out was like a timely rain, allowing me to open special channels and hire professionals to deal with my enemies. Young Master Xiao, you are like a second father to me. Xiao Fan waved his hand. All right, Master Wu, no need to be so sentimental. It's good that you're fine. Let's drink together when we have time. I'm short on time now. As he spoke, he glanced at Jin Kaikan not far away. That guy looked pale. Chang Yuwu followed Xiao Fan's gaze, his expression darkening as he slowly said, Xiao Jin, what's going on? Jin Kaikan, who had just been respectfully addressed as Boss Jin by Shuezheng, fearing any displeasure from this loan shark, was now being called Xiao Jin in a condescending tone by another big shot, barely daring to breathe. Jin Kaikan looked at Xiao Fan with trepidation. Xiao Fan crossed his arms and remained silent. He could only muster the courage to speak up while forcing a smile. Master Wu, I didn't know that this young Master Xia is your benefactor. If I had known, I wouldn't dare offend him. I was just trying to please you, hoping to get a private room to treat you well. Please don't hold it against me. Chang Yuwu grinned. You seem to have misjudged the target. Jin Kaikan immediately understood, hurriedly turning around to sincerely apologize to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan didn't want to escalate matters. Just as he was about to say it was fine, Chang Yuwu huffed angrily. Xiao Jin, do you think just saying sorry is enough? Just now when I came out, I heard you wanted young Master Xia to serve tea and apologize, and to clean your shoes, and even have someone beat him. Oh, what audacity you have. The last sentence carried a strong, killing intent. Jin Kaikan felt his entire body go weak, almost collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly invited Xiao Fan to sit on a chair, then washed his hands and respectfully brewed a pot of tea to present to him, pleading for his forgiveness. Xiao Fan nodded, saying, It's nothing serious as long as we talk it out. Jin Kaikan forced a bitter smile, slapping himself on the face. Jin failed to recognize the grandeur of Master Xia. The offense I committed earlier has now turned into shame. He knelt on one knee, using a shoe cloth to polish Xiao Fan's shoes. Although his technique was rudimentary, the gesture symbolized his submission. Though Jin Kaikan was rebellious, he could also bend low when necessary. Why hasn't Xiao Fan returned yet? He wouldn't have genuinely run off to let Boss Jin arrange another private room, would he? If that's the case, he's certainly doomed. Inside the private room, Shui Gui and Shui Qian wore hopeful expressions. Shui Qian snorted. That kid truly doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. I estimate his chances of survival are slim. I just hope that after being beaten half to death, he realizes how foolish his actions were and quickly apologizes to Boss Jin. If he properly polishes shoes and bows to plead for mercy, he might still escape with his life. Shuezheng remained silent with a dark expression. Chen Liju was filled with intense resentment. That kid is simply a harbinger of disaster. I'm very concerned he might offend Boss Jin again. What if a group of fierce men storms in as soon as this door opens and teaches us a lesson? That would be catastrophic. I was looking forward to having a rare meal with the old man, but this kid ruined it. We need to discuss how to beg for mercy if Boss Jin beats up Xiao Fan, and then comes seeking retribution. The 3 men from the Shui family nodded in agreement, deeply worried. Shui Gui gritted his teeth. This statement is not wrong. Boss Jin is fierce. He might not even quell his anger after beating Xiao Fan half to death, and it's likely to spill over onto us. Shui Yaji couldn't help but stand up, striding towards the exit. Chen Lizhu hurriedly called out, "Where are you going, daughter?" Shui Yaji did not look back, intent on opening the door. "I'm going to find Xiao Fan. If he's truly been beaten by Boss Jean, I will call the police immediately." Shui Gui shouted loudly, "Cousin, don't do that. That kid needs to be taught a lesson so he knows what it means to behave like a humble person. How dare he overreach, wanting 5% while also taking on the position of supervisor, and still dare to clash with Boss Jean? Who gave him such audacity?" Chen Lizhu shouted, "Yaji, you must not be so foolish, you will also be in danger." Shui Yaji enunciated firmly, "After all, he is my husband." With force she opened the door and suddenly stared straight ahead. The people inside, limited by the angle, could not see the scene outside, but noticed an abnormal rise in blood pressure and stood up in fright. Shuizheng said in a deep voice, "Could it be that Boss Jean really punished Xiao Fan and is now here to settle the score? That would be disastrous. Boss Jean is wealthy and powerful, and the Shui family cannot afford to provoke him." The other three looked pale and cursed Xiao Fan endlessly. Chen Lizhu added, "Xiao Fan is not one of us from the Shui family, we must make that clear." Shui Yaji came back to her senses and ran over. The people inside were taken aback and couldn't help but crowd around to look. Instantly, they were left speechless. In the corridor, Xiao Fan walked over unharmed with a broad smile. Shui Yaji threw herself into his arms for a hug, but suddenly felt it was too intimate and quickly pushed him away. Her face was filled with anxiety. "Xiao Fan, are you all right?" Xiao Fan smiled. "Do I look like someone who has a problem?" After saying that, he took her hand and returned to the private room. He glanced at the others, calmly sat down and called out, "Old man, let's eat quickly. The dishes are all served, and we don't want them to go cold." Shui Gui gritted his teeth. "Xiao Fan, do you still have the mood to eat? If you offend Boss Jean, we will all suffer because of you." Xiao Fan replied indifferently, "Don't worry, the issue is resolved. I had him find another private room. We can eat peacefully." Everyone was taken aback. Shuizheng stared at Xiao Fan. "You can't possibly make Boss Jean obediently listen to you. Do you think you can just say anything, and it will be so? That's absurd." Shui Qian said sarcastically, "Xiao Fan, did you take a stroll and didn't actually go to room 3? You come back claiming you've solved the problem. What ability do you have that can make Boss Jean listen to you?" Xiao Fan picked up a grilled shrimp, carefully peeled it while talking. "If you don't believe me, you can go ask in room 3. There's no need for further discussion." His shrimp peeling skill was indeed impressive. In just a few moments he had it beautifully done and placed it in Shui Yazi's bowl. He turned to her with a bright smile. "Come on, hurry over and eat." Shui Yaji still couldn't believe it. "Xiao Fan, really? Are you fine? Did Boss Jean really listen to you and go find another private room?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "Not necessarily to find another private room." Chen Lizhu scoffed. "I knew you didn't have such capability. What on earth are you trying to pull?" Xiao Fan smiled back at her. "Mom, no need to worry. I mean, if Boss Jean can't find a private room here, he will naturally go eat elsewhere. Let's just sit down and enjoy our meal." Shui Gui shouted loudly, "You absolutely don't have the ability to handle Boss Jean. Even Grandpa is wary of him. What are you?" Xiao Fan remained indifferent, peeling his second grilled shrimp without a care. Chen Lizhu scolded him. "Didn't you hear what Gui has said? Are you mute?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "What can I say? I've said what needs to be said. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself." Shuizheng spoke up. "Gui, you go check room 3 and see what the situation really is." Shui Gui shot Xiao Fan a fierce glare and turned to stride out. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere became tense. No one was at ease, fearing they had provoked a powerful figure. Only Xiao Fan remained at ease, carefully peeling several grilled shrimps, piling Shui Yazi's bowl high. He turned his head and asked, "Why aren't you eating? Hurry up and eat." Shui Yaji forced a smile. "I can't eat you. I see you have a mysterious calmness, but this matter cannot be taken lightly." As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Gui rushed back with a look of bewilderment. "There was no one in room 3. I asked the waiter, and he said Boss Jean left and he hesitated at the end, glancing at Xiao Fan with a very complicated expression. Shuizheng said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and say it." Shui Gui's forehead throbbed, and he finally shouted. "The waiter also said that Boss Jean instructed that all expenses for our room will be charged to him. No matter what we eat or drink, no matter how much it costs, he will pay the bill, and we can just leave after we finish eating." "What a—" Shuizheng, Shui Qian, and Chen Lizhu all exclaimed in disbelief, then turned to look at Xiao Fan in unison. Xiao Fan had already piled Shui Yaji's bowl full of shrimp. He peeled one for himself, dipped it in sauce, and enjoyed it with relish. "I didn't expect Boss Jean to be so courteous as to invite us to dinner. It was truly unnecessary." Shui Qian stared at him, his eyes slightly red. "Xiao Fan, be honest. How did you make Boss Jean not only let us off, but also invite us to dinner?" Shuizheng stared at Xiao Fan intensely, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Fan shook his head. "I don't know, I guess it's just as you said, I'm lucky. By the way, He tilted his head back, wearing a harmless smile. Has the old man considered what I said? In addition to giving 5%, you should also let Yaji return to the business department as a deputy manager and give her the supervising position. After a slight pause, his tone turned colder. This home decoration business cannot wait too long. Adong always said that if we can't decide on this side, it will be handed over to someone else in the blink of an eye. Shui Zheng gritted his teeth and finally relented. Shui Qian and Shui Gui looked resentful, but couldn't say a word against it. Shui Yaji looked a bit foolish, staring at her husband, who had been a coward just a while ago, unable to believe that he truly managed to achieve this. But the fact was indeed true. The next day, Xia Fan took Shui Yaji to the Swan to find Dong Wenli and confirm their next plan. In the following 2 days, the couple worked in unison to swiftly establish a high-quality engineering team. Speaking of which, Shui Tiansheng was indeed very capable. He excelled at business and engineering. Not only did he propel the flourishing company forward, but he also trained a group of core engineering talents. They worked diligently on various tasks, showing no signs of laziness and exhibiting a remarkable level of skill. After his death, these old veterans became regarded as his subordinates and were gradually squeezed out by Shui Qian and his son. Shui Yaji was reluctant to use the current engineering department personnel, as most of them were in cahoots with Shui Gui and might engage in dubious activities. Moreover, their technical skills were lacking, and they had a tendency to slack off. Otherwise, Ding Sheng would not be on a downward slope now. The two simply decided to summon back the old veterans. Of course, they inevitably faced obstacles from Shui Qian and his son, but Xia Fan was resolute, stating that he would handle the business affairs, while they could manage the rest. In the end, even Shui Zheng had to listen to him. After all, the old man understood that Ding Sheng was practically stagnant now. Without significant business advancements, the decline would be rapid. Meanwhile, many in the company viewed the weak son-in-law's demeanor as quite audacious. 50% of the project funds from the Swan quickly arrived, nearing 40 million. With a 5% commission, Xia Fan earned nearly 2 million at once. He went to the finance department to collect the money and returned to the business department. The business department was a large office with 2 smaller rooms. One served as Shui Gui's manager's office, while the other was an archive room. Shui Yazi made her comeback, setting up her office in a room adjacent to the large office. As she reached the doorway, she heard a rough roar from inside. Shui Yaji, don't think you can come back as the deputy manager and act so arrogantly. What qualifications do you have to meddle in my engineering department? Isn't it just because of your useless husband? What does he rely on? You continue to live off the Shui family's resources, and now you want to cling to Dong Wenli from the Swan. How else could you secure such a large contract? Can you really be powerful in Dingsheng? To put it bluntly, both you and your husband are living off others, enabling him to act like a gigolo. Xia Fan recognized the voice. Shui Zheng had 2 sons and 1 daughter, the youngest daughter, named Shui Chuntao. Although she was a homemaker and did not hold a position in the company, her son Zhao Aoyang was the manager of the engineering department. He was in cahoots with Shui Gui, having no idea how many shortcuts they had taken in various company renovation projects while skimming off profits. Shui Yazi's strong resurgence, forming an engineering team with honest, reliable, and skilled masters from outside, simply overturned Zhao Aoyang's meal ticket. In the past few days, he and Shui Gui joined forces to create numerous obstacles for Shui and Xia, but they were all resolved. Who would have thought he would dare to come here and insult them? Xia Fan's face darkened like water, his anger boiling. In the past few days, rumors claiming that he had secured the 15-floor home decoration business by clinging to Dong Wenli had spread uncontrollably in the company. Everyone looked at Shui Yaji with mockery. Xia Fan knew that these rumors stemmed from Shui Gui's intent to spread them, and Zhao Aoyang was his biggest accomplice. To insult me is one thing. To insult my wife and touch my reverse scale, absolutely not allowed. The killing intent surged with his anger. Inside, Shui Yaji said sharply, Zhao Aoyang, don't slander. Xia Fan obtained the 15-floor contract through legitimate means. Ever since he joined the company, he has devoted himself to studying business every day. He is not someone your pack of dogs can understand. He has put in so much effort to earn such returns. Are you not afraid of retribution by spouting such nonsense? Zhao Aoyang laughed directly. Retribution? What we say is the truth. Where is the retribution? Yaji, you should understand, in this society, can you land such a large contract just with skill and quality? Can relationships and connections not play a part? Who doesn't spend a lot of money to get what they want? Your husband is indeed impressive. He didn't spend much money, just offered his strong, capable body to obtain such great benefits. It's a pity for you becoming the laughingstock of everyone. Xia Fan pushed the door open. Zhao Aoyang had his back to him, still hurling insults at Shui Yaji. I know your plan with that useless man. As soon as you secure this contract, you want to call back those old veterans. It's obvious you want to usurp my authority and bypass me to command them. Is it that easy? Your calculations are well thought out. You become the business manager, and that waste will be the engineering manager. Do you think I can't see through it? You won't last long as deputy manager, you'll soon be drowned in criticism. Xia Fan can only enjoy the benefits of being a sugar baby for so long. Before he could finish, he felt a hand slap down on his shoulder. Zhao Aoyang was stunned and turned to look. A hard fist appeared before him and smashed ruthlessly into his face. He fell to the ground, his head bleeding. In pain, he covered his face. Xia Fan, you dare to hit me? Shui Yaji immediately stood up, looking at the lively man in shock. Why did you hit him? Xia Fan cracked his knuckles. So what if I did? A guy spewing nonsense deserves a proper lesson, right? This is just the beginning, Yaji. You've had enough these past few days, haven't you? A mysterious smile lingered on his face. This smile in the eyes of the beautiful Shui suddenly made her feel that her husband was transforming into a monster that devoured people. She trembled in fear. What do you want to do? Xia Fan said, it's time to put an end to all the rumors and slander. The slanderers will pay the price. He kicked Zhao Aoyang, coldly smiling. Crawl out. Zhao Aoyang screamed, You not only dare to hit me, but also kick me. Xia Fan, don't think you can survive in the company. Even if you secure a big contract, it won't help. Why? I will tell my mother. He scrambled up, stumbling towards the outside. Xia Fan kicked him, and he fell to the ground again, landing in a mess. Did you not hear me telling you to crawl out? Zhao Aoyang, bloodied, still wanted to get up, but saw Xia Fan suddenly step forward, scaring him to hurry back down and crawl towards the door. Shui Yaji trembled as she said, Xia Fan, what exactly do you want? My aunt is also a fierce character, even more so than my mother, and she is highly trusted by grandfather. If you beat her son like this, it will create a huge disaster. Xia Fan shook his head. A huge disaster has indeed been caused, but not by me. It is they who have repeatedly insulted us, creating rampant rumors, thinking I would continue to tolerate and pretend to be deaf and mute. I know what they want to, let them come and take it. Saying this, he walked outside with his hands behind his back. At this moment, many people had already emerged in the corridor, especially from the business department. They were dumbfounded to see Zhao Aoyang bloodied and in pain, struggling to crawl out of the deputy manager's office. After Zhao Aoyang crawled out, he quickly straightened up, staggering forward while shouting, Quickly find someone, quickly find someone. Xia Fan is angry and wants to kill me. He wants to silence me. Xia Fan took another swift step forward and without hesitation kicked him in the back. The guy fell forward again, landing in the mud for the second time. I told you to crawl out. Keep crawling until you reach the company square at the entrance. If you dare to get up again, I guarantee the kicks will get heavier with each one. Xia Fan's words were filled with menace, forcing Zhao Aoyang to not dare to get up again. He could only twist his body and crawl towards the outside. Xia Fan followed beside him, watching him crawl slowly, and without hesitation gave him a kick. Has he gone mad? Even dares to kick manager Zhao, and kicks him like a dog. Not only has he offended manager Shui, but he has also injured manager Zhao. Xia Fan has truly lost his mind. This kid is getting more and more arrogant. Does he not realize that even if he brings in such a big business, he cannot act with impunity? Shui Yaji followed behind, watching Xia Fan continuously kick Zhao Aoyang until he was kicked out of the company. On one hand, it was exhilarating and gratifying. On the other hand, there was worry about the impending disaster. Xia Fan had already offended Shui Qian and Shui Gui, and now he wanted to offend Zhao Aoyang and the backing of Shui Chantao. He would be attacked from all sides. Around 11 in the morning, the sun shone brightly on the square. Even though it was after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather was still hot. As soon as Zhao Aoyang crawled under the sun, he immediately cried out from the heat of the ground. This scene was seen by Shui Gui, and he was both shocked and angry with a hint of delight. Xia Fan, you are digging your own grave, bringing this matter to a head as you wish. He quickly called Shui Qian and then rushed to Shui Zheng's office, shouting loudly, Grandfather, it's bad. Xia Fan has gone mad and is going to beat Aoyang to death. Shui Zheng immediately stood up. What happened? Shui Gui, adhering to his usual tactics, exaggerated the situation and recounted it. As soon as Yaji took the stage, she called back all the old-timers from the abandoned engineering department, refusing to listen to Aoyang's commands, and directly ordered them herself. Aoyang was quite uncomfortable. He ran to her office to argue, never expecting that Xia Fan would beat him like that. Now he's even kicked him to the square. It's too humiliating. Grandfather, if we don't punish him properly, it will be hard to convince the public. Shui Zheng's face darkened as he strode outward. Shui Gui quickly followed, a smug smile on his face. Under the blazing sun, Zhao Aoyang shouted loudly, filled with despair, attracting almost everyone in the company to come and watch. It was quite a spectacle. No one was working. Shui Qian shouted, Xia Fan, what exactly do you want? Do you know this is extremely excessive? Are you tired of living? Xia Fan didn't even look at him, only gazing at the increasingly large crowd. After seeing most people come out, he raised his voice. In the past few days, everyone must have heard something, and it has been spreading, right? I can't understand, after working so hard to bring in a large order for Dingxing, why I should be slandered like this. Just now this guy. He pointed at the prostrate Zhao Aoyang, his voice carrying a hint of menace. He even dared to go to my wife's office and use all kinds of foul language. I was originally going to endure it until the rumors passed to keep the peace. As the rumors grew more rampant, now I want to ask. He paused, staring at everyone. They seemed somewhat guilty, their gazes evasive. Shuezheng strode out, and the crowd parted. Xiaofan, what are you doing? This is too excessive. Xiaofan smiled at him. Grandfather, I believe rumors have reached your ears in the past few days. What do you think? Shuezheng's face turned green and pale, feeling quite awkward. He not only knew but even tacitly allowed Shui Gui to spread and stir the pot, yet now he had to feign ignorance. What rumors? Xiaofan sneered, not answering, but looking at the crowd. Who exactly is slandering me, claiming that I had an affair with President Dong of Baiswan, that I became her kept man to get this order? What evidence is there? I believe the person spreading the rumor is among you. He shot a fierce look at Shui Gui, his eyes sharp like a knife stabbing into his heart. Shui Gui felt guilty beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and he shouted with a fierce tone, "Why are you staring at me? I didn't spread it." Xiaofan coldly laughed and kicked Zhao Aoyang again. Tell me who said I became a kept man to get this order. Zhao Aoyang gritted his teeth and shook his head. I don't know. It's just hearsay. Xiaofan, if you dare to touch a hair on me, I will never let you go, and my mother will definitely not let you go. I am her precious son. If you dare to do anything to me, your whole family should prepare to die. Xiaofan kicked him again, making him scream in pain, unable to speak. He continued to stare at Shui Gui. At first Shui Gui glared back, but soon he was intimidated by Xiaofan's imposing aura and lowered his head. I never expected to bring such a large order to the company only to be subjected to such slander. The rumor spreaders have malicious intentions, even trying to sow discord between me and Yaji. Fortunately, she has always believed in me. If you push me too hard, I won't play anymore. Let's see who can take this business. Grandfather, don't you think so? He looked at Shuezheng. The old man shivered under his fierce gaze, and this scoundrel dares to be so arrogant, completely disregarding me. Don't think that just because you got a big order you can act so domineeringly. Just as he was about to scold, a loud roar came from not far away. Xiaofan, you useless brat, you will die a terrible death. Let my son go, or I will definitely kill you. The crowd parted once more as a woman dressed in rich clothing adorned with jewels and extremely plump rushed forward. Shuezheng's daughter Xue Chuantao had arrived. Seeing her son beaten so badly lying on the ground and not daring to get up, she cried out in agony. Aoyang, who beat you like this? Is it this brat? Xiaofan, you are so cruel. My son didn't provoke you. Why do you have to go all out against him? Old man, can't you do anything about this? If you won't do anything, I will call my husband. He will definitely kill this brat. Her voice broke, sounding particular. Shui Yaji shivered and quickly walked to Xiaofan's side, whispering, "No one to stop. You know my aunt's husband is not simple. He runs a nightclub and has connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. If we offend him, it might just suit someone's purpose." She glanced at Shui Gui. Xiaofan reassured her, "It's fine, as since I dared to act, I have it under control." Shui Chuntao's husband is indeed not simple. He is Zhao Guitao with a net worth of millions, running a successful nightclub and knowing people from all walks of life. Originally, Zhao Aoyang was working as a deputy general manager in the nightclub, picking up bad habits, often mingling with dubious characters. Shui Chuntao straightforwardly pulled him out and found him a position as an engineering manager in Dingxing Company. At this moment, Shui Chuantao, protective of her son, rushed in front of Xiaofan and pushed him hard. Xiaofan naturally did not want to argue with a woman and quickly dodged. Seeing her son beaten like this, Shui Chuntao's face turned ashen. "My son, you are so pitiful. Damn Xiaofan, you useless brat. You've beaten my son like this. Oh, I won't let you go." She lunged at Xiaofan again, raising both hands to reveal her 9 white bone claws, scratching towards Xiaofan's face. Xiaofan pulled Shui Yaji aside, dodging while intentionally getting closer to the prostrate Zhao Aoyang. Shui Chuntao was also so furious that in her confusion, she accidentally tripped over her son, crashing down like a mountain on the ground. Bang! The ground trembled slightly. The onlookers either turned their heads in fear or raised their hands to shield their eyes. Xiaofan pulled Shui Yaji back far away, shouting loudly, "And don't be so hasty. Look, if you accidentally hurt yourself, that would be bad. Let's talk slowly." Shui Chuntao had both knees scraped, gritting her teeth in pain, while also fuming. She suddenly turned her head, pointing at a woman not far away. "Chen Lizhu, how did you teach your son-in-law? He's turned into a vicious dog, attacking me like this. Do you believe that with one word I can kick you out of the Shui family?" Chen Lizhu also rushed over, watching the chaos before her, shrinking back behind the crowd, filled with anger towards Xiaofan. Though Chen Lizhu was a shrew compared to Shui Chuantao, she was merely a minor nuisance. "Chuantao, don't blame me. I am equally infuriated by this son-in-law. He is simply insane." Then she shouted at Xiaofan, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to your aunt. Whatever she wants to do, you must endure it." Shui Chuntao screamed hysterically, "Don't call me, and I don't know this brat. Born of a mother, but raised without guidance, no wonder he is so arrogant. Dad, you must stand up for me, or I will die right here. Shuezheng was also somewhat annoyed, slowly walking over with Shui Guihe closely following. A strange expression appeared on his face, as if he had some scheme in mind. He loudly said, "Aunt, don't be anxious, there may be some misunderstanding here. Xiao Fan might have heard some rumors thinking they were spread by Ao Yang." Then he pretended to explain the situation, shaking his head and sighing. "I think Xiao Fan is somewhat petty as well. It's just rumors, if you ignore them, they will naturally dissipate. The innocent will clear themselves while the guilty will remain muddied. Why act so impulsively? And he even injured Ao Yang. Xiao Fan, you should still apologize to your aunt. I have an idea that could help ease the situation." Shui Qian chimed in. "What idea?" Shui Guihe continued. "To be honest, so many people saw Xiao Fan come in not long ago and land a big deal, it's inevitable that jealousy would spread rumors. Of course, none of this has anything to do with me. I am the business manager and sincerely wish for my subordinates to grow and bring in more business. Xiao Fan is so promising. I am genuinely pleased and would never do such a thing." Xiao Fan was speechless. The audacity of this guy could outshine a city wall. Shui Guihe continued. "Therefore, I propose a solution from a fair perspective. First, Ao Yang was just upset and said some inappropriate things. He is the project manager, while you, Xiao Fan and Yaji, have recruited project personnel from outside to directly oversee the work. Where does that leave him? You can recruit if you want, but you must first listen to Ao Yang. Second, a tall tree attracts the wind. Xiao Fan, to avoid suspicion, just take 5% and let someone else take the supervisory position. If you do these two things, the rumors will naturally dissipate." Xiao Fan found it amusing while Shui Chuntao was dissatisfied and continued to cause a scene. Shuezheng glared at her, and Shui Qian quickly pulled her aside to talk. "We are all family. Whatever happens, we must prioritize the bigger picture. After all, there is indeed this rumor, and Xiao Fan should be uncomfortable about it." Shui Chuntao's face turned red with anger, yet she still refused to back down. But seeing the threatening look in her father's eyes, she had no choice but to yield. She nodded, pointing at Xiao Fan. "Fine, for the sake of the old man, I won't hold it against you too much. As long as you agree to those two conditions, this matter will be settled." Shui Qian added, "Xiao Fan, my son, makes a valid point. A tall tree attracts the wind. It's best to relinquish the supervisory role now. Having Yaji as the deputy business manager is also not appropriate. She will be gossiped about. It's better to let her return to the HR department as deputy manager. The positions are the same after all. By doing this, I believe no one will dare to spread rumors again, and Chuntao won't pursue you any further. Although Ao Yang was beaten quite badly, peace is paramount. If we talk it out, there will be no issue, right?" Shui Yaji sneered repeatedly, suddenly turning to look at Xiao Fan. "I now understand what you meant before. They really have ulterior motives in spreading rumors just to propose these conditions. Either we drown in their verbal attacks, or we relinquish the supervisory position." Xiao Fan lightly caressed her face. "They will not succeed." Shui Gai's expression immediately darkened. Shui Qian coldly said, "What you said is not right. We sincerely want to help resolve the issue. How can you bite the hand that feeds you?" Shui Chuntao shouted even louder, "Xiao Fan, I have been patient enough. With my temper, I would have my husband gather some thugs to beat you half to death right now. If you don't agree to give up the supervisory position, I won't let this go." Shui Guihe exchanged glances with the still-down Zhao Ao Yang, who immediately shouted, "Not only do we want the supervisory position, but we also need guarantees that we can smoothly complete our business without any tricks. Sign a contract that holds legal effect." Chen Lizhu said sternly, "We have enough with 5%, there's no need to drag this out further. Xiao Fan, I order you as your mother-in-law to immediately relinquish the supervisory position and cooperate well with Guihe and the others to complete the project. Yaji, let's not take this deputy business manager role anymore. Being deputy manager in HR is the same." Shui Yaji stared at her. "Mom, have you been bribed too?" Chen Lizhu lowered her head, feeling guilty. Shui Guihe stared fixedly at Xiao Fan. "This is the only way to resolve the issue now. You don't want to be slandered every day, do you? The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. You should keep a low profile. Getting 5% commission is enough. Oh, why still at the supervisory position? Do you think you can dig out more benefits from it?" Xiao Fan smiled. "You are underestimating me. On the contrary, I want the supervisory position precisely to improve the quality, letting everyone know that our company has excellent quality and will not cut corners or let any scoundrels take advantage of us. Shui Guihe, you are resorting to underhanded means to reclaim the supervisory role, likely not just because of the benefits, but also worrying that Yaji and I might take your managerial position while you're at it, right? Is it that you lack confidence?" Shui Guihe was flustered, forcing himself to say, "You are talking nonsense." Shui Chuntao received another glare from Shui Qian and shouted again, "Xiao Fan, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, I'll have my husband deal with you right now, avenging Ao Yang properly." Shui Qian pretended to persuade, "Xiao Fan, do you understand our concerns? You just received nearly 2 million. What more do you want? Rumors can ruin lives, and they are still circulating in the company. If this gets out, everyone will think you have an affair with President Dong, and they will point fingers at your back. Chun Liju said, Xia Fan, if you agree, it shows you have a clear conscience and have no affair with President Dong. If you don't agree, it means you genuinely were her toy boy and slept with her. Mom, could you please not say that? Xia Fan is not that kind of person. Shui Yaji couldn't help but explode. Shui Zheng spoke ominously. Xia Fan, this is the only way to resolve it now. You beat Ao Yang so badly his mother isn't making a fuss, but what more do you want? If you agree now, everyone can go back to work peacefully. I promise you if you do this, there will be no more rumors in the future. Xia Fan gave a wicked smile. Grandpa, I have a better solution. Shui Guiha snorted angrily. A better solution. Xia Fan, you are daydreaming. Shui Chuntao also looked at him mockingly. Do you really think of yourself as someone important? What a joke. I have been patient enough with you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude and my patience is limited. Shui Yaji tugged at Xia Fan's hand. Just agree. Getting 5% is good enough. Don't fight them for the supervisory position. After all, we are family. Fighting over this will only harm our harmony and is not worth it. They come at us fiercely and we truly have no other way. Suddenly Xia Fan looked into the distance, saying, a solution is coming. An Audi A6 and a police car drove over and stopped nearby. The doors opened and a middle-aged woman exuding an imposing aura and with a murderous look on her face stepped out of the Audi. 3 to 4 police officers followed closely behind her, watching them intently. Everyone stared in shock except for Xia Fan, who wore a slight smile. Shui Yaji was taken aback and gently tugged at Xia Fan's finger. Why did you call President Dong here? The person arriving was Dong Winley, the general manager of the White Swan Hotel. She walked over slowly, initially nodding subtly at Xia Fan. Then her sharp, angry eyes turned towards Shui Zheng. You are the esteemed president of Dingxing, Old Master Shui. Shui Zheng had already been informed of the other party's identity through Shui Guiha. He hurriedly welcomed her, saying, Hello, President Dong. I had intended to visit you in the next few days to thank you for your care, but I didn't expect you to come in person. Our company is honored by your presence. I am truly flattered. Despite this display of enthusiasm, a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. After all, he was an old fox, and vaguely sensed the impending trouble. Sure enough, Dong Winley sneered. President Shui's words are quite pleasant, but the matter is very hurtful. I, Dong Winley, have weathered many storms, and have been slandered countless times. But this ferocious and shameless act is a first for me. What saddens me the most is that this terrible rumor comes from Dingxing, with whom I just entrusted the business of 15 floors. What explanation does President Shui have for me? Her voice was powerful and filled with anger, her phoenix eyes glaring at Shui Guiha, who shivered under her gaze. Though a woman, she had long held a high position, and her authority was no less than Shui Zheng's. Old Master Shui feigned confusion. President Dong, what? What is going on? I don't understand. President Shui, you are also an elder. Pretending to be confused is rather laughable. Several police officers approached, one of whom pointed at Shui Guiha with a stern voice. Are you the manager of Dingxing's business department, Shui Guiha? Shui Gai's face turned ashen, thinking to himself, why am I so unlucky? Recently I was questioned like this by the police, and now they are back. He couldn't help but turn slightly to look at Xia Fan, who was not far away. He saw Xia Fan smiling. Instantly panic surged through him as he had to force a nod with a mournful. The officer snorted, Shui Guiha, you are suspected of defamation and slandering others, creating a very serious negative impact on society. Now come with us for investigation. Shui Guiha trembled as he asked, what evidence do you have? The officer pulled out compelling proof. A few printed documents and WeChat conversations, including dialogues involving Shui Guiha and Zhao Yang. In these contents, Shui Guiha issued tasks for them to spread rumors about Xia Fan and Dong Winley's relationship through various channels. Shui Guiha crafted these claims with vivid details, including who saw them going out and where they stayed. This evidence was provided by the cyber police team in collaboration with the WeChat operations team. Shui Gai's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Dong Winley let out a cold laugh and raised her hand to slap him hard. Smack! The blow left one side of his face, swollen, blood streaming from his nose. The female CEO was furious. Her chest heaved with anger as she pointed fiercely at him. I have worked in Tianzhou City for over 20 years, rising from a junior employee to my current position, and no one has ever dared to slander me like this. Shui Guiha, who gave you the audacity? She shot a fierce glare at Shui Zheng as if to ask, was it you who gave him that courage? Shui Zheng's face was equally pale as he clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he stepped forward and struck Shui Guiha hard on the other side of his face. Smack! Shui Guiha fell to the ground. Shui Zheng pointed at him, his voice stern. You have disappointed me greatly. How could you do such a thing? President Dong is our most important client, the most respected person. Yet you conspired behind her back, leaving me utterly disappointed. Old Master Shui trembled with anger and turned to apologize to Dong Wenli. Dong Wenli shook her head, saying, "Apologies are futile. That's why the police are here. Not just him, but everyone involved in defaming me will face legal consequences." Several police officers seized Shui Guiha, twisting his hands behind his back and cuffing him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this guy was about to be taken away in a police car. Shui Guiha jumped up anxiously. "Grandpa, Dad, I really don't want to go to the police station again. Save me." Dong Wenli pointed at Zhao Aoyang, who was trying hard to appear innocent. "He seems to be the mastermind, as well, to arrest him too." Two police officers strode over and seized Zhao Aoyang, swiftly cuffing him. Zhao Aoyang also jumped up in protest. "It's not my fault. I am not even an accomplice, just a tool. It was all Shui Guiha who was giving orders. I didn't want to do this either. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest him. Why do you have to arrest me?" Shui Gai's face darkened. This was truly a pig teammate. Shui Zheng's face was as dark as water, filled with anxiety. Suddenly, he shot a fierce look at Shui Qian and gestured towards Xiao Fan. Shui Qian understood, and though very reluctant, he quickly walked over. He spoke urgently. "Xiao Fan, we are all family. Why must you go to such extremes? Go talk to President Dong. Spare Shui Guiha, please. After all, he is your manager." Xiao Fan smiled. "Oh, am I really going to such extremes? Even if I do, isn't it because certain people acted first? I'm sorry, Vice President Shui, I can't help you. It's one thing to slander me, as I am too weak to bear it. Slandering President Dong, that should have been carefully considered. How could you be so reckless?" Chen Lizhu reprimanded harshly. "Xiao Fan, how can you speak like that? Although he is your son-in-law, you can't be so rude." As she spoke, a smile of appeasement appeared on her face. "Xiao Fan, I have watched you grow up. When you were a child, I often gave you candy and red envelopes during festivals. Just now, I truly overstepped and was too arrogant. I beg you, please don't let the police take my son away. We are family, we see each other every day. He is my only son. How can you bear to do this to me? Please, President Dong, show mercy and let him go." Looking at her pleading, Xiao Fan found it amusing. He shook his head, pretending to be troubled. "It's one thing to slander me, but the main issue is slandering President Dong. The police already have evidence. Your son is too foolish contacting so many people on WeChat, spreading dirt on me and President Dong. Now President Dong is very angry, and I don't know how to persuade her. It's none of my business, and I'm not involved," which made Shui Yaji admire him even more. Shui Zheng simply walked over and quietly asked Xiao Fan, "What conditions do you want?" "Speak quickly." Xiao Fan remained calm. "Grandpa, what conditions could I possibly ask for? You will find ways to maneuver and take back your benefits. In fact, engaging in such a despicable act, I might as well just forego it." Dong Wenli chimed in. "By the way, President Shui, given Dingsheng's despicable behavior, am considering whether to retract the 15th floor business. It's not about incompetence, it's about character. Shui Gai's character is terrible, yet you let him be the business manager. What a huge rat dropping." He hastily exclaimed, "President Dong, please don't. Shui Guiha may indeed be a rat's droppings, but our Dingsheng also has many talented individuals with great abilities and character, such as Xiao Fan." He shot a fierce glare at Shui Qian. Shui Qian almost lowered his voice. "Xiao Fan, you can't just watch the Shui family fall. After all, we raised you. If it weren't for the Shui family, who knows what you would have become? You can't even lend a hand." Xiao Fan snorted coldly, suddenly recalling how Zhong Yang had thrown 2 million cash notes into the courtyard of the Shui family not long ago. At that time, his mother had repaid all the favors owed to the Shui family on his behalf. He spoke calmly. "Did Vice President Shui not hear what President Dong just said? She thinks Shui Guiha is unworthy of being a business manager." Shui Qian's entire body trembled. He glared fiercely at Xiao Fan. "Don't get carried away. Yaji has already become the deputy manager. Do you still want to be the manager?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "What I do doesn't matter, but one should have the virtue to match their position. Yaji is very suitable for the manager role, while your son is simply too terrible. Vice President Shui, what do you think?" Suddenly Shui Yaji, who had been listening, felt a shiver. She never expected that Xiao Fan, who had just helped her become the deputy manager, now wanted her to be the manager. Shui Qian shook his head vigorously. "That's impossible. It's too fast for a promotion." Xiao Fan scoffed repeatedly. "Have you not considered how quickly Yazi was demoted 3 years ago, suddenly being dropped from business manager to HR supervisor? Fine, I don't want to say much more. Let's do it this way." He simply took Shui Yazi's hand and turned to leave. Shui Qian looked at his son and Zhao Aoyang, about to be pushed into the police car, panicking intensely. The old man quietly scolded, "Why are you still considering how to keep your son's position? Being able to save him is already good enough." Shui Qian had no choice but to compromise with Xiao Fan. As long as Shui Guiha and Zhao Aoyang were not arrested by the police, he would let Shui Yaji take the manager position. Xiao Fan felt somewhat helpless. "Since my uncle and grandfather are so sincere, I will reluctantly agree." He took Shui Yaji and walked towards Dong Wenli. Shui Yaji whispered, "You talk to her, why drag me into this?" Xiao Fan smiled. "Isn't it to dispel your last shred of doubt? and make you completely believe that I have nothing to do with President Dong. Shui Yaji pouted, I don't know how much I trust you. Xiao Fan turned and winked, oh really? Shui Yaji felt a pang of guilt. After communicating with Dong, Winli she readily agreed. Then she gently patted Shui Yaji on the shoulder. Manager, Shui, thank you for believing in me, and your husband. Such rumors are truly heinous. At my age, how could I possibly have such a relationship with him? Of course there are reasons. She turned to look at Shui. Given that this matter hasn't caused me significant harm, I accept the apology, but I solemnly propose the following points. First, I don't want to hear any more rumors. I hope no one in your company spreads such vicious slanders, or I will reserve the right to take legal action. Second, the business on the 15th floor will not be taken back for now. But I hope it is managed by manager Shui Yaji and Xiao Fan, not anyone else. Third, I believe you are all curious why I would entrust such a large business to Xiao Fan. Because he is very sincere and capable. Moreover, I know his father, and our relationship is quite good. I am considered his junior disciple. In such a situation, helping Xiao Fan is only natural. She slightly nodded at Xiao Fan, showing him respect that others could not see, and turned to leave. The few police officers said nothing and jumped into their police cars, leaving together. Xiao Fan looked at Shuizheng, smiling, without saying a word. Shuizheng's face was filled with anger, but he had no choice but to fulfill his promise publicly. Given that Shui Gai's actions were despicable and spread rumors, I announce his removal from the manager position and appoint Shui Yaji. Shui Guiha will remain in the business department as deputy manager for observation. He turned and strode inside, feeling quite enraged. Shui Guiha, who had narrowly escaped, shot Xiao Fan a resentful glare before turning to leave. Shui Qian and Shui Chuntao inevitably harbored various grievances, but did not dare to voice them, only keeping them for future opportunities for revenge. Seeing them leave silently, those present couldn't help but murmur, Shui Yaji is too impressive. She just became the deputy manager a few days ago and already managed to oust Guiha. So dramatic. I knew Yaji would definitely be unhappy about being removed from the manager position 3 years ago. This counterattack finally came today. What you said makes sense, but why do I feel like Shui Yaji looks completely baffled, as if everything is being orchestrated by Xiao Fan? Oh come on. Xiao Fan is just a useless person. What capabilities does he have? I think all this is planned by Shui Yaji. Don't forget, she's very clever. Not convenient to appear, so she found her useless husband to play along. Guiha is really unfortunate. He ended up shooting himself in the foot. Amid various speculations, Xiao Fan and Shui Yaji turned towards the company. The latter whispered, Xiao Fan, why do I feel like you are becoming increasingly cunning? You did very well this time. I still feel like I'm dreaming. How did I end up as the manager? Xiao Fan smiled, if you don't court disaster, you won't die. Who told Shui Guiha to be so eager to give up his position? He thinks he's clever, but he's actually foolish. Shui Yaji nodded in agreement, and suddenly said, we all thought you were foolish, but in fact you are very clever. Your wisdom appears as foolishness. Xiao Fan countered, do you like it? Shui Yaji nodded, honestly I like it, as long as you treat me well. The two returned to the office, pondering what to do next. Although they hadn't mentioned dealing with Zhao Aoyang earlier, it was evident that in terms of employing engineering personnel, no one would dare to obstruct them anymore. The experienced workers that had been recruited back needed to be utilized, and both had great confidence in them. Shui Yaji said, although we won this round and gained control, they will still be watching from the shadows. My greatest fear is that they will target the returned experienced workers and force them to leave. Since they don't belong to the same department, sometimes it's really difficult to manage. Xiao Fan winked at her, I see you already have an idea. Shui Yaji nodded decisively. That's for sure, but it will cost a bit. After all, you've already earned nearly 200,000 in kickbacks, and we only invited 14 or 15 workers. I plan to secretly give each one a 10,000 bonus to encourage them to work diligently. What do you think? Xiao Fan said nothing and took out a bank card, placing it in her palm. The password is your birthday. Shui Yaji quickly pushed it back. This is your money. I don't want it. Just give me money per person. Xiao Fan shoved the card back. You are my wife. Of course the money I earn should be handed over to you for you to arrange as you see fit. Don't tell me it's not right, and don't push the card back to me, okay? He spoke with a negotiating tone, as if carrying a hint of sadness. Just like if Shui Yaji were to return the card to him, it would mean she did not acknowledge him as her husband. Beauty Shui chuckled. I've only seen husbands hiding their extra money everywhere. I've never seen one so proactive in handing over money. Well, I suppose he'll reluctantly accept this. If you need money in the future, just come to me. As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently patted Xiao Fan's face. Shui Yaji transferred 10,000 yuan to each master. The masters were initially a bit uneasy, but now they looked relieved, and the WeChat group was filled with cheers. Xiao Fan joined in the excitement. Masters, we need to share both hardships and joys going forward. If everyone puts in enough effort, the rewards will be substantial. If you encounter any adverse situations such as coercion or temptation, tell me, and I will resolve it. All you need to do is focus on your work. The group erupted in cheers again. Watching this scene, the two of them inadvertently drew closer. Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions and wrapped his arms around Shui Yazi's slender waist. Beauty Shui seemed oblivious, allowing him to embrace her for a moment before suddenly pushing him away. "Why are you hugging me?" It was as if she had just realized it. Xiaofan scratched his head and gave a silly grin. After work, Chen Lizhu mentioned that she was going out to dinner with some old friends, and the couple headed home. On the way, Xiaofan said, "Now that we have money, let's buy the car you like the most. It's only 500,000 or 600,000 more than enough." Shui Yaji replied, "This money is what you earned. You want to buy me a car worth 500,000 or 600,000 as soon as it comes in. Are you willing?" Xiaofan put on a serious face and said, "What you said hurts my feelings. I've given you over 1,000,000, you can arrange it as you like and spend it however you want." Shui Yaji pouted, "Over 1,000,000? It's nearly 2,000,000. You're really generous, oh just give it all to me." Xiaofan certainly wouldn't tell her that this money wasn't much to him. He said earnestly, "No amount of money compares to the smile of my wife." Shui Yaji remarked, "You have a way with words, I want to tear that mouth of yours off. But I do like what you said. Let's go car shopping together this weekend." She said this with a beaming face. However, within 3 hours, all that joy was doused with cold water. "You want to buy a car worth 500,000 or 600,000? I don't even have a card left, not 100 yuan to my name." The situation was as follows. The couple returned home working together to prepare 2 dishes and a soup, and after eating they focused back on their work. Around 9 o'clock, Chen Lizhu came back and immediately called the two of them to the living room. She sat on the sofa with an air of superiority, crossing her legs and coldly staring at Xiaofan. "My son-in-law is becoming more and more successful. Today not only did he clear his name, but he also brought great honor, allowing my daughter to return to her position as a business manager. I'm very pleased, but it's worth celebrating." She clapped her hands, though her tone was somewhat sarcastic. Xiaofan and Shui Yaji remained silent, exchanging glances and reading a mutual sentiment in each other's eyes. They didn't want to deal with her. Then they shared a smile. Chen Lizhu didn't notice their subtle actions and continued to ramble. "But don't forget about me. After all, I used to be a quality control supervisor and was able to make quite a bit from it. Since your dad died, I've become the cafeteria head, and it's unbearable. Yaji, you need to find a way for me to regain my previous position, understand?" Shui Yaji could only nod. Chen Lizhu then turned to Xiaofan, poking him with her finger. "It seems this year you have good luck managing to accomplish some things. But Xiaofan, no matter how lucky you are, it's all thanks to our Shui family. You just received 2,000,000, you better hand it over. When a man has money, he turns bad. You can't keep that money on you." Xiaofan remained unfazed, saying, "Mom, the money is no longer with me. I don't have a single penny." Instantly, Chen Lizhu stood up, pointing at him angrily. "You spent the money already. Where did you spend it? On how unreasonable. My daughter treats you so well. When everyone looked down on you, she never abandoned you, and you just wasted the money like that. Are you even human?" Shui Yaji said, "Mom, first clarify the situation. What do you mean by spending money on a wild woman? Just now Xiaofan handed all the money over to me, and he gave me the entire card for safekeeping. He even said I can spend it however I want." Chen Lizhu was momentarily stunned, her face burning. She regretted having spoken too quickly. But she had a thick skin and huffed, sitting back down with her legs crossed, looking at her daughter. "Yaji, how do you plan to spend?" Shui Yaji was about to respond when Chen Lizhu interrupted. "No, you're still too young. Nowadays young people like to waste money and don't have any savings awareness. Moreover, don't think that since Xiaofan handed over a large sum, he won't ask you for money to buy this or that from time to time. Can you really say no? After all, it's his money, so you should give me the bank card, and I'll take care of it for you." With that, she even beckoned with her finger. Shui Yaji was a bit annoyed, saying, "Mom, this isn't my money. Xiaofan entrusted it to me for safekeeping. How can I let you take it?" Chen Liz's expression changed sharply, saying, "What? Can't I take care of this money? Xiaofan's money is your money, isn't your money also mine? We're one family. This money can't be wasted. It should be saved up. It will benefit you in the future." She continued to plead earnestly. Shui Yazi's face turned pale as she firmly declared, "This money belongs to Xiaofan. I can't make the decision on it." Chen Lizhu sneered, coldly looking at her son-in-law. Though Xiaofan felt helpless, he gently patted Shui Yazi's knee. "Forget it, a mom is looking out for us. Let's just hand the money over to her for safekeeping." Shui Yaji had no choice but to take out the card. Chen Lizhu eagerly took the card and went back to her room. There was a moment of silence in the living room, and Shui Yaji felt uneasy. "Xiaofan, I'm sorry, my mom is being unreasonable." Xiaofan shook his head, saying, "It's fine. I just said that mom is doing this for our own good. Besides, this money isn't that much. You just let her keep it." "Not that much." Shui Yaji glared. "It's nearly 2,000,000. You're not worried, but I am. Who knows what my mom will do with this money? Can she really keep it safe for us? You know she cares about her image and loves to compare with relatives and friends." She waved her hand in frustration. "Anyway, I'm sorry for you." Xiaofan looked serious. I'm telling you, if you keep saying such things to me, I'll get angry. The once gloomy Shui Yaji suddenly laughed, playfully pinching his nose. Suddenly her face flushed. After pondering for a while, she leaned down and kissed Xia Fan on the forehead softly, saying, "All right, it's still early. Let's go to the study and sort out those issues we discussed earlier." She took Xia Fan's hand and walked towards the study. Xia Fan followed her, gently touching his forehead with his other hand, feeling reflective. The next morning at breakfast, Shui Yaji still wanted to take back 500,000 to buy a new car. But with the money in Chen Liju's hands, it felt like it had fallen into a bottomless pit impossible to retrieve. Chen Liju said indifferently, "Daughter, you just became a business manager. You can't buy such an expensive car, or people will gossip again. That Great Wall car runs just fine. Keep driving it. Also remember to help your mom. I really don't want to be the cafeteria head anymore. It's unprofitable and makes me smell terrible all over." Shui Yaji listened and nearly felt drunk. As Chen Liju went into the kitchen, Xia Fan gently patted her fragrant shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, even if Mom doesn't give us money, we will still buy our car." Shui Yaji responded, "Where will you get the money? It's 500 or 600,000. Forget it. Our current car is fine and not buying is okay." Xia Fan shook his head vigorously. "No, I promised to buy it for you, so I will buy it. You drive a nice car and I can also stand tall." Shui Yaji sighed. "I know you care about me, but you really can't afford such an expensive car. You only have this little over $1 million. As long as you have the heart, it's enough." Xia Fan smiled mysteriously, saying nothing further. The old man has been very proactive and thorough in his work this time. In addition to issuing a formal announcement to declare Shui Yaji as the manager of the business department, he also convened a meeting of the company's mid to senior management to appoint her. There was a lot of meaningless talk. The main hope is that after Shui Yaji takes office, she will continue to work hard to strengthen the Baiswan business, promoting it as a flagship project to society in order to attract better responses and gain more orders. Then the conversation shifted, appointing Zhao Liru as the assistant manager of the business department. Zhao Liru is the daughter of Shui Chuntao and the sister of Zhao Aoyang. She is of a similar age to Shui Yaji, but without a boyfriend. Previously, she was the deputy manager of the finance department, known for her extravagant spending and embezzling a significant amount of public funds. After being discovered, the old man was furious, but there was nothing he could do since they were family. After Shui Chuntao pleaded for mercy, he did not punish her severely, only demoting her to finance supervisor. Although her power was significantly reduced, she could still find ways to indulge her greed. Having her serve as Shui Yazi's assistant was obviously a way to place a spy to see if Shui Yaji would take any advantage from such a major business. To put it more bluntly, they might even use her to catch Shui Yaji and Xia Fan off guard, waiting for the right moment. Both Xia Fan and Shui Yaji were well aware of this and understood that this was not just the old man's idea, but also part of Shui Qian and Shui Chuntao's scheme. These two were certainly unwilling to accept the situation and were scheming to lay ambushes, waiting for the right opportunity. Shui Zheng even spoke with grandiloquence. "Yaji, you know Lyra's capabilities. After all, she has previously worked as a finance manager and has rich work experience. Although she has a questionable past, she has now reformed. I believe that together you will be able to handle this project well." Shui Yaji smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. She had a clear conscience, wholeheartedly aiming to improve the project and elevate the company. Being righteous, she feared neither shadows nor the trickery of Zhao Liru. Xia Fan was even less worried. Shui Zheng wore a smile, speaking with conviction. "Our Ding Sheng is welcoming the Baiswan business, demonstrating a good start. I believe that all of us riding this wave of success will make Ding Sheng a top-notch home decoration company in the city, and we will become a leading family in Tianzhou. To this end, there will be a celebration banquet at the Royal International Hotel tomorrow night. Let's all gather together and celebrate well." Everyone applauded vigorously. As the applause died down, the usually silent Shui Gua suddenly spoke up. "Oh, it seems that there is an auction at the Royal International tomorrow night, featuring the auction of Tianzhou Mansion No. 8, which we talked about during our meal at the Galaxy Hotel." Everyone was taken aback. They began to discuss among themselves, revealing expressions of envy, and even speculating which prominent family in Tianzhou could afford such an expensive mansion. Shui Zheng's expression fell, and upon seeing this, everyone involuntarily fell silent. Everyone knew that the old man had long dreamt of owning a mansion in Tianzhou. It was not only a symbol of status, but also stemmed from a certain feudal superstition. He firmly believed that living there would absorb the spiritual energy of the feng shui site, ensuring the Shui family's prosperity for generations to come. Shui Qian advised, "Dad, you don't need to take it too seriously. Just because we can't afford it now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. If we perform well in our collaboration with Bufan, our reputation will grow and orders will come pouring in. We will soon rank among the top families in Tianzhou. Once we have money, who says we can't buy a villa in Tianzhou?" Shui Zheng nodded. "That makes sense." Shui Guiha then looked at Xia Fan, his face revealing resentment. Having been repeatedly embarrassed in recent days, he now woke up in the middle of the night feeling the heat on his cheeks filled with sorrow and anger. Therefore, he would not miss any opportunity to mock Xiaofan. By the way, I remember someone said a couple of days ago at Galaxy that they wanted to buy the mansion in the auction. Xiaofan, wasn't it you? The auction is tomorrow night, and do you want to participate? This is a rare opportunity. As soon as the words fell, everyone laughed. Zhao Liru sneered and said, does he even think he can attend the auction? He probably won't even make it through the door right. To participate in the auction, one has to pay a deposit of 50 million. Does he have that much money? It's just the commission he just received, a little over 1 million. She spoke with a tone of disdain and resentment. Remembering how her brother had been humiliated yesterday, she felt anger boiling within her. Although she was away on a business trip at the time and did not witness it firsthand, she returned to hear many exaggerated accounts, and a torrent of anger surged in her heart. This useless fool dares to humiliate our family. He deserves to die. She had already plotted how to deal with this couple after becoming Shui Yazi's assistant. Shui Gueha interjected, I'm afraid Xiaofan can't even produce 1 million right now. I heard that when you returned last night, all your money was taken by your mother-in-law. Living like this is truly shameful for us men. Even though your mother-in-law is my aunt, I have to say you earn money for others to spend. The whole room burst into laughter. Shui Yazi was about to get angry, but was gently held back by Xiaofan. He remained unfazed, saying, so what? My mother-in-law is like a second mother to me. It's normal for me to give her money to spend. Shui Gueha scoffed. I'm just afraid that when you give her money, she won't know which man to spend it on. Shui Yazi was furious. Shui Gueha, what do you mean by that? Shui Gueha chuckled and replied, cousin, remain calm. Don't get too angry. It's not good for your health. Your mother has been single for almost 3 years. It's normal for her to find a man to pass the time, but just be careful not to be deceived. Don't waste all your husband's hard-earned money on that man. It's not worth it. Shui Yazi pointed at Shui Gueha angrily. You better clarify what you mean. Shui Qian purposely added, son, you can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Shui Gueha shook his head. I'm not speaking carelessly. Someone in our company has seen it. Your mother has been getting close to a man of unknown origin, and they've been very affectionate in public. I heard that man is quite handsome, but he seems slick. Oh, I wonder if he's a good person. Xiaofan replied coldly. Shui Gueha, you must speak with evidence. Do not fabricate stories or spread hearsay. I remember you just suffered from spreading rumors. How is it that one wave has barely calmed down while another rises? Shui Gai's expression changed, and he started to laugh, shrugging his shoulders. All right, since I've pointed it out so clearly, and you still don't believe me saying it's a rumor, then there's nothing I can do. I won't say more. You can find out for yourselves. Then he shifted the topic again. But Xiaofan, you really owe my cousin an apology. I remember when you got married, you didn't pay any bride price, nor did you hold a wedding. I thought that once you received that little over 1 million, you would generously give my cousin a bride price and hold a grand wedding, but unexpectedly that money disappeared just like that. Sister Yaji, you must be quite disappointed, right? Although Shui Yaji tried hard to control her expression, she couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in her heart. When they got married, Xiaofan was a broke man, and how could he afford a bride price? Naturally, he didn't pay a single cent. Her father wanted to hold a wedding, but both she and her mother firmly refused. At that time, both mother and daughter did not want to acknowledge this marriage, and only obtained a marriage certificate. However, although no wedding was held, news of it spread throughout the city under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives. Almost everyone knew that the once wealthy but now fallen young master Xiaofan had become the worthless son-in-law of the Shui family. Even though Shui Yaji's perception of Xiaofan gradually improved, she could not shake off the shadow of the past. After all, what woman wouldn't desire a glorious wedding and a bride price that could make others envious? She took a deep breath and said coldly, thank you for your concern, but I believe Xiaofan has already given me a very generous betrothal gift. He has reinstated me to the position of business manager, which not only restores my pride, but also allows me to see my father smiling down at me from above. Not only Shui Gueha, but everyone else was frozen in place. Under the table, Xiaofan gave Shui Yaji a thumbs up, causing her to smile brightly. After the meeting, Xiaofan followed Shui Yaji back to her office. Xiaofan said, don't worry, there will be a betrothal gift, and there will be a wedding. Everything I owe you will be repaid in a grander manner. I want you to be the proudest bride in the world. Shui Yaji pouted. Bride? I'm no longer one. Xiaofan grinned. Are you saying we are already an old married couple? Shui Yaji raised her hand and lightly hit his shoulder. Stop being so glib. I don't care about the betrothal gift or the wedding. I only care about whether we can continue to get along harmoniously in the future. What you are doing now has completely dispelled my thoughts of divorcing you. But you must work even harder so that others won't say you achieved all this by luck. Xiaofan nodded. Shui Yaji furrowed her brows, troubled and uneasy. Xiaofan knew what she was worried about and gently reassured her. Even if what Shui Gueha said is true, you don't need to worry too much. After all, Mom is still young, not even 50. It would be normal for her to find a companion. Shui Yaji looked at him with some surprise. You really are like a worm in my belly, knowing what worries me. Xia Fan smiled brightly. We are of one heart as husband and wife. Shui Yaji chuckled, but then furrowed her brow again. That's true. If Mom finds a good partner, I will celebrate for her. But I am worried about two things. First, the old man will not accept it. He is quite feudal. If Mom really finds a companion, she might be kicked out of the Shui family. During the meeting, when Shui Guiha mentioned this, I noticed his expression darkening. Second, not every man in this world is as foolish as you. 9 out of 10 men are bad. Xia Fan felt a bit displeased. How am I foolish? Shui Yaji said with certainty, you're foolish in every way. Xia Fan asked, do you like me? Shui Yaji pretended to ponder. I guess it's okay. As they left the office, Xia Fan silently vowed, Yaji, I will give you the betrothal gift and wedding you deserve. In the afternoon, Xia Fan drove his old Great Wall to purchase renovation materials. Shui Yaji valued these materials the most. Aside from Xia Fan, she trusted no one else. Shui Yaji had no intention of taking advantage or embezzling a single penny, as she was determined to make their home on the 15th floor genuinely beautiful, aiming for larger orders. This was also one of the reasons Xia Fan admired her. Despite her pride, she was honest and never cheated anyone. He thought, how could such a thrifty mother-in-law give birth to such an outstanding daughter? After thinking it over, it seemed Shui Yaji inherited her father's qualities. After finishing up with the building materials, seeing there was still time, Xia Fan drove the Great Wall to the largest car dealership. There were various showrooms, each showcasing a different car brand. Soon he found the Infinity showroom, which featured around 6 or 7 models. Xia Fan headed straight for the Q60 model. It's a mid to high-end car priced between 500,000 and 600,000. Compared to Shui Yazi's current status, while it was a bit more expensive, it wasn't too far off, and it was her favorite model. Xia Fan couldn't remember when Shui Yaji had mentioned it before, but he was very certain of this. Next to the Q60 stood a man in his 50s. Despite his age, he still had a polished appearance. His eyes constantly glimmered with lewdness as he leaned close to a curvaceous saleswoman, speaking in a somewhat lewd manner. As Xia Fan approached, their conversation naturally reached his ears. The unseemly man was pestering the female salesperson for discounts while insinuating that if he bought this car, there would be benefits, suggesting they could go for a joyride together. The female salesperson laughed lightly, playfully rebuffing him. Xia Fan opened the car door and climbed in to inspect the interior. The two were somewhat taken aback, and the lewd man shouted at Xia Fan, Hey, I'm buying this car. Get out and don't dirty it. The female salesperson looked at him disdainfully. What's wrong with you? You're all dirty and just jumped into the car. Did we let you in? If you dirty it, how are we going to sell it? No wonder they looked down on Xia Fan. He was simply dressed, his entire outfit costing less than 100, and after dealing with raw materials, it was inevitable that he was a bit dirty and sweaty with several marks of wear. Xia Fan seemed not to have heard and continued to inspect the car. The lewd man told the female salesperson, Get someone to pull him out. If he really dirty, said I won't buy it. The female salesperson was also in a hurry, calling security as she said, People like him are really shameless. We see him several times a week. He dresses poorly, clearly a loser, yet he likes to look at high-end cars, acting like he can afford them. Security arrived, quickly scolding Xia Fan to get down. Xia Fan held onto the steering wheel. Isn't it fine to just take a look at the car? The female salesperson replied, You have to be able to afford it. If you can't, don't look. You look like you just came from a construction site. We don't sell single cars here. The lewd man let out a mocking laugh. Another female salesperson approached. What's going on? The female salesperson exaggeratedly recounted the situation. The new female salesperson sighed. But it can't be like this. If he likes to look at cars, let him look. Even if he can't buy now, maybe he can afford it in the future. We can still make a profit then. The female salesperson scoffed. Jie, you have such a broad mind. However, my client has his eye on this car, and I'm currently discussing the price with him. If you want to treat this loser as a client, please take him to another car. Xia Fan opened the car door and stepped out, looking at the lewd man. Do you want to buy it now? The lewd man chuckled. What does it matter to you whether I buy it or not? Anyway, I have the money to buy it with a budget of 500,000. Do you have 50,000? Can you afford it? If you can, I'll let you buy it. The female salesperson laughed so hard she bent over. Xia Fan turned to Jie. How much is this Q60? Jie hesitated slightly and whispered, The high-end version is priced at 558,000 with a large gift included. The female salesperson disdainfully said, Jie, why are you even talking to him? He can't even afford a deposit. Xia Fan took out his card and handed it to Jie. I'll buy it outright. Hurry up and handle the paperwork. I want to drive it away now. Everyone was left speechless. The lewd man shouted, Does that card even have that much money? Xia Fan smiled. Let's swipe it and see. Jie quickly brought over the card machine to swipe the card, and the 558,000 appeared in the account. The lewd man walked away with a flushed face, and the female salesperson looked utterly dazed. Although the car was priced at $558,000, if negotiated well it could be obtained for around $500,000. The female salesperson also decided that if the lewd man was willing to buy, she wouldn't mind taking a joyride with him and doing something flirty. Unexpectedly, the loser in her eyes bought it without a second thought. The biggest surprise was Ing Jie, who hadn't expected Xia Fan to actually purchase this luxury car, just coming over to mediate. To her surprise, it all went through under her watch, earning her a considerable commission. An hour later, aside from not yet having a formal license plate, all the paperwork was completed. Xia Fan had the dealership arrange for someone to drive the old Great Wall back to his place, while he drove the Infiniti Q60 back to the company. He parked the car to one side and walked towards the company entrance. Then he saw a nearly new Audi parked at the entrance, where a man in his 30s leaned against the hood, holding a large bouquet of roses, gazing inside with an air of confidence. At this moment, people were gradually finishing work. Xia Fan was sending a WeChat message to Shui Yizizi while walking. The other party quickly replied, asking him to wait at the door and not to go inside. Just as Xia Fan put his phone away, he accidentally bumped into an Audi. Coincidentally, the part of his clothing that touched the car left a small stain of mud. The man pulled a long face and said, "Are you blind, or did you do it on purpose?" Xia Fan calmly replied, "I'm sorry." The man sneered, "What's the use of saying sorry? Why do we still need the police? You work at Dingxing, right? You don't even know how to dress properly. This appearance damages the company's image. I have a close relationship with your business manager Shui Yizizi, so you should hurry and find a clean cloth and some water to wipe off this dirt. Hurry up, I want to invite Yizizi to dinner when she comes out. If you don't move quickly, I'll have Yizizi fire you." Xia Fan curiously asked, "You want to invite our manager, Shui, to dinner? What's wrong with that?" The man arrogantly said, "Is that a problem? Not only do I want to invite her to dinner, but I also want to discuss some matters in depth. Why are you asking so much? You're just a nobody and don't have the right to talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and find something to clean my car." He looked up with his nostrils, almost pointing at the sky. Xia Fan grinned and said, "Did you get your dinner invitation approved by her husband?" The man laughed mockingly. "Her husband? Is that the good for nothing Xia Fan? He fell from grace 10 years ago and has been living off the Shui family ever since marrying Yizizi 3 years ago. If I had known Yizizi earlier, that good for nothing wouldn't have had such an advantage. Regardless, I will pursue Yizizi. What a pity, if I had met her 6 months earlier we would be a couple." Xia Fan said, "You're quite bold, knowing that manager Shui has a husband, yet you shamelessly think she would be interested in you." The man was even more arrogant. "Whether she is interested in me is none of your business. But I can tell you, in the entire Tianzhou city, I Wu Rong, as the owner of Rongxing Building Materials Company and a Ritterni master's degree holder, am definitely a perfect match for her. I don't mind that she's married. After all, she hasn't had any relations with that good for nothing husband. With some effort, she might end up with me." Although Xia Fan had never met Wu Rong, he knew of Rongxing Materials Company. It was also a family business and a longtime client of Dingxing. Wu Rong continued to be full of himself. "Now Yizizi is remarkable. Not only has she brought in business for 15 floors from the Extraordinary Group, but she's also back as the business manager. We will have many opportunities for cooperation in the future, and my chances are significantly high." Xia Fan calmly asked, "Do you want manager Shui to purchase building materials from you?" Wu Rong proudly nodded. Xia Fan waved his hand, dismissively. "Give up, go back. Manager Shui won't buy even a single piece of gypsum board from you." Wu Rong was taken aback at first, but then looked at Xia Fan with a smile. "You must be out of your mind. I have had plenty of dealings with Yizizi. She agreed to purchase some materials from me. Although we haven't signed a contract, yet it's practically a done deal. This time I'm inviting her to dinner just to finalize the business. Why are you even trying to interfere?" He slapped the back of his head. "Why am I wasting my breath on you, a nobody? Hurry and clean the dirt off my car." Just then his eyes lit up as he shouted inside Yizizi, "I'm here, come here." Xia Fan turned his head to look, only to see a graceful figure walking out, exuding charm with every step. Xia Fan admired her beauty, thinking, "This is my wife." Although they were still sleeping in separate rooms, there would come a day when they could embrace and share the same dreams. Thinking of this, he felt joy in his heart. Turning to look at Wu Rong, he found him staring intently, secretly amused, thinking, "You can only watch." Shui Yizizi walked out and saw Xia Fan. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Rong spoke first. "Yizizi, your little employee here is really interesting. Do you know what he just said? He said you wouldn't purchase any building materials from me. How dare this lowly person say such things? I think you should fire him to avoid embarrassing Dingxing." Shui Yizizi frowned at first, then stared at Wu Rong, speaking each word deliberately. "He is right. Oh, I will not purchase any building materials from your company anymore. Please leave." Wu Rong was left stunned. "Yizizi, how could you say this?" Shui Yizizi sneered and linked her arm with Xia Fan, pulling him closer. Their bodies were tightly pressed against each other, and Xia Fan felt her soft chest's elasticity, instantly becoming dazed. Shui Yizizi said emphatically, "By the way, mister, Wu, before you leave, let me introduce you. This is my husband Xiao Fan, so do you understand now? After speaking, she turned to the person beside her and quietly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiao Fan. I had intended for you to wait for me at the door and then join me for Mr. Wu's dinner invitation, as his company is quite good and can provide high quality and affordable materials. However, since he looks down on you, it's equivalent to looking down on me, so I won't do business with someone who disrespects us. Shui Azizi could tell from Wu Rong's words how much he looked down on Xiao Fan. She felt that looking down on Xiao Fan was like looking down on herself. In the past, she would vent her anger on Xiao Fan, but now she directed it at the person who disrespected Xiao Fan. Wu Rong's mouth dropped open. You are that good for nothing. Xiao Fan smiled broadly. Sorry, it seems. You look even more like a good for nothing. Shui Azizi glared at Wu Rong, her eyes icy cold. Mr. Wu, stop slandering my husband, or I will reserve the right to sue you. With that, she said, thank you for waiting. Xiao Fan, let's go home for dinner. She linked her arm with Xiao Fan and turned to leave, looking at the backs of the two. Wu Rong clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. He had never been slapped in the face like this. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Xiao Fan, you're something. You worthless piece of trash, dare to challenge me. I won't let you off. Shui Azizi, don't think just because you're a manager you can act arrogantly. I can pin you down any minute, just wait and see. Shui Azizi, holding Xiao Fan's arm, walked towards the parking lot, chuckling softly. I just slapped him in the face for you. That felt good, didn't it? Xiao Fan nodded. It felt great. I still feel like I'm floating. It's an honor to have my wife slap someone for me for the first time. But that materials company seems to be good. Oh, wouldn't it be a pity? Shui Azizi shook her head. There are plenty of such companies in Tianzhou City. If he looks down on you, we just won't cooperate with him, and we'll choose others. Xiao Fan nodded. Moreover, he not only looks down on me, but also has designs on you. Shui Azizi understood immediately and decisively said, I won't have any dealings with him from now on. I'll delete him from WeChat right now. She took out her phone and indeed deleted Wu Rong from her WeChat. Xiao Fan felt overjoyed. Shui Azizi stared at him. Xiao Fan, if you have any women in your phone who are ambiguous with you, delete them too. If I find out, you won't be able to keep your head on your shoulders. Her face was filled with anger. Xiao Fan shivered and quickly said, no, if you don't believe me, I can hand my phone over to you for inspection every day. Shui Azizi smiled sweetly. I don't have that kind of free time. She looked around and asked, hey, where's the car? Did you not park it in the original spot? Then she was pleasantly surprised, released Xiao Fan, and quickly walked to a brand new car, touching it all over. She exclaimed, this is my favorite Infiniti Q60, oh so beautiful. And it's my favorite wine red. Who bought this car? How did it end up here? I didn't hear anyone in the company buying a new car, especially such a nice one. As she spoke, her face was filled with envy. She turned to Xiao Fan and sighed, alas, if only Mom hadn't taken our money, we could buy a car like that. Xiao Fan smiled, took out a car key from his pocket, raised it high, and pressed the button. Shui Yaji was startled as the Infiniti made a sound. The driver's door automatically swung open. Xiao Fan grinned at her. Get in, try out your new car, and see how it feels. Shui Yazi's mouth dropped wide open, unable to close. She shook her head. Are you serious? You bought a car? Xiao Fan nodded. To be precise, it's a car I bought for you. He gently pushed her into the driver's seat. Then he climbed into the passenger seat. Drive, I hope it feels like you like it. Shui Yaji gripped the steering wheel tightly, still shaking her head. Xiao Fan, where did you get the money? It's over 500,000. Xiao Fan's eyelids didn't even flutter. I usually like to invest in new stocks. This time I hit the jackpot with a listing in the SciTech Innovation Board. This money was just enough to buy an Infiniti Q60. Shui Yaji didn't blink. Come up with another story, make it a more plausible one. Xiao Fan replied earnestly, why would I lie to you? It's true. Shui Yaji sighed, lightly shook her head, and remained silent. Xiao Fan felt a bit uneasy, unsure of what his wife was thinking. It seemed like he had gotten through this moment. Then they drove home. Just as Xiao Fan reached for the door, it swung open first, and Chun Lizhu walked out. It gave Xiao Fan a feeling akin to the sun rising from the west. He had never experienced his mother-in-law opening the door for him. Chun Lizhu stood there, her usually bold demeanor revealing a hint of shyness. Shui Yaji looked worried. Mom, what's going on with you? Why do you look so out of sorts? Chun Lizhu took a deep breath and finally said, I heard from you this morning that Shui Guiha mentioned something, saying he saw me with a man outside, right? Shui Yazi's heart sank. She turned to Xiao Fan for a glance, then looked back at her mother. So what do you want to tell me? Chun Lizhu forced a bitter smile and then started to scold. First she scolded Shui Guiha, then those people in the company, saying they love to gossip and speak ill of others, unable to stand the sight of others doing well. This barrage left Xiao Fan and Shui Yaji dizzy, both thinking simultaneously, why does it feel like you're scolding yourself? Shui Yaji impatiently interrupted, Mom, get to the point. Chun Lizhu lowered her head and sighed. You know, your dad has been dead for almost 3 years. Your mom inevitably feels lonely. So I attended a gathering and met a man who has been quite nice to me, and feelings developed over time. I initially didn't want to tell you, but I figured it was about time. Shui Yaji sneered. Mom, if you hadn't heard those rumors I guess I wouldn't know when you would tell me this. Actually I don't oppose it, but you must find a good man. You must not be deceived by him as society is so chaotic. Chen Liju lifted her head, her face clearly showing displeasure. Daughter, you know what kind of person your mom is. I have a good eye for people. How could I be wrong about the man I see? Uncle Qian is not only handsome and cultured, but also caring. He owns an electronics factory with 300 to 400 employees under him. He plans to treat us to dinner tonight, and is currently sitting in the living room. Shui Yaji and Xia Fan walked in. The former thought the man described by her mother was not much different, looking quite acceptable, while the latter frowned. Uncle Qian stood up looking at Xia Fan, and was taken aback. What a coincidence, the two recognized each other, and they had just met. It was that sleazy man Xia Fan encountered when buying a car in the Auto City. His name was Qian Guoguang. Seeing Xia Fan, he paused for a moment, then enthusiastically walked over, and shook one of his hands vigorously. You are Xia Fan, right? You still look quite impressive. He then turned to Chen Liju. Shally, you said your son-in-law isn't that great, and that you're not satisfied. Ooh, I don't see it that way. With such a handsome appearance and an inner brilliance, it's obvious he is capable and has a promising future. I believe there must be some misunderstanding, but it's no problem, I'm here now. Looking at Xia Fan, he smiled even more. Xia Fan, living together brings inevitable conflicts. But no matter what, we are family, and in the future, I will help you maintain a good relationship with your mother-in-law. Xia Fan could certainly pick up on the underlying meaning in his words. He remained silent, feeling disgusted by this sleazy and hypocritical man. Chen Liju had a cold expression. Xia Fan, are your ears deaf, or your throat hoarse? Didn't you hear what Uncle Qian said? He was so friendly, and you gave him a cold shoulder. What do you want? Then she turned to Shui Yaji. Daughter, look at how he behaves. Uncle Qian is so warm-hearted, despite my discomfort in helping him, he is still ignored. Although Shui Yaji was young, she was not lacking in experience and insight, quickly discerning the hypocrisy hidden in Qian Guoguang's enthusiasm. However, she still tugged at Xia Fan's sleeve. Xia Fan smiled and slightly nodded at Qian Guoguang. Thank you, Uncle Qian. Qian Guoguang waved his hand. No need to thank me, we are family, and we must walk the same path. We cannot leave any conflicts behind. We must be close and harmonious. As the saying goes, harmony brings prosperity. Shally, right? Chen Liju nodded repeatedly, her face filled with happiness. Shui Yaji frowned even more. Then Chen Liju said, all right, Xia Fan, I won't hold it against you for Uncle Qian's sake. I just hope you learn to behave, otherwise you will always be a useless person in my eyes. Uncle Qian is inviting us to dinner. You all hurry and change your clothes. Especially you, Xia Fan, you dress like a worker. Aren't you ashamed? After all, you are part of the Shui family, you mustn't bring me shame. Xia Fan nodded and walked upstairs with Shui Yaji quickly following. She whispered, I always feel that guy is strange, he doesn't seem like a good person. My mom won't be swept away by love, right? Xia Fan hesitated to speak, but decided to wait and see before revealing what he knew, otherwise it would lie. Chen Liju and Qian Guoguang had already walked out, the latter letting out a long sigh, looking dejected. I can tell that your son-in-law and daughter don't like me much, but what do I do in the future? Chen Liju gritted her teeth. Do they dare not to like you? I am the head of this family, or whatever I say goes. Especially that Xia Fan, you don't need to regard him at all, nor do you need to please him. If he dares to disrespect you, just tell me, and I will teach him a lesson. She spoke with fierce determination. Qian Guoguang blinked. People's hearts are hard to gauge. Though I'm not afraid of him disrespecting me, I'm just worried about him speaking ill of me behind my back. You know that it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Chen Liju hurriedly reassured him. Don't worry, old Qian, I won't believe any rumors they spread. I know you were genuine. For instance, you took 50,000 to buy a car, and if it were someone else they would have bought it right away, yet you are there picking and choosing. You even said you would return the money to me for safekeeping until you decided what to buy? You are so honest, how could I not trust you? Qian Guoguang nodded repeatedly, appearing excited. Chen Liju did not notice the cunning glimmer that passed over. Then the guy turned his head and saw a very beautiful brand new car, parked not far away. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly walked over. Chen Liju exclaimed in surprise. Hey, whose car is parked at my doorstep? It seems newly bought. What brand is this car? It looks pretty nice. Qian Guoguang chuckled knowingly. He certainly knew whose car it was. He added, this kind of car is quite expensive. It's called Infinity, and it's one of the higher-priced models, around 500,000 to 600,000. Anyone who can afford this car must be wealthy. Chen Liju looked around puzzled. But where would a rich person come from to park their car at my doorstep? Do you believe I should charge them for parking? Qian Guoguang intentionally suggested. Could it be that your son-in-law or daughter bought it? Chen Liju immediately shook her head. How could they possibly afford it? All the money is with me. Qian Guoguang touched the Infinity, sighing. I just want to buy a car like this. Although it's a good car, it's not too expensive. Driving it on the street would be both stylish and practical. Just think if I could drive it and take you for a ride from the streets to the fields, how cool would that be? He continued, by the way, this might really be a new car bought by your daughter or son-in-law. Chen Lizhu vigorously shook her head. Impossible. Qian Guoguang provocatively said, why is it impossible? What if they have some money left? How about we make a bet? If it turns out they bought it, you can let me drive it. Chen Lizhu nodded without hesitation. Sure, you can have it to drive. Qian Guoguang laughed heartily, waving his hands repeatedly. Just kidding. How could I afford such an expensive car? Let me borrow it for a few days. Taking you for a spin would be enough to satisfy me. What I want to do the most now is to drive this car and take you around. By the end, his tone was filled with sweet affection, and Chen Lizhu felt very touched. Xia Fan and Shui Yaji walked out and saw Qian Guoguang touching the infinity. The latter was displeased and huffed, while the former remained calm. Chen Lizhu shouted, daughter, come over and take a look. This car, I don't know whose it is so bold to park at our door. Can we find out who the owner is? We need to tell them that they have to pay for parking here. Shui Yaji chuckled. Mom, that's our car. Xia Fan bought it today. Chen Lizhu was instantly taken aback. Your car? I heard Uncle Qian say it costs about 500,000 to 600,000. Where did you get so much money? Didn't I take all your money? Shui Yaji replied, this car was bought by Xia Fan. Chen Lizhu turned to look at him with a face full of sarcasm. He has money to buy a car. Don't talk about 500,000 to 600,000. I think he would struggle to gather 5,000 to 6,000. Oh, I get it now. She pointed at her daughter. Actually, you used your money to buy this for Xia Fan, right? Daughter, you must be careful. Don't think that just because you became a business manager you can boldly siphon money off. Be cautious about being found out, especially by Shui Gui. Otherwise he will start scheming behind your back. Shui Yaji wanted to explain, but Xia Fan pulled her sleeve, indicating not to say more. The beautiful Shui stopped talking. She drove the car, taking the three of them to the Amethyst Western restaurant. Qian Guoguang was treating them to a meal here. The environment was elegant and the decor was luxurious, making it one of the best Western restaurants in Tianzhou City. Qian Guoguang reserved a private booth. After the waiter guided them to sit, Chen Lizhu coldly said to Xia Fan, you rarely come to such high-end places, right? If it weren't for old Qian treating, you wouldn't have come here, even once in your lifetime. This place is filled with elegant people. Oh, don't speak loudly. She added, when the food arrives, try to eat slowly. If you embarrass me, I will definitely give you a good scolding when we get back. By the end, her voice rose a little. Even in a private booth, they attracted the attention of surrounding guests who turned to look. Xia Fan remained calm. Mom, please don't speak so loudly. Everyone is looking over here. Chen Lizhu felt slapped in the face and was in a difficult position. She suddenly stood up, pointing at Xia Fan and about to scold him. Shui Yaji frowned. Mom, haven't you had enough? Don't treat this place like home. If you want to act like this, we might as well go back. Qian Guoguang also tried to persuade her. Chen Lizhu sat down with a dark face, poking Xia Fan hard. You just wait. Not long after ordering, a cheerful voice came from the side. Yaji, what a coincidence we meet again. Aunt Chen, do you still remember me? A man in his 30s walked over with a smile. However, when he looked at Xia Fan, a hint of jealousy and resentment flashed in his eyes. It was Wu Rong. Upon seeing him, Chen Liz's face instantly lit up. Mr. Wu, are you here to eat as well? What a pleasure to see you. She then reprimanded Xia Fan. Don't you let him sit down a bit more. She continued to Wu Rong. Are you having something to eat here? What a coincidence to meet my friend treating. Otherwise we wouldn't have had the chance to see you, Mr. Wu. It's been so long since we last met. You've become more handsome. Have you found a girlfriend yet? As she spoke, she introduced him to Qian Guoguang. Old Qian quickly stood up and extended his enthusiastic hands. After a brief handshake and pleasantries, Wu Rong sat down beside them, giving Shui Yaji a deep glance before shaking his head. I haven't found a girlfriend yet. Chen Lizhu remarked. Oh really, Mr. Wu, you're so talented you should have no trouble finding a girlfriend. Wu Rong said, there are indeed many girls pursuing me, but I'm not a playboy. I just want to find someone who is a good match for me, someone with whom I can live a good life and develop our careers together. He glanced at Shui Yaji again, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Chen Lizhu saw everything and suddenly felt angry, exclaiming, if it weren't for my stupid late husband who foolishly promised my daughter to that good for-nothing Xia Fan, she wouldn't have wasted her entire life on him. My daughter would actually be a good match with Mr. Wu. Shui Yazi's face turned cold. Mom, please don't say such insulting words about my husband. Just as Chen Lizhu was about to explode, Wu Rong quickly intervened. All right, Aunt Chen, don't be too upset. Although I feel sorry for Yaji, there's nothing we can do. I just hope that one day she realizes that someone isn't right for her and wants to part ways. She might consider me. After all, I have deep feelings for her. We are truly well matched. This was quite shameless. Chen Lizhu still had a smile on her face and was about to agree. Xia Fan spoke coldly. Wu Rong, you have no shame treating me like heir. I advise you to leave immediately or you will face the consequences. Wu Rong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Chen Lizhu sternly scolded, Xia Fan, don't forget that you are here at my invitation. What qualifications do you have to ask Mr. Wu to leave? If you say that again, get out. Shui Yaji slowly stood up. Mom, if you want to kick Xia Fan out, fine, I will leave. Wu Rong quickly tried to mediate. Alright, let's not let my presence ruin everyone's mood. Yaji, although I couldn't invite you to lunch today, this is fate. I know you particularly enjoy listening to the violin, and I do too. I even studied in the UK for a while. Since we have this chance now, let me play a few pieces for you. What songs do you like? Shui Yaji calmly shook her head, no need. Chen Lizhu had already named several of her daughter's favorite pieces, so she was well aware. Wu Rong's eyes brightened. These pieces are also my favorites. It seems we have similar tastes. What a pity we aren't together. He looked at Xia Fan with disdain, then turned and walked toward the small stage. Soon the lights dimmed, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Wu Rong stood in the center of the stage with a violin and played several pieces in one breath. Although he was somewhat arrogant, his performance was quite skilled and captivating. After each piece, applause erupted around. Shui Yaji was somewhat surprised. Although her demeanor was somewhat assertive, she was deeply romantic at heart. She had imagined more than once the man she liked standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with white curtains swaying in the breeze while he played the violin. Meanwhile, she sat on the nearby sofa sipping red wine and enjoying the music. Wu Rong's violin performance was exceptionally beautiful, undoubtedly catering to her sentiments. She turned to look at Xia Fan, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Although Xia Fan was somewhat satisfactory, now how could he possibly play such a wonderful piece on the violin? After showcasing his talent, Wu Rong returned, and Chen Lizhu and Qian Guoguang continuously applauded him, calling out in praise. Wu Rong smiled at Shui Yaji and gently asked, "How do you think I played?" Shui Yaji could not lie and could only nod, saying, "Not bad." Wu Rong beamed with joy. "Such high praise from you makes me very happy, thank you." He added, "I hope I can play the violin for you again someday, preferably by the seaside with fluttering curtains and a comfortable sofa to sit and listen to the music accompanied by a bottle of red wine." Shui Yaji was taken aback. It seemed this guy knew quite a bit about her. Chen Lizhu nodded, saying, "Don't worry, mister. Wu, such a day will definitely come. You have money and such artistic talent rare in this world. Yaji will like you." "Mom, could you please say a little less?" Shui Yaji scolded sharply. She looked at Xia Fan, feeling somewhat uneasy, worried he might get angry. Xia Fan smiled faintly and gently patted her thigh. Wu Rong observed everything, his jealousy intensifying. He directly fired at Xia Fan. "Yaji loves music so much, yet you know nothing about it. How can you be worthy of her?" "Xia Fan, I advise you to think carefully. Although Yaji has some feelings for you, it doesn't mean it's forever. A lifetime requires common interests. Love alone isn't enough. Take playing the violin, for instance. You saw Yatsi's admiration for me. I dare say there are few in Tianzhou City who can play better than I do. In the UK, I hold a grade 8 rating, which is equivalent to grade 9 in China." He spoke with a face full of. Xia Fan replied calmly, "There are always stronger hands among the strong. I don't think that just because you play well there isn't anyone better. It's just the violin after all, not that impressive." Wu Rong sneered, "Not that impressive. Xia Fan, if you have the ability, give it a try. Perhaps even a cow would wag its tail and run away from the noise you make." Chen Lizhu laughed heartily, agreeing with him. Wu Rong continued, "Even if you don't play yourself, if you can find someone better than me, you'll be utterly impressed." Xia Fan smiled and remained silent, cutting into the steak on the table. Chen Lizhu said, "Mr. Wu, forget it. Don't bother arguing with someone as stubborn as him. He knows nothing, otherwise he wouldn't be called a useless young master. Let's just sit down and eat." "All right." Wu Rong nodded. "Tonight I'll treat everyone, so don't hold back. I'm in a good mood tonight, but unfortunately, although I have feelings for Yaji, it seems like unrequited love." He sighed, appearing quite melancholic. Next, everyone began to eat together. During the meal, Wu Rong chatted with Shui Yaji about the violin. Shui Yaji didn't want to engage with him, but her mother repeatedly urged her not to be rude, forcing her to converse. She was also somewhat worried, afraid her husband would be unhappy. Xia Fan maintained a calm expression and even smiled at her. Shui Yaji felt a bit more at ease, thinking, although you can't play the violin, it's not a big deal. Being a good person is enough. Wu Rong frequently mocked Xia Fan, showcasing himself, while Xia Fan smiled and remained silent. When they had nearly finished eating, he announced to everyone that he would make a phone call to arrange for tomorrow's work and excused himself. Chen Lizhu remarked, "This guy knows his place. He knows he's a third wheel. If I had known I would meet Mr. Wu, I wouldn't have brought him along." Shui Yaji felt angry but could only remain silent. After all, this woman was her mother. Xia Fan circled around to the back door of the Western restaurant, walked in, and found the performance room behind the small stage. Xia Fan entered and asked, "Is the person in charge here?" There weren't many people in the room, and they all looked up at him. Among them was a girl in her early 20s with an arrogant expression and ornate clothing. She glanced at Xia Fan but did not speak, instead adjusting a violin in her hands. Xia Fan recognized it as a remarkable instrument, an Italian brand Kreutzer, handcrafted by a master, with the cheapest ones costing around 300,000. The one in the girl's hands was even more exquisite, likely worth no less than $1 million. Using such a fine violin, she must be someone special. With her aura and presence, Xia Fan quickly identified her as a wealthy young lady, certainly not the person in charge. A middle-aged woman emerged from the back door looking at Xia Fan with indifference and said, "Sir, what can I do for you? Guests are generally not allowed in our performance room." Xia Fan smiled and replied, "I apologize for the intrusion, but surely guests can perform here, right?" The middle-aged woman nodded. "That is true, but there are very strict requirements for guests who wish to perform on stage. It's not just anyone who can get up there. If you play poorly and disturb other guests while they are dining, that would certainly be inappropriate. Before that, you must showcase your skills." Xia Fan nodded. "Understood. Could I please play a bit on the violin?" Several people in the room began to murmur, another one wanting to play the violin. Does he really think it's that easy? Earlier there was a guest who played quite well. Does this person think he can perform without any impact? He probably doesn't play well. He doesn't seem to have that kind of aura. Xia Fan was simply dressed. Even his shoes were cheap casual ones, making him look nothing like someone capable of playing the violin. The girl with the $1,000,000 violin said disdainfully, "I heard the previous person play. It was just average. But to someone who is just starting to understand the violin, it might seem good. Of course, his kind of skill is quite rare among ordinary people." She paused, looking at Xia Fan with a hint of clearly in her eyes. Xia Fan didn't even qualify as an ordinary person. Xia Fan remained silent and requested a regular violin from the middle-aged woman, playing a segment from Chrysler's Liebeslied. The beautiful and moving melody made everyone in the room widen their eyes in surprise. The middle-aged woman clapped her hands and said, "Not bad, you qualify to perform on stage. Sir, I hope your violin performance will add a touch of brilliance to tonight's Western restaurant." Xia Fan nodded and leisurely walked out. People in the room continued to murmur, claiming his performance couldn't be worse than the previous guests. The proud cold girl, however, shook her head. "He just played a segment of a melody. That doesn't count for much. Only if he can play the entire piece, will he have some skills. I think he's not as good as that previous person." Before Xia Fan stepped onto the stage, he specifically asked the lighting technician to dim the lights, creating a hazy atmosphere on the entire stage. Once he was on stage, all the guests could only see a blurred silhouette sitting on the stool. He didn't face the audience, turning his back on everyone, and without saying a word, he began to play the first piece. This violin piece was also very famous and was Shui Yazi's favorite. It was the theme song from the greatest American film in history, Gone with the Wind, titled "My Heart Will Go On." Just before Xia Fan began to play this piece in the booth where Shui Yazi sat, Wu Rong sneered. "Is Xia Fan too embarrassed to stay here? Did he get too big a shock and run away, not coming back?" Chen Liju responded, "Mr. Wu is so talented, the violin he plays is even more impressive. My daughter has been moved by you. Xia Fan must be too embarrassed to hide. Perhaps he has already gone home, conveniently buying a violin on the way, planning to practice hard." Wu Rong laughed mockingly. "What can you learn with a last-minute effort? Never play the violin like sawing a tree. I practiced for 7 years to reach this level of skill. He's too old to catch up." Qian Guoguang clapped, saying, "Mr. Wu is amazing. As a girl, I would be enchanted by your violin playing, wanting to be with you." Wu Rong laughed heartily, looking at Shui Yazi, but found her face darkened, which made him even more pleased. "Later I'll go on stage to play a few more pieces to make Yazi even happier. Tonight, let me be your musical messenger. I hope you understand my heartfelt intentions. Whatever piece you like, I will play it for you, ensuring you enjoy the listening experience." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, becoming completely still. Shui Yazi quickly turned her gaze toward the small stage. A beautiful melody wafted over, slow in tempo, like a pair of lovers whispering endless sweet nothings. The music was so tender that after just a short while, one couldn't help but feel their heart lift with a tingling sensation in their nose, wanting to cry. The entire Western restaurant was captivated. Just now Wu Rong played, and while many expressed their admiration, they continued to eat while listening. Now each person sat frozen with their cutlery in midair, turning to gaze at the small stage. No one could see who was up there. The dim light was like layers of thin gauze obscuring the figure that turned its back to everyone. In the performance room, the girl also rushed out in astonishment, looking toward the stage. She shook her head. "Impossible, how could he play so well? This is simply the demeanor of a master." A middle-aged woman also stepped out, equally in disbelief. Then she looked at the girl, her tone respectful. "Miss, this young man truly plays quite well. Not just well, it is simply the sound of heaven, the work of a master. He performed my true love to perfection. It was unbelievable. However, practice makes perfect. He must have played it many times to achieve such an essence. Compared to this, other pieces could hardly be played so movingly." Soon she was slapped in the face by her own work. After finishing My True Love, Xia Fan shifted the mood and played When It Rains. This piece blended the ethereal sounds of Irish music with Norwegian folk and classical music. It appeared tranquil and profound, flowing naturally and more difficult to play than the previous one. Yet under Xia Fan's seamless performance, everyone was drawn into it. The young lattice eyes widened in astonishment, her hands trembling. She murmured, "This piece is played even better. How could he do this?" Then came more pieces that shocked her. One renowned violin piece after another flowed from Xia Fan's hands. The entire Western restaurant fell silent with cutlery still frozen in midair. Even the waitstaff serving tea and water stood frozen, afraid to move lest they disturb such a wonderful atmosphere. Xia Fan played 5 pieces in one breath, then silently stepped off the small stage and into the performance room. He smiled at the crowd of awestruck onlookers and handed the violin back to the middle-aged woman. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted from outside, extremely intense. If the earlier applause for Wu Rong could be compared to a light rain, this was a storm. The applause erupted nearly 3 minutes after Xia Fan left the stage, indicating the profound shock felt by everyone while he remained completely calm. After returning the violin, he turned to leave, but the young lady suddenly darted over, tightly gripping one of his wrists. "Who exactly are you? How could you play such beautiful pieces? And with an ordinary violin worth a few hundred, what would you be capable of with a high-end violin? What kind of enchanting music would you create then?" "I want to become your student, is that possible?" she said eagerly, quickly introducing herself. "My name is Su Qingyan, the leader of the Tianqing band." Xia Fan's heart stirred. Although he had never heard of the Tianqing band, Su Qingyan's identity seemed significant. The city of Tianzhou was known for its 5 prominent families, far beyond what the Shui family could compare. Among them was the Su family, which had been engaged in the business of high-end musical instruments and entertainment for generations, opening many chain music restaurants, including this Amethyst Western restaurant. Su Qingyun was indeed the pampered daughter of the Su family, a noteworthy identity. However, this was of no concern to Xia Fan. He had no desire to be anyone's teacher and shrugged off his wrist. Su Qingyun was taken aback and quickly released her grip. A rosy hue flushed her delicate face, erasing all previous pride and coldness. Xia Fan politely nodded. "I'm sorry, Miss Su, I only play the violin occasionally and do not make a living from it. I have another job, or I must take my leave." As he spoke, he walked toward the exit, occasionally playing the violin, yet able to play so well. This made those who practiced diligently feel utterly disheartened. Looking at his retreating figure, Su Qingyun called out loudly, "With such a high talent, every piece you play is a masterpiece. I don't care what job you have, you must come be my teacher. How about a monthly salary of 100,000? As long as you teach well, I can offer even more." Xia Fan merely shook his head and then exited through the back door. Watching him disappear, Su Qingyun became infuriated. "Do you look down on me just because? Because you can play such marvelous violin?" She waved to the middle-aged woman, coldly instructing, "Find out who that guy is. He must be made to comply and become my teacher." The middle-aged woman slightly bowed her head and respectfully replied, "Yes, miss." Xia Fan had already exited through the back door and re-entered through the front, striding into the booth. Shui Yaji was extremely shocked. The earlier piece, My True Love, left her incredibly excited. It was her favorite violin piece, and she never expected to hear it played so brilliantly here, transcending the ordinary. But looking at the small stage, she could only see a hazy figure, completely unable to discern who it was, shrouded in mystery. The subsequent pieces struck her heart one after another, seizing her soul without reservation. She felt as if these pieces were played just for her, not only resonating with her preferences, but also imbued with an ineffable essence, as if they were meant for her. It was only when all the pieces were finished and the applause erupted that she snapped back to reality. Shui Yaji sighed, wondering where one could find such an extraordinary violinist who would play these pieces specifically for her. Regardless, in comparison, someone else's playing was utterly unimpressive. Listening to these pieces, Wu Rong's face turned pale, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped twice. He had just claimed that no violinist in all of Tianzhou could compare to him, and then he faced such crushing defeat. He could only hold his ground, saying, "It's nothing special. He probably practiced for a couple more years and became more proficient." Shui Yaji lightly replied, "It's not a matter of practicing a few more years, but rather talent. His talent is astonishing, allowing him to play such effortlessly perfect violin pieces. In comparison, your skill is merely that of a craftsman. Even after 10 or 8 years of practice, you would not surpass him." Wu Rong's face turned dark from anger as Xia Fan returned. Wu Rong immediately pointed at him. "Yaji, I cannot compare to that mysterious violinist. However, compared to you, my useless husband, I am far superior. He probably hasn't even touched a violin." Shui Yaji felt a wave of embarrassment. "You, someone who has practiced violin for 7 or 8 years, are comparing yourself to someone who has never played. How can you even compare?" She stood up, grabbing Xia Fan's wrist and pulling him toward the exit. Xia Fan was somewhat confused. "Hey, I haven't finished my meal. Ooh, I still have a quarter of my steak left." Shui Yaji continued to pull him with authority. "I've already had my fill. We are leaving now." Xia Fan sighed and had no choice but to follow her out of the Western restaurant. He asked, "Yaji, why does your face look so strange?" Shui Yaji shot him a glare, suddenly feeling a strange discomfort in her heart. Without a doubt, the violinist who suddenly appeared on stage and then vanished had touched her heart with that perfect music. Although they were strangers, she felt that if she knew that person, their conversations would be delightful and joyous. Unfortunately, she is a married woman. How could that be possible? Shui Yaji stared at Xiao Fan and said slowly, we will go buy a violin later, and you must practice it for me. Xiao Fan nodded obediently. All right, I will do as you say. At that moment, Chen Lizhu also came out with Qin Guoguang. Upon hearing this, she scoffed and said, can this wooden block even play the violin? He might as well go play with cotton instead. Don't waste money on this. Shui Yaji pretended not to hear and continued looking at Xiao Fan. I love listening to the violin, so you must learn. I don't expect you to play like Wu Rong, but at least you should be able to please my ears. Xiao Fan nodded in assurance. Don't worry, you'll play better than Wu Rong. Just then Wu Rong came out, and upon hearing this, he sneered. Xiao Fan, dream on. You think you can play better than me? That's impossible in your next life. Chen Lizhu also mocked him. Xiao Fan, you are getting better at bragging. No wonder my daughter has started to like you a bit. Yaji, remember, the sweeter a man's words, the more likely he will cause trouble. Be careful not to regret it later. Xiao Fan looked at Qin Guoguang and said, Uncle Qin seems pretty sweet-tongued too. Chen Liz's face darkened. What did you say? You know nothing. Guoguang is genuinely good to me. I've lived for over 40 years. Do you think I can't see that? Shut your mouth. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and pulled Shui Yazi's hand, heading towards the parking lot. Qin Guoguang whispered, Lizhu, don't be too upset. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. I'm fine. No matter who mocks or slanders me, I will face it calmly. As long as I know I truly love you, that's all that matters. Chen Lizhu nodded, moved, and then said fiercely, if that kid dares to mock you again, I will definitely slap him. Then they apologized to Wu Rong and walked towards the parking lot. As they turned their backs, Wu Rong, who had been smiling, suddenly looked as if he had been splashed with ink. He glared at Xiao Fan. You wait, kid. I won't stop until I make you half dead and take Yaji away from you. I won't use the surname Wu. How would a shameless little brat daring to say he will learn to play the violin better than me? You can't even dream of it. Just then he caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance nearby. Turning his head, his heart raced. He then put on a flattering smile. Isn't this Miss Su? You're here too. Have you been in the Western restaurant? Did you hear me play the violin just now? What do you think? Please give me some pointers. Su Qingyun had also come out, standing next to Wu Rong, watching the figure that was walking away. Seeing him holding the hand of a beautiful woman, for some reason, the usually proud Miss Su felt a wave of disappointment. She said lightly, compared to that person you're playing, is quite average, too mechanical. After giving Xiao Fan's back one last glance, she turned and walked inside. Wu Rong. Again saying him too mechanical. He felt as if he had been slapped hard, embarrassed beyond words. He also noticed that Su Qingyun's gaze seemed to be on Xiao Fan and realized that the person she referred to must be the mysterious violinist on stage earlier. Strange, why does she look at Xiao Fan when talking about that person? That's impossible. That kid knows nothing about the violin. Shui Yaji actually went to the instrument store to buy a violin for Xiao Fan and also got a few books for learning. Chen Lizhu scoffed, daughter, you're wasting money. It would be better to treat us to a few good meals. I just don't believe this kid can learn to play the violin. He might as well go work on a construction site. Don't listen to what my mom says. Have confidence in yourself. My requirements are not high, as long as you can play a few songs that I like, that will be enough. Make sure to learn the basics well, and don't disappoint me. Xiao Fan nodded, smiling silently. He didn't mention that he was the mysterious violinist because he wanted to reveal it at the right moment for a more shocking impact. That moment was brewing. After coming out of the instrument store and driving home, Shui Yaji glanced at Qin Guoguang in the back seat through the rearview mirror and coldly said, Mom, are we bringing him back too? Chen Lizhu was displeased. What do you mean by him? I've told you many times, call him Uncle Qian. You're not a child anymore. Have a little more manners. If we don't bring him back, where else would he go? Shui Yaji held back her anger, but her tone was colder. He doesn't want to stay at our house, does he? Chen Liz's face flushed, just about to speak. Qin Guoguang hurriedly said, Yaji, you must have misunderstood. I definitely can't stay at your house. I have my own place. I just want to take your mom back and then go home myself. Shui Yaji nodded faintly and said nothing more. At this moment, Qin Guoguang had already sent a message to Chen Lizhu via WeChat. The gist was, I think this Infinity car is quite good, very stable to ride in. If I could drive you out for a ride, that would definitely be the most wonderful thing in life. Chen Liz's expression brightened, replying, Don't worry, old Qian, I will arrange this matter. Upon returning home, as soon as they got out of the car, Chen Lizhu announced something that made both Xiao Fan and Shui Yaji frown. Yaji, Uncle Qian doesn't have a car to go back in. Let him use this Infinity first. Don't worry, he has a license and is an experienced driver. Shui Yaji immediately opposed, Mom, this car is new. So what if it's new? Can't we satisfy a small wish from Uncle Qian? Has been so good to me since we met. Letting him borrow this car for a few days is no big deal. It's not like we're giving it to him. Shui Yaji was furious, but this car was bought by Xiao Fan. Chen Lizhu waved her hand. Come on, if it weren't for you giving him money, could he afford this car? Yaji, your mom worked hard to raise you. I just want to borrow the car for a few days for Uncle Qian to make his travel easier. Can you not agree to that? Shui Yazi's face turned pale with anger, just about to argue back, when Xiao Fan gently held her. All right, just agree to Mom. Don't make her angry. He voluntarily took out the car keys and handed them to Chen Guoguang. The old man rubbed his hands. How can I take that? Forget it, I want. He'll just take a Didi back. That's quite convenient too. Chen Lizhu grabbed the keys and shoved them into his hand. Old Qian, don't be polite. We are family. You can use the car. All right then, let's find a time for me to take you out for a ride. We can have a self-driving tour, Qian Guoguang said with a beaming smile. Chen Lizhu responded joyfully, absolutely. Shui Yaji couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned to walk into the house, with Xia Fan quickly following. Once they reached upstairs, Shui Yaji angrily dashed into her own room. Xia Fan stood at the door hesitating. Just as he was about to turn and head to his own room, he heard a sweet voice from inside. What are you doing standing outside? Come in. Xia Fan's heart leaped with joy as he hurried inside. Then he received another command, close the door. Of course, obediently comply. Shui Yaji took off her outer clothes and sat up straight on the sofa. She still looked very angry with waves of emotion rising and falling across her chest. Xia Fan was mesmerized, unable to help but gulp loudly. Shui Yaji heard it and looked at him asking, why did you swallow like that? Why so loud? Xia Fan quickly explained, no, I was just thirsty. Shui Yaji rolled her eyes at him. If you're thirsty, why not just get some water to drink? As Xia Fan poured himself a glass of water, Shui Yaji sighed and softly said, Xia Fan, I'm sorry. I didn't expect my mother to be that kind of person. Xia Fan wiped his mouth and smiled, saying, it's fine, I guess this counts as filial piety. But speaking of which, Shui Yaji looked at him and said, speaking of which what? Don't be so hesitant, especially in front of me. Xia Fan nodded. Qian Guoguang, you need to alert my mom. He might not be a good person. I know. Shui Yaji waved her hand in annoyance. Just by looking at the way his eyes dart around, I can tell. She waved her small fists, appearing quite furious. I don't know what kind of mind-altering drug he gave my mom to make her so obedient. It's absolutely despicable. Xia Fan smiled brightly, saying, Yaji, you look really cute when you're angry. Shui Yazi's face flushed, and she spat, cute, huh? Then come here, let me punch you a few times to vent my anger. Xia Fan really walked over to her, patted his chest, and said, come on, hit me. Use me as a punching bag. However, Shui Yaji reached out and twisted his waist hard. Instantly, Xia Fan winced in pain, his eyes wide open. Shui Yaji coldly laughed, aren't you the one who wanted me to bully you? Why are you being so stubborn? Xia Fan hissed in pain, but generously twisted to the other side, saying, come on, keep twisting. Shui Yaji didn't hold back, and Xia Fan grimaced again. After a while of playful banter, Xia Fan finally said, you should take a shower and get some rest. I'll head back to my room first. As he walked out, Shui Yaji suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. 3 years of marriage, and they haven't shared a room. Who would believe it if she told them? After thinking it over, she grabbed her phone and sent Xia Fan a WeChat message, if you practice the violin while my demands aren't too high. As long as I can enjoy it, it'll give you a big reward while share a room. Xia Fan received the message and jumped up excitedly, almost hitting the ceiling with his head. He quickly replied, okay, I will practice the violin well and strive to share a room with you as soon as possible. This immediately made Shui Yaji's face flush bright red. She hurriedly replied, what I meant by sharing a room isn't the same as sharing a bed. You can sleep on the floor or the sofa. If you're willing, then come over. If not, just sleep in your room. Xia Fan quickly replied, willing. Of course, I'd love to, even if it means sleeping on the floor. But he pondered, even if sleeping in the same room meant using the floor, wasn't it still a step closer to sharing a bed? Soon the night of the celebration banquet at the Shui family arrived, with around 70 to 80 people attending. This gathering wasn't solely for the Shui family. Some key employees from the Dingxin company were also present. Everyone was gathered together, making it quite lively. The celebration banquet was held at the Royal International Hotel, an idea proposed by Shui Gui. Not only was it luxurious and suitable for high-class gatherings, but it was also a good opportunity to build relationships with some management at Royal International. He hoped to obtain the upcoming hotel decoration business from them, which required management at all levels. He was sure he could profit greatly from it. Though he had been demoted to deputy manager, he felt a bit humiliated these days at the company. However, when one is at their lowest, they can often be invincible, especially since both his grandfather and father supported him immensely. Most people at the company still had faith in him, so he remained enthusiastic in whatever he did. His grandfather even secretly told him that as long as he secured the home decoration business from Royal International, even if it was just 5 floors, it would allow him to surpass Shui Yaji and take the position of business director. As for Shui Yaji regaining her position, his grandfather was not pleased. He wasn't worried about Shui Yaji. He was more concerned about Xia Fan manipulating things from behind the scenes, aiming to seize the Shui family's assets, which he would never allow. Little did he know that in Xia Fan's eyes, a second-tier family was nothing significant. He only wanted his wife to attain the glory she had always desired, or even more. Although Royal International only had 35 floors, it was even more luxurious and grand than the Bai Swan. The celebration banquet for the Shui family was held on the 34th floor. This floor was divided into 4 large banquet halls named after elements Tian, Di, Xian, Huang Yuzhou, and Hong Huang. The Shui family was in the Yuzhou Hall, while the auction for the Tianzhou Grand Mansion No. 8 was held next door in the Xianhuang Hall. Many from the Shui family were very curious, including Shui Gui and Zhao Liru. They were peeking at the entrance of the Xianhuang Hall, eager to see what was going on, even neglecting their own celebration banquet. Unfortunately, the doors to the Xianhuang Hall were tightly shut with several security guards standing at the entrance, so they could only wait for qualified auction attendees to enter and take a glimpse. Meanwhile, the 35th floor housed the top-tier restaurant that attracted the attention of the entire Tianzhou city. This place was called Sky City, also known as Sky Garden. Inside, a profusion of flowers bloomed with many exotic plants, creating a fairyland atmosphere under a massive glass dome. This glass dome was not simple, it also served as a giant display screen. Though it was tough to see stars in the city, dining in Sky City allowed one to gaze up and see a sky full of stars. One could even witness numerous shooting stars streaking across, making it a breathtaking sight. These were the unique effects showcased by the display screen. Dining here was not cheap, costing around 3,000 to 4,000 per person. Any girl with a bit of status in Tianzhou City dreams of holding her wedding here. However, such an expensive venue with full booking and other expenses would require at least $1 million or $2 million. Even wealthy families would find this place daunting. At this moment, at a table near the banquet in the Yuzhou Hall, a group of beautifully dressed young women were discussing this matter. Whether married or single, they all expressed infinite longing for Sky City. Especially Zhao Liru, who said with great enthusiasm, "When I get married, I must find someone who can hold the wedding at Sky City. Otherwise, I absolutely won't marry. You have to make sure to tell your boyfriend this while dating, and even write a guarantee, so he won't back out later, and you'll end up losing both your husband and soldiers." Zhao Liru arrogantly replied, I will only look for a boyfriend from a first-tier family. I wouldn't even consider a second-tier family. As long as I find someone from a big family, having a wedding at Sky City is a piece of cake." She glanced at the silently disheartened Shui Yaji and curled her lip. "Sister Yaji, you have no hope now. With your looks, you could at least find a young master from a second-tier family, but unfortunately you've ended up with a fallen young master. You can't even have a wedding, let alone a decent one." This remark struck a nerve with Shui Yaji, who coldly retorted, "Zhao Liru, are you afraid that if you stop talking people will think you're mute?" Zhao Liru giggled. "I don't sympathize with you. Just like I said last time, there's no wedding, no betrothal gifts. It's hard not to feel immense sympathy when one thinks about it. After all, you are the young lady of the Shui family." Everyone laughed. Shui Yazi's face darkened, too lazy to argue with such shallow people. Zhao Liru looked around again. "Hey, where's your useless husband? Why haven't I seen him? Is he too embarrassed to attend the celebration?" "That's not right. Anyway, the deal with the Baiswan Hotel was brought in by him, though I don't know what method he used." The surroundings erupted in quiet laughter. Shui Yaji was a bit angry, staring at Zhao Liru, speaking each word deliberately. "I suddenly remembered there's a batch of goods that needs inspection. If you have the time, please check the temporary warehouse next to the Baiswan." At once, Zhao Liru's expression changed. "What do you mean? It's after hours and a banquet is being held. Do you dare to send me?" Shui Yaji sneered. "You know very well that the old man has given orders. The whole company must focus on this business with Baiswan now. No matter the time or place, if there's a need, you must go. And the business manager and the overseer, you won't listen to me. Then I might as well go tell the old man." She stood up, heading towards Shuizheng. Zhao Liru's face flickered between pale and flushed. "All right, can't I just keep quiet?" Had it been in the past, she would never have swallowed this anger, but now Shui Yaji was in control. Shui Yaji countered with a calm smile. "Liru, don't forget that I am your superior now. Oh, choose your words wisely. If I hear you speaking out of turn again, I won't hesitate to have the old man remove you. Even if you follow the old man's orders to stay with me as long as I am determined, don't think I can't do it." Her tone grew stern at the end. Although Zhao Liru was unwilling, she did not dare to voice her discontent. The women around exchanged glances. Shui Yaji turned to look at the door, glancing at the time, and noticed that Xia Fan still hadn't arrived. She couldn't help but wonder where that guy had gone. After work, he said he had something to deal with and would return quickly. Yet now there was still no sign of him, and he hadn't replied to her messages. Shui Yaji felt a bit restless. She suddenly realized that even though things were usually fine during these events without Xia Fan by her side, she felt something was missing. Meanwhile, Xia Fan rode up in the VIP elevator with Zhongyang. Dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded an air of confidence. Compared to his previously disheveled appearance, he seemed like a different person. The aura of a wealthy young master radiated from him. Xia Fan casually asked, "Is that matter prepared?" Zhongyang nodded slightly and respectfully replied, "Young master, everything is completely ready. Just give the word and we can deliver it immediately." "Excellent." Xia Fan smiled, nodded, and patted his shoulder. "You are indeed very competent and a capable assistant." Zhongyang humbly replied, "Young master, receiving such praise from you is truly my honor. To be honest, when I first started assisting you, I worried that you would have wasted these years. But unexpectedly, you've been accumulating so much knowledge and insight. After all, with so many businesses to develop, it's full of challenges, and I feared you might be willing but unable. With your guidance, many problems have been resolved effortlessly. This sword has now been unsheathed and will surely be unstoppable. Hearing this somewhat flattering remark, Xia Fan shook his head, but his mind flickered with the image of Shui Yaji's stunning face and graceful figure. Moreover, over the past 10 years, the various moments they spent together brought a warm feeling to his heart. Everything I do is for myself and also for you. One day, I will place a crown of flowers upon your head, letting you enjoy unparalleled glory. The elevator arrived and stopped. Just as the door was about to open, Xia Fan took out a thin gossamer mask from his pocket and put it on his face. The gilded thin shell covered 2/3 of his face, nearly obscuring his features. As the elevator doors opened, Xia Fan stepped out briskly, heading straight for the entrance of the Xianhuang Hall. Zhongyang naturally followed, taking out the invitation letter that could only be obtained after paying a 50 million deposit. After inspecting by the doorman, they were respectfully invited inside. At this moment, a few people happened to walk out from the neighboring Yuzhou Hall. As they walked out, they instinctively glanced at the Xianhuang Hall, and just happened to see Xia Fan's back, causing them to murmur, "Hey, that back looks quite familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere." "I also think it looks a bit familiar. It resembles Xia Fan's back." "Ha ha ha, how is that possible? This must be a case of people looking alike. Without 50 million, you can't even touch the door. That's just a useless person. Even if he has seen some improvement now, it's purely by luck. Can he really produce 50 million? He doesn't even have 5 million. Xia Fan, wearing the mask, of course, did not wish to reveal his identity. When he walked in, no one seemed surprised. Among all the guests attending the auction at the No. 8 Manor, many were also wearing masks, preferring to keep a low profile. The so-called invisible rich do not appear on the rich list, but they may be richer than anyone on that list. After Xia Fan and Zhongyang took their seats, the host quickly announced the auction rules. It was quite simple. The starting bid for the No. 8 Manor was 120 million, with the minimum bid set at 1 million. The successful bidder would own the No. 8 Manor complete, with its luxurious decorations and all high-end furniture and appliances. Everyone aimed to win. The Tianzhou aristocracy not only symbolized the highest status, but also occupied the best location in Tianzhou City. Most importantly, each manor was a treasure trove of feng shui. Especially No. 8, being ranked 8th alone, signifies status. Anyone who has made a fortune pays great attention to feng shui, hoping their descendants will inherit wealth and prosperity for generations. In the beginning, everyone was cautious, only increasing the bids by 1 million at a time. The competition was fierce, and after 10 minutes the price had reached 135 million. Xia Fan remained still, only watching a young man filled with arrogance about 7 or 8 meters away, a hint of hatred flickering in his eyes. Zhongyang whispered, "Young master, why aren't we bidding yet?" Xia Fan smiled lightly. "It's not time yet to let the first round of fighting finish and eliminate some people first. I think anyone below 150 million is just trash." His words carried a hint of arrogance, and he continued to glare at the young man, not far away, his hatred intensifying. Zhongyang noticed this and whispered, "That's Lin Miaoshuan, the second son of the Lin family, one of the 5 great families of Tianzhou City." The Lin family was one of the main culprits that harmed the young master's family and devoured it. Xia Fan nodded. "After my father's tragic death and my mother's departure, I once fell onto the streets. One day he stopped his car in front of me, mocked me, and slapped me twice. Thinking back, it's quite amusing now." As he spoke, a strong, killing intent emanated from him. Zhongyang nodded slightly, a fierce look appearing on his face. "Young master, no one can bully you now. We repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. We only seek justice, not power." Xia Fan looked deeply at him. "That's excellent." Lin Miaoshuan indeed showed extraordinary skill, and when the bidding reached 140 million, he became impatient and actually started at 5 million. This startled those around him, causing a few to silently withdraw, while 12 or 13 continued to bid. Soon 150 million also broke through, clearly shattering some people's bottom line, and they gave up. Lin Miaoshuan laughed heartily, glancing around, his eyes shining with pride, feeling extraordinarily pleased. He declared loudly, "The No. 8 Manor is destined to be mine, Lin Miaoshuan. It will become the grand residence of the Lin family. I advise you not to compete with me, for you cannot win." Such words were indeed taboo, carrying a threatening tone that should never be spoken at an auction, yet both the host and the organizers feigned deafness. This clearly showed that the Lin family was indeed arrogant. Soon someone raised the bid to 55 million. Lin Miaoshuan shot a fierce glare at him and declared, "I raise it by 10 million. As soon as his words fell, the entire room was stunned. The previous bidder shrank back, his face ashen, sitting. Lin Miaoshuan felt even more triumphant. Just as he was about to ask if anyone else wanted to compete, a cold voice interrupted, 20 million. The bid shot up to 85 million. If Lin Myoxuan's previous bid of 10 million had shocked everyone, this new bid of 20 million was utterly astounding. Even the host could hardly believe it, and asked loudly, Mr. No. 10? Are you sure you want to raise it by 20 million? Mr. No. 10 was Xia Fan, who slowly nodded, raising 2 fingers. Lin Myoxuan glared at him coldly. Oh, I thought you were just here to spectate since you've been silent all this time. I didn't expect you to strike at the end, but do you really think you can compete with my Lin family? He then raised the bid by another 10 million. Xia Fan sneered calmly, lifting 2 fingers. I'll raise it by another 20 million. In that instant, the auction price for the no 8 manor reached 215 million. Lin Myoxuan stared at Xia Fan in disbelief, unable to believe he had raised it by another 20 million. The Lin family's bottom line was 200 million, and now it had already exceeded that. He had no choice but to make a phone call to consult with the family elder. On the other end, there was a moment of stunned silence before a bitter voice came through. Who is this person so audacious as to raise the bid by 20 million twice? 200 million exceeds our budget, and it's impossible to pull out that much cash. Just give up unless you can think of another way. After saying this, the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Myoxuan's face turned a mix of green and white as if he had just been slapped twice. Before and after arriving here, he had boasted about how he would definitely acquire the no 8 manor. He had claimed that no matter the cost he could secure it, but now he found himself powerless beyond 200 million. He had never imagined that someone truly wanted to spend over 200 million to buy the no 8 manor. Unable to contain himself, he stood up and strode towards Xia Fan. He quickly reached Xia Fan's side, bending slightly to glare at him, his finger almost poking at his mask. Kid, who the hell are you? Do you even know whose territory Tianzhou City is? Do you know who I am? Do you dare to compete with me for this no 8 manor? Do you know the price you will pay? I can't compete with you right now, but just wait. You won't live peacefully in the no 8 manor, and you might end up selling it to me at a lower price later. You foolish donkey, you don't even know who you've offended. He straightened his back and started to walk towards the door. Xia Fan remained seated, suddenly kicking out fiercely at the man's waist. Instantly, the man let out a tragic scream. His whole body fell backward, crashing to the ground. Xia Fan stood up and walked past him amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. He squatted down beside Lin Myoxuan, grabbing his hair and pulling it back sharply. In an instant, Lin Myoxuan let out another scream, his entire face being yanked back. His face twisted in pain, he shouted hoarsely, Kid, do you know who I am? I am from the Lin family. If you dare touch me, I will ruin you and kill your entire family. This only fueled Xia Fan's anger. He shook his head and suddenly raised his hand. Right in front of everyone, he slapped Lin Myoxuan twice. The slaps made his face swell up, blood streaming from his nostrils. Lin Myoxuan cried out in despair. You dare slap me again? Where are my bodyguards? He had brought 2 bodyguards, but due to the rules they couldn't enter. However, some eager onlookers quickly ran to the door, opened it, and called the bodyguards inside. 2 strong and burly men immediately rushed in. Lin Myoxuan pointed at Xia Fan, shouting, Take him down and hold him down for me. I want to slap him 20 times. I also want to take off his mask to see who is so bold as to dare to lay a hand on me. The 2 bodyguards lunged at Xia Fan when suddenly over a dozen burly men charged in, blocking their path. Outnumbered, they were forced not to act. Then a muscular man with long hair and a big beard walked in. His presence was so intimidating it left everyone around dumbfounded. Someone whispered, Isn't that Lord Wu? Why is he here? It seems this matter will escalate. Indeed, the one who entered was Chang Yuwu. He first gave a slight bow to Xia Fan, his face showing respect, but he said nothing. Then he turned to Lin Myoxuan, pulling out a chair and sitting beside him. He crossed his legs, lighting a small cigar, his big foot swinging above Lin Myoxuan's head. Leisurely he said, My name is Chang Yuwu. Perhaps you haven't heard of me, but your family has. You can call them now and tell them everything that displeases you, but I will take full responsibility for it. Of course, you can also call more people to confront me. Lin Myoxuan was shocked. You are the one who just got released from the detention center not long ago and has been shaking up the underworld. Chang Yuwu grinned. Well, looks like you're quite well informed. At that moment, Xia Fan had already turned to walk out. As he walked, he said to Zhong Yang, Handle the payment and related procedures. I have other matters to attend to and will leave first. Zhong Yang slightly bowed to his back, saying, Young master, goodbye. Then he turned and smiled at Chang Yuwu and hurried to handle the handover procedures. Everyone present was still, Who is this young master? So impressive that even the 5 great families are disregarded. But it seems he isn't just blindly arrogant. Even Chang Yuwu, who had just been released from the detention center and regained his status as a big shot, showed him such respect. Then someone recognized Zhong Yang. That young master's sidekick seems to be the chief steward of the Buffon Group. Chief steward? What kind of position is that? Not sure, but it should be akin to a CEO. Anyway, I know that everyone in the Buffon Group refers to him as the chief steward. I recognized him too. His name is Zhong Yang. He handles all the affairs of the Buffon Group. That young man in the mask whom he calls young master must be the mysterious president of the Buffon Group. So he is also the biggest manager of the Jiang family in the provincial city here in Tianzhou. No wonder he looks down on Lin Miaoshuan. No wonder even Lord Wu has to obey him. He is not just the president, but also a young master. As everyone voiced their shock, Xia Fan had already found a place to change out of his branded suit and expensive shoes. Of course, he also removed the mask from his face. He transformed back into the simple and unassuming son-in-law, his hair tousled. He hurriedly walked into the universe hall, finding Shui Yaji, and sat down next to her. Xia Fan, look at you like this, you seem like you just came from a street stall. Don't forget you are now part of the prominent circle. Can't you pay a little attention to your image? We the Shui family are about to lose face because of you. Xia Fan smiled lightly. Actually, it's not embarrassing. Those who look down on others and lack manners, speaking like a shrew, are the ones who should be ashamed. Lin Liru's face turned pale with anger as she slammed the table. Xia Fan, if you have the guts, say that again. A waste of a son-in-law dares to talk to me like this. Are you looking for death? Shui Yaji interjected. Liru, this is a celebration banquet hosted by the family. Please mind your image. If you don't, I won't hesitate to have you check the building materials right now. Zhao Liru gritted her teeth, but reluctantly sat down. Shui Yaji looked at the man beside her with a hint of playful reproach. Where have you been? They've already started eating, and the old man has finished his speech on stage. Xia Fan shook his head. It's fine as long as I can join for the meal. Come eat. He peeled 2 large shrimp, dipped them in sauce, and placed them in Shui Yaji's bowl. Then he began to feast heartily. Around them laughter erupted, a starving ghost who has never eaten well in 8 lifetimes. A madman on the verge of starvation. Thankfully everyone here are our own people, or otherwise it would truly embarrass the Shui family. Yaji, can't you manage him? With him eating like that, who else has an appetite? Is he here to do hard labor? How can he eat so much? No one knew that the person they mocked had just spent 215 million next door. Shui Yaji looked at the scene, feeling both amused and exasperated. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly she noticed that everyone facing the door had raised their faces in unison. Those who were turning their backs also sensed something was wrong and turned around. Instantly, dozens of eyes were glued to the entrance. Seated at the head, Shui Zheng immediately became excited and stood up to walk over. Sir, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Your esteemed presence truly lights up this place. Shui Qian, Shui Guiha, and others hurried to greet him, their faces beaming with joy. Entering was the wealthy benefactor who had sent a large sum of cash to their family during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xia Fan turned to take a glance, remaining nonchalant as he continued to eat and drink. Zhao Liru shot him a glare. What a hungry ghost reincarnated. Our Shui family's benefactor has arrived, and you don't even know to stand up to welcome him. Everyone stood up, including Shui Yaji. She pinched Xia Fan's shoulder hard, signaling him to get up. Xia Fan remained unmoving, continuing to eat. The person entering was none other than Zhong Yang. He approached Shui Zheng and nodded slightly. Old man, we meet again. Following him were over 10 burly men, each holding either a large or small wooden box, antique and exquisite, exuding a sense of extraordinary value. Any discerning eye could tell at a glance that these boxes were made from authentic Hainan rosewood, but just the boxes themselves were worth a fortune. What precious items could be inside? Everyone stared wide-eyed, an overwhelming curiosity surging within them. Last time the large bags contained nothing but cash. Shui Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Sir, what is this? Zhong Yang smiled slightly and said in a clear voice, this is the betrothal gift my young master has prepared for the Shui family. At this moment, the burly men had placed the wooden boxes on the floor. Zhong Yang waved his hand, and they opened the lids. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their minds spinning. Each box was filled with various gold, silver, and jewels. One box was completely filled with gold ingots valued at over 2 million. There were also a complete set of diamond jewelry, brand-name watches, and luxury handbags. In the center, one box prominently featured a pair of crystal shoes adorned with jewels, shimmering brightly, making it hard not to hold one's breath. Many girls were already out of control, rushing over to examine them closely, exclaiming how beautiful they were. Even Shui Zheng, who was well-versed in the world, was left dumbfounded. He could tell that the total value of these treasures was certainly approaching 20 million. Unbelievable. What kind of wealthy family would send such a lavish betrothal gift? He was so excited he could hardly contain himself, never having dreamed that such a prominent family would take an interest in their Shui family's daughter. Sir, I don't know. Who is this betrothal gift for? And I don't know which girl your young master has taken a liking to. Zhong Yang smiled faintly with deep meaning. This matter is not urgent. In any case, according to my young master's wishes, the betrothal gift is to be delivered first. All right, old man, you can continue hosting the banquet. We won't disturb you further. We'll take our leave. He cupped his hands and turned to walk out. Shui Zheng felt somewhat dazed. Sir, don't just leave like this. Since you're here, have a drink with us. Let's have a good chat. I'll immediately call someone to prepare a new banquet. Zhongyang did not look back, waving his hand. No need, I have other matters. A group of mysterious men came and went quickly, leaving behind a dozen boxes of jewels. Everyone gathered around these invaluable gifts, continuously questioning the betrothal gift. Who exactly? Many girls were staring intently at the pair of crystal shoes, and suddenly someone shouted, I understand, just look at which girl is lucky enough. The pair of crystal shoes will tell us. Whoever can wear them is the bride chosen by that mysterious young master. All the unmarried girls of the Shui family cheered, eagerly looking at Shuizheng. The old man hesitated slightly before saying, then let's do this. You all line up and come up one by one to try on the shoes and see who can wear the crystal shoes. There were still 7 or 8 unmarried girls, and they quickly formed a line, including Zhao Liru. Although she was not a Shui by name due to the old man's favoritism, she was considered part of the family. Among all the girls, she was the most confident, because she was the prettiest with the best temperament. She even carried herself with pride. These crystal shoes were made for me. My foot shape is almost the same. Oh, I can definitely wear them. The surrounding sisters were slightly unconvinced, but dared not speak up, only holding on to hope as they took turns to try. Zhao Liru at the back shouted, hey, be careful, don't push too hard, oh, don't ruin my crystal shoes. The exquisite shoes were quite high quality. No matter how hard the girls squeezed, they didn't deform, but their delicate feet were almost getting bruised. They couldn't get them on, otherwise they would leave a gap, clearly not fitting. Finally, it was Zhao Liru's turn. Ooh, she raised her foot, looking at the crystal shoes with even more confidence. I feel like these crystal shoes were crafted for my feet. I can definitely wear them. She actually managed to put them on, instantly grinning with pride, her face glowing. Did you see? The mysterious wealthy family sent the betrothal gift for me, otherwise how could I wear these crystal shoes so perfectly? Saying this, she proudly took a few steps. Those girls were filled with envy and jealousy. Suddenly Zhao Liru let out a scream, her whole body leaning to one side. With a thud, she fell to the floor, looking utterly ridiculous. She then cried out in pain, holding her foot and saying she twisted it. Tears streamed down her face as she angrily exclaimed, these shoes are too tight for my feet. They look like they fit on the outside, but they're too thick inside. My feet are killing me. She kicked the crystal shoes aside, causing the surrounding sisters to burst into laughter. Shuizheng, filled with anger, strode over to scold her. Zhao Liru, how can you be so unreasonable? These are crystal shoes sent by a big shot. You can tell they're worth millions at a glance. And you casually kicked them aside. Oh, what boldness. He personally picked up the shoes. Sitting beside Shui, Yaji couldn't help but laugh. She gently grasped Xia Fan's wrist. This silly girl is really amusing. She keeps saying the betrothal gift is for her, but in the end wearing the shoes made her fall. Oh, it seems her hopes have been dashed. Shui Yaji patted him on the shoulder and said, what's wrong with your brain? How could it be given to me? I am already made. Shui Yaji was taken aback, suddenly feeling a pang of disappointment. What girl wouldn't want to receive such a precious betrothal gift, which signifies the other party's importance and sincerity? Moreover, a betrothal gift worth over 10 million represents an even more extravagant wedding. Holding it in the Sky City is absolutely feasible, but how could it possibly be for herself? Thinking this, Shui Yaji shook her head and sighed, I don't want it. Just then a sharp voice interrupted from the side. Even if you wanted it, it wouldn't be possible since you are married to that good-for-nothing husband. It was Zhao Liru, who walked over with the support of 2 sisters, her face full of anguish as she sat down. She had just overheard the conversation between Xia Fan and Shui Yaji and couldn't help but pour her pent-up anger onto him. Shui Yaji smiled faintly and said, even if it's not me, it would never be you. Look at you struggling to wear those shoes, nearly falling flat on your face. Zhao Liru grew even angrier and slammed the table. How do you know it won't be me? All unmarried women can't fit into the crystal shoes, but I can squeeze in and even walk a bit. After all, that mysterious wealthy family never measured my foot size, so any discrepancies are normal. These crystal shoes are meant for me, and the betrothal gift is also mine. The mysterious wealthy family wants me to become their daughter-in-law. She stood up triumphantly, glaring fiercely at Shui Yaji. What you just said is out of jealousy. Soon you'll see how I spectacularly marry into a wealthy family. I will hold a wedding in Tianzhou City like no other, right in the Sky City on the rooftop. After saying this, she turned and, despite the pain, walked out with great pride. A hint of sorrow appeared on Shui Yazi's face. Xia Fan gently held one of her hands and said, why don't you try on those crystal shoes? You might actually fit into them. Shui Yaji shot him a glance. Forget it. How could I possibly fit? This betrothal gift isn't for me. I'm already married to you. Don't comfort me with empty words. Just work hard and treat me well, and that will be enough. Oh, I don't ask for too much else. Though her words were plain, the emotions behind them were something only he could understand. Xia Fan listened, unable to hold back his tears. He continued to hold Shui Yazi's hand tightly. Rest assured, what others have you will have too. What others do not have you will also have. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Shui Yaji blushed, pulling her hand away. You with your abilities haven't increased much yet your sweet talk isn't. Just listening to your sweet words makes me happy enough. Ooh, I only hope you will be good to me from now on. This betrothal gift worth over 10 million had thrown the entire Shui family into a frenzy. Especially Shui Zheng, who was nearly dancing with excitement. He sat in the main seat repeatedly patting his thigh. Only top wealthy families can afford such generosity. Oh, I wonder which unmarried woman from our Shui family they fancy. By then what would the Tianzhou wealthy families even be? We could buy a manor there and live proudly. He spoke with fervor. Previously Shui Qian had run out for a while and returned even more excited than his father. He shook his hand, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it down in one gulp. Shui Zheng glared at him and said, "How old are you? Why do you still get so easily excited like a young boy?" It seemed he had forgotten how excited he had been earlier. Shui Qian smiled brightly. "Dad, I have something to tell you that will make you even more excited. You need to be mentally prepared. Don't get too excited, or it won't be good for your health." Shui Zheng shot him a glare. "Do I seem like someone who gets easily excited? I was already excited enough earlier. There's nothing left to make me even more excited." Shui Qian laughed heartily. "Dad, I just received news that the auction for Manor No. 8 nearby has ended. A super-rich buyer defeated the Lin family, buying it for 215 million. Shui Zheng was taken aback, a look of jealousy creeping onto his face. He shook his head. "Indeed, a super-rich person. In my estimate, Manor No. 8 is worth at most 180 million. I didn't expect someone to buy it for so much money. It's truly insane. The world of the rich is beyond our comprehension." He seemed to have forgotten that he was also considered wealthy. "But what's so exciting about this news?" Shui Qian slapped his thigh. "The buyer of Manor No. 8 is the Jiang family from the provincial capital, the Bufan Group. They are the ones who first sent us a thank you gift and then sent us a betrothal gift. That gentleman's surname is Zhongyang, the chief steward of the Bufan Group. Now that I mention it, do you understand?" Suddenly Shui Zheng jumped up, his face filled with shock. "The buyer of Manor No. 8 is from the Bufan Group. That gentleman is Zhongyang, the chief steward of the..." Shui Qian nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I found out that Zhongyang accompanied his young master into the auction. The young master spent over 200 million to buy Manor No. 8. The second young master of the Lin family was not convinced and wanted to make trouble with him, but he was knocked out with a single slap. Who else but the Jiang family from the provincial capital could be so..." Not just Shui Zheng, everyone was shocked. Suddenly a scream burst out, filled with excitement. It was Zhao Liru, who clenched her fists and placed them on her heart. "That means the Bufan Group has taken a liking to me and sent me a betrothal gift. It's the young master from the Jiang family who wants to marry me. Oh my God, I can hardly believe it." Instantly, all the girls looked at her with envy and jealousy. Even Xia Fan stared at the cheering girl, suddenly feeling a pain in his waist. He grimaced and turned to see Shui Yaji glaring angrily at him. "Why do you keep looking at her?" Xia Fan forced a smile, rubbing the spot that Shui Yaji had twisted. "I just think she has such a..." Shui Zheng was more excited than before, nearly gasping for breath. If the Jiang family from the provincial capital truly liked his daughter, that would bring endless support to the Shui family. By then, stepping into the ranks of the top families in Tianzhou would not be a dream. After sitting back down, Zhao Liru coldly shot a glance at Shui Yaji, looking rather proud. "Now I finally understand why you were able to get the Bufan Group's contracts so easily. Oh, it turns out you were just lucky to shine in my light. If the Jiang family hadn't taken a liking to me, would they have given you the contract?" Shui Yaji was also stunned. The celebration banquet ended in an exceptionally fervent atmosphere. As they walked out of the banquet hall, Zhao Liru suddenly had a thought and said to her group of sisters, "Let's go up and take a look at the Sky City." The Sky City is indeed very beautiful, adorned with flowers everywhere. Although the glass dome's visual effect is not activated, it still reveals the night sky, where the stars and moon intertwine, creating a dreamlike scene. Zhao Liru proudly swayed around, loudly proclaiming, "Do you see? This is the place where I will hold my wedding in the future. The Jiang family from the provincial city has their eyes on me, and they will definitely agree to hold the wedding here of the highest standards. Since I can remember, very few weddings have been held in Sky City. After all, the cost is exorbitant. The last one was apparently 3 years ago." She grew increasingly arrogant, glancing at Shui Yaji and sneering, "Sister Yaji, why are you even here? Isn't looking at this just adding to your sadness? You have been married for 3 years, and it is impossible for you to host another wedding. Even if you could, it wouldn't be here. It's simply too expensive. Your useless husband does not have that kind of money. I am different. I have won the favor of the Jiang family from the provincial city, making me half a master of the unparalleled group. That contract of yours may not even be offered to you again if I say a few words." Shui Yaji couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind, instead taking Xia Fan's hand and wandering around. She softly said, "I have visited here twice before and once fantasized about having my wedding here." Xia Fan asked, "What about now?" Shui Yaji rolled her eyes at him. "What is there to say now? Marrying you is already accepting fate. As long as you treat me well in the future, that's enough." Xia Fan firmly grasped one of her hands and solemnly promised, I will give you the most sensational wedding in the entire city. Shui Yaji rolled her eyes again. Is this your idea of a sensational wedding, or is it just sweet talk? The floor manager of Sky City was drawn over. What's going on with this noisy group of girls? Zhao, please show some respect. Do you know who I am? The young master of the Jiang family from the provincial city has his eyes on me, and just now the chief steward of the unparalleled group sent me a bride price of 20 million. Whose Royal International Hotel is this? The manager instinctively replied, It belongs to the unparalleled group. Then that's right. Zhao Liru became even prouder, saying, from now on I will be the young mistress. The wedding will be held here. Please report to me on how to host a wedding appropriately here. The manager was intimidated and began to explain everything to her in detail. Afterward, Zhao Liru waved her hand dismissively. This plan is too outdated. I will find someone to design it, and you just need to cooperate then. I'm tired. I'll take my leave now. She raised a small hand, lightly patting her open mouth, and walked towards the door. As she brushed past Shui Yaji, she smiled at her somewhat sarcastically. I think you'd better give up the position of business manager to me. I do not want to be your assistant. I am now the future young mistress of the unparalleled group. Can you handle that? Shui Yaji was so amused that she laughed. The manager followed behind her submissively, clearly treating the imposing Zhao Liru as a young mistress. Shui Yaji, feeling somewhat displeased, pulled Xia Fan's hand and walked down the stairs. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, Xia Fan suddenly exclaimed, It seems there are still some unopened drinks inside. Don't waste them. Let me take a few bottles back to drink. At that moment, people were continuously leaving, and upon hearing this, various laughter erupted. In the past, Shui Yaji would have scolded him, feeling he was embarrassing her again. But now she simply pinched him hard at his waist, speaking in a muffled voice, If you want to go, then go. I won't accompany you to embarrass myself. With that, she turned and stepped into the elevator. Watching her slender figure, Xia Fan smiled faintly. Once everyone had entered the elevator, he turned back toward Sky City. Under the guidance of the manager, several attendants began to tidy up the decorations that Zhao Liru and her group had just disturbed. The manager frowned. Speaking of which, is it really possible for that young lady to become the future young mistress of the unparalleled group? One attendant nodded vigorously. Yes, they just held a banquet downstairs. I saw a middle-aged man walk in with over 10 burly men, each carrying a box. The boxes were filled with very expensive gifts. These are all part of the bride price, but who is that man? How did he become associated with the unparalleled group? Another attendant said, He is the chief steward of the unparalleled group. The last time he came to the hotel, it was the boss himself who welcomed him. The manager was filled with respect, slapping his own head. Oh dear, then this Zhao young lady must be treated with great care. It will benefit us all in the future. He was lost in his fantasies. At that moment, a cold voice cut through. Why should we curry favor with her? She will never become the young mistress of the unparalleled group. Everyone turned to look astonished. The manager sneered. I remember you are just one of Zhao young lady's attendants, right? Do you not fear being slapped for speaking like that? The one who spoke was Xia Fan, who had just returned. Hearing the manager's scolding, he merely smiled, without getting angry, his hands behind his back as he surveyed the area. The manager had just instructed the staff to clean up everything, but seeing him wandering around, he coldly said, Enough, it's now the time to refuse tours. Please leave now. Xia Fan turned his head and casually asked, What will you do if Zhao Liru comes back? The manager laughed. If Zhao young lady returns, of course, she can see whatever she wants. You are different. You are just a little attendant. Hurry up and leave. Xia Fan seemed not to hear. On the 28th of next month, I want to book the entire Sky City. Make sure to issue the notice early to prevent others from coming. It's only a month and a half away. As he spoke, he seemed a bit melancholy. The manager was initially stunned, then burst into laughter, his face full of mockery. You want to book the entire Sky City? Who do you think you are? A little attendant like you has that much money. Booking the Sky City would require at least 1 million. I doubt you can even come up with 10,000. He did not hide his disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people walked down the stairs. One was Tang Nung, the boss of Royal International, and the other was Zhongyang. Seeing them, the manager hurriedly welcomed them. Boss Tang, what brings you here? Why are you up here so late? Several attendants also gathered around respectfully. Especially when looking at Zhongyang, someone quietly reminded, Manager, this is the chief steward of the unparalleled group. The manager quickly stepped forward, bowing and scraping. Chief steward, I didn't expect you to come too. Please, both leaders, let's head to the best seats. Tang Nung waved his hand. No need, you carry on with your work. We are here to see the young master. Instantly, the manager was taken aback. What? Young master? Immediately afterward, he was dumbfounded, his legs going weak as he nearly collapsed. He saw the boss and the chief steward walking toward the unassuming young man from before, bowing respectfully while addressing him as young master. The floor manager was so shocked that he nearly lost his soul, almost slapping himself. This is the young master. the master of the unparalleled group. What have I just said? I disrespected him. He hurried over. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the young master. I spoke too abruptly, please forgive me. As he spoke, he was almost about to kneel, his face covered in cold sweat. Tang glared at him and asked respectfully, young master, did this guy offend you? How did he offend you? Zhong Yang's voice turned sharp. Young master, how dare a mere floor manager offend you? We can fire him anytime, or even find someone to teach him a lesson. A hint of killing intent emerged as he spoke. The floor manager's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Xia Fan waved his hand. No need for that. Just have him prepare Sky City for me by the 28th of next month. I want to book the entire place. As he spoke, he strode outside. Young master, rest assured. I will definitely arrange the restaurant well, and do my utmost. Thank you for sparing me. The floor manager exclaimed in delight. In the Royal International parking lot, Shui Yaji sat in a dilapidated Great Wall car, pouting slightly. Suddenly the car door swung open. Xia Fan excitedly threw several bottles of drinks inside. Yaji, I brought back quite a few good items. There are 2 bottles of your favorite red wine, which would cost over 300 in the market. He sat in the passenger seat. Shui Yaji glared at him. Thick-skinned. Thick-skinned. Xia Fan shrugged. What does it matter if I'm thick-skinned? As long as we benefit, others will take. Shui Yaji huffed. But aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you take it? Xia Fan retorted. If I get laughed at, will you stop recognizing me as your husband? Shui Yaji raised her hand to hit him, saying nothing, and then started driving. Seeing her beautiful, yet somewhat gloomy face, Xia Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He deliberately asked, still feeling the sting. With the betrothal gifts, and the wedding especially with Zhao Liru as the bride, you're not feeling too good, are you? Shui Yaji shook her head. What's there to feel angry about? I might feel a little upset at first, but I'll soon come to terms with it. After all, I've accepted my fate. I just need to do my job well, and hope Zhao Liru doesn't cause any trouble. As she spoke, her face revealed concern. The signs earlier indicate that young master from Buffet Group is indeed interested in Zhao Liru. In that case, I wonder if there will be unexpected complications. Xia Fan said, are you worried that if Zhao Liru becomes the young mistress of Buffet Group, it will impact our business? Don't worry, she can't become the young mistress. It's just wishful thinking on her part. How do you know it's wishful thinking? Shui Yaji pouted. She can even fit into a glass slipper, although it's a bit tight, it's still reasonable. Right now, she is the only one from the Shui family who can match that mysterious young master of Buffet Group. Xia Fan added deliberately, what if he's looking for you instead? Shui Yaji, even while driving, couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard, making him wince. How could it possibly be me? I'm already married to a fool like you. Xia Fan shook his head. That's not certain. That Wu Rongming knows you married me, and still keeps pestering you. Shui Yaji was momentarily speechless, and simply said out of spite, even if Buffet Group offered me a betrothal gift, I wouldn't want it, not a single cent. I already have a husband, how could I change my feelings and ruin my integrity? Xia Fan pointed at his own nose. What are you saying? Are you calling me a husband of a lower status? Shui Yaji argued confidently. Yes, aren't you? If you don't like it, come and hit me. Xia Fan smiled brightly. I wouldn't dare to hit my esteemed wife. I'd rather not feel the pain. As he spoke, he boldly reached out to touch Shui Yazi's leg, only for her to slap his hand away. The next day, 2 pieces of news spread throughout Dingxing Company, and even the related circles, creating quite a stir. First, Buffet Group offered a betrothal gift to the Shui family of 20 million. People recalled that Tianzhou City had never seen such a high betrothal gift before. Second, the young master of Buffet Group booked the entire Sky City for the 28th of next month. In fact, the entire Royal International is his property, so he could operate it however he pleased. As long as he likes it, Sky City doesn't need to operate publicly. His actions likely indicate he's planning a wedding. Offering a hefty betrothal gift to the Shui family and reserving a venue for a wedding made everything very clear. In no time, the Shui family became the hottest topic in Tianzhou City, and Zhao Liru was the talk of the town. Now, whether in the company or outside, many people looked at her with respectful eyes, even flattering her. On this day in Shui Yazi's office, bang! Zhao Liru slammed a stack of documents onto the desk. She scolded Shui Yaji, who was sitting in the chair. You're going too far sending me to check the condition of the guest room renovations. Don't you know it's very dirty there with nails and dangerous items everywhere? What if I accidentally get hurt when I go in? Can you bear the responsibility? Shui Yaji frowned and said indifferently, why can't I bear it? You are my assistant. As an assistant, you have the duty to oversee the site and provide me with a detailed report. If you're unclear, I can show you the assistant's responsibilities set by the company. Zhao Liru sneered repeatedly. Shui Yaji, it seems you've lost your bearings in your managerial position, thinking I'm still the assistant from a few days ago. You saw it at the last banquet. Buffet Group sent me such a hefty betrothal gift. They booked the entire venue at Sky City for the wedding next month on the 28th. Even if it's not a wedding, it's still a betrothal gift. How dare you give me orders? Who gave you the courage? As she said this, she suddenly laughed and slapped the back of her head. By the way, I remember that day was special for you. It just so happened to be the day 3 years ago when you got your marriage certificate with Xiaofan, right? What a coincidence. On the day you got your marriage certificate with a useless man, I, on the other hand, married into a wealthy family and became the young mistress of Buffet Group. From that day on, our statuses have changed drastically. You're just an ugly duckling struggling for such a small man, while I will enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor. Zhao Liru grew more and more pleased with herself, leaning on the desk with both hands, looking at her counterpart with a provocative expression. Shui Yaji felt a pang in her heart. It suddenly occurred to her that the 28th of next month was indeed the day she and Xiaofan got their marriage certificate. What a coincidence. But it's not surprising, as the 28th of next month is an auspicious day. Seeing Shui Yaji lost and thought, Zhao Liru felt even more triumphant. Are you dumb? On that day next month you'll become the laughingstock of the entire Shui family, and even people outside will mock you, so you should treat me better now, or you'll have a tough time later. Do you believe I can make it so you can't continue this business with just one word? With a single word I could make it so you can't be the manager. As she spoke, her finger almost poked Shui Yazi's face. What if I believe it? What if I don't? Regardless, you're still my assistant, personally assigned to me by the old master, and you must listen to me. If you don't listen, I'll go find the old master right now and say I don't want you as my assistant. Shui Yaji remained calm, while Zhao Liru suddenly burst into laughter. She abruptly reached out, grabbed Shui Yaji's hand, and dragged her outside. Come on, let's go find the old master and see whose side he's on. Shui Yaji was almost pulled off her chair by her. She quickly straightened up, her face full of anger, and forcefully shook off Zhao Liru's hand. Zhao Liru, you've gone too far. Fine, let's go find the old master now. If you still act unruly, I will never want you as my assistant. You don't want me. I see it as the company not wanting you as the manager. Don't think you can be so smug like before. Let's go find the old master now. Shuizheng's office was also on the same floor. 3 minutes later, 2 girls stood before him. Zhao Liru embellished the story, recounting what had just happened. Then came a myriad of complaints. Grandpa, Shui Yaji has gone too far. You know how precious I am now, as she still wants me to supervise the site. If I get injured because of this, you know who will be the most heartbroken. She has already offered a dowry of 20 million. Of course, I need to protect myself well. Shuizheng remained silent, tapping his fingers on the table. Shui Guihe was also there, lounging on the sofa with a mocking expression as he watched Shui Yaji. Shui Yaji held her ground. Grandpa, it was you who asked Liru to be my assistant. The responsibilities of an assistant were defined by you, and you know that very well. Is it wrong for me to send her to supervise the site and report on the latest renovation progress? Just as Shuizheng was about to speak, Shui Guihe interjected sarcastically. Yaji, let me make this clear. What you said might have been correct in the past, but now you know Lyra's status. Just like she said, if something goes wrong, can you afford it? I'm on Lyra's side on this matter. She is now the jewel of the Shui family. With her, we have limitless possibilities for cooperation with the unparalleled group and even the Jiang family in the provincial capital. If she gets hurt, it will certainly upset the unparalleled group, and that would be disastrous. We might even lose this current contract and never get any business from the unparalleled group again. Zhao Liru chimed in ominously. Manager, Shui, don't think that just because you have the support of the CEO of the White Swan you can act recklessly. Compared to the head steward and young master Jiang, she is far inferior, just a more high-level worker. I advise you to consider carefully whether you still want to give me orders like this. Shuizheng finally spoke up. Alright, we are all family, there's no need to make a scene like this. Yaji Liru makes a valid point. Her status is now significant, and it's not suitable for her to run to the construction site. Let's find someone else. Xiaofan would be a good choice, right? Shui Yaji replied. Xiaofan needs to inspect the supply channels to ensure that every material is genuine. My sending Liru to supervise the site has another meaning. I want her to check the authenticity of the materials and see if there is any cutting of corners. Regardless, I'm not going. Zhao Liru raised her face. You can find someone else to take my place. Shuizheng waved his hand. Just listen to Liru, whatever she says goes. Zhao Liru became smug, looking provocatively at Shui Yaji. Now that Grandpa has said this, what can you do to me? Shui Yaji was furious. Grandpa, since you let Liru be my assistant, you shouldn't let her slap me in the face like this. Moreover, I haven't done anything wrong. If it continues like this, I'd rather not be the manager and not endure this humiliation. Shui Yaji, who originally had a strong character, couldn't help but show a hint of tears. Zhao Liru immediately shouted, Shui Yaji, isn't this manager position exactly what you were so reluctant to give up? If you don't want it, I will take it. She looked at Shuizheng. Grandpa, let me be the business manager. I can handle it. With my current relationship with the unparalleled group, don't mention just this 15-story White Swan. I could secure 2 large hotels as well. I would be far better than her as a business manager. Shui Guihe clapped his hands. Good, I also support Liru to take over. I get along better with her. If the two of us work together, we will surely manage all of Dingsheng's business well. Although Yaji is not bad, there are always some inconsistencies between her and me. Shuizhang hesitated for a moment, looked at his granddaughter's radiant face, and suddenly made a decision. He looked at Shui Yaji, his voice dark. It's decided, Yaji. I see that your emotions are also unstable. You should take a few days off. Liru will temporarily take your position. Zhao Liru laughed recklessly and mocked her on the spot. Yaji, now you feel my power, right? Just now you were insisting that I supervise the site. Now, I've taken your manager position. Grandpa is on my— You might have been infected by the useless Ya fan and become this stupid. Do you think you can compete with me? Don't you think about my current status? Shui Guiha said nothing, but laughed heartily, full of mockery. Shui Yaji bit her lip hard, holding back her tears, nodding slightly, and turning to leave. She walked briskly to the door, feeling the surrounding people pointing at her filled with ridicule. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Xiaofan, where are you? Hurry back. Come back to the entrance, come back immediately. I need you. Xiaofan had just finished inspecting the latest batch of building materials, and at the invitation of Chang Yuwu was enjoying tea in a luxurious tea room. Upon hearing Shui Yatsi's call, he jumped up in fright, clearly hearing the infinite grievance and anger in her voice. He said to Chang Yuwu, I need to leave quickly, but seems my wife is being bullied. Chang Yuwu, with a fierce expression, also stood up abruptly. Xia Xiao, who dares to bully your wife is bullying me. Wait, that means bullying me. That's not right. He felt a bit awkward, but then radiated infinite ferocity again. In any case, whoever dares to bully your wife, I will take care of them, even to the point of turning them to pieces. I will bring a few brothers with me. Xia Fan was amused, patting him on the shoulder. Let's have tea next time, it's just a small matter. He hurriedly walked outside. Chang Yuwu watched his back, shook his head, and sighed, indeed worthy of being a person with great talent and a limitless future. A curious subordinate asked Master Wu, how did you see it from this aspect? Chang Yuwu rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard that old song from Taiwan? He began to sing with a swaying head. Fearing the wife leads to prosperity. Fearing the wife leads to great success. Then added someone like Xia Xiao, who cares so much for his wife. If he can achieve great success, I will dig out my own eyes. Xia Fan exited the tea room and drove back to Dingsheng in a great wall vehicle. At the entrance, he saw Shui Yaji sitting dazedly beside the flower bed. He quickly got out of the car and ran over, sitting beside her. Yaji, what happened? Tell me everything. If the King of Heaven dares to provoke you, I'll knock him out with one punch. If the great Luo Golden Immortal dares to tease you, I'll kick him where it hurts. His voice was powerful and filled with undeniable might, causing Shui Yaji, who had been frowning, to reveal a slight smile. Then came something that Xia Fan never expected. She leaned her body and fell into his arms. Xia Fan was utterly taken aback, first spreading his arms wide, somewhat at a loss. Then he cautiously embraced the delicate figure in his arms. Gently patting Shui Yatsi's shoulder, he said nothing, simply feeling the tranquility of the moment with no regrets in life. The warmth he had longed for appeared in his embrace. After a while in Xia Fan's embrace, Shui Yaji murmured, Xia Fan, I was bullied. I was bullied by the old man, by Zhao Liru, and by Shui Guiha. As she spoke, she appeared infinitely aggrieved, recounting what had just happened. Xia Fan gently caressed her silky hair, smiling. I thought it was a big deal, but it's nothing. Let's go home and rest well. He helped Shui Yaji up and drove away. At the entrance, several pairs of eyes coldly stared at the rear of the great wall vehicle. Shui Guiha stretched lazily, smiling as he said, These two fools think they can deal with us. How is that possible? We have the heavens on our side. Zhao Liru smugly replied, I am now the future young mistress of the Bufan group. What can they do to me? Even if they have Dong Wenli backing them, so what? Zhao Aoyang coldly added, compared to that, Dong Wenli is just a small fry. If she dares to help Xia Fan again, she will not end well. Xia Fan was so ruthless to me back then. Oh, just wait. I will take my revenge and make him roll on the ground. Zhao Liru laughed heartily. Dingxing Company is still ours. How could Shui Yaji and her useless husband interfere? We three are united with a common goal. We will take this business and do it well. There is still plenty of profit to be made. Don't worry with me protecting you, just go all out. Shui Guiha and Zhao Aoyang laughed proudly. Shui Guiha then suggested, how about we first head over to the White Swan and properly hand over the tasks and get our work done? By the way, Xia Fan is really foolish. I checked those materials, and they are all genuine, completely consistent with what was reported. Does he really not want to profit from this? Zhao Aoyang scoffed, pretending to be high-minded, but we are different. The money we should earn, we must earn. He'll go over too. The three quickly got into the car and headed toward the White Swan. Meanwhile, Xia Fan returned home, with Shui Yaji urging her to take a good rest. Shui Yaji shook her head, looking worried. Xia Fan, it seems we can no longer continue at Dingsheng. Now that Zhao Liru is in power and has become the future young mistress of the Bufan group, Grandpa has completely sided with them. We have no energy left. We'll have to go out and fend for ourselves. Xia Fan grinned. I do want to go out and work hard with you, but even if that's the case, it's a matter for the future. Right now, this is just a drizzle. Don't worry, I will settle everything. Shui Yaji sighed softly. It's not that easy. I think even President Dong wouldn't dare to help anymore. Although she is the president of the White Swan, she still has to execute the orders of the upper management of the Bufon Group every day. We are doomed. How can we be doomed? There is still a great possibility. Xia Fan reassured her. I've already told you, even if Zhao Liru accumulates luck for 8 lifetimes, she cannot become the young mistress of the Bufon Group. That position belongs to someone else. Shui Yaji widened her eyes. How do you know this so clearly? Where did you get the insider information? Xia Fan felt a twinge of guilt. Oops, did I let something slip? He then laughed heartily, finding a way to cover it up. Don't forget that President Dong is the president of the White Swan. Given her status, she is at least part of the mid-level management of the Bufon Group. She told me. Shui Yaji nodded, half convinced, but still smiled wryly. I don't see much possibility. After all, the chief steward of the Bufon Group, Zhongyang, did indeed deliver the tens of millions in betrothal gifts to the old man, and he is indeed renting Sky City for the 28th of next month. Even if it's not a wedding, it's still an engagement ceremony. What a coincidence. She suddenly stopped at this point. Xia Fan smiled slightly. Yes, that day is also our 3rd wedding anniversary. It is indeed quite sentimental. Shui Yaji nudged him. What do you plan to do for me? Xia Fan asked. What do you want me to do? Shui Yaji tilted her head, pondering for a moment. Then with a serious expression she spoke slowly. Before that day you must practice the violin for me, and at least be able to play 3 pieces. Whether they sound good or not is another matter, but you must play them. If you can't, don't even think about having the chance to sleep in the same room with me in the future. Xia Fan immediately stood up, saluted straight, and replied, Yes, my lady. Shui Yaji chuckled, albeit with a hint of sadness. So what do we do next? Xia Fan naturally knew what she was asking, and smiled broadly. Just rest at home, and pretend to be sick. I believe they will come knocking soon enough. Shui Yaji said seriously, Xia Fan, you really have some mysterious confidence. Zhao Liru and the others excitedly rushed to the White Swan Hotel. On one of the floors, the skilled workers that Xia Fan and Shui Yaji had called back were working energetically. Shui Guiha strutted over coldly, saying, Stop right now, you don't need to work for the time being. The workers merely glanced at him and continued to busily work away. Zhao Liru shouted loudly, I told you to stop what you were doing immediately. I have an announcement to make. I am now the business manager of Dingxin Company. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can call the company to ask or contact your former manager Shui Yaji directly. From now on, I am in charge of the home decoration business on this 15th floor. But the workers still acted as if they hadn't heard and continued their busy work. The 3 of them felt like they had been slapped hard in the face. Zhao Aoyang raised his voice. Did you hear that? Don't you recognize me? I am the project manager, your direct supervisor. Stop immediately, you don't need to work. The team leader Old Yang shot a cold glance at Zhao Aoyang and shook his head, saying, Manager Zhao, I'm sorry. Although we are part of the engineering team, our salaries and bonuses are currently issued by Manager Shui. We only heed her summons. No matter how much you talk, it's all nonsense, or otherwise it's just absurd. Instantly, Zhao Aoyang's face turned livid with anger. Zhao Liru screamed, It's no use continuing. I am now the business manager. I tell you, Shui Yaji was sent back by me, and now all business is under my control. No matter how they threatened, the workers remained calm and continued to work. They would occasionally roll their eyes or snicker at the 3 clowns throwing a tantrum. Zhao Liru gritted her teeth in hatred. If you don't believe it, call Shui Yaji right now, as she will clarify everything for you. Shui Guiha also coldly replied, You might as well stop wasting your energy, you just obediently stop. Perhaps they will consider you old employees and pay your salaries properly. If you don't listen, you won't earn a single cent for these days. Shui Yaji has become a thing of the past, just a fleeting manager who can't sustain herself. Everyone still turned a deaf ear. Zhao Liru was nearly biting her silver teeth in frustration. Fine, if you don't believe me, I'll call Shui Yaji right now and have her clarify everything for you. She took out her phone and dialed the number. Soon the call connected. She pressed the speakerphone button and shouted loudly, Shui Yaji, how dare you? Did you call these workers to resist us? Do you think they can resist us? All their salaries are still in my hands. If they don't stop, they won't get a single cent. You better persuade them, or you won't have a good outcome either. I will tell the old man. However, the voice on the other end was not Shui Yazi's, but Xia Fan's. He lightly responded with an, oh, and hung up the phone. In that instant, Zhao Liru felt she had been dealt a painful slap to the face. Her eyes radiated boundless hatred as she dialed the number again. As soon as the call connected, she shouted, Xia Fan, how dare you hang up on me? Do you believe I have the power to drive you out of the Shui family, leaving you with nothing? You useless waste, hurry up and give the phone to Shui Yaji, or else. Before she could finish, Xia Fan let out a sound and hung up the phone again. Zhao Liru trembled with anger, yet unwilling to give up, dialed the number for the 3rd time. The call connected once more. Before she could speak, Xia Fan simply uttered a sound and hung up again. At that moment, one could see a wisp of white smoke vaguely rising from Zhao Lira's 7 orifices. She suppressed the urge to throw her phone, but lost control and shouted, "Where is the CEO of by Swan Dong Wenli? Let's go find her. I want to tell her that I have completely taken over the business. I want her to order these people to stop. Ooh, I refuse to believe they won't listen, nor do I believe Dong Wenli won't heed my words. With my current status, I am not someone she can contend with." Zhao Aoyang exclaimed cheerfully, "That's right, sister, let's go find her right now. Once you reveal your status, let's see how she dares to act. Will she still be as arrogant as when she came to our company last time?" Shui Gui has said with a serious face, "Yes, let's go find her now. If she doesn't agree, Liru, you should just contact that big housekeeper and have him fire this woman." Shui Guiha also harbored considerable hatred for Dong Wenli. Last time, under her coercion, they almost ended up in jail again. Soon they rushed into Dong Wenli's office, pushing aside the secretaries and staff, blocking the door. Zhao Liru shouted like a madwoman, "Dong Wenli, get out here. I am Zhao Liru, the business manager of Dingxing Company and the future young mistress of the Buffon Group." Instantly, everyone around dared not move, and several security guards stood frozen in place. Zhao Liru, feeling triumphant, shot a glance at her brother. Zhao Aoyang shouted triumphantly, "Dong Wenli, are you not coming out? Be careful, if you don't come out now, you might not be able to keep your position." The office door opened, and a graceful middle-aged woman stepped out. It was Dong Wenli. A hint of coldness graced her face as she approached the three. "What are you all doing?" "From Dingxing Company. Firstly, I have no business dealings with you. I only communicate with manager Shui Yaji and Xia Fan. Secondly, you barging in here and causing a ruckus like madmen, I reserve the right to call the police." Zhao Liru coldly smiled and stared at her. "So you are the CEO? Do you know who I am?" Her beautiful face radiated boundless arrogance, giving off an air reminiscent of a high society young mistress. Dong Wenli replied indifferently, "Forgive my lack of insight." Zhao Aoyang let out a cold laugh. "CEO, I see your vision is not just limited, but completely blind. I refuse to believe you don't know about the incident that happened at Royal International 3 days ago. The Buffon Group's housekeeper Zhong Yang brought a 20 million betrothal gift and proposed to our Shui family, and the girl he has his eyes on is this Zhao Liru beside me. The young master of the Buffon Group has reserved the entire Sky City on the night of the 28th next month just to hold a grand wedding or engagement ceremony. This has already caused a stir throughout the city. Do not tell me you are completely unaware." Dong Wenli furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "So what if I know? So what if I don't?" Shui Guiha interjected, "CEO, if you are sensible, you should listen to us. The ones cooperating with you now are no longer Shui Yaji or Xia Fan, but Miss Zhao Liru and myself standing before you. If you refuse to listen and still want to support Xia Fan, it could be dangerous. The higher-ups of the Buffon Group could fire you in a heartbeat, for you have offended their future young mistress." Dong Wenli laughed a hint of mockery as she looked Zhao Liru up and down. "Not bad, the future young mistress of the Buffon Group." Zhao Liru crossed her arms and raised her proud face. "So will you listen to me now? Firstly, you will handle the business on the 15th floor from now on. Shui Yaji and Xia Fan will no longer be responsible for this contract. This has also been approved by our elder. Secondly, those old masters called by Shui Yaji are still busy and not listening. Send a few people to make them. If they refuse to leave, just kick them out directly. I will immediately find another construction team for home decoration." Dong Wenli pondered slightly. Zhao Liru felt even prouder. "I advise you to follow what I say, otherwise, as he just mentioned, you might lose. Don't think that just because you are the CEO of By Swan, your status compares to that of the future young mistress of the Buffon Group." "I understand." Dong Wenli nodded. Instantly, Zhao Liru showed a delighted expression. Shui Guiha excitedly said, "Haha, this matter is finally settled. Shui Yaji and Xia Fan thought that those old fellows would continue working, and there would be nothing we could do. He was too naive." Zhao Aoyang chuckled. "Once they find out about this, they will definitely be slapped in the face, right? I can almost see their faces swelling up. Who would have thought this, Seo? It would be quite perceptive." Then they heard an icy cold voice. "These three are simply making a scene, throw them out." "Still throwing a tantrum? Don't be polite, slap them a few times. If anything happens, they'll take responsibility." After saying that, Dong Wenli turned and left. The three pairs of eyes were profoundly shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. Zhao Liru screamed hysterically, "Dong Wenli, how dare you? Do you believe I will truly remove you from this position?" Several security guards had already approached, menacingly, relentlessly pushing them outside. The three of them were in a sorry state. Zhao Liru even threw off her high heels and nearly stumbled. The three fools were thus expelled from the By Swan Hotel. They stood there dumbfounded, still unable to believe it. Especially Zhao Liru. "I am the future young mistress of the Buffon Group. Dong Wenli, if you treat me like this, you will definitely meet a terrible end." Many people around were curious and turned their heads, some even taking out their phones to film, likely thinking this was mad. Shui Guiha quickly pulled the two of them into the car and said in a deep voice, "We are going to the Buffon Group now. Liru, you find that big housekeeper and clarify the situation." If Dong Wenli dares to treat you this way, have that housekeeper, Zhongyang, fire her. Thus the three headed straight for the Bufan headquarters, but soon faced the door being shut in their faces. Zhongyang was indeed the housekeeper of the Bufan group, but he was currently busy elsewhere, and the young master was not present. Instantly the three of them walked out in despair. Disaster seldom comes alone. Shortly after being expelled, Zhao Lyra's phone rang. It was Shuizhen calling. She quickly answered the phone, and as soon as she called out Grandpa, the old man's furious voice came through. What on earth is going on? Zhao Liru, I appointed you as the business manager to give you a chance to develop your skills. You just got started and have already messed everything up. Just now CEO Dong called me and scolded me, saying you barged in and caused chaos trying to obstruct the renovation progress. What are you doing? This is simply outrageous. Shuizhen was extremely angry, gasping heavily, leaving his three grandsons in shock. He continued, President Dong said that all projects of the White Swan are her responsibility and do not need to be reported to higher-ups, as the group has delegated authority, so she only recognizes Shui Yaji and Xiaofan. If she can't see them, she refuses to cooperate with us, stating that Shui Yaji has found a very capable construction team, so she doesn't mind providing support. At that time, all projects of the White Swan will be handed over to them, and we won't even get a sip of soup. Li Ro, I am too disappointed in you. Shuizhen was filled with regret, deeply regretting the absurd action he had taken earlier. Although this granddaughter was very likely chosen as the future young mistress of the Bufan group, the other party had not made much noise, likely due to some arrangements they didn't want to announce. Yet he allowed Zhao Liru to act recklessly. If she left a bad impression on the other party, it would be disastrous. Zhao Liru felt like she had been struck by lightning. Grandpa, what should I do now? He said solemnly. What else can you do? If you cannot reach the higher-ups of Bufan to suppress Dong Wenli, then obediently invite Shui Yaji back to me and return your manager position to her. If you cannot handle this matter well, I will ask you about it. With that, he hung up the phone. Looking at her phone, Zhao Liru's eyes filled with tears. What's going on? I am the future young mistress of the Bufan group. Why am I being bullied by that? Shuigui has said in a deep voice. Li Ro, it seems we must endure this for now, and wait until you contact the head steward before we proceed to plead. He was experienced and did not feel particularly wronged. Zhao Liru twisted her neck, saying, I cannot endure this. Shui Yaji will surely retaliate against me. You don't have to go if you feel you can withstand Grandpa's wrath. You know his temper isn't good. Once someone goes against him, it can affect the whole family. Zhao Liru shivered. How could she not be aware of the old man's methods? If she truly disobeyed, the entire family could be expelled from the Shui family. She stomped her foot, saying, fine, well, go find Shui Yaji now. At worst she'll mock us a bit. Let's get in the car. Shuigueha replied, we can't just go like that. You still need to buy some gifts. Even if Shui Yaji is willing to let us off, Xiaofan will definitely take the opportunity to demand various items from you. He spoke with lingering dread. This was based on experience. Last time at the Galaxy Hotel after dinner, he had to buy double the gifts as per Xiaofan's demands. That cost nearly 200,000, which pained him so much that he still twitched at the thought. Zhao Liru was aware of this matter and could only grit her teeth and buy gifts worth about 50 to 60,000. At home, Chen Lizhu had returned early, unable to bear the mockery from those at the company. Upon returning, she seized the rare opportunity to scold her daughter. Why are you so confused in your head to make such a foolish mistake? Do you know that Zhao Liru is now at the peak, already the future young mistress of the Bufan group? The betrothal gifts and wedding have already been prepared for her. How can you still compete with her? The entire company is laughing at your overestimation of yourself. This scolding made Shui Yaji feel even worse. Xiaofan said from the side, Mom, enough, don't say too much. This matter is not a big deal, it will be resolved soon. Resolved? Resolved what? Chen Lizhu scoffed loudly, glaring at Xiaofan with hatred. You clueless, self-righteous person. I see my daughter has been led astray by you, completely bewitched, and listening to everything you say. Otherwise how could it be so miserable? Even being laughed at by others. Xiaofan, I beg you to leave my daughter alone. I thought you were helping her become a business manager, so she could enjoy a good life, but unexpectedly, she fell so quickly, and so miserably. Before the entire company laughed at you, now they laugh at you and my daughter. I wish I could make you leave immediately. Shui Yaji shouted. Mom, enough. Xiaofan treats me wholeheartedly, but in making plans it depends on people, but achieving them depends on heaven. Many things we can't anticipate, but since Xiaofan has said so, he must have confidence. Please be patient and don't rush to scold people. Perhaps there will be a reversal. Chen Lizhu sneered. Reversal? Daughter, I think you've been watching too many novels and TV shows. Zhao Liru is about to become the young mistress of the Bufan group. How can there still be a reversal? Can your arms outfight the thighs? I truly hate that in the entire Shui family, you are far more beautiful and capable than Zhao Liru. If you hadn't married that way so early, the young master of the Bufan group would definitely have taken a liking to you. Xiaofan, you have ruined my daughter's life. As she said the last sentence, she turned around and pointed fiercely at Xiaofan. Calmly replied, Mom, Yazi is right. This matter will still have a reversal. You shouldn't be so impulsive in your words at your age. You should be more rational. Chen Lizhu snorted angrily. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I don't need you to teach me. If there is still a turnaround this time, then I will sweep your bedroom floor every day with my palms. As soon as she finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Xiaofan hurriedly walked toward Shui Yaji, reaching out to mess up her hair a bit. You need to look listless, as if you've fallen ill. Shui Yaji asked in confusion, why should I do that? At this moment, Chen Lizhu walked over to open the door and exclaimed in surprise, Li Ro Gui, he Ao Yang, why are you all here? At the same time, Xiaofan winked at Shui Yaji and whispered, feign illness. Shui Yaji was taken aback, but still obediently complied. At this moment, Chen Lizhu stared in disbelief at the three young people who entered. They were all carrying various gift bags which seemed quite heavy. She foolishly said, you all came, but why are you carrying so many gifts? Oh dear, this is too embarrassing. Although she said this, she hurriedly took the gift bags, just like how she treated Shui Guiha earlier. Looking at the expensive gifts inside, she smiled broadly. Then she gasped, turning her head to look at Zhao Li. She saw Zhao Li Ro awkwardly walking towards Shui Yaji softly, saying, Sister Yaji, I'm sorry. Today's incident was my impulsiveness. I shouldn't have offended you. I cannot be this manager. I would rather trouble you to return and take charge. I will just continue to assist you. As she spoke, she was on the verge of tears, her tone carrying a hint of resentment. Shui Gui said in a deep voice, Sister Yaji, we are family. Once we talk it out, there will be no issue. After you return, we will do as you said. Zhao Liru quickly added, yes, I will do whatever you say. If you want me to supervise the site, I will go. That should be acceptable, right? Zhao Aoyang remained silent, glaring at Xiaofan with resentment. Chen Lizhu approached and repeatedly asked what exactly happened. The three young people couldn't answer her. It would be like slapping their own faces. They pretended not to hear and insisted on persuading Shui Yaji to go back. Xiaofan spoke up, his tone icy. Can't you see? My wife is so upset that she's fallen ill and looks lifeless. Just let her go back. You think it's that simple? If she doesn't care about her dignity as her husband, I still care about it. He added, Yaji, don't waste your breath on these people. Let me help you back to your room to rest. As he spoke, he helped Shui Yaji up. Although she felt a bit confused, she obediently let him support her up the stairs. Feigning innocence, she leaned into his embrace, feeling warmth. Zhao Liru shouted, Xiaofan, what does this have to do with you? I'm talking to Sister Yaji, and it's not your place to interfere. Shui Yaji spoke up, her voice equally cold. It does matter. Xiaofan is my husband, and what he says represents me. What he does represents me as well. If you look down on him, you look down on me. Her words were forceful, silencing the three young people, who could only watch as Xiaofan assisted Shui Yaji upstairs, exchanging glances in mutual confusion. They looked at Chen Lizhu, hoping she would step in and say something good. At that moment, Chen Lizhu also felt quite awkward. Just after saying there might be a turning point, she was ready to slap Xiaofan into the bedroom. Suddenly a turning point appeared, and it was quite miraculous. She could only say, don't worry, my daughter will return. I will persuade her well. Xiaofan is too excessive. I will help you teach him a good lesson. Although the three young people held little hope, they nodded in agreement. After a while, Xiaofan came downstairs, sitting on the sofa with a hint of pride. Chen Lizhu shouted at him, aren't you going to let Yaji go back to work? Just because you are her husband, do you think you have the right to make decisions for her? I am still her mother. Xiaofan pretended not to hear, patting his thigh and looking at the three pale-faced individuals leisurely. My wife has fallen ill from anger. Her spirit has been greatly affected. Buying these gifts, I estimate it would cost at most 50 to 60,000. This is outrageous, isn't it? So what do you want? Zhao Aoyang couldn't help but shout. Xiaofan replied blandly, compensation, of course. 100,000 as mental compensation would be sufficient. Zhao Liru shouted, Xiaofan, you are dreaming. You are being unreasonable. I won't pay a single cent. Xiaofan smiled, suddenly stood up, and started pushing them out the door. With the door swinging open, he quickly expelled the three fools. He stood at the door with a wicked smile. Discuss it well outside, it's just 100,000. If you pay this compensation, Yaji will return to work tomorrow morning. If you can't come up with it, then this managerial position is yours to play with at your leisure. As he spoke, he slammed the door shut. Chen Lizhu yelled at him, Xiaofan, are you crazy? They have already come to ask my daughter to return as manager. What more do you want? Be careful, things may turn against you. If they go back in anger and report to the old man, and he turns his wrath on me and my daughter, I will hold you accountable. As she spoke, she pointed her finger directly at Xiaofan. Xiaofan looked at his mother-in-law with a hint of pity and spoke quite impolitely. Mom, when will you wake up? Do you really want to slap me into the bedroom? Respecting his mother-in-law, who looked down on him in various ways, he felt it was time for a lesson, and he wouldn't be polite. Chen Liz's face turned pale with anger. You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I can't handle you? If they really get angry and leave and my daughter can't regain her position as manager, I will make sure to deal with you harshly. Suddenly the doorbell rang again. Chen Liju was delighted and quickly went to open the door, revealing three faces that looked as though they had just lost their parents. Zhao Liru gritted her teeth, enunciating each word, so 100,000 right. Fine Xia Fan, I will give it to you, but tomorrow Shui Yaji must return to work. She transferred the money and left with a harsh remark. Today I will concede, but who knows who will win tomorrow. My status is not something you can provoke. After Xia Fan closed the door, Shui Yaji ran down from upstairs. She glared at Xia Fan. You are so sly. Not only did you extort so many gifts, but you also want her to pay 100,000 in compensation. Xia Fan chuckled, holding his phone softly, and said, this is what you deserve. You were so upset that you almost cried sitting at the company gate. Asking for some money as compensation shouldn't be a problem, right? Even a single tear from my wife is worth more than the lives of those three. With that, he revealed a hint of, although Shui Yaji found it a little scary, she felt more warmth and safety. She argued, who said I almost cried. I wasn't even thinking about crying, I just felt stifled. Alright, you just felt stifled. Xia Fan smiled, I will transfer the money to you, buy whatever you want. I heard that when women are in a bad mood, shopping can cheer them up. Shui Yazi's face lit up, looking at the man before her with affection, thinking how good he was to her. At that moment, a rough voice came from the side. Xia Fan, don't transfer that 100,000 to my daughter, send it to my account instead. You young people have so much money that you'll spend it all in no time. Daughter, I will keep this money for you. Chen Liju said this boldly, and even tried to snatch Xia Fan's phone to transfer the money herself, wanting to check how much money her son-in-law had in his account. Fortunately, Xia Fan was quick-witted and quickly pulled back his phone. Shui Yaji was unhappy. Mom, I already gave you almost 2 million last time. Why do you want this 100,000 too? Chen Liju immediately became unhappy. What do you mean, I want this 100,000 too? I'm not taking this money for myself. Oh, I'm just keeping it for you and might invest it a bit. Money makes money. In the end, it still belongs to you. Shui Yazi's face darkened, wanting to argue further. Xia Fan tugged at her and said softly, okay, don't argue with Mom. It's just 100,000. I will transfer it to you. As he spoke, he transferred the money to Chen Liz's account. Soon the notification came in. Seeing the additional 100,000 in her account, Chen Liju grinned widely. Then she ordered Xia Fan to cook, saying, daughter, come help divide these gifts. Hey, race a good watch, at least worth 10,000. It suits me, I'll take it. She grabbed a box. Shui Yaji frowned. Mom, you must be mistaken. That watch is clearly for men. It would suit Xia Fan better. How can you say it suits you? Chen Liju glared. Is it wrong for me to like wearing men's watches? What's mine is mine. Faced with such a domineering mother, Shui Yaji could only smile bitterly. She suddenly thought of something. Right, Mom, didn't you say that if there was a turn of events you would use your palm to sweep the floor of Xia Fan's bedroom? Chen Liju feigned ignorance. Ah, did I say that? Shui Yaji scoffed. I shouldn't be mistaken, right? Chen Liz's face turned awkward, and she seemed a bit furious. So what if I said it? Can you bear to let me use my palm to sweep Xia Fan's bedroom? You are my daughter. Can you stop siding with him at every turn? Isn't that too unfilial? Shui Yaji calmly replied. Mom, please don't exaggerate. I never said you had to use your palm to sweep. You could just use a broom to sweep a bit, and that would be a lesson learned. From now on, I won't look down on Xia Fan anymore. She truly wasn't unfilial to her mother, otherwise she wouldn't have coddled her, handing over 2 million just like that. However, her mother always looked down on Xia Fan, which made her feel uncomfortable. Chen Liju sneered as if she hadn't heard, while Shui Yaji thought of something else. She asked in a low voice, Mom, when is your boyfriend going to return the car? It's been 2 or 3 days already. Chen Liz's eyes shifted, and she became a bit angry. Daughter, what do you mean? Are you worried that Uncle Qian won't return the car? It's not worth much anyway. Shui Yaji nodded. Yeah, it's not worth much, just about 5 or 600,000. Chen Liju sensed the unfriendly tone and snapped. Daughter, did Xia Fan send you to ask about the car? If he has the guts, let him come and ask me directly. Or why go through you? Is it interesting to be such a petty man? The car wasn't even bought with his money. You paid for it for him. He's indeed a good for nothing. No wonder everyone looks down on him. The last few words were raised in volume deliberately, letting Xia Fan, who was busy in the kitchen, hear. Seeing her mother acting like this, Shui Yaji felt a lump in her heart. But after all, she was the one who raised her, so she couldn't question her too much. She could only say, Mom, the main reason I want the car is that I want to drive it. I've driven that beaten-up Great Wall enough, I want to drive the Infinity. I didn't buy it for your boyfriend. After saying that, she turned around and went into the kitchen. Chen Liz's face turned pale, but there was a hint of unease. Shui Yaji looked at Xia Fan, who was busy in the kitchen, and sighed softly, quickly going to help. She said, Xia Fan, you've been busy at home for many years. I can't even remember when it started. It's like you've been doing all the household chores in this house. It seemed fine before, but now I suddenly feel a bit heartbroken. Xia Fan smiled brightly at her. It's because you like me now. Shui Yaji wanted to scold him for being cheeky, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. Xia Fan shook his head. There's no need for apologies between husband and wife. It's just a car. As long as mom is happy, your boyfriend can drive it, or I'll buy you another one if necessary. Another one. Shui Yaji couldn't help but retort sarcastically, what did you just hit a new stock and earn 5 or 600,000? Xia Fan remained unfazed. I just bought a lottery ticket and my intuition tells me I'm likely to win, and it's a 5 million grand prize. Shui Yaji scoffed, if you win I could grow wings and fly around in the sky. Suddenly Xia Fan had a brainwave and stared at her saying, if I really win the prize, what reward would you give me? Without hesitation, Shui Yaji replied, whatever you want as a reward, I'll give it to you. Xia Fan nodded vigorously with a big smile, okay, it's a deal. I don't have high demands, just let me sleep in the same bed with you. Shui Yazi's face changed and Xia Fan quickly added, just sleep in the same bed for one night. We can use the blanket to create a dividing line. On one bed you won't bother me, and I won't bother you. Shui Yaji pouted, I wouldn't bother you, but honestly is sleeping like this interesting? Xia Fan nodded seriously, after 3 years of marriage my biggest wish is to be able to sleep in the same bed with you. Even if we do nothing, just the thought of sleeping beside my wife makes me especially happy. His words brought a hint of melancholy to Shui Yazi's face, suddenly feeling very sorry for her husband of 3 years. She nodded firmly. All right, if you can win 5 million, I'll sleep with you for one night. As she spoke, a rosy hue appeared on her face. Shui Yaji thought to herself that this guy definitely wouldn't win 5 million. How could he say he'd win just like that? So he would undoubtedly lose this bet. If he loses afterward, I'll just comfort him and sleep with him for one night. After all, we won't do anything else, and since we're married, why not be generous once? Little did Shui Yaji expect after dinner Xia Fan slipped back to his room and secretly made a phone call. Upon connecting, his first words were, Zhongyang, find a way to get me a recent lottery ticket, the 5 million kind, preferably not the one bought in reality, but rather one from the internet. The next day, Shui Yaji returned as a strong woman exuding immense authority, making everyone afraid to utter a sound. At around 10 in the morning, Zhao Liru obediently went to the Baishuan to supervise the site. Xia Fan was quite relaxed, primarily responsible for the procurement of raw materials for Baishuan. Thus his time was free, allowing him to run around for business. He was dressed similarly to last time, not even driving the beaten-up Great Wall, instead taking a motorcycle taxi to the car city he had visited before. Once inside, he headed straight for the Infinity showroom and asked a salesperson if there were any Infinity Q60s available. The salesperson looked him up and down with a hint of disdain. The Infinity Q60 costs around 5 to 600,000. It was just bought by a distinguished customer recently, so there's no stock now. Even if there were, you don't look like someone who can afford it. You should check out the regular showroom instead. She arrogantly pointed to the low-end car showroom, not far away. Every brand has its own showroom, and each showroom has several salespeople, but their earnings vary significantly. The salespeople in the low-end car showroom earn far less than those in mid-range or luxury car showrooms. Simply put, it's like the difference between regular train attendants, high-speed train attendants, and flight attendants. Of course, the requirements on all fronts are also higher. This salesperson had just come from the low-end car showroom and felt that her salary would rise significantly in the future, feeling quite proud. Seeing Xia Fan's attire, she didn't regard him as a high-end car buyer and was focused on waiting for her ideal customer. Just as Xia Fan was about to leave, a surprised voice came from not far away. Is that Mr. Xia? Xia Fan turned around to see the same salesperson from last time, called Ing Jia. She hurried over and stopped in front of Xia Fan, panting. At this moment, the previously disdainful salesperson looked on in surprise. Supervisor, why are you running so fast? This person. Ing Jia shot her a glare, then respectfully said to Xia Fan, Mr. Xia, it's so good to see you again. I was just thinking about calling you these days to ask how that Infinity is running. Is the car condition all right? The other salesperson was left dumbfounded. Little did he expect that the esteemed guest he had spoken of earlier was actually the young man he looked down upon. Sister Ing smiled broadly. I must thank Mr. Xia. Last time it was because you purchased that Infinity Q60 from me that I was promoted to a supervisor position. How may I assist you this time? Xia Fan replied nonchalantly. I would like to buy another one of the same model, but the salesperson just told me that it's out of stock. Sister Ing was taken aback, turning to glare at the salesperson before putting on a smile for Xia Fan. Mr. Xia, we indeed have run out, but we can quickly get one from another dealership. There's a nearby district that has it. It will take about 30 minutes to bring it over. Could you please wait a moment? Xia Fan nodded sure. 30 minutes later, Xia Fan drove away with an identical Infinity Q60, paying in full. The disdainful salesperson looked as if she had lost her soul, dejected and filled with regret. Had she attended to this esteemed guest initially, she would have earned a considerable commission. Most importantly, her supervisor had berated her severely. Why does our dealership always have such condescending salespeople? It seems we need some serious training. You should return to the original showroom. My showroom cannot accommodate someone like you. Xia Fan was unaware of all this. Yet he was indifferent. There were many people in the world who looked down on others, and he had endured much of it throughout his life. If he were to fret over such trivial matters, he might as well end his life. Upon returning to the company, it was nearly time to get off work, so he decided to drive his car to the entrance. At this time, several people had already exited through the main door. Upon seeing the brand new Infiniti, they all widened their eyes, filled with envy. When they glanced at the driver inside, they all scoffed their envy, quickly escalating to jealousy, whispering among themselves, "This is one of the better models of Infiniti, probably worth around 5 to 600,000. Where did this kid get so much money to buy this car? Could it be that Shui Yaji gave it to him? Now that she has become a business manager, she has plenty of opportunities to take advantage, easily raking in 5 to 600,000. This is too ostentatious, driving the car to the company entrance. Doesn't he know that flaunting wealth could bring wrath? He's definitely a leech. Look at that smug smile on his face. This car wasn't bought with his own money. I wonder how Shui Yaji would feel if she saw this, as she usually loves to keep a low profile." These comments were overheard by Xia Fan, but he paid them no mind. When Shui Yaji saw the Infiniti, she excitedly dashed over, leaning on the window, to ask the smiling guy inside, "Hey, how did you manage to get this car back?" Xia Fan shook his head. "I didn't, it's newly bought." "What?" Shui Yaji couldn't help but raise her voice. "Newly bought? You bought another one?" This caught the attention of those around them, and their expressions grew even more peculiar. Xia Fan beckoned her with his finger. "Let's talk inside." Once Shui Yaji climbed in, Xia Fan drove off in the shiny new Infiniti Q60, heading down the spacious road. Meanwhile, two pairs of eyes from a window above were fixated on them, those of Shui Qian and his son. They were in the old man's office, with Shui Zhang sitting behind his desk reviewing documents. Shui Guiha took out his phone and made a call. After asking a few questions, his expression darkened, revealing a hint of something sinister. He took a deep breath, turned, and walked toward the desk, exclaiming loudly, "Grandpa Shui Yaji and the others are simply outrageous." Shui Zhang did not lift his head. "Oh, in what way are they inappropriate?" Shui Guiha was furious. "Recently, Xia Fan just bought an Infiniti Q60, which costs over 500,000. That's one thing, but I just found out they bought a second identical Infiniti together, totaling over $1 million. This definitely isn't Xia Fan's money. If it's not his, then it must be Shui Yaji's. But where did she get so much money? Everything is too obvious. This is quite greedy." Shui Zhang set down his pen and said slowly, "Have you forgotten that Xia Fan also received nearly 2 million in commissions? With that commission, let alone 2 cars, he could buy 3 or 4. Shui Qian approached and said, "Dad, as soon as Xia Fan gets his money, it's taken by Chen Lizhu." In recent days, Chen Lizhu has been boasting that her son-in-law works for her, and no matter how much money he makes, it all goes into her pocket. With her personality, as soon as she gets that money, she won't let go of it. Therefore, these 2 luxury cars were definitely not bought with Xia Fan's commission." Shui Zhang's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Shui Guiha leaned in closer. "Grandpa, I think it's necessary to investigate the accounts. We can't let them be so arrogant." Xia Fan had only been in business for a few days and had already earned over $1 million. If they were this greedy, the products they produced would surely be substandard and poorly made. While they fill their pockets, our reputation could be trampled upon. What if the White Swan discovered something and demanded compensation? Shui Zhang spat out a word through gritted teeth: "Investigate." Shui Guiha acted as if he had received a decree, loudly declaring, "Grandpa, rest assured I will ensure that we get to the bottom of this and make them spit out everything they've swallowed." Inside the second Infiniti Q60, Xia Fan drove calmly, while Shui Yaji in the passenger seat was feeling restless. She maintained a calm expression. "Did you really win the lottery, 5 million? Xia Fan remained silent, pulling out his phone from his pocket, pressing a few buttons, and then handed it to Shui Yaji. Shui Yaji saw that it was a legitimate lottery website selling various types of lottery tickets permitted in the country, and Xia Fan had purchased the double color ball. "You match the numbers, they are from the last draw." "Did every number match?" "I'm not lying, you I indeed won." With Zhong Yang's capability, obtaining such a winning number was not difficult, and the money was certainly easy to come by. Shui Yaji stared wide-eyed in disbelief, then let out a long sigh. "Xia Fan, your luck is incredible. How could you buy this? I understand now." Suddenly, she turned her head, her finger nearly poking Xia Fan's face. "When you made that bet with me, you must have already won, which is why you were so certain." Xia Fan smiled. "Smart, you guessed correctly." However, at that time, he had yet to claim the prize. Later, after claiming the prize, he bought this car. By the way, this card has 4 million left after taxes, and having bought a car worth over 500,000, there's still more than 340,000 left. You take it. Looking at the card Xia Fan tossed over, Shui Yaji was stunned. For some reason, her nose felt a bit sour, and her eyes were slightly uncomfortable. Last time this guy gave her a card worth nearly 2 million, and now he handed over another card worth over 340,000. She shook her head. "I don't want it. This is your prize money." "Yes, but my money is still your money. Quickly take it, spend it as you wish. No need to ask me. I have only one request, but if you don't agree, it's fine." Shui Yaji curiously asked, "What request?" Xiaofan said seriously, please don't let my mom know. Shui Yaji deeply resonated. If you don't say it, I won't let her know either. No matter how much money we have, she will take it away, and I am worried. She hesitated slightly, and did not continue. Xiaofan glanced at her, and replied in a low voice, your concerns are quite valid. Shui Yaji then wondered, you know what I am worried about? Xiaofan nodded. You have concerns about mom's new boyfriend Qian Guoguang, but I am even more doubtful. Xiaofan recounted the incident when he bought his first Infinity. Qian Guoguang is not a good person. He flirts with female salespeople in the car city, claiming he has a budget of 500,000 for a car. I suspect that money might be from mom, as he does not seem like someone who has that much money. Although mom says he runs an electronics factory, he looks more like a scoundrel to me. Without hesitation, Xiaofan continued. Shui Yaji was almost ready to jump up. That won't do. We must tell mom to make her aware of how dangerous this guy is. She cannot be deceived in any way. That money was earned through our hard work. How could it be given to a scoundrel? She had unconsciously adopted Xiaofan's term for Qian Guoguang. Xiaofan shook his head. Now is not the right time to speak. You know how mom is. If you bring it up, she will dig deep for answers, and might end up disliking me even more, thinking I am inciting trouble. Moreover, Qian Guoguang is very cunning. He might have already inoculated mom against any negative comments we make about him, making her think that whatever we say is fabricated lies. The most crucial part is that we have no evidence. What should we do then? Shui Yaji asked, looking troubled. In fact, she was not usually like this, and was a woman of strong opinions. Yet now she increasingly trusted Xiaofan, and relied on him, unconsciously liking to ask him more questions. Xiaofan smiled mysteriously. We don't need to rush. I will find someone to secretly investigate this guy, and see what his background is. Once we find evidence, we can present it, and see if mom believes it. Shui Yaji nodded with some worry. It seems that's the only way. I appreciate your efforts. Xiaofan shook his head. It's not hard at all, but... He hesitated, feeling a bit shy as he glanced at Shui. Shui Daybody was slightly taken aback. When did this guy also have difficulty expressing himself? But soon she understood, and a wave of anxiety washed over her as she lowered her head, pretending to ask, but what? Xiaofan dared not look too long at her beautiful face, fearing that a single glance would cause his heart to explode. He quickly turned his head, driving carefully. It's nothing much, just... Shui Yaji got annoyed. Why do you act like this? Aren't you a real man? Just say it straight. I hate it when you are so vague. It makes me anxious too. Xiaofan blurted out. It's just that you lost. Can we sleep in the same bed tonight? Shui Yaji snorted, wanting to deny it, but unable to speak the words. She could only blush and nod lightly. Xiaofan remarked. Your nod was so subtle that I almost missed it. Then it settled. Ooh, well, sleep together tonight. Shui Yaji huffed. Just for one night. Tomorrow night you sleep back in your own room. Xiaofan feigned a sigh. Alas, it seems I have a long way to go before I can share a bed with my wife every night. But I am confident, whether it's a long march of 10,000 miles, or overcoming the trials of 81 difficulties, I am ready for it. His words were resolute, warming Shui Yazi's heart, and making her laugh heartily. Unbeknownst to them, they had already driven back home. Suddenly Shui Yaji said, Park the car in the community parking lot. Don't drive up to the entrance lest my mom sees and gets tempted again. Xiaofan agreed, and both of them parked the car in the lot, preferring to walk back for 7 or 8 minutes. Upon reaching the entrance, they were both startled to see an Infinity parked there alongside an ordinary SUV worth no more than 100,000. Shui Yaji hurried over, saying, Could it be that the person surnamed Qian returned the car? I don't think so. He must have come to our house to visit. Humph, I can't stand the sight of him. She gritted her teeth as she spoke. Xiaofan also leaned in for a look, instantly becoming displeased. He whispered, The car is damaged, and there are many scratches. The rearview mirror is crooked too. How does Qian Guoguang drive? Shui Yaji felt a sinking feeling in her heart, and joined him in inspecting the vehicle. Sure enough, the Infinity, which had been purchased not long ago, was covered in scars as if it had just come from a battlefield. The two exchanged glances, and Shui Yaji said fiercely, I want to beat that bastard half to death. Xiaofan remained calm, holding her hand and smiling. It's all right, as long as he's a bastard, he can't escape a half-dead fate. Saying this, there was a hint of killing intent in his demeanor. As soon as they opened the door, they were met with a series of loud shouts. They saw two boys about 5 or 6 years old chasing each other around the spacious living room, jumping up and down, even leaping over the coffee table and sofa. They were still wearing shoes, leaving behind a trail of shoe prints. Both of them froze for a moment. Then Shui Yaji shouted, My limited edition Barbie dolls along with the colored lights and clothes. Where did these little brats come from? Hurry up and return my things. She was furious, her face turning pale, and quickly marched over. The two little boys were adorned with colorful flower lights, and had bright skirts tangled around them. Several Barbie dolls were in their hands, waving them around, while others lay on the ground, already missing arms and legs. These dolls were Shui Yazi's hobby, collected over the years. They had always been carefully preserved in her bedroom display cabinet, but now these kids had taken them out. She was so angry that tears were almost coming out. The two boys halted grinning as they handed the Barbie dolls back to her. As Shui Yaji reached out to grab them, the two little brats suddenly stuck their tongues out at her and then hurled the Barbie dolls away with a fierce toss. Shui Yaji let out a shriek. Fortunately, Xiao Fan was right there and quickly rushed over to catch them. Otherwise, if they hit the wall, they would surely face a fate of dismemberment. You are absolutely outrageous. Where did you come from? How were your parents raised you? After saying this, Shui Yaji turned her gaze to her mother sitting nearby. On the sofa sat several people, including Qian Guoguang and an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s. There was also a couple in their 30s appearing to be husband and wife. Upon hearing Shui Yazi's words, everyone present changed their expressions. Especially the elderly woman with a sharp face and a thin build had a pair of inverted triangle eyes flashing a fierce light. She darkened her face and coldly said, "Your manner of speaking is quite rude, isn't it? Regardless, these are just 7 or 80-year-old children. What is a grown-up like you arguing with them for? Guoguang, you brought us here to have a good chat with your girlfriend and strengthen your relationship, not to come here to get angry. Xiao to Xiao Wei, come over to Grandma here quickly." The two little boys immediately ran over, hugging her from left and right, pouting as if they were about to cry. The couple looked displeased. Qian Guoguang remained silent, glancing at Chen Lizhu. The latter immediately stood up and coldly said to Shui Yaji, "Daughter, why are you being so unreasonable? It's just a few Barbie dolls. If they break, we can buy more. Besides, you're already so grown up, but what are you playing with them for? These are all your Uncle Qian's family. You should interact well with them in the future. It's rare for their family to come here. We should welcome them properly, so you should stop frowning." The old lady is the mother of Qian Guoguang, and the man and woman are his son and daughter-in-law named Qian Sheng and Zhang Mei respectively. The two mischievous children are their twin sons. Chen Lizhu also introduced her daughter and son-in-law to the Qian family. The old lady sarcastically remarked, "Lizhu, though your daughter is beautiful, she seems to lack the capacity for tolerance. It's normal for young children to be mischievous. Who wasn't a mischievous child?" She continued, "Look at my two precious grandsons, terrified and trembling after your daughter scared them. Their faces have turned pale. In fact, those two mischievous kids are hiding in her arms making faces." Chen Lizhu kept apologizing. The old lady then said, "What use is an apology? It's not your fault. Your daughter should accompany my two grandsons. Otherwise, the children's self-esteem will be damaged, which is a serious matter and might leave a long-lasting shadow that hinders their growth." Chen Lizhu hesitated slightly, but still urged her daughter to apologize. Shui Yaji scoffed, "Mom, you're being unreasonable. Do you have any idea how much my Barbie dolls and clothes are worth? Each doll costs 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and now they're all torn apart." She added, "Why should I apologize to those little brats? They should apologize to me, and I might not even accept it." The old lady continued with her sarcasm, "Lizhu, your upbringing is truly remarkable. Raising such a daughter, it seems we can't afford to offend you. Son, let's go. I don't want my precious great-grandson to suffer any grievances. If there's no apology, that's fine. Your family is so powerful that we can't afford to associate with you." With that, she stood up holding her two grandsons and left. Qian Sheng and Zhang Mei also huffed and left, their faces filled with disdain. Chen Lizhu was anxious and scolded her daughter. "What are you doing? You don't understand the importance of respecting the elderly and loving the young. You've offended both the children and the elderly. Hurry and apologize. Just do it for your mother's sake." Shui Yaji said, "Mom, have you lost your mind from love? What's so great about Qian Guoguang that you treat him so well? You're just causing trouble at our home." She added, "Look, Xiao Fan has tidied everything up, and now they've made a mess of it. I don't welcome such guests. If anyone needs to apologize, it's you." Chen Lizhu pointed at her daughter, "Do you want to drive me to death? If you don't apologize, I'll leave with old Qian and forget I have a daughter like you." With that, she turned and walked outside. Shui Yaji was alarmed. Just then, Xiao Fan coldly spoke to the group that had already left. "You can leave, but we need to clarify this matter. Uncle Qian, the two children you brought have destroyed my wife's belongings. I can reluctantly forgive it, since they don't know better. But you need to tell me what happened to the car. I just bought this Infinity a week ago, and now it's in this condition." His face was dark. "The car is a trivial matter, but it was a gift for my wife." Qian Guoguang chuckled awkwardly and remained silent, looking at Chen Lizhu. Chen Lizhu glared coldly at Xiao Fan. "How can you still mention this? The car you bought is not safe at all. Your Uncle Qian nearly had an accident driving it. Now it's just scratched up, and the main thing is that no one was hurt. Xiao Fan, are you even human? Only caring about your car is too narrow-minded." Xiao Fan sighed and shot a glance at Shui Yaji, signaling, "I really can't believe this mother-in-law." Chen Lizhu continued her lengthy tirade. "But I can't be bothered to argue with you. You need to take the car to get repaired right away. Once it's fixed, you can borrow it again from Uncle Qian, but you must ensure the car's performance and safety are improved to avoid such incidents in the future. Otherwise, if anything happens to your Uncle Qian, I will hold you responsible." Xiao Fan was left speechless. Chun Liz's comments were so bizarre that they reshaped his perception of his mother-in-law. You guys forcibly took my car to drive, and now that it's in this condition you want me to repair it and guarantee this and that. You speak as if I begged you to drive it. At this, the old lady and the others stopped at the doorway. Qian Sheng turned his head, sizing up Xia Fan, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Xia Fan, right? I've heard of your reputation. You're quite the topic of conversation in Tianzhou City. Once the eldest son of the Xia family, now reduced to being a Livian son-in-law, and still so pathetic. By the way, I also heard that on the 28th of next month the young master of the Bufan group is going to propose to a girl from your Shui family. That day happens to be the 3rd anniversary of your marriage with Shui Yaji. What a coincidence. I wonder if you'll feel embarrassed. Nearby Zhang Mei asked curiously, how do you know? Qiansheng laughed heartily, clearly pleased. I have a few rich second-generation friends who know these things. They pursued Shui Yaji 3 to 4 years ago, but for some reason she chose to marry a fallen aristocrat, which made many people laugh out loud at the time. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Mei elongated her voice, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Fan. So you're just a fallen aristocrat? No wonder you're so stingy. My dad driving your car only caused some scratches. Is it worth you making such a fuss? From what you're saying, you want compensation, right? Fine, we'll compensate you whatever the cost. Our family doesn't owe you any favors. She even instructed Qian Sheng to take out his wallet. Chen Lizhu became anxious at the sight and shouted, you don't need to pay a single cent. I feel embarrassed enough already for lending out this car and nearly causing your father an accident. Fortunately, it ended without incident, and we'll have the car repaired on our side. She turned to Xia Fan and shouted, did you hear that? Everyone thinks you're useless. Why is that? There's one important point. You're too petty, not manly at all. It's just some scratches. Take it to get fixed. Hurry and apologize to your Uncle Qian, saying you'll have the car repaired, and then lend it to him for a while. Otherwise, you can get out tonight. Xia Fan and Shui Yaji exchanged glances, both feeling like two lovebirds suffering from unreasonable scolding. Though I usually tolerate Chen Lizhu enough, I will definitely not agree to things that violate principles and boundaries. The two remained silent. The old lady sneered. Alright, I can't stay in this place any longer. It's too frustrating. Son, I think you should sever ties with Chen Lizhu, otherwise you'll be driven to death by her daughter and son-in-law. With that, everyone walked outside. Chen Lizhu, flustered, hurried to persuade them. Just then a Mercedes SUV pulled up, and out came Wu Rong. He was taken aback by the scene and greeted Qian Guoguang and Chen Lizhu. It turned out that Qian Guoguang had invited him to sit with them at the Shui family. As for what conspiracy lay therein, it remained unknown. Wu Rong asked loudly, Uncle Qian, what's going on? You all look displeased. Qian Guoguang, cunning as ever, waved his hand and said it's nothing. But Chen Lizhu, in a fit of anger, revealed the entire situation. Wu Rong turned to look at the battered Infinity, patted his chest, and said loudly, it's just a small matter. The scratches on this car aren't severe. Fixing it won't cost more than 10,000 yuan. I have a friend who runs a repair shop. I'll take it to get fixed tomorrow, so you guys don't worry. Chen Lizhu rolled her eyes at Xia Fan. Did you see that? Wu Rong is so good. Without hesitation, he agreed to fix the car. This really shouldn't concern him. Daughter, I'm not saying this to insult you, but you and Xia Fan are truly mismatched. If I had known, I would have never let your father marry you to him. Now you've suffered such humiliation, and there wasn't even a wedding. Zhao Liru is going to hold a grand wedding with the young master of Bufan Group at the most luxurious venue in the city on the 28th of next month. Shui Yazi's expression was quite grim as she tightly clutched Xia Fan's arm. She coldly said, Mom, I hope you won't say such things again in the future. Marrying Xia Fan, perhaps I was quite unwilling before, but now I am absolutely not. Even if he has no money and is seen as a useless person in your eyes, as long as I feel comfortable, that is enough. What does it matter to me if others hold extravagant weddings? Besides, it's not certain that this wedding will even happen. Most likely Zhao Liru is just fantasizing about it. What is she fantasizing about? The betrothal gifts have already been delivered. Are those 20 million in gifts meant for you? Chen Lizhu said irritably. Wu Rong said, Alright, Aunt Chen, don't be too angry. With so many people around, we should all be quite happy. Since it's still early, let me invite everyone to dinner. In the future, if Uncle Qian has anything, just let me know. I promise to help. It's all small matters. Why make a big fuss about it? The last sentence was clearly directed at Xia Fan, and she shot him a provocative glance. Xia Fan chuckled and went along with him. Just then, two off-road vehicles rushed over from the distance. Through the windshield, one could see that they were filled with burly men. They were dressed in black t-shirts, their faces rough and menacing. Qian Guoguang was startled and turned to flee. The car doors swung open, and those men jumped out, charging at Qian Guoguang like fierce tigers. At this point, Qian Guoguang had already dashed to Xia Fan's side. He anxiously said, Xia Fan, quickly help me stop them. One of the big men shouted, Kid, get out of the way, or we'll beat you up too. Xia Fan obediently pulled Shui Yaji aside. Immediately, that guy kicked Qian Guoguang away. Qian Guoguang crashed into a nearby tree, screaming in pain. He clutched his stomach, collapsing to the ground, almost unable to get up. This scene stunned everyone. Qian Sheng was about to rush over, but was held back by Zhang Mei. It shouldn't have been so easy to be held back, but it still happened. The two children clung tightly to them, their faces filled with fear. The old lady cried out urging them to stop, but who would listen to such an old woman? The attackers, clearly vicious, charged forward. They kicked Qian Guoguang brutally, making him scream in agony. Chen Lizhu shouted, "Stop hitting him. You'll kill him. What grievances do you have that can't be resolved with words? Why resort to violence?" She turned and shouted at Xia Fan. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and save your Uncle Qian. How can you be so indifferent? Just watching from the sidelines." Before Xia Fan could react, Shui Yaji forcefully pulled him behind her. Chen Lizhu pointed at her daughter saying, "You." Shui Yaji calmly replied, "Mom, you care for your boyfriend, I care for my husband, and I don't even know what's going on here." Chen Lizhu helplessly looked at Wu Rong pleading, "Mr. Wu, please help me. Don't let Uncle Qian get beaten anymore, he will be killed. Hurry up and intervene. Intervene in the fight." Wu Rong looked dumbfounded at the chaotic scene, thinking to himself, if I go up to mediate, I will definitely be beaten, just like that dog. He could only raise his voice and shout, "You all stop. Let's talk this out. I'm Wu Rong, and I know a few people in this line of work. If you don't stop, don't blame me for calling my friends over. It won't be good for anyone." His words were quite clever, and several of the big men paused, turning to look at him, their eyes filled with hostility. Wu Rong shrank his neck in fear, but quickly puffed out his chest again. He pretended to be calm and clapped his hands. "That's right. Let's talk things over. There's no need to resort to fighting so easily. Even if it doesn't lead to death, disrupting social harmony isn't good either." Chen Lizhu breathed a sigh of relief and turned to glare at Xia Fan, saying, "With you as my useless son-in-law, I really have had enough. Fortunately, Mr. Wu is here, otherwise what would I do?" Saying that, she hurried over. She carefully navigated around the thugs and helped the battered Qian Guoguang to his feet. The leader of the thugs spoke sinisterly. His name was Zhu Jian, known in the underworld as Brother Jian. Qian Guoguang had been gambling in his controlled casino and had racked up a debt of 600,000 that he hadn't repaid. "This old fool is running around everywhere thinking we can't catch him. Now we found him here. 600,000, handed over quickly, not a penny less. Otherwise today we'll break your 3 legs, it won't matter who comes." Zhu Jian suddenly turned and pointed viciously at Qian Guoguang. Chen Lizhu shivered and looked in shock at the man she liked, saying, "How did you lose so much money?" "A whole 600,000. Qian Guoguang rolled his eyes and slapped his thigh, crying out with a mournful face, "I had no choice. I actually hate gambling. This was purely for socializing. A couple of months ago, a client at my electronics factory wanted to order a lot of things. To convince them to place the order, I had to accompany them to gamble since they enjoyed it. That's how I got tricked. Lizhu, do I look like someone who likes to gamble? I've always been honest. I was just conned," he said, wiping his tears and snot. Chen Liz's heart softened immediately. "Old Qian, I know you're honest, but how could you be so foolish? How can we pay back this 600,000? Zhu Jian spoke ominously. "Can't pay it back, huh? No problem. Break 3 of his legs and take him back. Throw him into the circus to perform, or toss him on the street to beg. Oh, anyway, no matter what, you must gather this 600,000. Qian Guoguang shook his head vigorously, filled with terror. "Don't treat me like this. Why? I truly can't come up with 600,000. Zhu Jian raised his chin. "Don't you have so many relatives and friends around? 600,000 is easy to gather. Plus," he pointed at a nearby small villa, "this building, while it looks shabby and isn't in a good location, is still worth over 1 million. At worst, just sell it." Upon hearing this, Shui Yaji became furious. She shouted, "Why should we sell our house? We have nothing to do with Qian Guoguang." Zhu Jian turned to look. "Oh, there's a big beauty. If she comes back with us and entertains a few men daily, 600,000 can be earned quickly." Shui Yaji instinctively shrank behind Xia Fan. Although she was a strong woman facing the ruthless thugs, and hearing such shameless words still frightened her. A murderous look appeared on Xia Fan's face. Chen Lizhu shouted, "We can't sell our house, this 600,000. We will find a way to pay it." She looked at the old lady, then at Qian Guoguang's son and daughter-in-law. "How much money do you all have? Quickly take it out. Let's gather together to pay this 600,000 first. Otherwise old Qian will be in danger." Qian Sheng was about to speak, but was pulled back by his wife. Zhang Mei shook her head. "We don't have much money left. Our 2 sons are in kindergarten, which costs a lot. Moreover, we still have to pay the mortgage. We really don't have money left." Saying this, she shook her head vigorously. The elderly woman trembled as she said, "I don't have much money, but it's meant for my pension. If I lose this money and my son and grandson have no money to give me, what will I do? I have no money either." She shook her head vigorously. Qian Guoguang tightly grasped Chen Liz's hand. "You must help me. No matter what, you have to help me raise this 600,000. Otherwise you'll be doomed tonight, and we might never see each other again." Chen Lizhu nodded vigorously and suddenly turned her head. "Yaji, take out all the money you have. And Xia Fan, even though you're useless, I believe you must have hidden some savings. Bring it all out. We need to save a life, urgently. Yaji yelled anxiously, Mom, I've given you so much money it adds up to 2 million. Why don't you take it out and still ask us for money? Chen Liju glared. That money. It's all invested in financial products. You know that some investments have fixed terms. I can't take it out until the time is up. You all quickly bring out any cash you have. Every bit counts immediately. She then looked at Wu Rong. Originally intimidating, but now wearing a smile. Young master, you just said you'd be willing to help us no matter what problem we face, right? So now, can you lend us some money? Even 30 or 40,000 would be fine. Wu Rong looked troubled. Aunt Chin, you don't know that I appear to be doing well, but a lot of my money is still borrowed from the bank. I don't have much on hand. If I can take out a few thousand, that would be impressive. How about this? I'll ask a friend from my circle to help negotiate. If Uncle Qian really can't raise this 600,000, we can pay in installments. After all, we can't really break someone's legs since that won't get us any money. Jian, go right. He loudly addressed the leader of the thugs. Chen Liju nodded earnestly. Yes, Jian, go. Breaking someone's legs won't get us any money, so why bother? Zhu Jian chuckled. I'm willing. Either you shut your mouth or bring out the money to help him pay off his debts. He pointed threateningly at Wu Rong, who quickly stepped back. In fact, he was not very willing to call his friends over. After all, that would be a big favor owed. It wasn't worth it for someone he had little connection with. One of Zhu Jian's subordinates suggested, Boss, just breaking someone's legs without getting any money is pointless. Although this villa is shabby, there might be something valuable inside. Why don't we go in and search, taking anything of value? Zhu Jian's eyes lit up and he patted his shoulder. Good idea, let's do it. Several thugs strode towards the villa as if it were their home. Chen Liju was stunned and dared not intervene. Shui Yaji, unable to contain her anger, rushed out from behind Xia Fan, raising both hands to block the entrance. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Who dares to go in? I will not let you off. Are you not afraid of me calling the police? You are trespassing. We have nothing to do with the Qian family. If you want to break and go to their house. Zhu Jian leered at her, swaying upper body relaxed and carefree. Beauty, I saw Qian Guoguang leaving your house, and it was quite friendly. I also noticed that his relationship with your mother is not ordinary. Your family is practically his family, isn't it? He turned to look at Qian Guoguang. Before Qian Guoguang could speak, the elderly woman shouted hoarsely, Yes, pretty much. The lady of this villa is my son's girlfriend, and they are about to discuss marriage. From now on, the two families will be one, as she has an obligation to help my son pay off his debts, so go find her. Zhang Mei also shouted, Yes, my father-in-law invited everyone over today to discuss this marriage matter. The Shui family is quite wealthy, and there are many valuable furniture and appliances inside. Let's go in and take some to offset part of the gambling debt. If it's not enough, we can talk later. Let's just stop here for today. She forcefully pulled Qian Sheng. Qian Sheng nodded vigorously. Yes, everyone, let's do that. No need to be polite. Paying off debts is only right. Hearing this, Shui Yaji was almost furious. What a bizarre family to say such things. The thugs laughed loudly and continued to push inside. Zhu Jian even told Shui Yaji, Beauty, you don't need to stop them. You are part of this family too, and I will take you back later. My brothers will enjoy themselves first, and then you will experience the pleasure of exchanging your body for a large sum of money. He lunged at Shui Yaji as if to grab her. Startled, Shui Yaji quickly dodged, but before she could move, a strong hand pulled her behind. Xia Fan held a metal baseball bat, shielding Shui Yaji behind him. He coldly sneered as he swung the bat towards Zhu Jian's neck. Although Zhu Jian had some strength, he never expected such a ferocious attack from his opponent. In an instant, his neck was struck. He let out a howl and fell to the ground. Following that, Xia Fan mercilessly stepped over his head. He wielded the bat, expertly knocking down the other thugs one after another. In just 3 or 4 minutes, these arrogant thugs were holding their heads or shoulders on the ground, wailing into the ground was smeared with blood, and Xia Fan's metal baseball bat was no joke. He stood in front of Shui Yaji swinging the bat and coldly said, No matter where you go or who you are collecting debts from, don't come here looking for us. There's a saying that grievances have a head and debts have a master. You've heard that before. Stop making trouble and roll out of here immediately. He slung the bat over his shoulder, looking fierce. Shui Yaji was dizzy. When did her useless husband become like a god of war descending to earth? Zhu Jian pointed at him, gritting his teeth. You dare to hit me like this? It seems you don't know who is backing me. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Xia Fan swung the bat again. By the way, I haven't settled the score with you for insulting my wife twice just now. Saying this, boom. The baseball bat struck hard against this guy's mouth. He let out a howl, covering his mouth, blood gushing through his fingers, unable to speak. A few thugs helped him up and ran out in a daze. Someone even threw out a line. Wait, we will be back soon. The atmosphere on the scene was very strange as everyone looked at Xia Fan in shock. Suddenly, Wu Rong shouted, Xia Fan, you are done for. Those guys came in with a strong momentum. It's clear they are no ordinary gangsters. They might be a black force group. You've offended them, and soon there will be more people coming. You all better pray for your luck. He quickly jumped into his car and sped away. Qian Guoguang also quickly straightened up, urging his family to get in the car and leave. He walked towards the battered Infinity parked nearby, mumbling, "Xia Fan, you've caused a lot of trouble. Oh, everyone will be harmed because of you. How could you hit Jian Go like that? He has powerful backing and will come here for revenge soon. Your entire family is finished." The elderly woman also murmured, "This is too much. How can they beat someone like this? There's blood everywhere. You all don't care for your lives, but I still want mine. Everyone hurry and leave this cursed place. From now on, I will never come back. Oh, I regret coming here so much." Zhang Mei also said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have come, causing so much trouble. Don't drag us all to our graves." It was as if they had completely forgotten that it was Qian Guoguang who led this gang of thugs here and nearly had his 3 legs broken. If it weren't for Xia Fan's intervention, Qian would probably be lying in a pool of blood right now. Chen Lizhu was in shock, shouting, "Old Qian, are you going to leave me behind? Please don't abandon me." Qian Guoguang shot her a glance. "I'm struggling to save myself. Who told your daughter and son-in-law to be so stingy, unwilling to take out even 600,000? Saying this, he was about to get into the Infinity. Suddenly an iron hand grabbed his shoulder, yanking him aside and snatching the keys from his hand. With a bang, the car door slammed shut. Xia Fan stood calmly beside, saying, "This car belongs to me. If you want to leave, please ride in the same vehicle as your son. I believe that SUV can accommodate you too." Qian Guoguang pointed at him fiercely, falling silent thereafter. Now escaping was a priority, so they hurriedly squeezed into the nearby car. The entire Qian family packed into the SUV and rushed out. An old lattice head poked out from the car window, and she pointed a skinny finger at them, saying, "Just wait to be bitten to death by those hungry wolves. You deserve your misfortune for refusing to cough up 600,000. She spat outside the window as she finished her sentence. Shui Yanji was enraged, exclaiming, "How can there be such a bizarre person? Not only did they cause our family this trouble, but now we are the ones at fault." Xia Fan gently patted her shoulder, saying, "It's all right. There will always be such oddities in the world. Let's go back and rest." With that, he took Shui Yanzi's hand and walked inside. Chen Lizhu hurriedly followed, shouting in panic and anger, "Xia Fan, you will get us all killed, you fool." Once inside, she quickly closed the door and tightly shut the surrounding windows. She murmured, "It's over, it's over. They will definitely come looking for us. What will we do then? How about we throw Xia Fan out and tell them this has nothing to do with us? It's all this bastard's doing. Why should we be implicated?" Shui Yanji yelled angrily at her. "Mom, why do I feel like you are also quite bizarre? You sound just like those from the Qian family saying such things. Xia Fan is innocent. He is doing this for the family. This disaster was brought on by you." Chen Lizhu was taken aback and then sat on the floor crying, "Is this still my daughter? Completely bewitched by Xia Fan talking to me like this. What did I do wrong? Instead of helping me, you, the younger generation, are scolding me." Shui Yanzi's heart softened, and she wanted to go comfort her mother, but Xia Fan pulled her toward the staircase, whispering, "Don't worry, nothing is wrong. As for Mom, let her reflect well and see if she can realize her mistakes." Shui Yanji looked at him in surprise and noticed he was holding his phone in his other hand. The screen was still lit up as if he had just sent a message or made a call. She curiously asked, "Xia Fan, how can you be so confident? Do you think they won't come? These people are fierce, and after we hurt them like this, they will definitely come back for revenge. I'm even thinking about whether to call the police." Xia Fan smiled, saying, "Hearing you say this warms my heart. Clearly it was me who fought, yet you say we did it together. But don't worry, there's no need to call the police. This matter has already been resolved." As they reached the second floor, they entered Shui Yanzi's bedroom. "How can you be so confident? What method do you have? Are you planning to deal with them all by yourself?" Watching his wife turn into a curious little one, Xia Fan shook his head, saying, "If I have to do everything myself, wouldn't I be exhausted? Looking for someone. But can you find anyone?" Shui Yanzi's intuition kicked in, yet she was still confused. Xia Fan, however, furrowed his brows and said seriously, "Have you noticed something more serious than this?" Indeed, as if they were of one mind, Shui Yanji nodded vigorously. "Are you saying that the money we gave to Mom was all used up by Qian Guoguang? Otherwise, why would she still ask us for money instead of paying that scoundrel back? Though Mom said she saved it for investment, perhaps that is indeed the case." Xia Fan shook his head, saying, "When she said that, she appeared very guilty, her eyes flickering. I suspect that this money truly has a problem." Shui Yanzi's mood fell even lower. "If she really spent the money on Qian Guoguang, then Xia Fan, I'm truly sorry for you. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have indulged my mom like that." Xia Fan smiled, gently pinching her chin, and said softly, "How can this be blamed on you? That said, 2 million isn't a huge amount. The main thing is to make Mom realize her mistake and not waste money on that old scoundrel. Otherwise, it won't just ruin us, she will also destroy herself." Shui Yinji deeply resonated with this, and was about to speak when they suddenly heard a series of screeching tire noises from outside. She hurriedly rushed to the window, and then shouted in panic, "They're here. How did they arrive so quickly?" Oh, Wu Rong and the Qian family seemed to have been forced back. Xia Fan's lips curled into a devilish smile as he slowly walked over and casually wrapped his arms around Shui Yanzi's slender waist. The other party only looked up at him in surprise, but didn't push him away. Instead they grew more tense looking outside. The window perfectly faced the open space in front of the entrance, and they saw that both Wu Rong's car and the one the Qian family was in had been forced back by 5 or 6 vans now parked in the open space. Then numerous men in black jumped out of the vans and charged toward the 2 cars. In a matter of moments, they smashed the windows and forcefully yanked the doors open. Wu Rong and Qian Guoguang were also dragged out fiercely and then pushed hard to the ground. Fortunately, these thugs did not harm the elderly and children, allowing them to sit in the car. Zhang Mei was shouting that it was none of their business and that they should go after the Shui family. As a result, she was slapped hard by a thug and fell to the ground. Next came a flurry of punches and kicks. Wu Rong yelled, "I know people in the underworld, don't hit me. Let me make a call." Just as he pulled out his phone, a big foot stomped on it, and then he received a barrage of blows. Qian Guoguang shouted, "Liju, help. Quick, open the door and save us. Let us in or we'll be beaten to..." Shui Yinji quickly turned around and rushed downstairs saying, "No, I must stop my mom from opening the door. Otherwise, once they come in, our whole house will be smashed, and we will also be beaten half to death." With that, she rushed down the stairs in a flurry. Xia Fan, however, remained calm and took a can of Budweiser from the refrigerator. He leaned against the window frame grinning as he watched Wu Rong and Qian Guoguang getting beaten to a pulp. Quite satisfying. Zhu Jian was also present, glancing around the villa when he suddenly spotted Xia Fan leaning against the second-floor window and pointed at him fiercely. Immediately, many people looked over. He was yelling incoherently with blood flowing from his mouth, and it seemed like he had lost most of his teeth, making it impossible for him to form coherent words. A man even more formidable than him glared at Xia Fan and pointed at him. "You brat, was it you who beat Zhu Jian like this? Get down here. It doesn't matter if you don't come down, we will soon rush in. When that happens, we will drag you out and break your limbs, shattering every single bone." He shouted with great bravado. Xia Fan, while sipping beer, raised a middle finger at him, unafraid. Instantly, this enraged a group of guys who began to shout wildly. That man shouted fiercely, "Ram the door. Break it down for me." Just then a black car drove over and quietly stopped nearby. The car door opened, and a burly man with a thick beard stepped out. He wore a thin black overcoat exuding an air of authority and menace. His eyes were particularly fierce, shining with a terrifying light. 2 bodyguards, though not particularly large, were as sharp as javelins, following him with equally grim expressions. They walked over. Although the ruffians were numerous, they couldn't help but step aside. A few of them quietly greeted the burly man staring at Xia Fan in front, causing him to quickly turn his head, startled by the approaching figure. In an instant, he became all smiles and bows. He hurried over, greeting respectfully. The bearded man slapped him across the face, nearly knocking him to the ground. After saying a few words, he smiled slightly at Xia Fan through the second-floor window, showing a hint of respect, then turned and left, slipping back into the car. The black car had barely stopped for 3 minutes before it drove away. The burly man covered his face in disbelief, suddenly looking up at Xia Fan. But at this moment, there was no longer a trace of malice on his face, only awe was revealed. He quickly waved his hand, and all the ruffians immediately withdrew into the van and left. Before long, the scene was left with a bunch of people either trembling in fear or wailing. Wu Rong and the others, having been beaten senseless, didn't notice the situation at the time, only knowing they were finally safe from beating. Xia Fan placed the remaining half can of beer casually on the coffee table, hands in his pockets, and effortlessly slipped out of the room, jumping down. At the door, 2 women stood by, having brought cabinets and other items to block the door. When Chun Liju saw Xia Fan come down, she immediately pointed at him and shouted, "You cowardly good for nothing, hiding upstairs and making us 2 women hold the fort for you. Are you still a man? Being such a turtle, you've embarrassed our Shui family." Shui Yaji said, "Mom, enough, stop dragging this out. You said you had a way, right? What now?" Xia Fan smiled faintly. "The problem has been resolved now." Saying this, he pulled open the cabinets blocking the door and reached for the doorknob. Chen Liju quickly stopped him. "Are you crazy? Don't open it. There are so many people outside. Old Qian and the others might have been beaten to death. If you open that door, those bastards will rush in, and if they beat you to death, don't drag us mother and daughter down with you." Shui Yaji was also frightened. "Xia Fan, you just told me to keep an eye on Mom and not open the door. Why do you want to open it now?" Xia Fan looked at her gently, "Because the situation is different now." In one swift motion, he opened the door. Chen Liju turned and ran. "Daughter, hurry and escape. Let's go upstairs into the bedroom and shut the door. This Xia Fan is simply insane. He wants to kill us." While speaking, she had already rushed up the stairs. However, Shui Yaji did not run away, but tightly grabbed Xia Fan's arm, displaying a sense of solidarity in adversity. Looking outside, her eyes lit up. Then she shouted, "Mom, no need to run, they've all left." Chen Liju was still shouting, "How is that possible? They wouldn't leave without beating up Xia Fan." She stood on the stairs, turning her head slightly to see the scene out. Upon seeing this, she immediately ran back and then dashed outside, joyfully shouting, "Wow, they really left. How did they just leave like this? They haven't even caught Xia Fan to give him a beating yet." Xia Fan's expression darkened, muttering under his breath, "Look at your mom. It's as if she wants to beat me up before she feels happy." Shui Yaji breathed a sigh of relief, and upon hearing this quickly said, all right, don't be mad at her. If you have any anger inside, just come to me to resolve it." Xia Fan deliberately asked, "How would you help me resolve it?" Shui Yaji tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then suddenly stretched out a delicate hand, gently stroking his chest from top to bottom. In that moment, Xia Fan felt immensely comfortable. "Have you calmed down?" Shui Yaji asked softly. Xia Fan smiled broadly, "Not at all. There's still a lot of anger. You need to stroke me a few hundred more times." At that moment, Chen Liju had helped Qian Guoguang up, asking with concern if he was all right. It seemed she had completely forgotten that she had been abandoned by this old Qian earlier. Qian Guoguang wore a mournful expression. "Do I look fine? I nearly got beaten to death. Those people were ruthless. We had just driven out of the neighborhood when they rushed over, forcing us to quickly turn back this way. You all really shouldn't have shut the door so tightly, not letting us in. This is too inhumane. Ooh, I even like you so much." As soon as he finished speaking, the old lady and Zhang Mei and others started cursing. It seemed they would always be right, and that the ones at fault were always others. Shui Yaji was truly angry and could not help but retort. Xia Fan grabbed her arm, gently saying softly, "All right, don't argue with them. Let's go back to the bedroom. If you have any grievances, I will help you resolve them." Saying this, he also raised a mischievous hand. Shui Yaji glanced at his hand, then at her own voluptuous chest, and shot him a fierce glare. Xia Fan quickly withdrew his hand. Shui Yaji ignored him and walked back to the bedroom. The living room on the first floor was filled with gloom. Aside from the old lady and the two children who were uninjured, everyone else bore injuries. Especially Qian Guoguang and Wu Rong, who were bruised and battered. Wu Rong not only had 2 black eyes, but also looked like a pig's head. He was not only in pain, but was also utterly bewildered, gritting his teeth. I clearly saw the leading ruffian demonstrating to Xia Fan at the second-floor window, threatening to rush in and drag him out for a beating. Yet suddenly a few people came along, slapped that leader twice, and then just left. Xia Fan is really too lucky. Qiansheng deeply agreed. I suspect that the bearded man is the boss, likely having some important matter to attend to. But upon discovering that this group was just causing a ruckus here, he became furious and called them back. Xia Fan is truly blessed. They wailed in the living room while receiving treatment from Chen Liju and the other 2 women. Chen Liju suggested going to the hospital for a checkup, lest they end up with any hidden injuries. Everyone was unwilling, preferring to stay in the villa and discuss it tomorrow, fearing that if they went out, they might face another attack. In the bedroom, specifically Shui Yazi's room, Xia Fan was also present. The 2 of them faced each other, feeling somewhat awkward. Shui Yaji softly said, "It's strange, why did those ruffians suddenly leave?" She had been blocking the tightly shut door in the hall and hadn't seen the scene outside. Xia Fan shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not quite sure either, but now isn't the time to be concerned about that." He scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "What I'm concerned about is..." Shui Yazi's face turned red. "What are you concerned about?" Xia Fan finally mustered the courage to speak, but Shui Yaji interrupted. "All right, you should go take a shower. Why do I always smell a hint of sweat on you?" Xia Fan sighed, ultimately lacking the courage to bring up the bet. He could only stand up, sheepishly walking toward the... Shui Yaji called out to his back, "Go to your own room and grab some clean clothes, then come back to take a shower." Instantly, Xia Fan's face lit up, and he hurriedly completed this step, diving into Shui Yazi's bathroom. After he finished his shower, he saw that his wife's face had turned even redder. She also held her clothes as she walked into the bathroom, not looking back, as she said, "I'm showering, you do as you please." With a bang, she shut the door. Xia Fan was left confused. "Do as I please? How should I do that?" After much contemplation, he finally decided to be bold and jumped onto the bed to sleep. Shui Yaji stepped out and looked at him, exclaiming, "Xia Fan, what are you doing?" Startled, he quickly jumped off the bed, his face filled with panic, resembling a child who had done something wrong. Shui Yaji stifled a laugh, saying, "You don't need to get off the bed. I meant, why are you sleeping inside? You're a man, shouldn't you be sleeping outside?" As she spoke, she kicked off her slippers, climbed onto the bed, and lay down with her back to Xia Fan. Although she wore long-sleeved pajamas, her silhouette remained graceful and alluring. This made a very captivating phrase pop into Xia Fan's mind. Jade body laid out. He took a deep breath and got onto the bed, lying outside and facing his wife's back. Then he heard the sound of their heartbeats thumping in unison. The silence lingered for a moment before Xia Fan quietly asked, "Your heart is beating so fiercely, it must be hard to sleep, right?" Shui Yaji retorted, you're beating even more fiercely than I am. Xia Fan admitted honestly, yeah, so I feel it's not easy to sleep like this. How about we chat? Shui Yaji asked, chat about what? We can talk about things that happened in the past, or childhood anecdotes, anything really. But with you facing away from me, it feels a bit strange to talk, while looking at the back of your head. Shui Yaji chuckled, and turned around to lie back facing him. Xia Fan mimicked her posture, and quietly reached out to grasp her small hand. Shui Yaji squirmed a little, but soon gave up resisting. They lay on the bed together, gazing at the ceiling as if looking at a starry sky, and began to chat joyfully. They talked for a long time about various topics, feeling a warmth and happiness in their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, they eventually fell asleep, like this. The next morning Xia Fan woke up, startled yet delighted. He was lying on his side facing outward with a warm embrace clearly wrapped tightly around him from behind. Looking down, he saw two snow-white arms wrapped around his waist and a snowy leg draped over him. Such an intimate position was truly heartwarming, and Xia Fan wished he could stay like this forever. However, Shui Yaji quickly woke up and gave Xia Fan's back a couple of hard pats. She asked, why did you position me like this, hugging you from behind? That's too much. Her indignant demeanor was Xia Fan looked down and admitted his fault, saying, yes, I won't do it again. I won't position you like this again, nor let one of your legs lie on me. It was my mistake, please forgive me. The couple was sweet to each other, but after finishing their morning routines and heading downstairs, their faces turned gloomy. In the living room sat the Money family swaggering around, while two mischievous kids were jumping about. They had even found watercolor pens from somewhere to doodle on the walls, and there were broken vases on the floor. Wu Rong was nowhere to be seen, he must have gone back. Chen Liju was busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Turning her head, she spotted Xia Fan, and immediately shouted, what are you standing there for? You make breakfast every day, I'll come over and cook for so many people today. Shui Yaji felt speechless, and was about to retort when Xia Fan pulled her back. He put on an apron and obediently busied himself in the kitchen preparing a lavish breakfast. The Money family was quite unrelenting, eating, while picking out the best parts, complaining that one dish was too salty and another too bland. This immediately drew Chen Liz's scolding towards Xia Fan. However, Xia Fan remained unfazed, his face always wearing a smile, while working diligently. This made the Money family feel satisfied while eating breakfast, mocking, they say Xia Fan is a useless son-in-law, but now it seems to be true. Isn't he supposed to be a man? Doing housework and making breakfast while smiling despite being scolded. Isn't that just pathetic? Even if he isn't pathetic, he's still soft. They didn't know that Xia Fan's smile was due to having shared a bed with his wife the night before. So now when they buzzed around like little flies, it didn't matter to him. They also didn't realize that if Xia Fan decided to show his strength, a single slap could leave these buzzing nuisances bruised and battered. After finishing breakfast, Xia Fan and Shui Yaji stepped out of the house together to go to work. The warm sunlight bathed them, making them appear like a pair of golden children. Watching them leave, Qian Guoguang revealed an enigmatic smile. He pulled Chen Liju close and said affectionately, Liju, let's go for a walk. Outside, as they walked forward, Shui Yaji complained, you really have it tough having to cater to my mother's whims all the time, and now there's this inexplicable family added to the mix. It pains me to watch. Xia Fan smiled, I know you feel for me, so even if I have grievances inside, they will dissipate. Shui Yaji pouted, is it just because you feel for me? Xia Fan nodded seriously and added with deep emotion, it's precisely because you feel for me that I find this world filled with warmth. Shui Yaji said, Xia Fan, don't go to work anymore. I'll just rent a small place outside for you. You can live there and write poetry every day. Who knows, in 3 to 5 years you might become a world-class poet, and then you can take me around the world with the royalties. The two chatted and laughed, unconsciously walking up to the newly bought Infinity. They opened the door and climbed it. Just as Xia Fan was about to start the car, he suddenly heard a shout from outside. Yaji, you're so rich. Why did you buy another identical car? Instantly both of them were horrified and turned to look outside. Shui Yaji slapped her own face. It's over, my mother has discovered that we parked the car so far away. Who knows what trouble will arise now? Xia Fan frowned, his gaze fixated on the two figures approaching from a distance. He wasn't watching Chen Liju, but Qian Guoguang. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this old rascal had a smug smile on his face. Had he found out already? Chen Liju rushed over, examining the car. Then she fixed her gaze on her daughter, saying, Yaji, this car must cost 50 to 60,000, right? Where did you get the money to buy it? Shui Yazi's face turned red with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. She instinctively glanced at Xia Fan, her eyes conveying a different meaning. No matter what, we cannot reveal that you won the 5 million lottery, otherwise there would be nothing left. Xia Fan nodded, and then said, this car is mine. Chen Liju's eyes widened in disbelief, you bought it. Suddenly, as if she realized something, she shuddered and pointed at Xia Fan fiercely. I know. You're the one who encouraged my daughter to get money from Ding Sheng to buy these 2 cars, right? Aren't you trying to put my daughter in danger? The 2 cars together cost over 100,000. If they investigated, not only would my daughter lose her managerial position, but she might also end up in prison. Shui Gui and Zhao Liru stared at her intently, calling her a person who is more of a hindrance than a help. Chen Lizhu was completely led by her own thoughts, nearly poking a hole in Xia Fan's nose with her nails. Shui Yaji pushed Chen Liz's hand away, saying, "Mom, it's not what you think." Chen Lizhu shouted loudly, "Not what I think. Then what is it? All your money is with me. Where would there be money to buy such a luxurious car? Aside from skimming money from the company, where else could it come from?" Qian Guoguang joined in hugging one of Chen Liz's arms and advised, "Lizhu, don't be so angry. Your children will have their own fortunes. Since they dared to do this, they must have confidence. Besides, in today's world, having money is the most important. Being able to drive such a good car makes business negotiations go much smoother. People will look at you favorably, and you can earn money quickly." He continued to stroke the infinity while speaking. He sighed, "Every time I see this car, I think of my own that is now in a terrible state that can still run, but it is embarrassing to drive out. I don't even know how much it will cost to fix it." Upon hearing this, the two people in the car were incensed. Shui Yaji coldly said, "Mr. Qian, please try to be logical in your speech. That car was also bought by us, and you borrowed it for only a few days before it got damaged like that. We haven't even asked you for compensation, yet you speak as if that car belongs to you." Chen Lizhu was very displeased, saying, "What did you just say?" "What, Mr. Qian? You should call him Uncle Qian. How did I teach you? One must be polite, kind, and courteous to others." The more she spoke, the more eloquent she became, and Xia Fan nearly laughed at her. Qian Guoguang quickly persuaded, "Lizhu, it's fine. The child doesn't understand. Let's not argue about it. Besides, what he said isn't entirely unreasonable. So with the car damaged like this, I am also quite uneasy. Forget it, I'll take care of the repairs myself and return it once it's fixed. I don't even dare to drive this car now. I'm really afraid of being ridiculed." He continued to stroke the new infinity reluctantly. Then he sighed again. "I don't know why I've been so unlucky lately. Driving a new car gets damaged like that, and last night at your house I got beaten up. My mom was scared half to death. If Xia Fan hadn't been so impulsive last night, it wouldn't have escalated this much, right?" His last words seemed nonsensical, yet they revealed a strong undercurrent of conspiracy. Indeed, Chen Lizhu felt a wave of unease. She clenched her teeth and said to Shui Yaji, "Daughter, you and Xia Fan step out. Let Uncle Qian drive this car for now. You two take the damaged infinity for repairs and drive it once it's fixed." Shui Yaji was about to explode, saying, "Mom, what logic is this? The first infinity got wrecked like that because of him, and now you want to lend him the second one." Chen Lizhu rolled her eyes and said, "Is that not allowed? Just now Uncle Qian also said that if it weren't for Xia Fan, their whole family wouldn't have been beaten like this. This is just a slight compensation. If you still see me as your mother, then do as I say." Shui Yaji truly couldn't hold back anymore. "Even if you are my own mother, this is excessive." She was about to retort, but was gently pulled by Xia Fan, who gave a knowing look. "Let's go outside." The two exited the car, while Qian Guoguang continued to put on an act. "Oh, Lizhu, don't be like this. I feel so embarrassed for causing a conflict between you and your daughter." Chen Lizhu replied, "What's there to fear? This is my daughter. No matter how big the conflict is, she still has to acknowledge me as her mother. Last night you did suffer a lot at our house. Take this new car as compensation. Just say a few good words in front of the old lady to avoid her harboring any grievances against me." Qian Guoguang smiled widely and nodded, "Okay." Thus the second infinity was claimed by Qian Guoguang, and Shui Yaji was seething with anger. She tightly gripped Xia Fan's wrist. "Are we being too weak, constantly accommodating our mother? At this rate, she will probably give our entire home to Qian Guoguang sooner or later. I don't know what's wrong with her. It's as if she's under some enchantment, giving everything to that Mr. Qian." Xia Fan remained quite calm, saying, "This happens all the time in society. I just look online. There are plenty of women who are so infatuated with scumbags that they are willing to part with millions or tens of millions. But it's fine. That old scoundrel wants to take our things. He can only use his little tricks. It's nothing serious. Let's go get that car repaired. I took a look and the damage is mostly superficial. Oh, it can be repaired quickly." However, once again, something that would overturn Xia Fan and Shui Yazi's worldview happened. As they walked back to the car, Qianxing spotted his father driving a brand new Infinity with an envious expression. He mentioned that his old SUV was outdated, driving it was not smooth, and it lacked power. Although the first Infinity was battered and wouldn't cost much to repair, he would rather spend that money. Qian Guoguang continued to act, saying, "Ah Sheng, how can you say that? We borrowed one car, and now we want to borrow a second one. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Before Qiansheng could respond, Zhang Mei started shouting, "What's wrong with that? Dad, we were beaten so badly here. Look, my face is still swollen, and we haven't gotten any compensation. What's wrong with driving a car? Moreover, this is a junk car. We see value in it, and are willing to take it for repairs. Gets all for the sake of saving face for the Shui family." Xia Fan and Shui Yaji exchanged glances, both astonished. Oh my, this is truly bizarre. It seems like we should feel honored by this. Yet Chen Lizhu kept nodding. Yes, it's really troublesome for Ah Shang and Ah Mei. You two can take this car as long as you don't mind. Just like that, both infinities were taken away. In the end, Xiao Fan and Shui Yaji had to drive their old Great Wall to work. Shui Yaji tightly clenched her fists, saying, Xiao Fan, do I look like I'm about to go crazy? I feel like my nerves are all messed up. Xiao Fan smiled and gently touched her flushed cheek, saying, It's fine, I promise to get both infinities back within 2 days, and will make the Qian family feel extremely embarrassed. If Qian Guoguang dares to upset my wife, I will show him what it means to write the word death. He said this with a fierce expression. Shui Yaji scoffed. Xiao Fan, where do you get such confidence? Your words are making me feel like I could soar to the skies. But whether you're bragging or serious, I like it. At least it has calmed me down by half. But we can't really beat up Qian Guoguang. After all, hitting people is wrong. The most important thing is that if he really is that despicable, I want my mom to know his true colors. Can you do that? Xiao Fan nodded without hesitation. Of course, it's as easy as flipping a hand over. Although I don't believe it, I still want to tell you. Shui Yaji stared at him firmly. If you can really do that, then I'll let you sleep in the same bed with me for a week. Instantly, Xiao Fan beamed. I will work hard to achieve this goal as soon as possible. Shui Yaji huffed. But I must tell you, just because we share a bed doesn't mean you can be inappropriate. You cannot let me hold you from behind, nor can you put your leg over mine. Xiao Fan. Shui Yaji sighed again. Now we at least have over 3 million, which is barely enough to buy a small apartment. I really want to buy a house now and live there in the future. My mom keeps lecturing you, and I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Fan said nothing, merely smiling at her. Instantly, Shui Yaji felt defeated. Even if a house is bought, mother being all alone still needs to be brought over to live together. Speaking of which, our villa is so dilapidated, it would be nice to exchange it for a better house. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, moving to Tianzhou Haomen would be best, especially to know. 8 manor, I just like it when I see it. Shui Yaji sneered. You can only like it from afar. It has already been auctioned by Bufan Group for more than 200 million. The mysterious young master of Bufan Group truly has his eyes on Zhao Liru. She will surely enjoy it in the future. As if fearing Xiao Fan would be upset, she quickly added, I'm not jealous of her. I just feel resigned since I'm with you, but I find her arrogance quite annoying. It's like this now, who knows what will happen if she really marries into a wealthy family. Xiao Fan pouted. Who knows who will marry into a wealthy family? Upon returning to the company, Xiao Fan took out his phone and made a call, then immersed himself in his work. This brief call quickly formed a small web in Tianzhou City. And this web soon targeted 2 Infinity cars. Qiansheng and Zhang Mei drove their battered Infinity to an auto repair shop, spending over 200 to restore the car's body. They repainted it red, making it look even more splendid. Qiansheng felt a bit heartbroken. I spent over 200. That's almost 2 months of my salary. Zhang Mei was unfazed. Compared to this car, what's 200? It's like we bought a luxury car for 200. We don't have to return it, we'll drive it from now on. Speaking of which, your dad is quite capable, charming that old hag to the point of delirium, earning 2 Infinity cars. That's impressive. Qiansheng felt a surge of pride. My dad is known as the killer of aunties. He sweet talks so well it's quite lethal. Plus that old hag has been widowed for years. How could she withstand my dad's advances? Let me tell you, not only did he get 2 Infinity cars, but he also charmed nearly 2 million in savings from that old hag. Zhang Mei's eyes lit up. Really? Where is the money now? He managed to get so much money as his son. You must be able to get some, right? Qiansheng nodded. Of course, although he has to pay off some debts, he must give us money. He only has me as a son. The couple excitedly drove around. Soon they received a call from Qian Guoguang saying they would have lunch together. Before long, the family gathered at a luxurious Korean restaurant. 2 brand new Infinities parked at the entrance attracted many gazes, with some girls even coming forward to take photos. Zhang Mei shouted, Hey, be careful. Those are our family's new cars, don't scratch them. Can you afford to pay for damages? The people wanting to take photos with the luxury cars quickly stepped aside. The family swaggered into the restaurant's private room, unaware that their every move was being closely watched from a nearby vehicle. A grim-faced man pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon several more cars arrived. Inside the private room, the family, though almost bruised and battered, was all smiles. After all, they had just earned 2 Infinities plus nearly 2 million from Qian Guogang's dealings with Chen Lizhu, making them feel like they had struck it rich overnight. Zhang Mei sweetly said, Dad, since you got so much money from that old hag, even if you have to pay off some debts, it isn't easy for us young couple. Bringing 2 grandchildren to you costs a lot. Qian Guoguang, without hesitation, pulled out his phone. All right, I'll transfer 300 to you now. But you have to be frugal, don't spend it all at once. Zhang Mei and Qiansheng beamed, nodding repeatedly to thank their dad. However, the old lady was not satisfied. Guang, what about me? You don't have any money to honor me. Last night I followed you to that damn Shui family and was scared half to death. Qian Guoguang quickly replied, Mom, you also have money. I'll give you 100,000 first, I'll buy whatever you want. The old lady smiled broadly, patting her son's shoulder, praising him for being filial. Then she added, I see that the Shui family has money, you must work harder and get a few 100,000 more, don't go easy on them. This is all owed to us by the Shui family, oh we suffered enough last night. Don't you all agree? Even the two naughty kids shouted loudly yes. Suddenly the door burst open with a bang and a group of fierce-looking people stormed in. The leader scoffed, so wealthy, really wealthy. Old Qian, first you give your son 3,000, then you give your old mother 1,000, and you even bought 2 brand new luxury cars outside. What's going on? You don't plan to repay the 6,000 you owe us, right? The visitors were none other than the tough characters that Zhu Jian brought last night. He was actually the boss called Mighty Master in the underworld. He pulled out a chair and sat down with an imposing demeanor. The others closed the door. Those henchmen pounced on Qian Guoguang, snatching the phone from his hands. Qian Guoguang tried to snatch it back, but was slapped hard to the ground. Having just been beaten up the previous night, he cried out in pain as he fell. Mighty Master took the phone from his subordinate and fiddled with it for a while, then chuckled. You really have money. Your WeChat, Alipay, and bank account add up to nearly 1 million. Impressive. Last night you said you had no money and needed the Shui family to help you repay. You've made us men lose face. Quickly tell me the password or don't expect to leave this private room alive. Zhang Mei shouted. You can't just take all the money. There's 3,000 of ours inside. You have to leave at least that amount. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong man slapped her hard, making her cry and dare not speak again. At first Qian Guoguang was unwilling, but after being punched and kicked he decided to yield and revealed the password. He also pleaded, Mighty Master, just take the 6,000 and leave my remaining money alone. Do I still need to pay off debts? He cried out again, Mighty Master, please don't do this. Why did you transfer all my money? Even the decimal points were not spared. After a series of operations, both the bank card and the Alipay and WeChat accounts turned to zero. Mighty Master stood up with satisfaction and gave Qian Guoguang a heavy slap on the head, causing him to fall to the ground again. Do you think you only owe me 6,000? I've mobilized so many people since last night, and do I not need to pay for their travel expenses? Also last night, to teach you a lesson, I forgot about another big task. My boss personally came to find me and slapped me because I delayed important matters. Do you know how much I lost? Just this 70 or 80,000 isn't enough to cover. Hand me the car keys, and he'll take those 2 infinities outside. Saying this, he swaggered out. His subordinates pulled out the car keys and also turned to leave. Qian Guoguang felt like his heart was breaking, stretching out an arm with fingers splayed. Mighty Master, please. Leave a way to retreat in the underworld. We can meet again in the future. You've taken all my money and driven away my car. How am I supposed to go home? How can I explain to the Shui family? That car was borrowed. Heavens, you didn't even leave me money for meals. The old lady was also wailing loudly. In short, the family that had been full of laughter just 10 minutes ago was now shrouded in gloom and embarrassment. Xia Fan quickly received a call from Mighty Master, who timidly called him Young Master and introduced himself as Little Mighty. Xiao Ming used to be an underling of Chang Yuwu, one of the low-level kind. This provoked the life-saving benefactor of Master Wu, almost leading to his demise at the hands of the latter. At this moment, he naturally showed utmost respect towards Xia Fan, bowing deeply. Xia Fan instructed him to park the car in an underground parking lot of a commercial center first, allowing them to decide how to handle the money they recovered, sharing it among themselves since they had worked hard. Xiao Ming was taken aback. Young Master Xia, that's over 700,000. Are you really just going to split it with us brothers? Over 700,000 seemed quite a lot for an ordinary person, but to Xia Fan, it was merely a drop in the bucket. He replied casually, it's fine, keep it. I have a small request. Keep an eye on Qian Guoguang for me and accomplish 2 tasks. First, capture evidence of his shady dealings like seeking pleasure, and so on. Second, if he has any money, don't hesitate to seize it immediately. After Xia Fan handled this matter, he felt refreshed. In the office of the engineering department of the Dingxing Company, 3 individuals were gritting their teeth, their expressions grim. It was Shui Guihe along with the siblings Zhao Aoyang and Zhao Liru. Zhao Liru said fiercely, they have done a remarkable job with the accounts. I flipped through them for a long time and even investigated everywhere, yet I couldn't find any trace of fraudulent activities. The materials I found at the construction site were also genuine. It seems they really didn't use this to make a fortune. Shui Guihe frowned. This is strange. The nearly 2 million commission earned by Xia Fan must have been taken by Chen Lizhu. How did they buy these 2 infinity cars? Where did this more than 1 million come from? No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure it out. Just then Zhao Lyra's phone rang. She pulled it out and was momentarily stunned. This number has so many 8s, not even Grandpa's 8 is as many as this. Who is calling? The phone number on the caller ID was quite imposing, leaving Shui Guihe and Zhao Aoyang dumbfounded. Zhao Liru answered the call, and after a few exchanges, she became excited, her eyes wide, almost incoherent, repeatedly saying okay. After hanging up, she was a different person, brimming with energy. Zhao Aoyang was thrilled. Sister, was it a big shot from the Buffon group? Who called you? Zhao Liru shook her head. Not exactly, but it's not far off from Buffon group. She said proudly. The second young master of the Lin family, Lin Yaoshuan, called me and invited me to dinner. Instantly, both of the others gasped in surprise. The second young master of the Lin family. The Lin family is a first-class family, far more prestigious than the Shui family. Zhao Aoyang quickly asked, Sister, why did the second young master of the Lin family invite you to dinner? Shui Guihe said gravely, at the auction at the No. 8 Manor, Lin Yaoshuan was determined to win, but it was ultimately taken by the Buffon group, and the young master of Buffon even slapped him a few times. Could it be that he wants to vent his anger on Liru since everyone knows about her situation? Zhao Liru shot him. I don't think so. It seems like the second young master Lin wants to get to know the high-ups of the Buffon group through me. He was quite impressed after being slapped. Now that Buffon is aggressively advancing in Tianzhou City, he probably wants to ingratiate himself. Humph. As she spoke, she held her head high. Zhao Aoyang eagerly asked, Sister, can you take me along? Shui Guihe was also tempted. Zhao Liru chuckled. The second young master Lin said that if I want to bring someone, I can bring anyone. I guess he wants to put me at ease. That night, the three of them attended the banquet at Ziki Pavilion, famous for its Cantonese cuisine in Tianzhou City. It was quite upscale, with expenses not lower than those of the Sky City, mainly focused on Western cuisine. In the luxurious private room, there were 7 or 8 people seated, both men and women, all quite young, comprising the wealthy young heirs and heiresses of Tianzhou City. Compared to them, the 3 junior members of the Shui family seemed insignificant. Even Shui Guihe, usually proud and arrogant, felt apprehensive at this moment. The one sitting at the head of the table was in his late 20s, handsome and imposing, looking down on everyone. With a slight bruise on his face, it was Lin Yaoshuan, who had been slapped by Xia Fan a while ago. Beside him was a younger man full of arrogance. Though he was not from one of the 5 major families, he hailed from a second-tier family. He was slightly better off than the Shui family, having opened several chain supermarkets in Tianzhou City, being the young master of the Liang family, Liang Qing. Next to him was a girl stunningly beautiful, with a slender figure possessing a captivating presence. Her name was Yu Shanshan, and her background was also quite impressive. Though her family was not among the 5 major families, it was considered first-rate, surpassing the Liang and Shui families by a considerable margin. In Tianzhou City, families are generally ranked by their assets. The Shui family's wealth is only about 1 or 200 million, barely qualifying as bottom-tier, second-tier. The Liang family has reached 4 to 500 million, nearly at the top of the second-tier. Families with over $1 billion can be considered first-rate, and the Yu family sits just above 10 billion, falling at the bottom of the first tier. The 5 major families each boast assets exceeding 4 to 5 billion. However, compared to the Jiang family in the provincial capital, they are still significantly distant. Just looking at the Jiang family mobilizing 100 billion to establish a presence in Tianzhou, their assets are nearly comparable to 3 or 4 of the 5 major families. At this moment, these individuals looked at Shui Guihe and Zhao Aoyang with disdain, displaying a hint of arrogance. Only when looking at Zhao Liru did they show some respect. After all, she was the chosen crown princess of the Buffon group. Zhao Liru felt quite proud, because now she looked down upon the young masters and young ladies she once had to look up to, especially after Lin Yaoshuan praised her in various ways. The second young master Lin clearly had intentions, trying to glean information from Zhao Liru about her progress with the young master of the Buffon group. Zhao Liru was not a girl lacking intelligence, speaking in ambiguous terms, leaving others even more in awe. A few heiresses looked at her with jealousy, heightening her pride. The group laughed and chatted unknowingly, drifting to Xia Fan, starting with Zhao Aoyang, who loathed him to the core, cursing and slandering him. Lin Yaoshuan laughed heartily. I already know that useless waste has become quite capable, bringing in the orders from the White Swan. So what if he did? Zhao Liru replied haughtily. In the end, my word will count. He won't be able to enjoy his triumph for long, including that Dong Wenli. Sooner or later, I will make her clean the toilets. She thought about the humiliation she had suffered that day, still feeling indignant. Lin Yaoshuan laughed heartily. Of course, you are the future young mistress of the Buffon group. However, speaking of Xia Fan, I haven't seen him for quite a while. That coward was taught a lesson by me back in the day, making him too scared to speak, he said with a malicious smile. Shui Guihe chimed in. Now he is merely at your mercy, young master Lin. After all, he is just a small clerk under me. If you want, I can have him come over to toast you. Lin Yaoshuan's eyes lit up. Sounds good. Shui Guihe, slightly tipsy, made a phone call to Xia Fan, inviting him to dinner. Young master Lin wants to see you, remember? Come and reminisce about old times. He had been unable to deal with Xia Fan lately, and he wanted to take advantage of Lin Yaoshuan to humiliate him a bit. It didn't matter if Xia Fan declined. If he refused to show face, he would have a conflict with the second young master of the Lin family. To everyone's surprise, he agreed, and arrived shortly, walking slowly into this luxurious private room with a smile. Looking at the high and mighty Lin Miaoshuan, he felt quite pleased, reminiscing about that night when he had beaten Lin into submission. It was amusing that he was completely unaware of the situation. A lot of good dishes were prepared to welcome me. Liang Qing stood up, swaying as he walked towards Xia Fan, looking him up and down with mockery. He clasped his hands behind his back. I never understood why Shui Yaji would fall for someone like him, and even marry him. Just look at this poor and shabby appearance. I reckon he doesn't even match up to a toe of her foot. These words elicited a round of mocking laughter from everyone. Xia Fan remained expressionless as Liang Qing circled around him, returning to face him. Suddenly he poked Xia Fan's nose, arrogantly shouting, "With your rural appearance, how could you be worthy of Shui Yaji? I am 1,000,000 times better than you. If you dare to continue living off others, I'll beat you half to death. You have 3 days to leave the Shui family, or every time I see you I'll hit you, understood?" Xia Fan's expression changed. Liang Qing laughed triumphantly. "Did you see that? This kid is so scared his face turned pale, a coward who can't handle a scare. But let me tell you, I mean it. If you don't leave Shui Yaji, I will beat you to death. I've liked her for quite some time too. By the way, I heard you've been married for 3 years and haven't even shared a bed. What a waste. If it were me, I would make sure to share a bed that very night." Xia Fan looked at him like he was an ant. Zhao Liru chimed in, "Exactly. Xia Fan, you are not worthy of Zhao Yaji, just get lost. Liang Xiao is much more suitable for her." The scorn was evident in their words as they glanced at Lin Miaoshuan. "Lin Xiao, if you have anything to teach this unlucky fellow, please feel free, then kick him out, so we can enjoy our meal." Lin Miaoshuan glanced at Xia Fan with disdain, then burst into laughter. "There's nothing to teach. Just look at this waste I've beaten in the past. He still looks like a waste now. Let him go." He waved his hand, as if to shoo away a small dog. Shui Gui and Lu liked calling Xia Fan over to humiliate him before sending him away. He enjoyed this. Zhao Liru shouted at Xia Fan, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb us while we eat." Xia Fan had just finished work at the construction site, and had come here to see how these fools acted. But to come here and not be allowed to eat was too much. His gaze drifted over the table filled with delicious food, when suddenly his stomach growled. Having missed mealtime, it was only natural for him to be hungry. Everyone laughed even harder, and Yu Shanshan suddenly spoke up. "Don't be so cruel. You've called him here, at least let him have something to eat. Don't send him back with an empty stomach. Even if you look down on him, can't you show some humanity?" Liang Qing nodded, immediately flattering her. "Shanshan, you are so right. You are truly kind-hearted. You're lucky, kid, to meet a compassionate girl like Shanshan, so here's some food for you." He called the waiter and handed Xia Fan a takeout box. "Come take whatever you like and put it in the box. You look like you rarely get to eat such good food, and this is all fine delicacies paid for by Lin Xiao. Just this bowl of shark fin costs over 800. You're in for a treat. Hurry up and eat outside." Xia Fan didn't mind playing some cat mouse with these fools. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead. The more arrogant they were now, the more they would be slapped in the face later. He walked to the table, filling his box with whatever he liked. The onlookers watched like it was a joke, and Yu Shanshan was particularly disdainful. What a spineless coward, not an ounce of manly spirit. "If I were you, I would have slammed the box on the ground and walked away. Are you even a man?" Xia Fan seemed not to hear her, busily filling the takeout box with various delicacies, closing the lid, and holding it in both hands, turning to leave with satisfaction. In his eyes it was as if these people did not exist. The crowd exchanged glances before bursting into laughter as Xia Fan's silhouette disappeared through the doorway. "This kid must be used to living off others. His skin is thicker than a city wall. I think he shouldn't be called Xia Fan, he should just be called City Wall. Haha, I've never seen someone who could master living off others to such an extent." Yu Shanshan frowned and said to Zhao Liru, "You really should advise your cousin to stop being so foolish. A man like this is not a man at all, and a girl with someone like him will not end well." Zhao Liru chuckled. "Shui Yaji loves this type. Oh, what can I do?" Yu Shanshan shrugged, suddenly receiving a phone call. Her face immediately lit up. After hanging up, she proudly announced, "My cousin Yun Shang is coming to eat here too. Do you know who she is?" Lin Miaoshuan's eyes lit up. "I heard she is the top assistant to the chief steward of the Bufan group, Zhong Yang." He spoke with excitement. An assistant capable of making such high-ranking wealthy heirs excited certainly had her reasons. Even though he hated that masked young master of the Bufan group for slapping him a few times, he couldn't deny their influence. The Jiang family in the provincial city was a top-tier family in that conglomerate of wealth far superior to the 5 great families of Tianzhou. If he could get close to this powerful figure, getting slapped a few times would be worth it. This was the main purpose of his dinner with Zhao Liru tonight. And Yu Shanshan's background was also something he sought a double benefit. Yu Shanshan was even more proud. That's right, she's dining with the big manager and various elites of the city. My cousin said I can bring someone to toast and meet the big shots of politics and business, but I can only bring one. Liang Qing eagerly shouted, I want to go with you. Shanshan, please. Being able to meet elite figures, especially the lofty chief steward of the Buffon group, was an invaluable opportunity. Lin Miaoshuan wanted to go too, but seeing Liang Qing so enthusiastic, he chose to remain silent, feeling somewhat annoyed. Yu Shanshan patted Liang Qing on the shoulder. All right, since you've been nice to me, I'll take you along. As long as you are clever, you'll benefit greatly. The way she spoke was just like a queen. Meanwhile, Xia Fan remained unfazed. He had no interest in this group of second-generation rich kids, but he did quite like this box of food. Although he was now in control of the Buffon group, he was still quite simple-minded. Aside from spending extravagantly for his wife, he didn't care much for himself. Otherwise, he would have already been dressed in fine garments. As he held it just about to exit the hotel, suddenly 2 rows of burly men strode in, pushing everyone, including him, aside. Xia Fan frowned as he saw a group of well-dressed individuals enter, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Among them, Xia Fan recognized a few from television. They were high-ranking officials from the city, and these executives were surrounding one person, Zhongyang. Then Xia Fan's eyes widened. Next to Zhongyang was a woman, at least 7 meters tall. Her curvaceous figure was incredibly sexy, accentuated by a light purple dress, the swell of her bosom rising high, swaying with her alluring steps. Being young and vigorous, Xia Fan couldn't help but glance a few more times, thinking, my wife's figure is sturdier than yours. At that moment, due to the crowd's influx, the passage became narrow, and a few children who were blocked on the side rushed forward, accidentally bumping into him, causing him to lean forward and collide right into the woman's bosom. Although Xia Fan quickly straightened up, the woman immediately scolded, What are you doing? Are you blind, or just trying to take advantage of me? You dog. This clearly showed her arrogance. Xia Fan immediately felt displeased. Who are you calling a dog? I'm calling you a dog. The woman scolded back, but then something seemed off. She regained her composure and immediately fumed, pointing at a nearby bodyguard. That kid bumped into me and insulted me. I'll teach him a lesson. The burly man quickly nodded, yes, Assistant Yun. He then turned towards Xia Fan, a sinister smile on his face. Kid, you dare to offend Assistant Yun, you're courting death. He raised his hand, about to slap Xia Fan across the face. Just then a booming voice filled with authority shouted from behind, You dare. The burly man was immediately startled, trembling all over his face, turning pale. He suddenly turned his head, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, Steward, what? What happened to me? Zhongyang strode over, his face filled with fury, and slapped the burly man hard across the face. The force was so great that it sent him staggering, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhongyang kicked him again, shouting angrily, Have your eyes gone blind? How dare you hit the young master? He then turned to Xia Fan, his furious expression quickly shifting to one of fear. The onlookers were stunned, including several high-ranking officials. Assistant Yun's face turned ashen, cold sweat dripping down. She murmured, What? What, young master? She had never seen the imposing chief steward appear so terrified. She realized she had made a grave mistake. Xia Fan, however, preferred to keep a low profile and calmly said, All right, no need to make a scene here, I'm fine. You carry on, I'll take my leave. Holding the box of food, he turned to leave, only to be stopped by the eager Zhongyang. In the midst of the astonished and even shocked gazes around him, he respectfully said, Young master, you absolutely cannot just walk away like this. Please allow me to introduce you to a few important figures. Xia Fan frowned, feeling reluctant, but still nodded. The person who had once been surrounded by admirers had now shifted to being the center of attention, thanks to Zhongyang. Zhongyang introduced him to others, and everyone displayed looks of reverence. This was indeed the true helm of the Buffon group. With an investment of a full 100 billion in Tianzhou, and it was said to be just the initial investment. The politicians saw achievements in this, the businessmen saw profits. Everyone was eager to curry favor. Upon entering the most luxurious private room, Zhongyang remarked, I have some minor matters to attend to. Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. He respectfully invited Xia Fan into the lounge, casting a cold glance at the beautiful woman beside him, instructing her to follow. Assistant Yun trembled all over her face, pale, her legs weak, barely managing to shuffle inside. As soon as the door closed, she knelt on the floor facing Xia Fan. The earlier imposing demeanor was nowhere to be seen, her chest heaving with an ethereal grace. Xia Fan glanced at her indifferently, turning his head to look aside. Assistant Yun, disregarding everything, shuffled over on her knees, hugging one of Xia Fan's legs, her ample bosom pressing against his knee. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, Young master, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were the young master. Had I known, even a million of me would not have dared to let anyone hit you. Please spare me. This Assistant Yun was clever. Before Zhongyang could scold her, she knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhongyang coldly said, Assistant Yun, it's a privilege for you to have the young master touch you, yet you dared to let someone hit him. What audacity! Do you now understand what to do? Assistant Yun nodded vigorously, unhesitatingly raising her hand to start unbuttoning her blouse, her chest. Zhongyang slightly bowed to Xia Fan, his demeanor utterly respectful. Young master, it is her honor to be seen favorably by you as an assistant. Although she has offended you, she is still quite capable. Now she is at your service, please spare her life. For the sake of my old face, what do you say? Xia Fan was both amused and exasperated as he pulled Assistant Yun up. The beautiful woman was even more horrified, disregarding everything to cling to his thigh once again. Young master, I beg you. Please don't be angry with me. I will do anything you ask. Xia Fan replied. Enough, don't treat me like a tyrant. This little matter is nothing new, I forgive you. You don't need to strip, and you. He shot Zhongyang a glare. Don't scare your assistant like this, it's making me uncomfortable. And that bodyguard from earlier, he was just doing his job, don't punish him further, understood? Zhongyang nodded earnestly, his face brimming with joy. Young master, your benevolence assures me that the group will surely thrive under your leadership. As he spoke, he kicked Assistant Yun's behind. Why aren't you thanking the young master yet? Assistant Yun, the beautiful woman, bowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you, young master. If you like me, I am willing to serve you wherever and whenever. This girl was quite clever, as she knew that as long as she clung to the young master's leg, wealth and honor would follow. Seeing her grovel, Xia Fan was completely uninterested. I am a married man, and my wife is 1,000 times better than you. Zhongyang grinned. Come, young master, let's go out to eat, and properly introduce you to them. Xia Fan raised the food box in his hand. I still have a big box of food here. Assistant Yun quickly took it from him, saying, Young master, let me eat these dishes. They are what you have touched, right? If I eat them, I will surely gain your good fortune. Please give them to me, young master. Xia Fan said. He was invited out by Zhongyang, but didn't stay long, only about half an hour. He disliked such socializing, and also wanted to go home and chat with his wife to prevent her from feeling lonely. After exchanging pleasantries with those in power, he declined various invitations and turned to leave. Not long after he exited the main door, two familiar figures appeared in the corridor. It was Liang Qing and Yu Shanshan, both looking excited and nervous as they were about to meet someone important. Yu Shanshan said, When we go, and don't speak out of turn. Just listen to my cousin Yin. She doesn't have a good temper, so don't offend her. I understand. Liang Qing nodded repeatedly, saying, Anyone who can be an assistant to the steward must be extraordinary. I will be careful. As they spoke, they noticed Xia Fan walking towards them. They were taken aback. It was clear he had just come out of the large. Liang Qing was momentarily stunned. How did you come out from there? Who were you meeting inside? Xia Fan replied with a few indifferent words, prompting the two to laugh mockingly. Liang Qing said coldly, You're lucky. With so many important figures, they must have bodyguards. They didn't beat you half to death and throw you out. You're really fortunate. Yu Shanshan shook her head vigorously. You fool. Be careful not to offend someone you cannot afford to cross. They might tear you apart. Xia Fan was merely curious about what was inside the large private room, so he pushed the door open to take a look. Little did he know that with so many people inside, he quickly retreated just in time to bump into the two. As they listened to their mockery, Xia Fan walked past them calmly. Liang Qing initially wanted to stop him to mock him, but Yu Shanshan pulled him back, saying, Enough, don't stoop to his level. Let's go find my cousin. The two headed towards the large private room, when suddenly the door opened, and 3 or 4 people walked out. Liang Qing and Yu Shanshan's eyes brightened, their hearts racing, thinking that a big shot was about to come out. However, the ones who emerged were all burly bodyguards who immediately drove them away, saying, Do not approach within 10 meters of the private room. Their faces darkened, but they had no choice. Liang Qing stomped his foot angrily. It must have been that idiot. Just looking inside caused the big shots to be on alert, sending people to guard outside, ruining everything. Yu Shanshan gritted her teeth. Damn it. He deserves to be a lifelong loser. I'll call my cousin and have her come out to meet us.